Welcome to WebNovel Audio, your destination for full-length narrated novels. Sit back, relax, and immerse yourself in a world of storytelling. Don't forget to visit our website at webnovelaudio.com for more amazing audiobooks. Enjoy the story. Chapter 1500 Perfect Trap. What? The members of the cohort all stared at Mordred, their expressions grim. Noticing their reaction, he smiled. I was rather surprised to learn about the identities of these 6 plagues, but it seems that you are already familiar with them. Good. It will spare me the explanations. At that moment, Jet, who had been keeping quiet until then, finally spoke. Soul Stealer is here in Twilight. Mordred remained silent for a few moments. Eventually, he sighed. He is. I've been playing hide and seek with him for gods, I don't even know how long. Time is a funny concept here in Twilight, really. And let me tell you, there is no worse company than a demented nightmare creature version of yourself. He remained silent for a moment, then added matter-of-factly. He's not the only one, either. The Dread Lord is here, too. Sunny flinched, experienced a visceral reaction to those words. Damnation! Suddenly, he felt vulnerable and exposed, surrounded by terrible danger. None of them had felt safe while approaching Twilight, but still the sense of pure dread he felt at the mention of the ruler of Verge was almost palpable. It was not that Sunny was afraid of the Dread Lord. He knew that the cohort would have to clash with the leader of the plagues eventually. But facing him already was simply too unexpected, too sudden. What the hell is happening? Twilight was supposed to be their last stop before the final battle, not the final battle itself. How could the Tyrant of Verge already be here within reach? How could they already be in his grasp? Nephis gripped the hilt of her sword, clearly thinking the same. Mordred, meanwhile, shook his head. Oh, please forgive me. I should have mentioned first that you don't have to worry about the Dread Lord. He can't harm us. In fact, Soul Stealer can't harm us either unless we enter his territory. They are just as trapped as I am, and your friend Nightingale is. Sunny let out a frustrated sigh. Can you just explain what is going on, damn it? Mordred gave him an amused glance. Why, certainly. I was just getting to it, but I've been waiting for this moment for so long. It will be a shame not to enjoy it. He looked at each of them with a pleasant smile, and then shrugged. Where do I start? First, as you might have noticed, there was a terrible battle here in Twilight countless years ago. The forces of defilement, that is what it's called, right, wanted to destroy the city, while the warriors of Twilight naturally wanted to prevent it from happening. He sighed theatrically. Sadly, they failed. Suffering terrible losses, the abominations broke through the outer barrier and breached the walls of the city. From what I gathered, that was possible because the defiled legion was led by the Dread Lord, as well as my own corrupted self. Mind you, everything I know was observed while exploring the mirrored version of Twilight. I haven't spoken to a soul since entering the nightmare, so my information might be wrong or incomplete. Mordred remained silent for a moment. In any case, from the looks of it, the walls were breached, and the Dread Lord entered the city with the remaining nightmare creatures. The streets of Twilight are a battlefield, countless humans desperately fighting against the abominations and their terrible master, while some seem to be turning into abominations themselves. It's a proper mess. There was something strange about what he had said. Nephis tilted her head a little. Are a battlefield, not we're a battlefield. The Prince of Nothing nodded with a dark smile. Indeed, in the midst of this titanic battle, you see, someone activated the enchantment array of the city. A truly powerful sorcery was awakened, its influence swallowing all of Twilight. Sunny groaned inwardly. Windflower did tell me about it, didn't she? That the defensive array of Twilight was similar to the vast enchantment of Alethia's island. Both even used a fragment of the estuary as a core. He sighed. Don't tell me, does the same day keep repeating itself in Twilight? Mordred gave him a strange look. What? No, what gave you such an odd idea? That would be quite bizarre. Huh? Sunny stared back at him, confused. Then what did the activation of the defensive array do? The Prince of Nothing lingered for a moment, then smiled. Well, simply put, it froze time. The members of the cohort stared at him incredulously. Froze time. Effie's voice sounded a bit exasperated. as if she was tired of time behaving in all the wrong ways here, on the great river. And who could blame her? Sunny felt the same. Hearing her tone, Mordred smiled. Ah, it seems like you have experienced more than your fair share of strangeness here in the tomb of Ariel. But answering your question, yes, it froze time. The moment the defensive array was activated, time inside Twilight completely stopped. And so the battle raging on its streets stopped as well. He shook his head. The citizens and warriors of Twilight are standing. NG, they're like statues, frozen in strange poses. The nightmare creatures are the same. Even the Dread Lord, despite all his power and authority, was caught in the trap. Now he's more of a monument to the ruler of Verge, as opposed to an actual tyrant. Mordred's face grew somber. Of course, none of them are truly dead, just caught between two moments forever. If one day the defensive array is deactivated, the battle will resume and the Dread Lord will awaken. Don't think that you can kill him while he's vulnerable, too. The moment you step inside Twilight, the time will stop for you as well. Even inanimate objects will be frozen in time. It's a perfect trap. He chuckled. If a little desperate, why would the people of Twilight activate the array before evacuating the city? I don't know. What I do know, though, is that the spell played a cruel prank on me. And Nightingale. Sunny had yet to recover from the news that the Dread Lord, someone who was supposed to be their ultimate enemy in this nightmare, turned out to have already been removed from the board by someone. He did not need to guess the identity of that someone, really. Who could have manipulated the events of the Siege of Twilight? It had to have been the Mad Prince himself, who had stabbed his master in the back. And while Sunny was reeling from the news, the meaning of the last words spoken by Mordred finally reached his mind. His eyes narrowed. Wait. Nephis was the first one to speak. What do you mean? What did the spell do? Mordred looked at them with a dark expression. Isn't it obvious? The roles it assigned to me and Nightingale were warriors of Twilight. Therefore, the moment we entered the nightmare, we were already caught in frozen time, stuck in an inescapable trap. He chuckled wryly. My physical body is also there, standing like a statue in the middle of a frozen battle. So is Nightingale's. It's just that my reflection had escaped into the mirror realm, but for him, not a single moment has passed since the start of the nightmare. He doesn't even know what fate has befallen him. The Prince of Nothing shook his head with resentment. Oh, and there's another creature in Twilight who is in a similar situation to mine. Soul Stealer, that monster. While my realm is modest in size, his encompasses all reflections in the city. I don't know where his physical body is hidden, but his reflection is prowling the mirrored Twilight, and it is dreadful enough to give me fright. He grew silent for a moment, and then smiled. There, I think I explained the important parts. I'm sure you have questions. Nephis gave him a long look, then nodded. I have a question. If I understood it correctly, are you trying to say? White sparks ignited in her eyes. That there is an army of awakened warriors, countless thousands of them, inside Twilight, all waiting for the defensive array to be deactivated so that they could resume the battle against the defilement. Woohoo, 1,500 cliffhangers. What a pretty number. Chapter 15:012 Choices. Sunny should have expected what question Nephis would ask. The Dread Lord was in Twilight, Soul Stealer was there as well. The city itself was frozen in time. Finally, the truth of how it had been lost was revealed. But what mattered most was that there was also an army of human warriors there, all the people from the Twilight Sea, except for those who had perished during the Siege of Verge and the subsequent retaliation of the defiled horde. Could they really be saved by deactivating the defensive array? Sunny had just the memory to do it. However, the things Mordred had shared with them changed the entire game. Sure, the question Nephis had asked was reasonable. The primary goal of coming to Twilight was to rescue Kai, but they had harbored a tentative hope of finding more allies here as well. Now, even if there was a caveat, it seemed that their hope could come true. But why was it that they needed allies to begin with? It was to have enough forces in order to attack Verge, which was supposed to be guarded by the Legion of Defiled Abominations and the 6 Plagues. Now, 3 of the plagues were gone. Of the remaining 3, 2 were trapped here in Twilight. Numerous defiled had either perished or become frozen in time here as well. Then didn't it mean that Verge was far more vulnerable than they had ever expected, vulnerable enough so that the cohort had a chance of destroying the first Seeker without the aid of powerful allies, perhaps. It was as though the only ally they needed was the Mad Prince. A subtle frown appeared on Sunny's face. Aren't I putting too much trust into a nightmare creature? Sure, the vile madman's motives seemed to align with his. But to what degree? And could an ending envisioned by a demented abomination truly fit what Sunny wanted to achieve? It could not. For example, Sunny would have never massacred Weave and treated Anank so cruelly, but for the Mad Prince, it was a perfectly acceptable course of action. Who was to say that the bastard had not planned for something similar to happen again? What else would he have been willing to sacrifice in order to achieve his goal? Doubt, Sunny was full of doubt. Mordred, meanwhile, raised an eyebrow with an amused smile. He studied Nephis for a few moments, then answered in a pleasant tone. Why, although I can't be entirely sure, it appears so. Yes, there seems to be an army of awakened warriors in Twilight, all waiting to resume the battle against the defilement. He paused briefly. Do remember that there is also an army of the nightmare creatures there, complete with 2 dreadful defiled champions. But what of it? The point is moot, unless you have discovered a method to control the defensive array of Twilight during your travels, of course. Mordred looked at each of them in turn, and then asked with a hint of curiosity. Have you? Jet raised her eyebrows slightly. You seem to be strangely certain that we have. The Prince of Nothing chuckled. I'll admit it. Yes, I am quite confident that you do indeed possess the means of lifting the curse enveloping Twilight. The spell is always fair, after all, in its own perverse way. Granted, I find its treatment very distasteful this time around. I have been left with no choice but to rely on others to help me escape this predicament, more or less. He smiled, but that is exactly why I believe that you, the others in question, must have a way of helping me free myself. Otherwise, the spell would have been entirely unreasonable, which it never is. Sunny scoffed. Help you? Do we have a reason to help you? All of us are in this mess because of you. If it wasn't for you and your schemes, the Battle of the Black Skull would have never happened, and we wouldn't have ended up in this damned nightmare. Mordred studied him with a friendly smile, then shrugged nonchalantly. Such a small trifle. Are you still mad about it? You should really learn how to let go of past grievances and forgive people, Sunless. Holding on to spite is a terrible way to live a life. Just look at me. You spoke so convincingly about not wanting to serve the great clans, then went and joined the army of valor anyway. But am I mad? No, I graciously forgave you a long time ago. He looked at them with reproach, waited for a few moments, and shrugged. Well, if that does not convince you, there is still your friend Nightingale. You might not feel very motivated to help me, but what about him? You aren't going to leave him to rot in Twilight, are you? Sunny glared at the Prince of Nothing for a bit, then grimaced and shook his head. No, most likely. And yes, we do have a way to control the defensive array. However, it is not a given that we should. He looked at Nephis and said, his voice somber. As I see it, we have 2 choices. One is to enter Twilight, deactivate the array, then try to kill the Dread Lord and Soul Stealer with the help of Daron's army. If we survive, the 7 of us will lead that army to besiege Verge and finish off Torment and the First Seeker. His expression darkened. The other choice is to leave Twilight without facing the Dreadlord and go directly to Verge, just the 5 of us. There can't be that many defiled left there, serving Torment. It will be dangerous, of course, but perhaps less dangerous than fighting the Dreadlord and Soul Stealer. Mordred coughed. Aren't you forgetting something? Abandoning your friend to avoid danger. Ah, how heartless. Really, Sunless, I thought better of you. Sunny gave him a dirty look. Who is abandoning who? If we manage to destroy the First Seeker, the nightmare will be over. Both of you will return to the waking world as saints without having done anything. Mordred shook his head. What if you fail? At the risk of sounding presumptuous, you know what I am capable of. Don't you think that having me with you will increase our chances of escaping the nightmare? 7 is much better than 5 anyway. There is no reason to settle for less when you can have more. Sunny remained silent for a while, then sighed and looked at Nephis. Honestly, he found himself agreeing with Mordred, not only because having the Prince of Nothing fighting by their side would be a boon during the assault on Verge, but simply because leaving Kai behind did not sit right with him. Sunny was not a superstitious man, but he knew more about fate than most. Sure, in theory, a person could conquer a nightmare without contributing anything to its completion. But in practice, the spell was never that kind. One way or the other, trying to hide and bide your time almost always invited disaster. So even if there was no logical reason to worry about Kai, Sunny had a feeling that simply leaving their friend frozen in time would not end well, both for him and for them. After hesitating for a few moments, he shook his head. "I don't know, Neph, it's your decision." She glanced at him, then shrugged. Her answer was just as he had expected. "What is there to decide? Let's kill the Dread Lord. Well, go conquer the nightmare after he is dead." Chapter 1502, Flawed Reflection. Nephis remained silent for a few moments, then shook her hand and gripped the hilt of her sword. Sparks of white flame were still dancing in her beautiful gray eyes. "I am not suggesting it rashly. We have already faced 2 of the 6 plagues, so we know how fearsome they are." Mordred looked at her in surprise. "Wait, you did?" She nodded, "Yes. There were unique circumstances that allowed us to exploit their flaws. As a result, Undying Slaughter killed Devouring Beast and was then finished off by the 5 of us. She had been greatly weakened, and still, we barely managed to survive that battle." Nephis glanced at Sunny. Then a hint of a smile appeared on her lips. Glancing at Mordred, she said, "Oh, and Sunny personally erased the Mad Prince from existence, so thoroughly that there's not even a corpse left. So the 6 plagues are now down to 3. Sunny stared at her incredulously. Everything she had said was technically true. The Mad Prince had indeed been erased from existence by Sunny because Sunny was the Mad Prince. There had not been a corpse left by the transition either. But why did it sound so misleading and outrageous? Did she just steal a page from my book? Was it really the right time to tease him? Nephis, meanwhile, ignored the amused smile on Mordred's lips and continued. "In any case, I am not underestimating the threat posed by the Dread Lord and Soul Stealer. I would not have suggested facing them directly in other circumstances, at least not without being able to thoroughly prepare a battlefield of our choosing. But the situation is different here in Twilight. Here, we'll have an army of allies on our side. This might very well be the best chance of slaying these monsters we'll ever have, one I am unwilling to pass by." She remained silent for a few moments, then sighed. "However, I will not force anyone to follow this plan. You'll have to decide for yourself." As soon as she was done talking, Mordred smiled brightly. "Why, I think that it is a great plan. Lady Changing Star, you are truly wise. Your exalted reputation is very well deserved, it seems. How wonderful." His smile was perfectly sincere, but Sunny knew the bastard well enough to guess what he was really thinking. Something like, "It's just a shame that I'll have to gruesomely kill you in the future. Well, since it's inevitable, I might as well try to enjoy the process when the day comes." Sunny's eyes darkened. He stared at Mordred for a bit, then spat through gritted teeth. "I don't mind killing Soul Stealer. Oh, and the Dread Lord either." Jet simply shrugged. "We'll only ever challenge a 3rd nightmare once. Might as well do it right." Effie was the last to speak. Holding her belly, she hesitated for a bit, then smiled. "I mean, we're not really going to leave Kai in this pit, are we? Let's come up with a good plan and crush those bastards. Or, if we can't, let's grab Kai and run away in the chaos. I'm sure we can manage that, at least." Finally, all eyes settled on Nephis. She nodded solemnly and looked at Mordred. Her face was motionless, with only the white flames dancing in the depths of her striking gray eyes. "See, Lord Mordred, we are willing to help you escape Twilight. However, there is a condition." He raised an eyebrow. "Oh, do tell what you have in mind." She remained silent for a while, studying him, then said in an even tone, "As I already mentioned, we were able to slay Undying Slaughter. However, it wasn't because we were more powerful than her. Instead, it was because we managed to exploit her flaw. Since the plagues are defiled versions of ourselves, the knowledge of their flaws is the best weapon we possess." Nephis crossed her arms and added, her expression somber, "Sadly, the Dread Lord does not possess a flaw that we can exploit. That already robs us of our main advantage. As for Soul Stealer, we simply don't know what his flaw is. Only you know that. So if you want our help, you'll have to share that knowledge, at least in case it can help us defeat him." Mordred looked at them with a pleasant smile. Then he laughed. "You want to know what my flaw is? How daring. Should I help you tie a noose around my neck while we're at it?" Nephis did not respond, simply staring at him with her radiant eyes. Slowly, the smile disappeared from Mordred's face. He sighed, then shook his head with a reluctant expression. "Forget it. Soul Stealer's flaw cannot help you kill him anyway, because it's not here." Confused, Sunny gave him a long look. "What do you mean, it's not here?" Mordred shrugged. "I mean just that. My flaw is not here in the nightmare. I didn't bring it along. It would be quite foolish to carry something that dangerous around, wouldn't it? His expression was a bit dejected, as if he was not happy about having to share even that little piece of information with them. Sunny, meanwhile, was stunned. What kind of flaw can be Car? Wide around or left behind? Does it exist outside Mordred? He had never heard about a flaw like that. But then again, he had never heard about someone like the Prince of Nothing. Divine aspects were both extremely rare and bizarre, so who was to say that Mordred's flaw wasn't just as odd? Nephis sighed, so how do we kill him? Mordred grimaced. Kill him is not going to be easy. As you might know, I am famously hard to kill. He hesitated for a moment, then pointed to Sunny. Soul Stealer won't die if you destroy his physical body. He might not even die if you destroy his soul. To truly get rid of him, we'll need to destroy his reflection, and there are only two ways to achieve that. The Prince of Nothing paused, then reluctantly shared the secret of how he could be killed. First is to defeat him in a soul battle when he tries to take possession of your body. Of all of us here, Sunless has the best chance of accomplishing something like that, perhaps changing Star as well, followed by me. With all due respect, the rest of you don't stand a chance. Effie and Jet shrugged in unison, none taken. Cassie, who had remained silent before, finally spoke. What is the second way? Mordred nodded. The second way is to destroy his physical body while there are no other bodies around, and no reflections for him to flee into either. Needless to say, that way is not very feasible, so we'll have to somehow lure him into the soul of either Sunless, Lady Nephis, or me. His face suddenly grew dim. Mind you, even I don't know what Soul Stealer's transformation ability is, so he might give us a nasty surprise. In fact, I am pretty sure that he will. Sunny smiled darkly. That's all right. We are full of surprises as well. Not the least of which is that the Mad Prince is supporting us from beyond the grave. He knew that I would receive the Crown of Twilight. He also knew that I'd come to see Wind Flower and learn about its connection to the defensive array of this city. The mad bastard had most likely trapped the Dreadlord and Soul Stealer in frozen time himself, while I'll be the one to release them. Surely, all of it is not a coincidence. Nephis nodded. Let us share information. After learning everything you know about Twilight, we will come up with a plan and prepare. A strange, faint smile appeared on her lips. And then we will make sure that the three plagues are no more and only torment remains. We will win. Chapter 1503, Approaching Twilight. 1503, Approaching Twilight. Sunny and his companions had come to Twilight expecting a battle, and now that battle was swiftly approaching. The identity of the enemy was far more fearsome than they had expected as well. In fact, it was far too fearsome, while the scope of the battle was far too great. The situation had changed too fast, leaving Sunny shaken. It's strange. He had spent, how long? Around 8 months in this nightmare. It was already longer than his stay in the Kingdom of Hope had been, and that was without even considering the long stretches of time that passed without being experienced by him. But still, Sunny had not expected the culmination of the nightmare to happen so suddenly. And that was what the battle in Twilight promised to be, the most dreadful and deadly confrontation they would experience in the tomb of Ariel. The threat Verge posed paled in comparison to it. If they were to win here in this lost and forsaken city, the rest of the nightmare would be simply an epilogue. Of course, that was only so because of Nephis and her longing. Still, Sunny was struggling to adjust to the shifting landscape of the nightmare. Nevertheless, he was ready. Now there were 6 challengers working together to pass the dreadful trial of the spell. Well, 5.5, considering that Mordred's physical body was frozen beyond the walls of Twilight. 3 of them possessed divine aspects. 2 were among the most deadly masters in the world. There was Cassie as well, whom Sunny could not even place into any kind of power hierarchy. Together, they tried to come up with a plan to kill the Dread Lord and liberate Twilight. Or rather, an approach. There was too little information and too many unknown factors to formulate a specific plan. The best they could do was learn everything there was to learn and come up with various strategies, then switch between them according to the situation. Finally, there was nothing left to discuss. Standing in the mirror version of the floating fortress once again, the 6 of them looked beyond its walls, into the twilight haze of dawn. Mordred was strangely withdrawn. Eventually, he smiled. There is no point in wasting time. Remember, stay close to me at all times. I will try to hide us from Soul Stealer's gaze as best I can." He paused for a moment and then added nonchalantly, "Of course, we can still stumble on that monster directly. If that happens, well, at least it will be painless." With a chuckle, he jumped over the battlement and swiftly climbed down the crumbling wall of the fortress. The rest of them followed, careful not to make too much noise. Luckily, there were no spikes protruding from the base of the fortress on the other side. Sonny and his companions were able to descend easily, stepping on the carapace of a dead behemoth that floated in the still water below the wall. Mordred was already there, waiting for them. The chain barrier protecting the city was broken, but it was not the only defensive measure prepared by Twilight. The Dread Lord paid a heavy price to reach the city wall. Ah, but you can see for yourselves, a thrilling sight, isn't it? Sonny did not share his enthusiasm. The surface of the great river in front of them was covered by a carpet of giant corpses. The abominations that had perished here had been terribly mangled, their grotesque bodies littered with ghastly wounds. Here and there, broken ships were floating in still water, with masts that rose into the haze like dead trees. Taking a step forward, Mordred headed to the edge of the carapace. "We can move freely here in the mirror realm. If we weren't in a reflection, however, the frozen time would have already started to envelop us. The most insidious part is that we would have been none the wiser. Eventually, our time would have halted entirely without us ever knowing. Ah, what a terrible fate." Reaching the point where the carapace of the dead abomination disappeared underwater, he easily jumped onto the next one and beckoned them to follow. "Come, the sooner we reach the heart of the city, the better." Together, the six of them traversed the dreadful field of floating corpses. With each step, Sonny felt his mood turning more and more grave. The horrid landscape surrounding them was somber, bleak, and silent, but it was proof that an act of unimaginable violence had taken place here once, a long time ago. More than that, the reflection of Soul Stealer could be somewhere close, stalking the twilight haze. He could not allow himself to lose focus. Damnation! Guided by Mordred, the cohort moved from one carcass to another, sometimes walking across the shattered decks of empty ships. There was not a single living soul aboard them. However, the closer they got to Twilight, the more well-preserved the corpses of the dead crew members seemed. "You noticed it, I guess." Mordred lingered for a moment, glancing at one of the dead warriors. The man looked as if he had only died a few days ago. The Prince of Nothing walked past. This close to the city wall, time is already very slow. It will stop completely beyond it. Just as he said that, they finally saw the walls of Twilight. Unlike Weave and Fallen Grace, which were built by connecting a scattering of island ships, Twilight had been built on a single, vast landmass. Or rather, perhaps, landmass was not the right word to describe it. Instead, a carapace of an unfathomably immense nightmare creature served as its foundation. Sonny felt petrified when he realized just how enormous that abomination must have been once. It was far greater than anything he had even seen, incomparable to even the gargantuan black turtle. And yet, it was dead now, its colossal bones supporting a sprawling city. Makes sense. Unlike Twilight, the other settlements on the Great River had not been ruled by a sovereign. Daron had been capable of slaying a colossal horror like this, but not the Sibyls. Therefore, their cities had to be composed of individual island ships, while his did not. There was one thing that became painfully obvious when Sonny witnessed Twilight. The bestial Serpent King he had fought was a pale shadow of his former self. If they had clashed when Daron was at his peak, Sonny would have been obliterated before even knowing what happened. And yet he lost this battle. Sonny shivered. Were they all mad, to think that they had a chance to prevail where a supreme demigod had failed? Chapter 1504, Frozen City. 1504, Frozen City. The walls of Twilight were tall and imposing, built from stone and reinforced with the scales of powerful nightmare creatures. In the dim twilight of the early dawn, they looked like towering black cliffs. However, now these cliffs were shattered and ruined. Many sections of the wall had collapsed, others had been breached or severely damaged. The corpses of dead abominations piled high, reaching the ramparts in several places. The siege of Twilight had truly been terrible. But what caught Sonny's attention the most was not the devastated state of the city wall, but the eerie nature of the devastation. Time was indeed frozen in twilight. Shards of broken stone hung in the air, unmoving. Rivers of blood were like abstract sculptures carved from ruby. Dancing flames had turned into motionless, searing blossoms. It was as though some deity had frozen the world in the middle of a fierce battle. "We will have to be more careful now." Mordred's voice was strangely somber. His usual amused smile was nowhere to be seen, instead the prink. Eye of Nothing seemed full of grim apprehension. Looking at the breached walls of twilight, he sighed. "Soul Stealer is most likely inside the city. We will move stealthily through the back streets and reach the palace. Once we are there, the memory of yours better work, Sunless." Sunny suppressed the desire to grimace. If even that bastard was nervous, the rest of them had to be ready for anything. Without having to say much, they entered the city through one of the breaches in its wall. Finally, twilight lay in front of them in all its glory. It was entirely unlike the other cities Sunny had seen in the dream realm. There were a few similarities, of course, like the extensive use of materials scavenged from the nightmare creatures in construction, for example. But the architectural style of the Twilight Sea was very unique. It was both robust and airy, paying more attention to practically than aesthetics, but at the same time expressing the latter in a myriad of subtle ways. Fitting for a culture that had come from a world of water and frequent storms. Sunny did not pay a lot of attention to how the city looked, however, taken by what was happening on its streets. There, countless humans were frozen in the midst of a terrible battle against vile nightmare creatures. Hundreds of thousands, no, millions of them. Some had been frozen in the middle of swinging a sword. Some had been frozen in the middle of being torn apart by the swarming abominations. The gruesome sight of the frozen battle was both strange and disturbing. But what shaken Sunny the most was not the eeriness of the motionless slaughter, but the faces of the people of Twilight. Not a single one of them seemed frightened or desperate. Even those who were dying maintained calm expressions, their eyes full of cold resolve. They did not show anger or fury, either only chillingly dark killing intent. Just what kind of army did the Serpent King create? Sure, humans from the Twilight Sea had come to the tomb of Ariel after witnessing the destruction of their world, which had to have changed them. But they were still people. Sunny had spent plenty of time with seasoned soldiers, and none of them was immune to human emotions. Not all of these people were soldiers, either. Some were awakened, while most were mundane. Some were old, while some were young. And yet he did not see a single person trying to flee or cowering in fear. Strained, Sunny suddenly felt uneasy about their chances of becoming allies with these alien people. However, he did not have time to ponder these matters. Mordred was already walking ahead, carefully maneuvering between the frozen warriors. They entered a narrow street and stealthily advanced toward the center of the city. As they did, Sunny found himself near their guide. He hesitated for a while, then asked quietly, "You've been here for a long time. Don't these people seem a bit strange?" The Prince of Nothing glanced at him with surprise. "How so?" Sunny frowned. "They are too stalwart, I guess." Mordred thought for a few moments and shrugged. "I'm not sure. All people seem a bit strange to me." "Figures." Sunny scoffed internally, but since he was already talking to Mordred, he decided to ask another question. "You must have been really surprised to learn that there's another you walking around, huh?" "I know I was. It's a really weird feeling." The Prince of Nothing raised an eyebrow, then grinned. "Is it weird? Ah, it must be, if you say so." Sunny stared at him impassively. What a curious answer. He did not speak after that, preferring to keep quiet. Who knew how good Soul Stealer's hearing was? Eventually, they crossed the outskirts of the city and entered its middle part. The battle seemed much more intense here, as if all participants, both the nightmare creatures and the humans, were rushing toward the heart of Twilight. Strangely enough, there were not that many abominations here. Sure, each of them was immensely powerful, but the defenders of the city still seemed to have an upper hand. The forces of the defilement were being suppressed by them. It made sense. A normal battle would progress in a similar fashion. The invaders would have to fight their way into the city, so their forces would gradually diminish the further away one traveled from the walls. There was just one odd detail. Somehow it seemed that the epicenter of the battle was not behind them, at the outskirts of the city, but instead ahead of them, near the palace of the Serpent King. Sunny extended his shadow sense outward and frowned, feeling the row of buildings coming to an end not too far away. And indeed, they soon reached a wide open space. Mordred lingered just before entering the square, seemingly tense. Nephis studied the wide square as well, her hand resting on the hilt of her sword. Is there another way? The Prince of Nothing slowly shook his head. Not really. The whole city is built like a fortress. The inner districts are separated from the rest, so we want be able to reach them without exposing ourselves at least a little. Still, as you can see, the skirmish happening on this square is especially fierce. With so many humans and abominations frozen on it, we can at least hide among them. She frowned. Let's go, then. They entered the square and walked between the motionless warriors. The battle was indeed especially furious in this area. There were so many people and nightmare creatures here that their bodies formed a bizarre labyrinth. Sometimes, Sunny found it hard to squeeze between their frozen figures. Crouching, he crawled beneath a sword that was being plunged into the neck of a repulsive abomination. Standing up, he had to twist his body to avoid touching a frozen fountain of ruby blood. Then, he came face to face with a warrior whose arm was being severed by the fangs of a towering nightmare creature. Sunny shivered. The humans and the abominations were not statues or lifelike mannequins. They were entirely real. He could see every hair, every bead of sweat, every drop of blood on the fangs of the frenzied monsters that surrounded him. All of them were simply frozen in time, and although Sunny knew that it could not happen, he found it hard not to feel as if these warriors would start moving any moment now. The swords would come down, the frozen blood would flow, and the hungry maws would snap shut, turning the silent square into an inescapable hell of bloodshed and violence. Just keep moving. He forced himself to ignore the ominous feeling and advanced forward, step by step. Very soon, however, Sunny collided with Mordred's back. The Prince of Nothing had chosen that moment to stop walking for some reason. What's the matter? Annoyed, Sunny looked up and froze, noticing how grim Mordred was. His mirror-like eyes were reflecting the frozen world, full of blood and darkness. A moment later, the Prince of Nothing looked back at them and smiled. Then he said in a perfectly calm tone, "Stay absolutely still." Chapter 1505, Shape of His Soul. 1505, Shape of His Soul. All of them froze, fading into the chaotic scene of the motionless battlefield. Surrounded by unmoving warriors and nightmare creatures, the six masters were nearly indistinguishable from them. Sunny and Mordred were next to each other, while Nephis was a few steps away. Effie and Jet were right behind her, separated from the rest of the group by a few meters. They held their breaths. Soul Stealer is near. Sunny did not see or sense the defiled saint, but there was no other reason for Mordred to warn them. The Prince of Nothing looked too tense. A pleasant smile was playing on his lips, but his eyes were full of cold darkness. Sunny saw his own pale reflection in them, and then he saw something else there as well. A cold shiver ran down his spine. Did something move at the edge of the square? He did not dare to speak aloud, but there was the blessing of dusk. Activating the enchantment of the shroud of graceless dusk, he established a mental connection between himself and Mordred. What is happening? The Prince of Nothing remained as motionless as a statue. Even his eyes continued to stare at the same spot. However, his answer arrived shortly. Why, what else? Soul Stealer is here. He must have sensed us. Sunny suppressed a strong desire to grit his teeth and calmed his heart. Making sure that it wasn't beating too loudly, he asked, "How didn't you say that you would hide our presence from him?" A hint of dark amusement appeared in Mordred's eyes. Did I know? Not quite. I only said that I would try to hide it, remember, which I did. He paused for a moment and added in a dejected tone, Soul Stealer's mirror realm encompasses the entire city. Therefore, he can perceive everything that happens here all at once. I've been manipulating countless reflections to mask our presence, every puddle of water, every shard of glass, every polished sword, every pair of eyes. Forgive me for making it sound like an easy task, but it's not. Regardless, we've only come this far because of me, but now it seems that our luck has run out. Sunny forced himself to remain calm. It was a bit hard. considering that an even more sinister, more evil version of the Prince of Nothing could have been following their scent. So what now? Mordred shifted his gaze slightly. Now well, might I suggest praying? Perhaps that monster won't notice us. After that, he fell silent. Damn it. With no other choice, Sonny continued to stand in place, pretending to be one of the frozen warriors. They had discussed the possibility of something like this happening, of course, but only as the worst-case scenario. To think that their plan would be at the risk of being derailed before the battle even began, this step had been supposed to be the easiest one. The true hardship would arrive when the array was deactivated, and the battle against the defiled legion resumed. A few moments passed in absolute silence. And then Sonny felt it, the ground beneath his feet shaking subtly, as if something terribly heavy was approaching them with measured steps. He could not turn around and take a look, but Mordred's eyes were like two mirrors. The bloody scene of the frozen battlefield reflected in them, and so Sonny caught a glimpse of the creature that emerged from between the houses, entering the square. His blood turned cold in his veins. Soul Stealer, or rather the reflection of Soul Stealer, looked unlike anything he had imagined. Undying slaughter and devouring beast had been changed and twisted by the defilement. However, they still resembled their former selves. Soul Stealer did not. In fact, he did not resemble anything Sonny had ever seen. The vague figure that entered the square did not look like a human, but it did not look like an abomination either. Instead, it was like an amalgamation of countless people and numerous nightmare creatures, all fused together into a harrowing patchwork monster. The contours of its body constantly changed, as if light refracted when touching it. Or maybe they were indeed changing, shifting from one shape to another. With each of its steps, the ground shook. Gods, what the hell is that thing? Sonny was appalled and more than a little bit rattled, not only because of how eerie and alien the reflection of the creature looked, but also because there were 7 nodes of vile darkness permeating its monstrous body. Soul Stealer was a corrupted titan. Sonny shifted his gaze and stared at Mordred for a moment. It was the source of this horror, standing next to him with a pleasant smile on his lips, using that smile to cover the eerie, unnerving wrongness hiding behind it. Should we really be helping this bastard transcend? He hesitated for a moment, then threw these thoughts out of his head. Here in the nightmare, it was good to have Mordred on their side. It was infinitely better, at least, than having him as their enemy. What kind of a weird transformation ability is this? What is he capable of in this form? The Prince of Nothing lingered with an answer. It's not a transformation ability, per se. It's simply the shape of his soul. His physical body looks differently, hidden somewhere in twilight. I've never been able to find it. He paused for a moment. Becoming defiled did a real number on me, didn't it? Bah, so unsightly. With that, Mordred's eyes shook a little. That's not what we should be concerned with, though. The real problem is that the monster is moving straight for us. By then, the quaking of the ground had grown more pronounced. Sonny cursed inwardly, but still remained motionless. Surrounded by frozen warriors and abominations, with his back turned to the approaching Titan, needless to say, every cell in his body was screaming of danger, pushing him to move. So what do we do? Mordred remained silent for a few moments, then suddenly turned his head and looked directly at Sonny. There was no humor left in his cold, mirror-like eyes. I guess it's time for desperate measures. How unfortunate, it's up to you now, Sunless. As soon as Mordred moved, there was a chilling sound from behind them, and something swift tore through the air in their direction. A massive, terrifyingly deep shadow fell on Sonny, making him feel as if he was drowning in it. Damn it! He was already turning, instinctively trying to summon the sin of solace. However, all Sonny saw was the fabric of reality around them cracking like glass, and then shattering to reveal. He was violently thrown out of the mirror realm, crashing on the cobblestones of twilight, the real twilight, not its perfect reflection. Damn it all! The only contingency they had in case Soul Stealer discovered them was to escape the world of reflections altogether. Mordred had managed to send them back at the very last moment, so they were safe for now. But the problem was that everyone, including the Prince of Nothing himself, was now frozen in time. Everyone except for Sonny, who was protected from the influence of the defensive array by the crown of twilight. Standing up, he uttered a quiet curse and looked up at the distant dome of the Serpent King's palace. Now he alone could reach it. Chapter 1506, Heart of Twilight. 1506, Heart of Twilight. The crown of twilight was more than a supreme memory. It was also the symbol of power that Daron, the Serpent King, had wielded, as well as the key to the enchantment array enveloping his city. Therefore, the person wearing it was immune to the influence of frozen time, in a way. Curse it all. There was a cost to remaining unaffected by the frozen time. Looking around, Sonny felt his essence being devoured at a frightening rate. The crown was using it to protect him. Usually, his reserves would have been drained in a matter of seconds, turning him into another prisoner of twilight. But luckily, the crown was also helping him replenish the spent essence. He was still losing more than he was gaining, but at least the rate of attrition was not too great. Sonny would not have been able to traverse the entire city, but now that he was most of the way to the palace, he stood a good chance. As long as he did not waste any time. I should hurry. Their exit from Soul Stealer's mirror realm must have been a violent one, because Sonny was not on the square anymore. Instead, he found himself somehow thrown a few hundred meters away from his previous position, at the edge of the inner district they had been aiming for. He was protected by the crown, but his shadows were not. Therefore, Sonny had kept them tightly wrapped around his body in advance, just in case disaster struck. Now that it had, he did not dare send them to search for his companions. Mordred had to have sent everyone into the real twilight. Here in the true version of the Lost City, Soul Stealer was just as powerless as the rest of the frozen abominations. But the rest of the cohort had become frozen in time as well. So had the Prince of Nothing himself. It was all up to Sonny. We'll find each other when I deactivate the array. Turning his back to the frozen battlefield, Sonny dashed forward. He ran as fast as he could, barely dodging the motionless figures of the warriors of twilight, who all seemed to have been moving in the same direction as him. Here in the inner districts, there were very few rampaging nightmare creatures. However, the signs of destruction were everywhere, as if the city had withstood a devastating bombardment. Many buildings had been entirely shattered, and numerous people had perished under the rubble. Blood was flowing like a river, frozen in time like the rest of twilight. Sonny was an ascended terror, and so his running speed was far past being superhuman. He navigated the frozen city as best he could, but it was hard to maintain that speed on the crowded streets. On more than one occasion, he failed to react in time and collided with the frozen warriors of twilight or pieces of shattered stone hanging in the air. Each time he was tossed back, as if hitting an indestructible wall. The people and objects frozen in time were completely immune to outside influence, and so he could only avoid them. Arg, damn it. Finally, he was forced to slow down. This close to the palace, there were too many people for him to run, and too many destroyed buildings to try moving across the rooftops. Using Shadow Step was only going to rob him of precious essence, so he had to continue on foot. After struggling for several minutes, Sonny finally pushed his way through the crowd of frozen warriors and entered the heart of twilight. In front of him, separated from the buildings by a vast, ravaged park, stood the Serpent King's palace. However, Sonny did not pay any attention to its magnificent grandeur and unique architecture. Raising his gaze, he looked at the grandiose dome of the palace and shuddered. What the hell? A harrowing, beautiful creature was perched on top of the cracked dome, its talons piercing the crumbling stone. Its glistening scales were the color of the midnight sky, appearing entirely black in the dim twilight of the early dawn. Its vast wings were open, obscuring the heavens. Its sinister eyes burned like distant, cold stars, full of malevolent will and merciless fury. It was a dragon. The dragon's terrifying maw was wide open, frozen in the middle of a deafening roar. Porcelain fangs glistened in the dismal darkness, each resembling a sharp mountain peak. The tyrant of the night sky was beautiful. No, it should have been. But instead, it somehow appeared dreadful and utterly hideous. A vile, tyrannical aura emanated from the giant creature, suffused with festering madness. Even unmoving, it instilled Sonny with cold terror. That dragon was the target of the countless warriors who were rushing toward the palace. They assaulted him like a sea, only to be broken, mutilated, and thrown back. Blood and mangled bodies were falling down like rain, frozen in the air by the halted time. Sonny allowed himself to remain still for a moment, enthralled by the eeriness of this harrowing scene. The Dread Lord. So the Dread Lord had attacked the heart of the city directly. Daron's palace was already partially destroyed, its dome on the verge of collapsing. It was unclear if the throne room even existed anymore. Sonny gritted his teeth and rushed forward. There is something eerie about this scene. The hideous dragon made for an ominous and startling sight, but the warriors of Twilight were equally haunting. The way they threw themselves into the maws of death without a hint of doubt or agitation made Sonny feel uneasy. There were mundane humans among them as well. Surely, they realized that nothing they could do would harm the defiled saint. Did they really know no fear? Throwing the unnecessary thoughts out of his head, Sonny climbed over the rubble and entered the palace. He did not have a lot of essence left, so there was little time to find the throne room. Once there, he would also have to figure out a way to use the Crown of Twilight and deactivate the defensive array. Sadly, it did not come with an instruction manual. Damn it all. Sonny followed the widest of the corridors, hoping that they would lead him to the throne room. Daron had been a sovereign and brought a cohort of saints with him into the tomb of Ariel. Surely, he would have built his palace to accommodate their transformation abilities. Most of the areas within the palace were only meant for humans, but the truly important places had to be large enough for saints. Otherwise, if an enemy suddenly attacked, they would not be able to show their strength. The throne room would, without a doubt, be one of these important places. At least Sonny hoped so, knowing that he did not have enough time left to scour the entire palace. Soon, a huge gate appeared in front of him, now broken and turned into a pile of debris. Behind it was an enormous hall. Stark rays of light fell through the cracks in the dome above it, plunging it into twilight. At the center of the hall was a tall dais with an imposing throne on top of it. The throne was cut roughly from stone. More precisely, it was cut from a single slab of lusterless black stone. Sonny stared at it for a brief moment. Found it. Daron's throne, all of it, had been cut from a fragment of the estuary. It was the lock of the defensive array of Twilight, while his crown was its key. Chapter 1507 Twilight Throne. 1507 Twilight Throne. Sonny stared at the black throne. The grand hall of the Serpent King's palace was empty and dim, stone debris littering the floor and hanging in the air, dust particles frozen in the stark rays of light. Despite the cataclysmic battle happening outside, it was perfectly silent, except for the hoarse sounds of his breathing. Right, let's do this. He felt a complicated mix of relief, anticipation, and dread. Relief and anticipation because he had made it in time, dread because the battle against the horde of the defilement would resume the moment he accomplished his task. The monstrous soul stealer, the harrowing Dread Lord, they were going to have to fight these beings. Sonny still remembered the terror of facing a corrupted titan in battle. The winter beast alone had been enough to wipe out the remains of the first evacuation army and the millions of refugees in Falcon Scott. The deathly frost of that dark day had seeped into his bones. But today was going to be different. All the members of the cohort were here. Mordred was here, too, and a vast army of warriors from a distant realm, all seasoned veterans of the nightmare spell. Sonny had grown much stronger as well. Well, kill them both. Shaking off the momentary hesitation, he walked toward the black throne. As he did, Sonny noticed something behind the dais. The throne room was not entirely empty. After all, someone was standing there, frozen in the middle of looking up at the crumbling dome. A tall and elegant figure wearing ivory armor, which was tied at the waist with a burnt umber sash. Auburn hair, green eyes. Sonny froze for a moment. Kai. So this was where the spell had sent his friend. Kai had been in the throne room all along, frozen in time and not even aware of what was happening around him. All the long months that had passed were like a moment to him. Sonny did not even know whether to feel jealous or sad for his friend. Looking away, he put his foot on the first step of the dais. Hang in there, buddy. I'll release you really soon. His essence was getting dangerously low. Climbing on the dais, Sonny stopped in front of the black throne, unsure what to do. The first idea that came to his mind was to sit on it, like Daron must have done when he held court in the past. But somehow, Sonny did not like that idea. He never aspired to be a king of anything, let alone of a city whose former king he had killed. Magnificent thrones were not really his thing. He was already plenty happy with his handy shadow chair. Ah, whatever. Feeling a sense of urgency, Sonny took a step closer and suddenly noticed a circular groove carved into the back of the throne. Its size and depth seemed just about right. Cassie had destroyed the time enchantment of Alethia's island by inserting the key into a slot carved into the estuary fragment. Following an impulse, Sonny took off the crown of twilight and brought it to the circular groove. As soon as he did, an invisible force pulled the band of dark metal out of his hand. The crown fitted the groove perfectly, merging with the black stone of the throne. Luckily, its connection to his soul had not been cut. Sonny could still make use of its enchantments. He also felt a different, much vaster connection being established between his soul and something immense. The city itself, perhaps. Taking a deep breath, Sonny looked up at the cracked dome of the palace and pulled on that connection, giving a mental command. In the name of Daron, the Serp, Nt King, in the name of Wind Flower of the Twilight Sea, and all those who have fallen, lost from light, order time to flow once more. For a few moments, nothing happened. The grand hall of the palace was just as still and silent as before. But then a loud sound tore the silence apart. It was the sound of a shard of stone falling on the floor. Sonny turned swiftly and saw pieces of debris scattering across the marble tiles. His eyes widened when he realized the significance of what just happened. Then it was as though an invisible ripple spread through the world. The dust that had been hanging in the air, motionless, moved and danced in the rays of light. The shard of stone raining from the cracked dome of the palace plummeted down one after another, breaking against the marble floor. A muffled murmur of the disastrous battle seeped through the stone walls of the palace, sounding like the rising sea. I actually did it. And then something struck the dome with a deafening noise, making the whole palace shake. Sonny felt claws of fear grasp his heart. Yes, he had indeed done it, and now it was time to face the consequences of what he had done. There was an evil dragon right above his head right now, hell-bent on slaughtering every human in Twilight. There were also the members of the cohort lost somewhere on the streets of the city, a dreadful mirror titan, and an army of eerie warriors whose loyalty had to be won somehow. But first, tearing the crown of Twilight from the groove cut into the black throne, Sonny put it on his head and hurriedly dashed toward the lone figure standing beneath the dais. Kai was just now starting to move. He swayed a little and took a step back, stumbling over the first step of the dais. Before he could fall, however, Sonny caught him and started dragging him away from the throne. The charming archer looked very confused. Sonny, what is happening? Are we in the nightmare? Feeling the palace quake once again around them, Sonny cursed inwardly. Hey Kai, short version, yes, we are in the nightmare. There is an evil version of you who is an abominable dragon trying to eat us right now. Don't worry, though. There is also an army of alien warriors from a destroyed world to help us kill him, the dragon. The rest of the cohort is also here somewhere. We got separated when a corrupted titan attacked us in the mirror version of this city, which was frozen in time. But now I thought it, I guess. Sonny glanced at Kai and smiled. Oh, and also, Effie is pregnant. The archer stared at him with wide eyes for a few moments. I know. Sonny almost stumbled. What, you know about the plagues, the Twilight Sea, and the defensive array? Kai shook his head and outstretched one arm, summoning his bow. No, I mean I know about Effie. She confided in me weeks ago. I have no idea what the rest of the things you said mean. Sonny stared at him incredulously, feeling hurt for some reason. So she told Kai, but she didn't tell me. HMPH. He couldn't help but say vindictively. Actually, I knew months ago. Which was still later than Kai, but technically true. Kai gave him a strange glance, then opened his mouth to say something. But at that moment, Sonny froze. Something was very strange about the palace. It took him a moment to realize what had changed. Why is everything so quiet? The muffled sounds of the furious battle raging outside had disappeared at some point, plunging the world into eerie silence. Sonny felt his hair stand on end. He had a dreadful premonition that they had made a terrible mistake, somewhere. Chapter 1508 Unleashed. 1508 Unleashed. "Sonny, what is it?" Kai must have read something from his expression. But Sonny did not know how to answer. He was suddenly in a state of mild panic, feeling like there had been a mistake in their plan. They must have misunderstood the situation somehow. But what was there to misunderstand? Twilight was besieged by the forces of the defilement. In the middle of the battle, the Mad Prince had activated the defensive array, trapping Soul Stealer and the Dread Lord in frozen time, and therefore escaping from the clutches of his master. The madman had also manipulated the events of this cycle to make sure that Sonny arrived at Twilight wearing the Serpent King's crown. He must have wanted the battle to resume, so that his future self, free of being enslaved to the Dread Lord, could turn its tide and destroy the Tyrant of Verge. "Right. I don't know, something is wrong." Sonny gritted his teeth and pulled Kai to follow him, aiming to leave the throne room as soon as possible. They had to traverse the battlefield and find the other members of the cohort first. Together, they would stand a much better chance of surviving the clash with the defiled legion. But before he could take another step, the palace shuddered, throwing both of them to the ground. There was a deafening rumble behind them, and the great hall was suddenly much brighter than it had been before. A whole section of the dome shattered and collapsed, revealing the beautiful twilight sky above, and the giant head of the harrowing dragon that had broken it. Enormous chunks of stone fell down, burying the black throne beneath debris. Luckily, Sonny and Kai had already distanced themselves from the dais. Otherwise, they would have been buried with it. Damnation! The Dread Lord's head passed through the breach, hovering in the air on his long neck. His eyes shone with starlight, full of sinister madness and malevolence. Then the harrowing dragon pushed his enormous body inside, causing more of the dome to collapse. A moment later, he landed in the throne room with a loud thud, and the palace shook once more. Strangely enough, though, it did not look as if the Dread Lord was chasing them. Instead, it almost looked as if he was escaping something. Towering above Sonny and Kai, the dragon gazed at them and opened its maw, his porcelain fangs glistening in the dim twilight. Sonny cursed inwardly and called upon his shadows, at the same time summoning the sin of solace. However, before he could, a thunderous voice suddenly resounded in his mind, causing him enormous pain. "Stop!" And following the Dread Lord's command, Sonny halted, frozen in place. It was as if the dragon's words were the law and he was unable to disobey. What but the shadow bond? By his side, Kai was frozen still, as well. It was only then that Sonny realized that the Dread Lord had not used the shadow bond against him. It was simply the authority of his voice. It was Kai's ascended ability, amplified and made more terrible by the dragon's corrupted rank. Kai's power had always been more than a little bit sinister. The charming archer was a good and honest person by nature, so he only ever used it to inspire his allies and influence nightmare creatures. However, in the hands of someone less decent, it had the potential to produce truly terrifying results. Being able to make anyone do anything, at least those of lesser ranks than you, was very much like wielding absolute power over them. And power, as everyone knew, corrupted. Sonny had always known that his friend's aspect had a scary side to it. That was why he was not too surprised to learn that it was the gentle and caring Kai who had become the dreadful Lord of Verge, with Kai's upright character destroyed by the curse of the defilement. The insidious side of his aspect would have had nothing to keep it in check anymore. However, knowing and experiencing it himself were two different things. "Curse it!" Paralyzed by the dreadful command, Sonny kneeled in front of the towering dragon. Somewhere else on the devastated streets of Twilight, Nephis was released from the inescapable trap of frozen time. Disoriented, she fell and rolled, jumping to her feet a moment later. All around her, the time shackles binding the warriors of Twilight were slowly coming undone. Their cold eyes were regaining the spark of life. Their chests were beginning to rise and fall as they breathed for the first time in countless years. Their weapons glistened as they reflected the light of dawn. Sonny was gone. Considering that the defensive array had been deactivated, he must have reached the palace already. Mordred of Valor was nowhere to be seen. He had returned to his physical body, which was lost somewhere in Twilight. Cassie, Effie, and Soul Reaper Jet had to be somewhere nearby, but she couldn't see them. We can still win this battle." Although the cohort had been separated when escaping Soul Stealer's mirror realm, their primary goal was achieved. Time had been unfrozen, and the warriors of Twilight were released. Now they just had to regroup, join forces with the defenders of the city, and overcome the invading legion of abominations. The battle would not be easy, it would be cruel and harrowing, maybe even lethal. But when had it ever been different? Nephis took a step forward and hesitated for a moment, looking at the warriors around her. Suddenly she had an ominous premonition. Something felt wrong about the scene. I need to convince them. She was a stranger to these people. They did not know that countless years had passed since the start of the battle, that their king was dead, and that their world had long been destroyed. That challengers from an alien realm had entered the nightmare, hoping to prevail where their predecessors failed. But still, the spell had a way of simplifying things. In its terrible world, there were humans, and there were nightmare creatures. Nephis might have been from a different world, but she was also a human, therefore. She was a natural ally simply by virtue of not being a nightmare creature. Looking at the defenders of the city, Nephis pushed down the familiar, debilitating discomfort of talking to strangers and said, her voice bright and clear, "Warriors of Twilight, I am." And then something odd happened, forcing her to fall silent and grip the hilt of her swow. "RD." Countless people crowding the street all turned to look at her. They did so with perfect synchronicity, their hollow eyes devoid of any emotion. Their eerie faces were calm and motionless. None of them said anything, simply staring at her in ominous silence. Seeing herself reflecting in thousands of emotionless eyes, Nephis realized that something was terribly, terribly wrong. She might have been a human, but these people were not anymore. A harrowing realization struck her like a bolt of lightning. They are. They were Soul Stealer. All of them. Nephis finally realized her mistake, but by then it was already too late to change anything. Chapter 1509 Stolen Bodies. 1509 Stolen Bodies. The frozen battle they had witnessed was not a battle between the defiled legion of Verge and the defenders of Twilight. Instead, it was a battle between the Dread Lord and Soul Stealer. The two defiled saints must have clashed as soon as the last true bastion of humanity in the tomb of Ariel had fallen. Perhaps it was because they had needed each other's power before that. Perhaps it was because Soul Stealer had finally become capable of resisting the authority of the Dread Lord after devouring the souls and stealing the bodies of millions of humans in Twilight. Can it be his transformation ability? To split his soul into countless shards, all beholden to one sinister will. That would be a terrifying power in the hands of someone as devious as the Forsaken Prince of War. He had already been insidiously dangerous due to his ability to slither into human souls and wear their bodies like costumes. What if Mordred of Valor could possess not one, but several stolen bodies at the same time? Or millions of them after becoming the Soul Stealer? Surrounded from all sides, with countless hollow eyes looking at her with an eerie lack of human emotions, Nephis took an involuntary step back. However, there were countless taken warriors standing behind her as well. There was nowhere to retreat, no path to salvation. Except for the impossible one she could try and cut for herself. She gritted her teeth. At least Sunny is not here. As numerous humans moved toward her, Nephis looked at them with cold resentment and unsheathed her sword. Not too far away, Effie, Jet, and Cassie found themselves inside a half-collapsed building. The blind girl was the first one to regain her senses, catching the tall huntress before she could fall. Pieces of rubble rolled on the cracked floor, the noise of their fall sounding thunderous in the eerie silence of the frozen city. Although by then, the city was not frozen anymore. Out there, all around them, twilight was beginning to stir. Jet summoned her scythe, looking over the collapsed wall of the building. Beyond the rubble, on a narrow street, the figures of the stalwart defenders of Twilight were slowly coming back to life. There were no nightmare creatures nearby, only people. But her expression was troubled for some reason. "They're moving." Effie regained her balance and followed Soul Reaper's gaze. A small smile appeared on her lips. Doofus must have reached the throne room then. She looked at the human figures outside. "Those guys seem a bit weird though, huh? I guess it's only natural for people from a different world. Well, at least they're tough. Soft people don't survive the spell." Her voice gradually faded away, replaced by a tense silence for a moment. Why are they staring at us like that? Before Effie could finish the sentence, a delicate hand appeared in front of her eyes, covering them. Cassie was standing on tiptoes, preventing her from looking at the warriors of Twilight. Jet was slowly backing away. Before the huntress could react, Cassie spoke in a grave and urgent tone. Effie, take Soul Reaper and yourself into the locket, now. Effie hesitated for a moment but did not ask any questions. A moment later, her figure disappeared. So did Jet's. They were gone, safely transported to the idyllic meadow. All that remained was an iron locket on a black cord, which fell to the ground. Before it touched the cracked floor, however, the cord was caught on the blade of a slender rapier. Raising the quiet dancer, Cassie caught the locket and cautiously put it around her neck. Then, she turned to face the approaching figures. Behind the silver half-mask, her beautiful blue eyes were cold and somber. The tip of her rapier shook slightly, then moved, pointing at the emotionless humans. Somewhere else, Mordred fell to the ground and gasped when his bloody stump hit the rubble. A pained groan escaped from his lips, then a stifled chuckle. Looking up, he observed the ruined street. All around him, humans and nightmare creature were being slowly released from the shackles of frozen time. Their weapons moved, their maws opened hungrily. Blood flowed onto the cold stones once more. Mordred remained motionless for a moment, looking upon the world through countless reflections. Then his eyes widened lightly. So that's how it is. An amused smile twisted his cracked lips. Leaning on his sword, Mordred struggled to stand up and grinned when he felt countless eyes, and yet only a single gaze landing on him. Ah, how unfortunate. All his reflections had been destroyed. He only had a single soul core left, reducing his power to that of a mere beast. His own ascended body was missing a hand, while his best spare was nothing more than an awakened squire with a modestly useless aspect. Truly, the circumstances couldn't have been worse. Well, at least things wouldn't be boring. He had spent so many months, or was it years already, hiding from his defiled self in complete solitude. Any kind of excitement was better than that dull existence, no matter how fatal it would turn out to be. Such wonderful odds, I feel refreshed. Smiling, he raised his sword and pointed it at the nearest warrior. Then his smile disappeared, replaced by an expression of cold contempt. His mirror-like eyes calmly reflected countless approaching figures, full of dark killing intent. I haven't had the pleasure of putting down repugnant things like you in a long, long time. Come, if you dare, let's see which one of us will be the last one standing. Mordred took a step forward as well. Back in the Serpent King's palace, Sunny was kneeling on the marble floor, paralyzed by the dragon's command. The Dread Lord towered above him, and Kai, full of sinister malevolence. Looking at the terrifying porcelain fangs of the defiled saint, Sunny felt a dark sense of foreboding. Cursed! Where were the warriors of Twilight? Why had they not stalled the damned herald of the estuary at all? The battle had not even properly started, and he was already in such a desperate situation. Sunny could almost feel the shadow of death pulling him into its cold embrace. He looked at the Dread Lord bitterly. At least Nephis is not here. Sunny was in a desperate situation, but not a hopeless situation yet. There were still things he could do to try and get himself and Kai out of this predicament alive. He just had to gamble with their lives and hope for the best. Before he could, though, a human figure suddenly appeared at the edge of the broken dome of the palace, and then another and another. The warriors of Twilight had finally caught up with the Dread Lord. Chapter 15, 10 Kings' Resentment. Chapter 15, 10 Kings' Resentment. 15:10 Kings' Resentment. Sunny could not even turn his head to take a better look at the humans that had appeared above the ruined throne room, standing on the edge of the collapsed sections of the dome. At least he knew now that the army of Twilight was not gone. It was still out there, beyond the walls of the palace, fighting against the invading abominations. Fighting against the Dread Lord and Soul Stealer. Thank the dead gods. He had no hope that these few warriors would be able to defeat the dreadful dragon. If they had the ability, there would have been no need to plunge Twilight into the eternal trap of frozen time, to begin with. But they could at least distract the Dread Lord for a few moments. which would give him an opportunity to somehow rid himself of the command, perhaps. Once Sonny was free and reunited with the other members of the cohort, they would join the defenders of the city and help them slay the defiled saints. He was already planning his next actions when something strange happened. The people who had climbed the dome of the palace jumped down into the throne room without hesitation, which wasn't that strange in and of itself, except for the fact that not all of them were equally powerful. The few masters among them landed easily, ready to attack the next moment. The awakened warriors were less graceful, crashing heavily on the marble floor. Most frightening of all was that there were mundane humans among them as well. The height of the dome was too great for them to survive the fall. They hit the floor with repulsive sounds, painting it with their blood, dying senselessly. What are they doing? Witnessing the dreadful scene, Sonny felt horrified. Dozens of people were emotionlessly jumping to their deaths, not even hesitating before taking the fatal plunge. It was so appalling, so meaningless, so inhuman. His eyes widened as a terrible suspicion surfaced in his mind. As those of the warriors who were strong enough to survive the jump dashed forward to attack their enemy, the harrowing dragon simply swiped his tail, pulverizing their bodies into puddles of blood. A crimson haze spread through the dim twilight of the great hall. Sonny was suddenly nauseated. Soul Stealer, those people were taken by Soul Stealer. The strangeness that he had felt from the moment the cohort entered Twilight, the eerily emotionless faces of the defenders of the city, their cold, empty eyes. The morbid revelations that Nephis had experienced moments before flooded Sonny's mind, forcing him to shudder, or at least try to. The Dread Lord's command held his body firmly in place. Impossible, impossible. There were millions of people in Twilight. How could Soul Stealer have possessed them all? What kind of monster could do that? What kind of conscience could control millions of puppets, reflecting false copies of their souls? He reeled, remembering the ghastly being they had seen in the mirror version of Twilight. That being, the reflection of Soul Stealer's own twisted soul, had looked like a repulsive amalgamation of countless humans and nightmare creatures, all joined together into an abominable patchwork monster. A demented, fractured monster like that probably could. Sonny felt utter despair, but also a strong desire to curse. That goddamn Mordred, even when he's on our side, he's still such a disaster. How could a person be such a bad omen? Whenever the Prince of Nothing appeared, something utterly terrible was bound to happen. Calm down. There was no point in seething with anger at Mordred. There was no point in wondering how Soul Stealer could have devoured all of Twilight, or why he and the Dread Lord were fighting each other. None of that would help Sonny survive the current situation. It was also not going to help him salvage that situation. But could it even be salvaged? Weren't all of them already doomed? The plan had been based on completely wrong information from the very start. No, we can still win somehow. There had to be a way. Sonny felt sick to his stomach and frightened for Nephis and the rest of his companions, who were lost somewhere out there, on the streets of Twilight, surrounded by the numerous bodies of Soul Stealer. Especially Effie, who was much more vulnerable to the insidious powers of the Mirror Wraith than the rest of them. But he could not do anything about that, at least not now. In fact, Sonny had his own dire problem to deal with. The Dread Lord might not have been as utterly horrific as Soul Stealer, but he was still a foe far more dreadful than words could describe. And dealing with him was now up to Sonny. No matter what else happened, the Tyrant of Verge had to die. I have to kill that fiend, I have to kill him somehow. The Dread Lord had already dealt with the Soul Stealer puppets that had pursued him into the throne room, but more were pouring over the edge of the broken dome like morbid rain. The two plagues were fighting each other, which was good for the cohort. But their clash did not mean that Sonny and his companions would not be destroyed in the process. In fact, now that they were here in Verge, they had become alluring tools for the defiled saints. The Dread Lord was, without a doubt, capable of using his authority to turn them into deadly weapons against Soul Stealer. Soul Stealer, meanwhile, could empower himself even further by taking their bodies. Damn it all. The Dread Lord's authority, it was a manifestation of Kai's ascended ability, and Kai's ascended ability was a mental attack of sorts. Sonny already possessed a very high resistance to mental attacks, but that resistance was relative. It was enough, for example, to shrug off an order given to him by Kai, a fellow master. But in front of a defiled saint, and one as immensely powerful as the Dread Lord, it had proved to be insufficient. A complete immunity to mental attacks, however, was much less relative. In fact, it was closer to being absolute. As fate would have it, Sonny possessed a memory that could grant them just that, albeit at a cost. Unable to move, he used the Shroud of Dusk to send Kai a mental message. Kai listened to me carefully. His friend did not move. He was unable to, but his response arrived shortly. I am listening. Sonny took a deep breath. When I start moving, think of me as an enemy. Don't get close. It will be dangerous. With that, he sent his essence into the crown of twilight. King's resentment enchantment description. This memory grants the wearer complete immunity to mind attacks, but plagues them with irresistible wrath instead. The next moment, Sonny felt the invisible shackles holding him in place shattering. And at the same time, he felt a fury so vast that it couldn't be described, with words shattering his mind. His thoughts were incinerated by the terrible, mad, boundless ire. He lost awareness of who he was, what he had to do, what he hoped to achieve. All he knew was that he had to destroy, kill, hurt, annihilate everything, everyone. All of them. I am lost from light. Some small vestige of his sanity remembered to utter his true name, hoping that it would anchor his crumbling mind. But it didn't work. All it did was remind him of the tools he had at his disposal to visit utter devastation upon the world. A low, bestial growl escaped from his mouth. And then a wicked smile appeared on his lips. The crown of twilight had another gift to give him. A nearly endless amount of essence. Now that the defensive array was deactivated, nothing was draining his reserves anymore. It was all at his disposal. Jumping forward, son. NY called upon the shadows, surrounding himself in a sea of them. Then a giant serpent with black scales, clad in a fearsome onyx armor, emerged from the sea of shadows, murderous wrath burning in his mad eyes. Slithering across the ruined floor of Daron's palace with stunning speed, the monstrous serpent created in his image lunged at the towering dragon and coiled himself around the winged horror's mighty body. Without wasting a single moment, Sonny opened his terrifying maw and tried to sink his fangs into the Dread Lord's neck. Chapter 15, 11 Drowning Star. 15:11 Drowning Star. Nephis saw the Serpent King's palace sway from afar. Its dome was collapsing, and a net of cracks appeared on its walls. However, she had no time to pay attention to what was happening in the distance. The street she had found herself on was crowded with countless warriors, and all of them were moving toward her, an eerie emptiness hiding behind their ruthless eyes. Hundreds of them, thousands even, and that was only on this one street. Enemies were in front of her, behind her, and on all sides. There seemed to be no escape from this human flood. Their hands were already reaching toward her, aiming to catch her and push her down. Surrounded by the undulating mob, Nephis struggled not to surrender to primal fear. Before the first hand touched her chainmail shirt, she took a stance and lashed out with her sword. The movement was ingrained into her very bones, absorbed by both her body and mind. Mass, speed, force, space, and time. Levers and fulcrums, transfer of energy. That was what swordplay was, deconstructed to its most basic pillars. Her body was a versatile and intricate tool for expressing these principles. Of course, there was another element to it, one that existed outside the scope of fundamental physics. Thought. After all, the most perfect tool would be useless without a conscious will to guide it. And thoughts, both her own and those of her enemies, could become a tool in turn. But that was much harder to master. The severed hand fell to the ground, bright blood spilling on the cobblestones. A normal human would have recoiled in terror, or at least showed a reaction. Even a nightmare creature would not have completely ignored the loss of a limb. However, the empty shell hosting the perverse consciousness of Soul Stealer did not pay it any attention, continuing its lunge at Nephis. She had calculated that the warrior would not be deterred, as well. Shifting her weight, Nephis turned her torso and allowed the warrior to brush past her. At the same time, she gave him a measured shove. The man was already losing his balance, so that was enough to send him stumbling into the wall of people to her left. Her sword had never stopped moving. After severing the arm of the nearest human, she pierced the neck of another, then slammed the guard of the sword into the third, all in one fluid motion. By then, the hand she had used to shove the first warrior was already landing back on the hilt, giving her more leverage and therefore speed. And therefore freedom. Nephis exploded into motion, shredding the bodies of the closest attackers like a hurricane of steel. A bright radiance suffused her skin, making it seem as though a merciless spirit of light was moving through the crowd of mortal warriors. One after another, their bodies seemed to melt in that light, severed and cut apart. The white radiance was soon tinted red, shining through the bloody haze. Faster. Her mind was silent and clear, moving at incredible speed. She perceived a million details about her environment, seamlessly assimilated these observations into a comprehensive understanding, and instantly formulated flawless responses to the shifting landscape of the battlefield. The silver longsword cut down anyone who entered within its reach, knowing no mercy or hesitation. Crimson blood was boiling and evaporating from its incandescent blade. Nephis was alone, surrounded by thousands of enemies. However, that was all right. Many of these people were awakened, but most were mundane. They were much slower than her, much weaker than her, much more fragile than her. More than that, numerical advantage had a limit to how much it could help them. After a certain point, it did not matter. The bodies of these warriors all took up a certain amount of space. Only so many enemies could attack her at the same time, obstructed from approaching her by the walls of the surrounding buildings and the bodies of their own comrades. So, it wasn't like Nephis had to fight with thousands of Soul Stealer's marionettes at the same time. She only had to fight against a dozen or so at once, and those she could kill. But what did it matter? She could kill a dozen. She could kill 100, 1,000, 10,000 maybe, but she couldn't kill millions of them. Sooner or later, she would grow tired. Her essence would run dry. Soul Stealer would send the more powerful awakened and swarms of stirs to confront her. Warriors who could bulldoze through the walls of the buildings, destroying her only advantage, would appear, as well as those possessing insidious aspects and arsenals of potent memories. In the end, she would be buried under a mountain of human flesh and torn apart. What do I do? Nephis cut down an awakened warrior wielding a long spear, severed a mundane soldier in half, pushed through the rain of blood, and pierced the throat of a heavily armored swordsman. The enchanted plate armor could not stop her blade, parting in front of it like paper. She kicked the swordsman's body, sending it flying back to crush and maim a dozen hollow-eyed warriors. There was only a split second remaining before she would receive a blow on her back. Spinning around, Nephis sliced through the descending sword, the attacker's arms and his neck. What do I do? There were still thousands of enemies surrounding her. If anything, there were more of them now than there had been before. Despite the gruesome deaths of the first wave, their faces remained cold and emotionless. Their eerie eyes were full of emptiness and chilling malice. They were still advancing, aiming to bury her under an avalanche of bodies. Nephis moved, knowing that she could not stay in place. She was faster than them, after all, and although a wall of steel and flesh surrounded her from all sides, her sword was sharp enough to cut it down. She cut, pierced, and crushed. She calculated every move, both of her own and of her enemies, perfectly. She was 10 steps ahead in her calculations, even plotting a bloody course through the flowing mob in advance. That was the only way not to drown in the flood. What do I do? Where was Sunny? Where was Cassie? What happened to Effie and Jet? Were they still alive, or had they already been taken as hosts by Soul Stealer? What about Kai? Had he escaped the trap of frozen time only to be devoured by the Mirror Fiend? What about Mordred of Valor? What had happened to him? Distracted by these thoughts, Nephis allowed the tip of an enemy's spear to strike her shoulder. The chainmail shirt held, but the cadence of her fluid sword dance was thrown into disarray, forcing her to scramble and recalculate dozens of movements. What was she supposed to do? Surrounded by thousands of enemies, Nephis looked ahead somberly. Then furious white flames ignited in her eyes. Kill them all, I'll just kill them all. I'll try at least. Her sword flashed, countless lives turning to ash in the incandescent glow of its blade. Chapter 15:12 Chaos and Mayhem. 15:12 Chaos and Mayhem. Somewhere far away, Mordred was in a similar situation. Of course, he did not possess the physical strength, speed, and resilience of Changing Star of the Immortal Flame clan. However, he did possess his own arsenal of tricks. I wonder, He had escaped into a section of the city where the ground had been broken by some titanic blow. Shallow water covered the cracked cobblestones, with ruined buildings rising from it like islands. The twilight sky reflected in the water, turning it into a beautiful painting of soft colors. Mordred was using the reflections to stay ahead of his pursuers. Countless human figures were surrounding him, their weapons hungry for his blood. If I tried to possess one of them, what would happen? Usually he would have to bet his life against the soul of his victim, armed only with their reflected power. But these warriors had no souls. They had long been destroyed by Soul Stealer, that imposter. So would Mordred have to battle against the soul of the defiled saint? Or the reflection of the dead victim's soul? Whose power would he be able to reflect? He was both curious and reluctant to find out. Not just yet, at least. Dodging a swift sword, Mordred pierced the attacker's throat, dodged another strike, and jumped back. A subtle frown appeared on his face. Inconvenient. The worst part about slaughtering these hollow vessels was that they were just that, vessels. There were no souls inside the bodies of the taken warriors, and so he was not growing stronger from killing them. Otherwise, Mordred would have been able to slowly restore his monster core, maybe even the demon core if he was diligent and lucky. With those, he could create a new reflection or two. Without them, things were proving difficult. He would have preferred slaughtering actual people instead. What was it that Sunless likes to say? He emotionlessly cut down a young woman wearing an archaic garment and sighed. Damnation! The ring of enemies surrounding him was growing tighter. He couldn't do much against them. With one hand, all Mordred could do was flee. Stepping into the reflected sky, he appeared a few hundred meters away, in the middle of a furious clash between the vessels of Soul Stealer and a swarm of nightmare creatures that were still loyal to the dread lord. So the imposter has a limit too. Why hadn't Soul Stealer taken these abominations as well? Mordred's smile, as he finished off a lumbering monstrosity. Finally, he felt his soul growing stronger. Was it because destroying the souls of those already taken by the defilement was harder? No, it wouldn't be. Mordred had slain plenty of nightmare creatures that way himself. So, it had to be because it was easier to destroy the souls of those who were not defiled. Why? He lingered suddenly. Don't tell me. Was it because those following the path of ascension could be infected by the defilement during the soul battle, all but dooming them to lose? Suddenly, he lost all curiosity about facing Soul Stealer. Becoming defiled? Mordred wanted none of that, because it ran contrary to his goals, of course, but mostly because the imposter was rather pathetic. Sure, Soul Stealer was mighty. Sure, he had reached the level of power that Mordred struggled to fathom. However, he was also a bit brainless. None of the warriors Mordred had killed showed a tenth of his skill with the sword. Gone were his cunning, his foresight, his resolve, and those were much more valuable than control over a million clumsy flesh puppets. It seemed that corruption, or perhaps splitting his soul between countless beings, both humans and abominations alike, had rotted Soul Stealer's mind, turning him into a madman. And not even a brilliant madman at that, just a dull monster. Mordred would have loved to continue pondering the undeniable inferiority of his monstrous twin, but at that moment, his sword failed to penetrate the carapace of another nightmare creature. He had killed a few already, using the rest to stall the Soul Stealer's vessels, but this one had turned out to be more powerful than he thought. As a sharp claw tore his chest open, Mordred grimaced and thrust his hand into the water. Then, he pulled a human body out of it, that of an awakened warrior wearing the colors of clan valor. The next moment, Mordred's eyes grew empty, while the warrior's eyes ignited with sinister intelligence. A moment after that, Mordred's own body plunged into the shallow water, disappearing from sight. Wearing the familiar body of Squire Warren, and wielding his aspect, he dove under the abomination's body and cut open its unprotected belly. A few dozen more, and it'll become a monster again. Mordred dashed away, escaping before the dying nightmare creature crushed him with its weight. It was okay if Warren's body was destroyed. He had plenty more to choose from, some of which he had hidden from Changing Star and her cohort. He could take the bodies of these abominations as well. But what was the point? As Mordred continued to coldly kill the defiled, his expression grew dim. So what if he killed them? So what if he regained a few soul cores? The situation was still inescapable. For once, he saw no way to survive, let alone win. Even his usual path of escape was cut off, since Soul Stealer was perfectly capable of haunting the reflections as well. Are we all going to die here, in this godforsaken city? Wasn't it a bit too ironic, poetic even, to die by his own hand? One thing kept Mordred's spirit up, though. It was that girl, Kasha, Song of the Fallen. She might have had others fooled, but he knew that the blind witch was not as simple as she looked. Someone like her had to have something planned, without a doubt. She wouldn't have led her companions here otherwise. But then again, Soul Stealer had gone through the same ritual as Mordred. Neither of them was easy to perceive through divination. How else would that monster have escaped Torment's gaze and rebelled against the Dread Lord? I don't know. Mordred pushed an old man in weathered leather armor into the maw of a hideous nightmare creature, then pierced the creature's eye while it was busy devouring the poor fool. His expression was somber. At this point, we'll need a miracle to pull through. But when had the world been generous with miracles? If something truly astonishing happened, it was always a curse instead. Some distance away, Cassie had fled toward the breached walls of Twilight. Here, there were more nightmare creatures fighting against the vessels of Soul Stealer, and therefore more mayhem and chaos. Using that chaos, Cassie was still struggling to keep herself alive. Blood was pouring from a deep wound on her neck. Pressing her hand against it, she moved through the terrible jumble of human and monstrous bodies, somehow avoiding all the swords, claws, and fangs. Sometimes she was only a split second away from death, but each time, that split second was somehow enough to save her. Her face was pale and bleak. An iron locket rested on her chest, wet with blood. How much time do I have left? She didn't know exactly. Far away, the Serpent King's palace shuddered, coming undone. There, in the ruins of the throne room, Sunny coiled his giant serpentine body around the Dread Lord, trying to crush his bones. His fangs were scratching the impenetrable midnight scales, leaving deep grooves on them. Die, you worm. Losing all reason, he could only think about tearing the odious dragon apart. However, killing a defiled saint was not an easy task. Chapter 15:13 Furious Shad. 15:13 Furious Shad. Sunny had transformed himself in the image of the Serpent King. However, he was not as powerful as Daron. His onyx body was giant compared to a human, but it was still much smaller than the Azure Serpent had been. Much more importantly than that, it did not possess the power of a great beast. Sunny was merely an ascended after all, and even though the shadows he had used to form the onyx serpent were more powerful and ancient than him, the essence that had manifested them was that of a master. 6 shadows were augmenting his shell this time, but Nephis was not here to grant him the blessing of her flame. And although the Dread Lord was weaker than the Azure Serpent had been, the dragon was also not littered with gruesome wounds and nearing death. None of it mattered to Sunny, though. Consumed by frenzy, all he knew was the mad desire to rip his enemy apart. Kill you, I'll kill you. His fangs pressed down on the impregnable dragon scales, leaving deep grooves on their dark surface. His mighty body coiled tight around the Dread Lord, restraining and crushing him. I'll kill you no matter what. However, the harrowing dragon was full of ire and murderous will, as well. Even though his most dreadful power, the tyrannical authority of his voice, had proved to be futile when used against Sunny, he still had plenty of means to destroy the insolent slave. A furious roar shook the dim throne room. And at the same time, an insidious whisper resounded in Sunny's clouded mind. All that effort to escape, and yet here you are. Sunny vaguely realized that the Dread Lord was confusing him with the Mad Prince and doubled his effort to tear open the vile worm's throat. At that moment, however, his enemy finally moved. Its tail whipped across the great hall once again, crushing countless Soul Stealer vessels. At the same time, he strained his wings against the coils of Sunny's giant armored body, causing cracks to appear on the surface of the mantle. Much worse than that, the Dread Lord lowered his head and bit into Sunny's own neck. His porcelain fangs pierced the onyx armor plates and sank into the shadows, tearing them apart. It did not matter, though. Hidden deep within the onyx serpent, Sunny let out a mad laugh. More shadows flowed from the open gate of the shadow lantern, mending the wounds delivered to his shell by the odious dragon. He had plenty more hidden away, and his essence was nearly limitless here in twilight. If the dread lord wished to win, he had his work cut out for him. "I'll bleed you dry, one drop at a time." Finally, one of his fangs slid between two scales and cut into the tough hide beneath. Tasting blood, or maybe simply imagining tasting it with a tongue made of shadows, Sonny let out a triumphant growl. Continuing to maul the shell's neck, the dread lord threw his massive body down. Tangled together, the dragon and the serpent rolled across the ruined floor of the throne room, making the whole palace shudder. The marble tiles were pulverized into dust, and countless hollow vessels were turned into puddles of shattered bones and blood. "Is Kai alive?" The thought flashed in Sonny's mind and disappeared. He did not care. He did not even really remember who Kai was. All he could feel was bloodlust and rage. Crushed under the weight of the dread lord, his serpentine body was coming undone. His neck was shredded, and his head was moments away from becoming separated from his body. Even though he was mending the damage, the hateful dragon was tearing through the shadows faster than Sonny could manifest them. But he tasted the dragon's blood. Sonny was full of dark glee. His coils moved, a ridge of spikes growing from his spine. His body was like a circular saw now, sending clouds of sparks flying from the points where it ground against the dread lord's scales. More blood flowed, falling to the shattered floor like drops of silver flame. Flame, letting go of Sonny's neck, the dragon pierced him with a loathsome gaze and opened his maw. Hidden within the serpentine shell, Sonny gritted his teeth. But what came out of the dread lord's maw was not a torrent of flame. Instead, it was an eerie, melodious, otherworldly sound. It almost sounded like a song. And enveloped by that harrowing song, the giant body of the onyx serpent shattered. Terrible cracks appeared on its surface, the shadows melting into a tenebrous haze. A deafening sonic boom sent a hurricane of stone dust into the air, and Sonny was thrown away, his shell torn asunder. Freed from the crushing embrace of his coils, the dread lord rose, his eyes burning with demented hatred. His gaze landed on the torn remains of the onyx serpent, searching for the human body hidden within. As he was looking, though, a radiant arrow hit the side of his head, a fiery X. Explosion bloomed, pushing the dragon's head aside. Hovering near the cracked dome of the palace, Kai gritted his teeth and drew the string of his bow again. The dread lord opened his maw, wanting to give the archer another command. But at that moment Kai screamed, "Shut your mouth, you traitor!" And although the authority of his voice was not nearly powerful enough to restrain the defiled saint, the dread lord's jaws did freeze for a moment. That moment was all Sonny needed. The two parts of his severed body slithered across the shattered floor like snakes and connected, almost instantly growing back together. His ravaged head rose, baring its fangs, and sank them into one of the harrowing dragon's wings. There the scales were much thinner and easier to pierce. More soul-stealer vessels were already pouring into the throne room. These were not as weak as the previous ones. Very few of them died from the fall, which meant that there were much more awakened and ascended among them. Kai let another arrow loose. The dread lord looked around in fury and let out an infuriated growl. Then his wings moved, raising a hurricane. The bastard was trying to fly away. Or so Sonny thought. Unwilling to let the enemy go, he tried to hold on to the dragon's wing, but it was of no use. He was thrown aside, crashing heavily on the ground. The walls of the throne room were falling now, unable to withstand the battle of two giant beasts. Soon the whole palace was going to collapse. Surrounded by hurricane winds and dust, the dread lord was rising into the air. He was already reaching the broken dome, ready to break through it and cause the entire thing to crumble. Sonny looked up in fury. "No, no, no, you want escape." Coiling his massive body like a spring, he sent it flying into the air. His leap produced a shockwave that shattered the walls of the throne room and made the palace quake. His head collided with the dread lord, sending the dragon crashing through the remains of the dome. But then, gravity pulled him down. Sonny howled in fury, and, responding to his wrath, his tenebrous body flowed and shifted, changing form. Giant wings sprouted from his back and struck against the air, sending him flying up. Wreathed in darkness, a grotesque figure pursued the harrowing dragon into the sky. A moment later, the six chitinous legs of a giant, monstrous butterfly made of shadows struck the dread lord's scales. Chapter 15:14 Burning Rust. 15:14 Burning Rust. The dome of the Serpent King's palace entirely collapsed, falling under its own weight in a colossal cloud of dust. Two enormous, dark figures rose from the cloud, vaguely visible as they tangled together in a furious struggle. Down on the streets of the city, Nephis was making her way to the crumbling palace. She was fighting against the human flood, the radiance of her skin shining brightly in the dim twilight of the early dawn. Her incandescent sword had turned into a blur, followed by a trail of crimson haze. She had long lost count of how many enemies she cut down, how many bodies she sundered, and how much time had passed since the start of this nightmarish battle. No matter how many vessels of the Soul Stealer she destroyed, their number never decreased. Instead, it only grew. More and more of them flooded from all sides, rushing to pierce her flesh with their swords, their spears, their arrows, their nails and teeth. Their power had grown as well. There were more awakened warriors surrounding her now and more ascended. Their powers were like a constant hail that relentlessly assaulted her, lethal and unpredictable, growing more perilous with each step she took. But something else grew with it as well. Her will. Slowly but surely, Nephis was shaking off the burden of doubt that had covered her heart like rust at some point. Little by little, its weight had added up, until she became pressed into the ground by it without even noticing. Here, in the throes of this macabre slaughter, there was no place for doubt. There was only combat, steps, lunges, and feints. The movements of her sword, the movements of her body, the measured ruthlessness of her mind, the cold lethality of her skill. The empty eyes of her enemies, the perilous sheen of their weapons, and the inevitable moments of their deaths. This was clarity. This was the stark world where only pain and will existed. She was always tormented by harrowing pain. Pain burned everything away, leaving only will. And Neph's will was to kill them all. She cut through countless humans, erasing them from existence with her sword. Their bodies come undone under its blade, forming a gruesome path. A river of blood flowed where she had passed, paving the way. Her blood was in that river as well. Nephis moved with dreadful speed and chilling precision, rending the flesh of her enemies like a radiant, flawless, fatal machine. Lifeless corpses fell to her feet, men and women, young and old. All severed and mutilated, their bodies gappy. NG with horrible wounds. But she wasn't unscathed either. Just then, an awakened warrior used a strange aspect ability and bypassed the steel wall of her defense. His cleaver landed on her shoulder, biting into the chainmail. Her armor held, and her bones held as well. But the impact slowed her down, allowing an ascended champion to ram a spear into her back. The chainmail broke, the white tunic beneath it was pierced, the spearhead plunged into her flesh. Snarling, Nephis sent the awakened flying with a kick and twisted, her sword cutting through the shaft of the spear and the ascended's head. The bloodied spearhead dissolved into a rain of sparks, and the radiance suffusing Neph's skin dimmed a little. Instead of blood, white flame flowed from the wound on her back, mending the torn muscles and broken skin. A moment later, the wound was gone, only the pain remained. Nephis gritted her teeth, the same flame burning in her eyes. "Come, all of you." She plunged into the frenzied mob, calling upon the fires of her soul. Soon, a hurricane of incinerating flames spread through the human river, devouring all who could not resist it. Those who could were cut down by the spirit of light dancing in the midst of the blinding inferno, her sword merciless and unrestrained. The distant palace drew nearer. Nephis had unleashed the flames to burn her enemies, but she couldn't maintain the blaze around herself constantly. Her reserves of essence, no matter how deep, would run out too fast that way. In the end, she released the control of the flame, leaving a burning street in her wake. The hungry fire spread, devouring the broken buildings. The endless, relentless assault of the hollow-eyed vessels continued, unchanged. More and more enemies broke through her defenses, leaving terrible marks on her body. Her bones were broken, her flesh was cut. Her armor became shattered and torn, full of holes, until it crumbled completely, disappearing into a whirlwind of sparks and leaving only a tattered tunic to cover her radiant body. A sharp sword slithered its way to her chest, piercing her heart. Nephis swayed slightly and stared at the man who was holding the sword, a white inferno burning in her eyes. Then she reached with her hand and grabbed his throat, crushing it in an incinerating grasp. The sword slid out of her chest, followed by a gust of flame. At the same time, a battle axe landed on her shoulder, cutting deep, and a beak of a war hammer struck her head. But no blood poured out of the fatal wounds, only fire. Nephis moved, severing the bodies of everyone around her. She did not fall, did not stagger, she did not even slow down. If anything, it seemed as though she had become even faster, even brighter, even deadlier. Washed by the white flame, the heroine's wounds disappeared in the beautiful radiance. Nephis was not going to die yet. No, perhaps she was only getting started. Losing all restraint and not caring about the pain and the damage dealt to her body anymore, she lunged at her enemies, forcing them to reel back. Her sword tore through their bodies, leaving only death and scattering ash in its wake. "We'll show you." Terrible blows rained on her body, but all the gruesome damage they dealt was washed away by the white radiance. The horror! All around her, the streets of twilight were being devoured by the spreading blaze. Of the immortal flame. Nephis was like an undying, insatiable monster of flame that had taken the form of a slender young woman. Now that she had discarded her doubt and her fear, the true horror of her aspect was finally unleashed. No matter how her enemies cut and pierced her radiant body, nothing seemed capable of bringing her down. Her own sword, however, was like an incandescent omen of destruction and ruin, inevitable and inescapable, cutting down everything that stood in its way. Countless lives were melting in front of her merciless blade. Her mind was like a white void. Pain had become will, thought had become flame. Doubt had become ash. Nephis cut a road of blood and scorched bodies through the human flood, refusing to go down. Why would she? These swords, these spears, these arrows, these nails and teeth, she would withstand them all. Using her dormant ability did not diminish her essence, and so she would continue to kill and maim and burn until Soul Stealer came in person to put a stop to her. As long as there was fire, she would light herself on fire. She would endure its harrowing blessing. She would persist. For now, of course, even the Undying were not invulnerable. No one was. Nephis was going to make a fatal mistake eventually. Fatigue and mental strain would accumulate, draining her strength away. Then she would be caught and pinned down or obliterated entirely. But until that happened, she would continue to burn. Burn brightly in the dim twilight of the endless dawn. Chapter 15:15 Formless Shad. 15:15 Formless Shad. High in the sky above twilight, Sunny was being mauled by. Why the dread Lord? The monstrous butterfly shell he had hastily created was battered and torn, bleeding shadows into the air. The shadows dissipated into the beautiful radiance of dawn, disappearing. He had spent months on Alethia's island, fighting against and being killed by all kinds of harrowing creatures. Of course, he had learned a lot about his killers during that time. The hollow butterfly was harder to fathom because it lacked a soul, though, and so its shell was rough and unstable. Sunny did not care. All he cared about was hurting the hateful dragon. His wings had long been broken, failing to regrow, so he clutched onto the body of the dread lord with his 6 sharp legs. His giant eyes were faceted, consisting of thousands of smaller ones, and so thousands of harrowing dragons reflected in their dark surface, filling him with boundless rage. His long beak had just pierced the dread lord's flesh in the spot where a few scales had cracked, mangling it. Sunny felt murderous joy. Bleeding and hurt by that last attack, the dragon spread its wings. His maw opened, and another melodious call escaped from it, battering the monstrous butterfly like a devastating ram. Reeling from the shockwave of the following sonic boom, Sunny felt his shell falling apart and growled, mending it. The dread lord was a step ahead, though. Before the damaged butterfly coalesced back into a stable form, he tore 2 of its legs with his fangs, then broke another with his terrifying claws. Sunny felt his grip on the odious dragon loosen. "No, no, come back here, you hideous worm." Blinded by pain and driven mad by the scent of blood, he laughed. The massive body of the tenebrous butterfly rippled and then flowed, changing shape. Long tentacles shot from its carapace, wrapping themselves around the Dread Lord's wings and pressing them into his body. Soon, a revolting octopus-like abomination was clinging to him, tearing at his scales with a sharp beak. Sunny had no wings anymore, and the dragon could not move his. They plummeted from the sky slower than they were supposed to, considering that Kai, and by extension the Dread Lord, could fly even without wings, but still fast enough. The moment the two of them hit the ground, shattering a dozen buildings and sending cracks running through the carapace of the inconceivable carcass Twilight stood upon, Sunny was thrown off the body of the dreadful dragon. He rolled away, his shell already shifting. By the time the Dread Lord rose, a giant leopard of decaying flesh was already lunging at him, aiming to bite into his throat. Their frenzied battle continued. When they fought on the ground, Sunny assumed the form of a land predator. When the Dread Lord tried to rise into the sky, he assumed the form of a flying monstrosity. When the dragon threw him underwater, he turned into the onyx serpent, relentlessly attacking his loathsome enemy in the murky depths. He was crazed and relentless, but his enemy was both powerful and vicious. Even robbed of his most insidious weapon, the Dread Lord was still a harrowing foe. His mighty body, his sinister mind, and his profane voice were all fearsome, capable of visiting unimaginable devastation upon the world. Sunny was suffering much more than the odious dragon, his shadow incarnation receiving more and more soul damage despite being hidden inside an armored shell. But the dragon was hurting as well. Although the wounds littering his body were not deep, they were numerous, seeping with silver blood. And that was all Sunny wished for. Bleed for me, worm. There was an annoying fly trying to intervene in their battle, hovering around them and sending one arrow after another at the Dread Lord. That fly wanted to steal his vengeance from him, and so Sunny swiped at it with his claws, sending the pest plummeting down. It soon returned, though, drowning him in rage. Just wait a little, it'll kill you too. Everyone, he was going to kill everyone. But the dragon would be first. Even if Sunny had to rip his own soul apart to murder the loathsome worm, he would see him dead. Die, die, die. Even with nearly endless reserves of essence and the boundless fury of the king's resentment fueling him, Sunny was struggling to deal severe damage to the Dread Lord. He vaguely remembered that there was someone else he had to kill, a vile amalgamation of countless beings hiding in the reflections, but he couldn't even slay this winged fiend. Indignant, Sunny broke through the barrier of corpses floating in the water and slithered onto one of the carcasses. Before he could even change his shape, the harrowing dragon bit into his shell, tearing it, and dragged him into the sky. 4 sets of terrifying claws slashed at him, shattering the onyx plates of the shell and maiming his serpentine body. A hateful voice boomed in his head, making him dizzy. You have returned to the source, I see. She is back too, then. Ripping into the crumbling shell with his maw, the Dread Lord laughed at him. Sunny roared in fury. Shall we kill her again? Yes, I'll devour her slowly, right after I am done with you. Nephis, he was talking about Nephis. Deep in the crumbling embrace of his shell, Sunny went absolutely mad. Forgetting everything else except for his rage, he allowed the shell of the onyx serpent to dissolve into a torrent of shadows and escaped their embrace. Landing on the shoulder of the harrowing dragon in his fragile human form, Sunny grasped the hilt of the sin of solace and plunged it between the impregnable scales. Or at least he tried to. As if sensing the cursed blade, the Dread Lord finally showed a reaction. The massive body of the dragon recoiled, sending Sunny flying. He fell through the air with terrible speed, plummeting down, down. There were no shadows for him to safely land into. Before Sunny was splattered against the cold stones, someone caught him, slowing his fall. The two of them hit a stone wall and shattered it, rolling into the courtyard below. Sunny landed on something soft and bounced away. Arg! Leaning on the sin of solace, he rose and looked around with bloodshot eyes. The weathered corpses, the battlements, he knew this place. He was back in the floating fortress where Mordred had welcomed them to twilight. So the worm is afraid of my sword. A twisted grin appeared on his lips, and Sunny finally noticed another figure struggling to stand up from the cold stones near him. It was that annoying fly. Killing it would only take a split second. Before he could do it, though, a massive shadow covered him. Then the battered dragon landed on the wall of the fortress, crushing the battlements with his claws. With silver blood streaming down his midnight scales, the dread lord gazed down at him, starlight burning in his malevolent eyes. His gaze shifted slightly, crushing down on the annoying fly like an invisible force. You. Chapter 15:16 Consuming Wrath. 15:16 Consuming Wrath. Using the fact that the loathsome dragon had been distracted by the fly, Sonny considered his enemy for a moment. His mind was aflame with insatiable anger, so it was hard to think, hard to stay still and contemplate the way to kill his enemy better, even though that was his one and only goal. Somewhere deep down, Sonny knew that he had surrendered his most lethal weapon, his cunning, to the scorching temptation of wrath. But that thought, too, was obliterated by the ocean of boundless rage. That worm is strong. Sonny had called upon his most primal, most destructive power, the shadow shell. He had ravaged the dread lord as a ferocious sea serpent, a dreadful butterfly, a decaying leopard, and many more revolting shapes. His attacks had dealt some damage to the enemy, but none of them had made the dragon real. The only thing that had was the sin of solace. Sonny glanced at the beautiful jade giant. He knows that sword. The Mad Prince had wielded the sin of solace, and so the dread lord would be familiar with the sinister power of the cursed blade. Even if it had never been used against him, he would know and fear it. That was because while Sonny could mutilate the dragon's flesh, the sin of solace could shatter his mind. It had been created from the whisper of Ariel, the demon of dread, after all. And there was no one more familiar with the terror of Ariel's secrets than the dread lord, who was similarly burdened by the knowledge of truth due to his flaw. There was a problem, though. Sonny could only wield the sin of solace in a human hand, but his human body could be destroyed by one bellow from the dreadful dragon. Or maybe not. Grinning madly, Sonny dismissed the jade giant. At the same time, he called upon the shadows once again. They surged from the open gate of the shadow lantern, enveloping him like a dark tide. And then a towering figure rose from that tide. This time, Sonny did not create the shell of a serpent, a butterfly, or a fearsome leopard. Instead, he borrowed a page from the devouring beast's book and created the shell that was a perfect replica of himself, only on a much larger scale. Of course, he couldn't compete with the feral plague, who had stood 100 meters tall. But even at a third of her height, his head still rose above the battlements of the fortress. A furious dark giant made of shadows appeared in the middle of the courtyard, sharing Sonny's appearance. His towering body was covered by a cracked onyx armor, and a whirlwind of sparks surrounded his outstretched hand. Memories were mystical tools. They were created from the soul essence of their wielder and adjusted to suit the wielder's body. That was why Awakened did not need to fit and tailor their armor or mold the hilts of their weapons to their grip. However, things changed once an Awakened reached transcendence. The body of a saint could transform, taking an entirely different shape. It was only then that the limit to how much a memory could be adjusted to fit its wielder revealed itself. Different memories had different limits. Some could still be used by the transformed saints, some could not. Generally, the more powerful a memory was, the more flexible potential it possessed. And Sonny was willing to bet that the sin of solace, a transcendent memory of the fifth tier, possessed more than enough of it to be useful in the hands of a giant, especially because the form he had taken was only different from his own body in size, and therefore did not require the jade giant to stray away from its nature as a sword. All he had to do was pour more essence into manifesting it. 10 times more, 100 times more, 1,000 times more, it did not matter. Sonny's essence was inexhaustible right now. As the shape of a graceful sword, its blade dozens of meters long, started to manifest itself from light, Sonny grinned and dashed forward. It was going to take the sin of solace some time to weave itself into existence, and he would have to occupy the loathsome dragon until then. Struggling to control his massive body, Sonny leaned forward and rammed his shoulder into the wall of the courtyard. The entire fortress quaked and tilted, water pouring in through the broken gates. The wall itself cracked and collapsed, forcing the dread lord, who had been using it as purchase, to lose balance. Before the dragon could open his massive wings, Sonny grabbed onto him and pulled him down. His face was very close to the dread lord's bloodied chest. If not for the visor of the onyx helmet, Sonny would have tried to bite into his throat. "What's this?" Something glistened amidst the silver blood. There between the midnight scales was a scale that seemed different from all the others. It was dull gray, as if forged from iron, and had a peculiar shape. Sonny tried to get a better look at it, but at that moment, he heard the annoying fly shout. Sonny, I can't." "What?" And then a radiant arrow hit him in the back, slid into the crack of the mantle, and detonated inside. "No." The left side of the shadow giant's torso exploded from within. His onyx armor, which had already been severely damaged, crumbled into pieces. His left arm, which had almost grasped the hilt of the Sin of Solace, fell to the ground. At the same time, the dragon's maw closed on his neck, shredding it. The Dread Lord growled, tearing the giant's head off with a terrible pull. Blinded by terrible pain and disoriented, Sonny crashed on the cold stones. His shell fell apart, and he was banished from the embrace of shadows. His body rolled and came to halt in the rubble of the shattered fortress wall. He felt cold water licking his torn skin. The fly, he should have killed it sooner. The loathsome dragon must have whispered a command into the vermin's ear. Letting out a pained groan, Sonny forced his battered body to rise, only to see the Dread Lord's tail swiping at him with terrible speed. Remembering how the hollow vessels of Soul Stealer exploded into bloody mist after being struck by it, he let out a hateful scream and stepped into the shadows. A moment later, he appeared on top of the crumbling wall. From there, Sonny could see the courtyard and the figure of the bleeding dragon below him. He could also see twilight in the distance, barely visible through the haze of dawn. What to do, what to do? Belatedly, he thought about his shadows. Saint, Fiend, Nightmare, they could help him a lot in this battle. Especially Saint, who was immune to all mind attacks and could resist the authority of the Dread Lord. But thinking about them filled him with endless fury. No one was allowed to steal his vengeance from him. No one. Summoning the shadows would only give them a chance to kill the odious dragon before he could. He would never allow that to happen. This is madness. A feeble thought was drowned by the torrent of bloodlust and demented anger. Sonny was not going to allow anyone to steal his victims. No, if he summoned the shadows, it would only be to kill them. Kill them all. In fact, it was exactly what he should have done. Each of them was a shadow creature, and a powerful one at that, suitable to become fuel for his soul. He had painstakingly nurtured them himself, after all. So, wasn't it only right for him to reap what he had sown? Just imagining the flood of shadow fragments he would receive from slaughtering his servants made Sonny smile viciously. Was that how the Mad Prince had become a titan? It had to be. Where else would the vile madman find enough fragments to form the seventh core, here in the tomb of Ariel? Sonny would be wise to follow his example. But first, he had to kill the dragon. And the traitorous fly. Turning his head to look at his enemies, Sonny lingered for a split second. Out there far away, wasn't something strange happening in twilight? Suddenly frozen, he looked into the distance. Chapter 15:17 Supernova. 15:17 Supernova. On the crumbling streets of twilight, a grotesque nightmare creature was mauling another with its fangs, while a rain of swords and spears fell on its tough hide. Each strike caused streams of fetid blood to pour out of ghastly wounds, but the abominations paid it no attention. It hurts." Mordred, who had taken the body of the nightmare creature, was not having a great time. Not only was he being cut and mangled by the vessels of the impostor, but it was also getting hard to breathe. The air was full of smoke, and the buildings around him had caught fire at some point. But he was so close. Finally, the abominations he had been brutalizing shuddered and died. An ethereal stream of power flowed into his soul, and he fled into the reflections, escaping the cruel blades of the hollow vessels. Appearing a few hundred meters away from the pursuing mob, he left the dying body of the battered nightmare creature and returned to his own. Before too long, a familiar pain tore apart his soul, forcing Mordred to groan. Why does it have to be so unpleasant? A new core was being born in the depths of his soul. He was becoming a monster once again. This will give me some breathing room. The human flood was already surrounding him, seemingly endless. Mordred had only a few seconds of reprieve before the puppets of Soul Stealer would assault him again. His perception spread far and wide. jumping between countless reflections to observe the world. He saw Song of the Fallen, the blind witch. He also saw a giant made of shadows wield a jade sword against a harrowing dragon, sunless. The madman was fighting against the dread lord. Nightingale was there, as well, kneeling near a puddle of water. At that moment, Mordred's eyes glistened, and a sinister thought entered his mind. Can I? He hesitated for a moment, unsure, but then a dark smile twisted his lips. Well, even if I fail, it will at least be entertaining. Mordred moved, contemplating how much essence he had left. Reaching the distant fortress would be a challenge. But then he was distracted from these calculations. That was because he saw something else. Turning toward the heart of the city, Mordred froze for a moment. His eyes widened slightly. Cassie leaned against a broken wall, clutching her mangled neck. Her armor was slick with blood, and she felt weak. Her beautiful face was pale and tired. Go. The echo of the slain Sibyl floated away, the hem of her red dress hovering above the cobblestones. She was going to buy her master some time to escape, and then drown in the flood of hollow-eyed warriors. Sighing, Cassie pushed herself off the wall and continued to flee. She dodged and evaded the nightmare creatures that lunged at her from the ruins, not bothering to retaliate. There was no time for it. The lives of Effie and Jet were hanging in a fragile balance. They were literally hanging from her neck, hidden in an iron locket. That locket pressed her down with the weight of a mountain. She couldn't allow herself to make mistakes. I must escape. Making another turn, she came to a halt in front of a devastated space. Behind her was the tide of pursuing warriors, all staring at her with those eerie, empty eyes of theirs. In front of her were the broken gates of twilight. Beyond them there was nothing but still water. There was nowhere else to run. Cassie let out a quiet sigh. Turning around, she lowered her bloodied hand and unsheathed the quiet dancer. The slender rapier glistened in the light of dawn, pointing at the approaching puppets of Soul Stealer. She gritted her teeth. Come then. It's time. In the heart of twilight, Nephis finally reached the Serpent King's palace. The palace was no more. It had collapsed at some point, turning into a vast ruin. Blood flowed between the shattered stones. The dread lord was not here. Sunny was nowhere to be seen either. She was late. A heavy sigh escaped from her lips. Behind Nephis, twilight was wreathed in white flames. In front of her, a dozen warriors stood motionlessly, surrounding a monstrous figure in a tattered vermilion cloak. If not for his mirror-like eyes, she would not have recognized Mordred of Valor, Soul Stealer, his original body. Nephis stared at the monster silently, an incandescent void shining through her eyes. Then she took a step forward. Her armor had long crumbled. Her white tunic was torn and cut, revealing the soft radiance of her skin. Even her sword was covered by a net of cracks, ready to shatter into a whirlwind of sparks. She was tired. Found you. Nephis walked toward Soul Stealer, and the figures surrounding him moved to meet her. At the same time, thousands upon thousands of human vessels were pouring from the burning streets, surrounding her. There was no end to them. She had killed so many, but no matter how many she killed, the flood of bodies never ceased. It only grew. The first figure reached her, summoning a long spear. Nephis raised her sword and met its strike. The second figure was already lunging from the side. The third, the fourth, she tried to block, evade, and deflect them all. A few moments later, her sword broke. Even then, Nephis continued to move forward. Step after step, wound after wound, she slowly, tortuously made her way toward Soul Stealer. She almost made it. There were only a few meters left between her and the monstrous creature now, but those several meters were like an insurmountable abyss. Pushed down, Nephis fell to her knees. 7 spears were piercing her radiant body, nailing it to the ground. She couldn't heal these wounds until the spears were gone, but those holding them had no intention of retrieving their weapons. Impaled on them and held down, Nephis couldn't move. Sensing a movement ahead, she raised her head and looked at the approaching monster. Her radiant image was reflected in his mirror-like eyes. Soul Stealer stopped a couple steps away, looking down at her with an empty gaze. His pale lips twisted into a strange smile. Sister, His inhuman voice sounded like shards of broken glass. Nephis looked down. The radiance suffusing her skin dimmed a little. A tormented sigh escaped from her lips. Kneeling just like she had at the end of the second nightmare, Nephis said, "I came into this world as a sharp blade." She raised her head slightly and looked at the monstrous creature with a tired gaze. "But with every step I took, my edge was dulled." Her face slowly became impassive, devoid of all emotion. Her voice was like a whisper. "I've made compromises, learned how to act reasonably, and forced myself to move with restraint." Nephis took a deep breath and remained silent for a moment. When she spoke again, her voice had grown steady and loud. A hint of an indescribable emotion appeared in her radiant eyes. Glaring at the monstrous creature, she said, "I am tired of compromises. I am tired of being reasonable. I am tired of being restrained." Nephis looked into the eyes of Soul Stealer, furious flames igniting in the depths of her own. "I am changing star of the immortal Flame clan." Her gaze was suddenly full of cold contempt. Her even tone trembled with incinerating passion. "Who dares to stop me?" And when she spoke those words, the soft radiance suffusing her skin exploded with brilliant light. A hurricane wind rose, stirring the fire devouring the streets of twilight. The 7 spears impaling Nephis to the ground caught a flame, melting in its scorching white heat. Although it seemed impossible, the blinding light emanating from her incandescent figure grew even more intense, unbearable to look at. If Sunny was there to see Nephis, he would have witnessed her 6 radiant soul cores swelling with furious light. He would have also seen one of them becoming covered by a net of fiery cracks. Soul Stealer moved, reaching forward, but he was too late. In the next moment, all the flames burning across the ruins of twilight were suddenly absorbed by the incandescent figure kneeling in front of him. For a split second, the world was still and silent. There was a whisper, and then everything dissolved in white radiance. Chapter 15:18 Ruin. 15:18 Ruin. Standing on the crumbling wall of the floating fortress, Sunny saw the light grow dim above twilight. For a moment, everything was still. And then the entire world was suddenly drowned in white radiance, blinding him. Stunned, he raised a hand to cover his eyes and saw a pristine star ignite in the heart of the distant city. It swelled, growing into a massive sphere of furious flame. Everything happened in an instant. The buildings nearest to the white star simply dissolved in its pure light, evaporating. Those further away exploded into dust and were erased from existence by an obliterating shockwave. Those behind them were flattened and melted, turning to ash from the immolating heat. A wave of incinerating fire, taller than the towering walls of the city, spread outward at lightning speed, consuming everything in its path, buildings, trees, cobblestones, even air itself, and all the tiny human figures flooding the crumbling streets. Behind it, the furious star rose and deformed, slowly turning into a mushroom cloud of incandescent white flame. The pillar of fire supporting it dwarfed everything, reaching toward the sky. What? Even driven into madness by fury, he was momentarily paralyzed by the harrowing splendor of that inconceivable sight. Twilight was being destroyed in front of his eyes. That was when the invisible shockwave reached the fortress, shattering its walls and throwing him down. The deafening roar of the explosion came next, shaking the world. Sunny plummeted from the broken wall and hit the cold stones with a sickening sound. Bouncing off the hard surface, he rolled and then instinctively covered his head with his hands. In the next moment, a rain of stone debris fell down, pummeling him like crushing hail. Who dares? Deaf from the cataclysmic roar of the blast, he screamed furiously and tried to stand up. Something hit him on the head, but Sunny did not care. Hunched, he rose from the ground and peered in. To the dust that had enveloped everything around, searching for the massive figure of the dragon. So what if all of twilight was devoured by flame? So what if it seemed like the sky had been shattered and fell down? He was still going to kill the hateful worm. Why is it so dark? The colossal pillar of flame had reached the heavens and collapsed on itself, torn apart by the wind. The furious light of the pure white star had dimmed and disappeared, plunging the world into darkness. A vast cloud of ash rose into the air and obscured the 7 suns. turning the twilight of dawn into a lightless gloom of dark devastation. Far away, in the scorched desert that had been twilight, ash fell from the sky like snow. In the heart of the ruined city, nothing but darkness remained. Even the air itself had been burned away by the inconceivable heat of the obliterating explosion, and so there were no flames burning on the blackened stones. The only source of illumination in that dark abyss was a radiant figure that stood amidst the destruction, surrounded by ash and ruins. It was slowly coalescing back into the shape of a beautiful young woman from pure light. Her brilliant skin did not have a single blemish on it, and her shining hair flowed like incandescent silver, emanating a blinding white radiance. Her pristine light reflected in the boiling water, creating a small island of light in the sea of searing darkness. Twilight was still and silent, with nothing but water moving on its vast, smoldering expanse. The numerous human bodies of Soul Stealer were all gone, devoured by the merciless flames and turned to ash. The nightmare creatures who had battled against them were gone, too. Only Nephis remained, illuminating the darkness with her light. And because she was the only one left, the indestructible reflection of the sinister mirror fiend had nowhere to go but into the depths of her radiant, harrowing eyes. Nephis was standing on the surface of a calm ocean. The world around her was suffused with sunlight, and the perfectly still water below her bare feet glowed beautifully, reflecting the brilliance of heaven. It was as if she was standing on a sea of golden clouds, awash in breathtaking light. 7 suns shone brightly above her head. She looked at them impassively. She had felt the terrible agony of one of her soul cores, the terror core, destroying itself before. But so many defiled abominations had been consumed by the unleashed flames of her soul that it was reformed anew. With it, the 7th core was born. The last core. The pain of its creation had already passed, and Nephis was a titan now. She looked away from the 7 suns and gazed silently at the only spot of dirt and darkness in her perfectly radiant world. Out there, some distance away, a repulsive creature stood, staring at her with mirror-like eyes. It did not look like a human, nor did it look like a nightmare creature. Instead, it was like a revolting amalgamation of countless people, countless abominations, all joined together into a monstrous patchwork being that shifted and changed form with every move, every breath, every moment that passes. The shifting monster towered above her, staining the pure waters of her soul with darkness and corruption. Soul Stealer grinned, reaching forward with countless hands. He called her name with countless voices. His countless eyes festered with hatred and greed. But also fear. Nephis looked at him with contempt. Her even voice echoed across the radiant expanse, uttering a single word. Burned. And then the beautiful landscape of her soul changed. The water Soul Stealer stood upon was no water at all. Instead, it was liquid flame, as if he was standing on the surface of a furious white star. The golden clouds floating above him were not vapor, but incandescent gas, as if he was drowning in burning stardust. Most harrowing of all, though, was the light of the 7 suns. Because here in the sea of changing stars' soul, there was no escape from their incinerating rays. The radiance of the 7 suns swelled, turning the calm ocean into an incandescent white void. And trapped in that merciless void, Soul Stealer burned. Chapter 1519, Reverse Scale. 1519, Reverse Scale. The floor of the floating fortress was tilted, and Sonny could hear the sound of water rushing into the breaches. His sight was obstructed by the cloud of dust, so he closed his eyes and sensed a massive figure stirring in the darkness. He grinned, forgetting about how torn and battered his body was. Looking up, Sonny saw 2 cold silver stars burning in the darkness high above him, the eyes of the murderous dragon, gazing down upon him. The dragon moved, and at the same time the shadows moved as well. The drowning fortress shuddered. Slumped near a puddle of water, Kai gasped for air. He was suffering from terrible pain and struggling to breathe. That blow Sonny had delivered him before was not a light one. He suspected that several of his ribs had been cracked or broken. His muscles were torn as well, so drawing the bow was a torment. This really is a nightmare. More than anything, Kai felt lost and confused. The battle the government forces were supposed to observe had already been a disaster. The terrible journey through the merciless white desert was like a feverish dream. Before he knew it, they were standing in front of a towering block of black stone, preparing to enter a seed of nightmare. Kai had thought that he had prepared himself mentally for the dreadful trial of the spell, but he had been wrong. Coming to his senses in the dim throne room of a mysterious palace was unlike anything he had ever expected and much more terrible. Sunny was there, pulling him away from the falling debris. He heard some outlandish things about an evil dragon who was also his twin, and an army of alien warriors that were supposed to help the cohort. A few moments later, the dark dragon was in front of them, commanding them to kneel. Kai knew that Sunny never lied, of course. But hearing that voice and feeling the irresistible authority contained within it, he fully realized that it was all true. The abominable dragon was, indeed, a copy of him. A much more powerful, vile, and corrupted version of Kai, who had betrayed his friends and was now trying to kill them. How could he turn on Sunny, Effie, Cassie, Nephis, and Colonel Jet? Kai did not know, but the truth was undeniable. Learning that truth hurt much more than having his ribs broken. Things had moved very fast from that point, not giving him an opportunity to process the bitter revelations and make sense of what was happening. Sunny warned him to stay away and suddenly turned into a giant serpent, attacking the dragon furiously. Had his friend somehow become a saint already? Kai did not know. Why did he have to stay away? He did not know that either. There were many things Kai did not understand, but then there was no real need to. At the core of it, the situation was clear. The cohort was up against a dreadful foe, and the lives of his friends were hanging in balance. That was why Kai tried to help Sunny fight the dragon, as best he could. The three of them rose into the sky, and he saw a strange city built on a vast island, illuminated by the light of 7 rising suns. The streets of the city were flooded with people. Those people were fighting against a legion of nightmare creatures, but somehow seemed more sinister than the abominations they fought. Kai only caught a glimpse of them, though engrossed by the battle against the vile dragon against himself. Sunny seemed to have lost his mind, for some reason, shifting between the forms of various harrowing creatures. Consumed by fury, he wasn't able to differentiate between friend and foe. That was how Kai ended up being battered and suffering grievous wounds from his own friend. He should have listened to Sunny's warning better. But even if he had, he wouldn't have left Sunny to fight against the abominable dragon alone. Eventually, the three of them ended up away from the city, across the vast expanse of water littered with dreadful corpses in the ruins of a fallen fortress. There was a bright flash and the deafening roar of a distant explosion, and now Kai was surrounded by darkness. Cold water was licking his skin. Using his awakened ability, Kai could see through the darkness. He could also see through the billowing dust and even through the stone debris. All around him, the world had gone mad. The shadows were surging, turning into numerous dark hands. Those hands, each possessing 7 fingers, tore at the dreadful dragon with sharp claws. At the same time, Sunny was trying to build another giant around himself, his attempts failing time after time. The dragon seemed wary of the enormous white sword that lay on the cold stones, partially buried in rubble, and so destroyed the giant ruthlessly each time before it could take shape. Slowly but surely, Sunny's body became tattered and broken. Even though he did not bleed, Kai could see that his condition was deteriorating swiftly. Sunny did not seem to care, consumed by the strange derangement, but Kai did. I have to do something. Even though Kai was not as powerful as his friends, he was not at all weak. He was an ascended. Too, he had led soldiers into battle and killed dreadful nightmare creatures, survived impossible odds, and triumphed where most other people would have perished. He had burned alive in the dragon's flame and lived to slay the dragon. The problem was that Kai could not really move. His head was full of dreadful whispers, and the remnant will of the abominable dragon was forcing him to do things he never wanted to do. Simply resisting that call was taking all of his strength, and that was with the dragon not paying him any attention as well. His thoughts were not his own. Betrayed you, poisoned you, made you into an abomination, lured you, abandoned you, traitor, traitor. The traitor. Kai groaned and grabbed his head, but the whispers only grew louder. The worst part about them was that, because of his flaw, Kai knew that it was all true. The other he, had indeed been betrayed, corrupted, used, and abandoned. By none other than Sunny, the person he trusted the most, the other Sunny, perhaps. At least that was what the dragon believed. Hurt him, kill him, punish him, take his hope away, take his will away, take his crown away. Kai gritted his teeth, refusing to listen. He knew himself very well. That wasn't him. That wasn't them. Luckily, Sunny was attacking the dragon so fiercely that it had no time to turn its gaze at Kai. And so, the insurmountable authority of its command was slowly growing weaker. Groaning, Kai turned to the puddle of water and looked at the one who was hiding in the reflections. His lips moved. "Be ready." With that, he slowly picked up his bow and raised it with trembling hands. His bow was a transcendent memory of the 5th tier, and there were plenty of enchanted arrows in his soul arsenal. The problem was that, despite that, Kai had failed to deal substantial damage to the abominable dragon. Ironically, the most damage he had dealt was to the shadow giant Sunny created just before the explosion. However, with his supernatural sight, Kai had long noticed a special scale hidden on the dragon's chest. It was of a different color than all others, as if forged from iron and had a peculiar shape. Looking down, he looked at the iron amulet in the shape of an anvil hanging from a string on his neck. That amulet had been with him since the second nightmare, given to him by Sunny. And so, his evil copy must have possessed it as well. Ignoring the pain, Kai gritted his teeth and rose, then strained his muscles and drew his bow. The string was heavy. One shot. Sunny seemed to be moments away from death, so there would be no time for another. He couldn't miss. He wouldn't miss. Silencing the deafening whispers that drowned his mind, Kai did what he was best at, aimed his bow, held his breath, and allowed his fingers to slip from the string. A sinister red arrow flashed through the darkness and hit the small iron scale, hidden among countless others on the chest of the lunging dragon. The dragon's claws tore through the forming shadow giant and struck Sunny, pressing him into the ground. The arrow failed to pierce the creature's tough hide, and so Kai swayed, suddenly weak from blood loss. But it did break that single scale, cracking it in two. In the next moment, the man hiding in the reflection was suddenly gone, and the dragon froze in place. Something sinister reflected in the depths of his silver eyes. Chapter 1520, Dreadful Soul. 1520, Dreadful Soul. What a sight! Mordred watched as Nightingale, picturesque despite being bloodied and covered in dust, drew his bow and let an arrow loose. He had fled to the floating fortress after noticing the denial amulet fused into the Dread Lord's scales, and just in time. Something truly curious had happened in twilight, destroying all the reflections he could have used to take a look. It was probably Changing Star's fault or Soul Stealer's fault. In any case, Mordred would have been burned to a crisp if he had not left the city. After traversing the still water and reaching the fortress, he hid in the reflections and observed what was happening inside. Sunless was fighting like a madman, more of a madman than he usually was, while the Dread Lord viciously mauled and battered him. Truly, it was a miracle that Sunless had been able to battle the tyrant of Verge for so long, and even deliver countless wounds to the mighty dragon. What other master could have done the same? That guy really boggled the mind. Nevertheless, there was something strange about their fight. The defiled saint could have gone for the kill a long time ago, but he was restraining himself, probably because he wanted to capture Sunless alive and make him a slave again. That made sense. Although Mordred mostly knew about the 6 plagues from the records he had spied in the frozen reflection of twilight, the Mad Prince seemed to have been the deterrence the Tyrant of Verge used to keep the other 5 defiled champions in check, especially Soul Stealer. Now that Soul Stealer had finally turned on him, Sunless and his sinister soul were the best weapon the Dread Lord could use against the rebellious fiend. Mordred studied Nightingale for a while, amused. Have I really submitted to that naive fool? Well, he must not have remained naive for long after becoming defiled. Still, how had Soul Stealer missed the chance to become the master of the Mad Prince himself after Changing Star was gone? The impostor was really a disappointment. Regardless, Mordred had spoken to the Nightingale, the original carrier of the Denial Amulet, just before twilight went up in flames. The charming archer had a part to play. And now it seemed that he had played it brilliantly. A red arrow whistled through the air and struck the small scale on the chest of the giant dragon, cracking it. What a shot! How hard would it be to hit a target so small and a moving one at that? Mordred allowed himself to admire the precision of the ascended archer for a split second, and then dove into the dread lord's corrupted soul. Here we go. Smiling, Mordred found himself surrounded by darkness. The darkness extended its revolting tendrils, trying to catch him. A forest of them rose from all sides, slithering like snakes. Trembling slightly, he evaded the grasp of corruption and dashed forward. That's why I hate invading the souls of nightmare creatures. At least he possessed both of his hands here. Sadly, Mordred could only reflect the powers and weapons of the master of the invaded soul, not use his own. And since the dread lord had surrendered to defilement and was thus banished from the nightmare spell, there were no memories here for Mordred to summon. The memories were given by the spell and taken away by the spell. There were other things he could steal, though. Almost caught by the harrowing tendrils, he jumped and soared into the air. Flying was not something Mordred did often, but he had experienced it before, so learning how to use this particular ability only took him a moment. His body rippled and swelled, becoming covered by impregnable scales. Two mighty wings sprouted from his back, and his teeth turned into sharp porcelain fangs. He became a dragon. Mordred had not been a dragon before, but he had stolen bodies of nightmare creatures of a similar kind. So he grew accustomed to this new shape quickly. Finally, his eerie gaze pierced the vile darkness and found a figure standing in the heart of it, lonesome and lost. The soul of the dread lord still maintained its human appearance. He must not have surrendered to corruption entirely, yet. A vicious smile twisted Mordred's reptilian lips. Time to die. He wasn't sure which one of them was going to die, but was eager to find out. Mordred was merely an ascended monster right now, while the dread lord, there were 5 repugnant masses of corruption hidden in the boundless darkness of his defiled soul, so he had to be a corrupted tyrant. The chances of victory were slim. But then again, Mordred had killed numerous foes who were more powerful than him, more experienced than him, more knowledgeable about the nuances of their aspects than him, more proficient in using their memories than him. However, none of them had been as resourceful as him, as resolute as him, or as ruthless as him. Nightingale was a brave but naive fool, so how much better could his corrupted version be? If there was one thing Mordred was afraid of, though, it was the knowledge of the defilement the dread lord wielded. That was why this battle was a gamble, even more so than every other soul battle Mordred had fought in the past. He'll just have to kill him before he has time to say anything, then. In the distance, the lonesome figure moved, finally noticing the invader. A mad light ignited in the dread lord's eyes. Far away among the scorched ruins of twilight, nothing living moved. The buildings, those that were far enough from the epicenter of the blast to not be reduced to dust, had either collapsed or stood blackened and deformed. Ash fell from the dark sky like snow, covering the desolate landscape. Most of the living beings that had witnessed the birth of the radiant star had been turned to ash, but piles of smoldering corpses still remained at the edges of the city. The walls surrounding Twilight had collapsed, and the giant carcasses beyond them were scorched. A pale hand rose from the water among those carcasses. Surfacing, Cassie climbed onto the carapace of a dead abomination and gulped for air. Then, she collapsed and lay motionlessly, ash falling on her face from the dark sky. The iron locket was still with her, safe and sound. A slender rapier hovered in the air above the blind girl, seemingly concerned. Cassie concentrated on it, feeling her consciousness begin to slip. Go. The quiet dancer hesitated for a few moments, then disappeared into the darkness. Cassie sighed and allowed her battered body to relax. Laying on the blackened carapace of a dead abomination, she turned her head to face the ruins of Twilight. A cold, pale smile appeared on her lips. In the heart of the destroyed city, Nephis slowly opened her eyes. Soul Stealer was no more. The bright radiance suffusing her skin slowly grew dim and disappeared. The white flames dancing in her eyes were extinguished. Her silver hair, which had been flowing in an ethereal wind, fell down. Standing naked amidst the scene of utter devastation, she shivered and looked around. Her mind was empty. After a while, Nephis realized that her tunic had been destroyed and summoned another memory. The familiar weight of the Starlight Legion armor, the only one she had left, settled on her shoulders, making her feel comfort. Ed, that armor. It felt as if she was forgetting something. Twilight Soul Stealer, the Dread Lord. As she remained motionless, considering her thoughts, a slender rapier fell from the dark sky and hovered in front of her, trembling slightly. Nephis looked at it impassively. The rapier turned, its tip pointing into the darkness. You want to lead me somewhere. Quiet dancer, that was Cassie's echo. The rapier trembled again, and then flew forward. Frowning slightly, Nephis followed. Chapter 15:21 Sharpest Arrow. 15:21 Sharpest Arrow. In the courtyard of the drowning fortress, a harrowing dragon growled and took a step back, its massive body shuddering. His silver eyes had lost their sinister light, turning glossy and unfocused. A vicious battle must have been taking place in the dragon's corrupted soul. The maddening whispers thundering in Kai's head finally grew silent. He swayed, then took a labored breath and limped toward Sunny. His friend was laying on the cold stones, barely alive. His body was a terrible painting of torn flesh, white bones visible through its mangled mess. Eerily, he was still not bleeding at all. Usually, Kai would have been reassured by that fact, but right now it looked like Sunny was already a cold corpse. But he wasn't a corpse. Sunny was still moving, struggling to stand up. Even after battling a defiled saint tooth and nail, he was still unbroken, trying to continue to fight. As Kai approached, he heard his furious whispers. Kill you, ill kill you, shut up, ill tear you apart. Strangely enough, his hateful gaze was not directed at the archer. Instead, Sunny was glaring past him, seemingly at an empty spot. Kai felt his heart tighten. What is happening to him? Sunny had always had a wild personality, and there was that time he had turned a little feral in the dark city, but he was never truly mad. Now, however, it seemed as though his friend had entirely lost his mind. There must be a reason. He had warned Kai to stay away before, had he not? That meant that this strange condition Sunny was in had a purpose. To resist the authority of the Dread Lord, most likely, somehow. It had to be a part of some cunning scheme. He would deal with it later. For now, Kai had a more serious problem to solve. The abominable dragon was still alive, and while that man, Mordred, seemed confident in himself, there was no telling who would prevail in their dire fight. The result would be clear in seconds. But Kai looked at the dragon with a lost expression. The Dread Lord, Mordred, both of them were monsters. He still remembered what the scion of the great clan Valor had done in the second nightmare. The harrowing massacre he had perpetrated in the Kingdom of Hope was not something a sane person would ever commit. Even if he did win, was it really fine to let the dreadful authority of Kai's voice fall into the hands of someone so depraved? Wait a little more, Sunny. It'll come back for you soon. Turning away from his friend, Kai gritted his teeth and pushed himself off the ground. Soaring into the air, he strained his core muscles to draw the string of his bow, and at the same time summoned the sharpest arrow he had in store. That one was not capable of producing devastating blasts or robbing nightmare creatures of their strength. Its enchantment was rather simple. It burrowed much deeper than other arrows would, piercing flesh and bone like butter. The drawback was that the arrow was flimsy and fragile. It was disobedient and slow, too, so hitting anything with it was a tough task. More than that, its tip would shatter against any kind of armor, therefore, it wasn't easy to make use of the insidious enchantment. But now that the abominable dragon was nearly paralyzed by the battle happening within its soul, Kai had a chance. Of course, the battle could end at any moment. It could even end right now, leaving him defenseless in front of the terrifying dragon. Nevertheless, he brought himself right to the dragon's maw and looked into the dragon's silver eyes. Then Kai activated his ascended ability and uttered a command. He wasn't addressing the Dread Lord, however. He was addressing himself. Kill him. Suddenly, a fierce strength filled his broken body, and a cold, frightening will flooded his mind. Raising his bow, Kai aimed carefully and sent an arrow flying straight through the Dread Lord's radiant eye. The distance was too short for it to stray off course, and there was no armor in the way to make the tip break. The insidious arrow slid into the dragon's eye, pierced through it, and burrowed deep into the creature's brain. It had been shot from a transcendent bow of the 5th tier by the hand of a master, and so the havoc it wreaked inside the dread lord's head was truly gruesome. His body had been battered in the battle against Sunny, and his soul had been weakened by the battle against Mordred of Valor. The dragon shuddered and let out a terrible groan. Blasted by that groan, Kai was thrown back and crashed into the pile of stone rubble far below. Above him the dread lord convulsed, a fountain of silver blood shooting from his open maw. His head drew an arc in the air. And then the mighty dragon toppled and fell heavily to the ground, his silver eyes growing dim. This time forever. Barely conscious, Kai heard the spell whisper into his ear. You have slain a corrupted tyrant, hideous ruler of the empty sky. You have. Consumed by pain, he didn't hear the rest. He did, however, hear a terrible scream. Turning his head, Kai saw a human figure rolling on the ground in agony. It was Mordred, the scion of valor, missing a hand and covered in blood. There was something terribly wrong with that lunatic, though. His face, which had seemed to be incapable of showing earnest emotions, was now twisted by a terrible grimace, an eerie darkness devouring his eyes. Letting out a stifled groan, Mordred clutched at the stones and crawled to the nearby puddle. Reaching it, he thrust his hand into the water, into his own reflection, and tore something from within his chest, then threw it away. The thing looked like a soul shard, a piece of a mirror. Hitting the ground, the mirror shard suddenly rippled and turned into a vague figure. That figure then turned into a perfect copy of Mordred. A reflection, created by ripping one of his cores out of his soul. There was something terribly wrong with that reflection, though. As Kai watched, stunned, the visage of Mordred was twisted and deformed, tendrils of vile darkness sprouting from within it. The ghastly creature suddenly looked incredibly threatening and sinister, a frenzied smile blooming on its bloodied lips. It was as though he was watching a seed of corruption bloom, turning the human into a nightmare creature right in front of his eyes. Still on the ground, Mordred whispered a quiet curse. Ah, that was truly unpleasant. He did not look capable of fighting the defiled reflection, though in that wretched state. Kai was laying in the rubble, his body broken and mangled, so he was not much better. Sunny was still writhing on the ground, trying to stand up, but he was the most corpse-like of them three. I must protect him. Kai tried to move, but a surge of pain sent him crushing back down on the sharp stones. A short yelp escaped from his lips. With unwanted tears in his eyes, he looked up and saw the vile reflection walking toward his friend. Its missing hand had sprouted terrible glass claws, and its jaw was unhinged, twisted fangs growing through the mangled flesh. No. Before the creature could reach Sunny, though, a slender rapier pierced its chest, and a radiant hand grasped its head. In the next moment, the reflection was illuminated from inside by a pure white light. Smoke rose from its open mouth and charred holes where its eyes had been just a moment ago, filling the air with the revolting stench of burned flesh. Then a net of cracks covered the creature's body, and it shattered like a glass sculpture. Behind it, the figure of Changing Star was revealed, looking down with an emotionless expression. Sparks of pure white flame danced in her cold gray eyes, and she somehow seemed both the same and different from the last time Kai had seen her, back in the nightmare desert. Turning her head slightly, Nephis looked at the corpse of the harrowing dragon and remained motionless for a few moments. Then she said, her voice strangely devoid of feeling. We want. Chapter 1522, Break of Dawn. 1522, Break of Dawn. Driven to madness by wrath, Sunny was forcing his mangled body to move. His mind was muddled by fury and pain, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't stand up for some reason. An inferno of dark, malignant rage was consuming his aching heart. No, no, no. The dragon, the hateful worm, was laying dead on the wet stones, stolen from him. Silver blood was pouring from his opened maw and obliterated eye, slowly spreading across the ruined courtyard. If only there had been more time, if only no one had interfered in their fight, Sunny would have been able to slay the dread lord himself. He knew he would. But the dragon was gone. And now that he was gone, Sunny's suffocating fury needed a new target. Kill them all, kill them. He could sense several shapes through the shadows. The loathsome fly that had stolen his prey, the crippled fiend who had come from the water, and a macabre abomination that had been spawned by a tainted shard of the fiend's soul. And the most odious of them all, a pale young man wearing a nebulous black mantle, who was looking at him mockingly with a derisive smile. "Look at you, fool, mad as a hatter. How pathetic, how familiar, how distasteful." Sonny growled. The abomination was staggering toward him, piercing him with the demented gaze of its rotten eyes. Glass claws were growing from its stump, and twisted fangs were growing from its bloodied maw. He grinned. Good, good. He couldn't stand up for the moment, so the creature was graciously delivering itself to him. Sonny was going to enjoy tearing it apart. But before he could, a slender rapier pierced the abomination's chest, and a radiant hand grasped its head. The creature glowed with incandescent light, being incinerated from within, and then shattered like a broken mirror. He howled, his hoarse voice full of indescribable rage. "No, no." They stole another from him, thieves, traitors. He had to kill them, rip them, savage them, break them. As Sonny growled and tried to push his mangled body up, someone approached and halted a mere step away. He looked up and saw a breathtaking young woman looking at him silently from above, her beautiful face devoid of emotion. Her silver hair was moving slightly in the wind, and radiant sparks were dancing in her cold gray eyes. "I'll destroy you." Sonny tried to summon the shadows to rip the young woman's body apart, but his muddled mind failed to contain the intricate patterns of the manifested forms. The vicious shadow hands crumbled and dissolved before taking shape. The young woman studied him for a few moments, then kneeled and put a hand on his head, caressing his hair. Her touch made Sonny shudder. "I have to kill her." The visage of the smoke streaming from the abomination's burned eyes flashed in his mind and disappeared, drowning in the sea of madness. But somehow, even though Sonny wanted nothing more than to see the young woman die, he hesitated for a moment. It was then that she spoke, her voice sounding both strange and familiar. "Sonny." He gathered his strength, preparing to lunge at her. "Dismiss your crown." He had not thought that a more profound rage existed, but when he heard those words, his entire being ignited with a harrowing fury. The thought of surrendering his crown filled Sonny with a boundless ocean of frenzied wrath, deep and dark enough to be unfathomable. That wrath was far more scorching than the rage he had felt toward the odious dragon, and vaster than even the hatred he felt toward the thieves who had stolen his prey. However, the authority contained in the voice of the young woman was absolute. It was nothing like the cold commands of the dragon, which had been oppressive and domineering to the point of being irresistible, but only nearly so. There was a boundless abyss between nearly and absolutely. Drowning in fury and at the same time filled with horror, Sonny felt his very soul respond to the young woman's order, following it obediently, as if he had no will of his own. He felt broken and violated, which only made his bloodlust and desire to kill explode more. Despite that, though, he still could not even attempt to disobey. She ordered me." The crown of twilight dissolved into a whirlwind of sparks. And with it, Sonny's frenzied wrath disappeared as well, leaving behind only horror. Confusion, too, and pain. Finally, the pain he had been ignoring caught up with Sonny, making him shudder and let out a tormented groan. He was consumed by agony. But then, the hand resting on his head ignited with a soft glow, and its comforting warmth chased the pain away. A wave of cleansing white flame spread through his body, mending his broken flesh and healing his harrowing wounds. The sense of relief it brought was overwhelming, which only added to Sonny's confusion. Soon, he was left laying on the ground, disoriented and feeling lost. Everything that had happened since he activated the king's resentment enchantment of the Crown of Twilight was like a blur, but the memory of it remained, etched into his mind. What happened? Sonny felt incredibly tired, but he forced himself to raise his head. Nephis was kneeling in front of him, wearing the Starlight Legion armor for some reason. Her striking gray eyes were calm and cold. Behind her, the corpse of the Dreadlord towered above the ruined courtyard of the floating fortress. Kai was laying on a pile of rubble, heavily wounded. Mordred was there, as well, staring at the dead dragon with a grim expression. The world was dark, with only a few rays of pale sunshine pouring through the veil of ashen clouds. There was something else, as well. A black crow was perched on the remnants of the broken wall, staring down at them. Sonny looked at Nephis, a storm of emotions raging in his heart. Noticing that he had regained his senses, she nodded simply and rose. Turning away, she walked toward where Kai was laying, his ivory armor painted by blood. Soon, soft radiance flowed from her hands, healing the archer. At the same time, Mordred sighed deeply and looked at Kai with a hint of resentment. "Why did you do it? I almost had him." Kai met his gaze somberly and then said in a hoarse voice, "That was why I did it." The Prince of Nothing remained silent for a moment, then grinned with dark amusement and turned to Nephis. Waving his bloody stump in the air, he asked blithely, "Don't I get healed?" Her answer was cold and even. "Wait for your turn." Sonny observed it all, too tired to move and too numb to think. Soon, two figures climbed over the pile of rubble that the wall of the fortress had turned to. They were Effie and Jet. Effie was walking while supporting her weight with a spear, while Jet was carrying unconscious Cassie. When she appeared, both Crow and the quiet dancer rushed to her side. The wind tore apart the veil of clouds, and finally, the light of dawn illuminated the drowning fortress once again. Sonny looked at the sky pensively. A strange thought surfaced in his mind. We won. Chapter 1523, Endlessly Flowing. 1523, Endlessly Flowing. Soon enough, the wind carried the clouds of ash away. Twilight was once again illuminated by the beautiful light of dawn, what was left of twilight, at least. The floating fortress where the dread lord had died broke apart and drowned in the still water. The water itself was starting to move, sparkling in the sunlight. Now that the Serpent King's city and whatever enchantments had held it in place were destroyed, the current was slowly returning. Soon enough, the current would carry it all, the blackened ruins of Twilight, the corpses of the defiled that had stormed it, and the broken ships of its fallen defenders, to the edge, then throw them into the lightless abyss that lay beyond it, where they would never be found or seen again unless someone braved the void and reached the very bottom of Ariel's dreadful world, erasing all signs that Twilight had ever existed from the endlessly flowing surface of the great river. Until the next cycle came. Hopefully, Sonny would not be there to witness it. The cohort had returned aboard the chain breaker before the fortress drowned. Now, they were observing the charred carcass of the inconceivable abomination that had served as the foundation of Twilight slowly crumbling and submerging underwater. The brilliant explosion had put a net of cracks into it, and now, the weight of the immense carapace and the water pressure were slowly pulling it apart. Well, some of them were observing. Some were in no condition to pay it much attention, if any at all. Cassie was still unconscious. Her wounds, including the deep gash on her neck, had been healed by Nephis, but the blind girl was showing no signs of waking up yet. Surviving the mayhem and the obliterating blast must have taken a toll on her. Nephis herself was sitting at the stern of the flying vessel, staring into the distance with a detached look on her face. She was utterly exhausted, but also this was her usual state after overusing her aspect. It was as if her humanity had been burned away and needed time to restore itself. Somehow, Sonny felt that this time, that process would take longer than it had in the past. Which was understandable. He already realized that the devastating explosion that destroyed the city and turned every living being on its streets to ash had been somehow caused by Nephis. Sonny did not know the details, but could see that she was a titan now. That had to be the result of her fires consuming all the nightmare creatures that had been fighting against Soul Stealer, and then killing the Mirror Fiend himself. Neph's half-breed innate ability granted her a portion of the soul fragments of all beings killed by her flames, after all. He himself was in no mood to observe the collapse of Twilight either. Slumped against the trunk of the sacred tree, Sonny was not much different from Nephis. Using the king's resentment had taken a toll on him, making him feel utterly drained and exhausted. His gaze was distant, and his face was pale from fatigue. There was also a confusing storm of emotions raging in his heart, but at the same time, he was too numb to deal with that mess. For now, he was simply happy to be alive, happy that all of them were alive, while their enemies, against all odds, were dead. Saint, Fiend, and Nightmare were guarding the ship and keeping an eye on Mordred in case the bastard decided to do something malicious. However, the Prince of Nothing did not seem inclined to turn on his allies, at least not just yet. He walked around the chain breaker, looking curiously at this and that. That would have infuriated Sonny if he wasn't feeling so drained. What was that guy so curious about? He had already seen everything there was to see here, hiding in their eyes on the way to the second nightmare. Perhaps looking at things through someone else's eyes and doing it yourself was not quite the same. Right. Perhaps this chain breaker was not the same as the real chain breaker they had left in the real world either. In any case, Mordred was not a problem for now, which left only Effie, Jet, and Kai. The first two had been spared from participating in the battle for Twilight. Cassie had apparently saved them from being taken by Soul Stealer with the help of the Black Beast locket, and then carried the locket out of the city before the obliterating blast. Kai, meanwhile, was full of questions, but too polite to ask them all at once. The poor guy must have been utterly confused. Out of all of them, the start of his nightmare was perhaps the most dreadful. As a result, the three were standing at the railings, looking at the blackened corpse of Twilight and talking quietly between themselves. Kai's expression constantly changed between stunned, expressionless, and mortified. Look at him emoting so much weight. He was the one who killed the Dread Lord, wasn't he? Damn. If I had a credit for every time Kai killed a dragon, I would have 2 credits now, strain. Sonny studied the face of his friend for a few minutes, considering if he had to apologize for trying to kill him. Kai had blown up his shadow shell too, so they were probably even. In any case, this dilemma seemed too tiring and complicated to consider right now. Looking away, Sonny turned his full attention to the wood grain of the chain breaker's deck. Everything had gone wrong in Twilight. He had failed, but also prevailed in a sense. Soul Stealer was dead. The Dread Lord was dead, too. The army they had hoped to recruit was dead as well. And Nephis had used the Shadow Bond to cure Sonny from madness, but still, she had broken her promise. Again, and saved him again. What a mess. Tired and confused, he closed his eyes and lowered his head to the root of the sacred tree. He just wanted to sleep. The problems, messy as they were, could wait until tomorrow. Chapter 1524 Bitter Sweet. 1524 Bitter Sweet. By the time Sonny woke up, it was night. Even this place of endless dawn had a night, just like the crimson expanse of eternal dusk had one. However, nights were short and fleeting at the edges of the great river. Before he knew it, the 7 suns were already rising again. The world became painted by the soft colors of the breaking dawn. With a sigh, Sonny rubbed his eyes and sat up. He felt strangely great. His body was in perfect shape because of Neph's healing flames, and his mental energy had been restored with the help of the Shroud of Dusk after having a good sleep. Nightmare had also guarded his dreams, as well as the dreams of everyone else aboard the chain breaker. Here in the pyramid built by the Demon of Dread, that alone was more important than one would think. Great. Nevertheless, his good mood was diminished when he remembered what had transpired in Twilight. I should probably be happy, right? Beyond himself, even. And he was, to an extent. 2 of the most dangerous enemies there were in the tomb of Ariel had been slain, so why wouldn't he? Finally, the end of this nightmare did not seem so distant as to be impossible anymore. Salvation was within reach, already visible far in the distance, just like the first rays of the rising suns were, shining from beyond the horizon to break the reign of night. But Sonny couldn't feel completely happy. That victory of theirs had been too perilous, almost turning into defeat. In fact, it should have been a defeat if not for a couple miracles. Other than that, he was not happy with himself personally. Sonny had accomplished a few astonishing feats during the battle for Twilight. True, reaching the throne room of the Serpent King's palace, lifting the curse of frozen time, resisting the authority of the Dread Lord, fighting the defiled saint almost to a standstill while being inhabited by madness, and even realizing the full potential of his current level of mastery over Shadow Dance. What other master could boast that they were not only capable of transforming themselves akin to a saint, but were also not limited to a single static form, turning into monstrous serpents, winged horrors, and dreadful beasts? Truly, the depth of his divine aspect was slowly starting to put the entire hierarchy of Awakened under question. Most of the things Sonny had done yesterday, nobody else could have accomplished. and without him there, the cohort would have undoubtedly perished. And yet, in the end, he had been defeated. He had been defeated by the Dread Lord, and he had been defeated by the King's resentment enchantment of the Crown of Twilight. Most of all, he had been defeated by his own lack of foresight and knowledge. He was only alive by chance. Knowing that did not feel great at all. Sunny sighed. Well, one can't win every time. He knew that such thoughts were immature and childish. He had long realized, after all, that his allies were a part of his power, so their triumph was his triumph, just like his triumph would be theirs in turn. Still, Sunny couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed in himself. He had done remarkably well in this nightmare up until yesterday. Experiencing a serious setback was a change of pace. And then there was the fact that Nephis had to resort to using Shadow Bond in order to make him come back to his senses. He did not know how to feel about it. Logically, there was no reason to be hurt or angry. It had been done for his own good, after all, and brought him no harm. It might very well have saved the lives of his FR. Eanes, too. In fact, if Sunny had been able to think at that moment, he would have asked Nephis to use her power over him to help him escape from the insidious effect of the King's resentment himself. That would have been a cunning way to cheat the system. But humans were not logical creatures. All Sunny knew was that he could not forget that moment. The horror of having his will violated in such a tyrannical fashion. The hopelessness he felt when his body and soul moved despite his wishes, refusing to obey him, obeying someone else instead. The demented fury he had felt at that time only made the experience so much more disturbing and vivid. That memory was like a shadow that hung over his head. Grimacing, Sunny shook his head and looked around. A moment later, his expression soured. He noticed a pair of hateful eyes glaring at him from a few meters away. The Sin of Solace was back, looking at him mockingly. Finally awake, are you? So how does it feel to be? Shut up. Sunny did not let the sword wraith finish and stood up, deciding to go find the other members of the cohort. Nephis was still in the strange state of having had her reserve of humanity burned away by the terrible torment of her flaw. Usually she would have already been up and about, preparing breakfast for the cohort, but today that did not happen. Instead, Nephis was simply meditating at the stern of the chain breaker, unmoved and unbothered by anything. The other members of the cohort had chosen not to disturb her. There was a tantalizing smell spreading through the air. Effie had taken it upon herself to cook up a feast, using the supplies stored in the cargo hold of the flying ship without sparing any of the ingredients. Sunny heard his stomach growl and realized how hungry he was. Soon all of them, even Nephis, had gathered on the mess deck, sitting around a table. Cassie had regained consciousness, but was still pale. Kai seemed to be a bit out of it, undoubtedly digesting the many incredible twists and turns of this bizarre nightmare. Effie and Jet were more or less their usual selves. It almost looked like the good old days when the cohort shared meals together, with the added bonus of having Jet keep them company. There was only one thing spoiling the atmosphere. Mordred was also there, sitting near Sunny and looking at them with a curious expression. The Prince of Nothing picked up a pair of chopsticks and smiled pleasantly. What's for breakfast? Chapter 1525, Memory of Light. 1525, Memory of Light. The breakfast ended up passing in a strange atmosphere, which was understandable, considering that they were sharing the table with a homicidal maniac. Mordred was nothing but amiable and pleasant, but it was exactly his disarming charm that made everyone feel disturbed and uncomfortable. After all, they all knew what the Prince of Nothing was capable of, some better than others. Mordred was not the only one who made the conversation feel stifled, though. Nephis was still detached and impassive. Cassie was keeping quiet, as if she had forgotten how to speak. Sunny was not in the mood to talk, either, concentrating on his food. Kai was deep in thought, still struggling to come to terms with what he had learned from Effie and Jet. After a while, all 7 of them were more or less done with the meal. In the silence that followed, Effie glanced around the table. So, she leaned back and smiled. Is anyone going to explain what the hell happened in that damned city? Sunny looked at her somberly. So did Nephis and Mordred, the former without any emotion, the latter with a hint of amusement. At that moment, Jet stretched her legs, crossed them comfortably, and nodded. Yeah, actually, I'm dying to know, too. Sunny remained silent for a few moments, trying to imagine the situation from their perspective, then sighed. Taking a sip of tea, he said, "Well, first of all, our base assumption was wrong. We assumed that Twilight had been frozen in the middle of a battle between its army and the invading forces of the Defilement. But in fact, it was a battle between Soul Stealer and the Dread Lord all along." He paused, then added in a dark tone, "They must have breached the walls of the city, which allowed Soul Stealer to consume the souls of everyone in Twilight. That was when he turned on the Dread Lord and tried to consume him, as well, and when the Mad Prince made use of the situation to activate the defensive array and trap them both. So, when I deactivated the array, both of those fiends were unleashed." Across the table from him, Cassie suddenly spoke. "Some of us have a good chance of resisting Prince Mordred's power, but some don't. That was why you two had to be hidden from Soul Stealer." She turned slightly, facing Mordred. He smiled innocently. "I don't like it at all." Sunny stared at the Prince of Nothing silently for a moment, then looked away. "Don't worry, you don't have to be wary of him too much. We are currently allies after all, and he knows TH. And if something untoward happens, this nightmare will become his grave." The threat hidden in his words was not very subtle, but Sunny did not really worry about Mordred. There might have been something really wrong with that guy, but he was not a fool. The exact opposite, actually. He knew that harming any member of the cohort inside the Tomb of Ariel would be a fatal mistake. Especially now, right after Soul Stealer had been destroyed by Nephis, Mordred would not risk making them all his enemies. At least not until the very last moments of the nightmare. Sunny sighed. In any case, pretty much as soon as the array was deactivated, Kai and I faced the Dread Lord. I had to use an enchantment of the Crown of Twilight to resist his commands, but at the cost of plunging into an uncontrollable rage. While the two of us fought against the dragon, Nephis and Cassie found themselves surrounded by the vessels of Soul Stealer. He paused. "I am actually not too sure what happened next." Saying that, Sunny hesitated. He said that he did not know, but in truth, he did know something. Shimmering runes were glowing in the air in front of him. They read, "Name Nephis. True name Changing Star. Rank Ascended. Class Titan. Soul Cores 7-7. Soul Fragments 7,000. Which was already startling enough, but there was something else near the end of the field of runes. Several new strings had appeared there. Those were the runes that truly gave him pause. Shifting his gaze slightly, Sunny read them once again. Aspect Legacy, Memory of Light. Aspect Legacy Description. A beautiful tree grew from the ashes of doubt, bearing fruits of knowledge. Knowledge of Fire, Mastered. Knowledge of Unearned. Knowledge of Unearned. Knowledge of Unearned. Knowledge of Unearned. There were 7 strings in total, with only one of them revealed and described as Mastered. So, whatever happened to Nephis in Twilight had not only allowed her to become a Titan, but also unlocked her Aspect Legacy. And that Aspect Legacy was more than a little bit strange, seemingly granting some sort of knowledge instead of relics. Sunny would lie if he said that he wasn't interested in learning what had happened. He looked at Nephis, hoping that she would explain at least something. She remained silent for a few moments, then shrugged indifferently. "I tried to make my way to the palace, but Soul Stealer stood in my way. Facing defeat, I made a breakthrough and conceived of a new way of using my aspect, just like you had conceived of using yours to take shapes of powerful creatures. So I used one of my soul cores as fuel and destroyed it to unleash a conflagration of soul flame." Sunny stared at her incredulously. On paper, what Nephis said made sense. He had indeed managed to deepen his understanding of his aspect and create techniques like Shadow Shell and Shadow Incarnation, thus becoming more powerful while remaining of the same rank. In a similar fashion, Nephis could have deepened her understanding and reached new heights of power. But there was a piece of the puzzle missing. So your aspect allows you to burn your own soul and use it as fuel. But why was the explosion so immense and destructive? She looked at him impassively. "My soul essence is especially potent, as you know. The explosion would have been devastating regardless. But yes, there was another element as well. It was sorcery." Sunny raised his eyebrow, hiding how perplexed he was. "Sorcery?" Nephis nodded. Yes, the sorcery of names. I used the name of wind to fan the flames burning across twilight and absorbed them. Then I ignited my soul and whispered the name of fire. You saw the rest. In the end, all vessels of Soul Stealer were destroyed. The remnants of the defiled horde were destroyed as well, allowing me to reform the Terror Core and form a new one. She paused for a moment. With nowhere else to run, Soul Stealer was forced to enter my soul. I burned him. Her even tone and motionless face made it seem as though destroying a corrupted titan, millions of his puppets, and thousands of nightmare creatures in one fell swoop was nothing out of the ordinary. The rest of them stared at Nephis in stunned silence. In the end, Effie grinned. Good job, princess. Let's be friends, okay? Sunny was thinking about something else. Knowledge of fire. He had an inkling of what the knowledge Nephis had received from her aspect legacy was. It had to have contained the true name of fire, at the minimum of every kind of fire there was, perhaps. It must have also elevated her already unmatched affinity to flame to entirely new heights. Nephis, meanwhile, looked at Effie with a hint of confusion in her striking gray eyes. Aren't we already friends? The huntress chuckled and raised her thumb up. Chapter 1526 Tempered in Flame. 1526 Tempered in Flame. Nephis tilted her head, remained silent for a few moments, then said, I received a fair number of memories, too, sadly, not nearly as many as one would have expected, considering the death toll of the explosion. Still, there is at least one or two for each of us. We can distribute them later. With that, she turned to Sunny. That is what happened to Soul Stealer. What happened to the Dread Lord, though? How were the three of you able to kill him? He lingered for a bit. Cassie almost died in that explosion. Is Neph not concerned about that at all? A slight frown appeared on his face. Eventually, he grimaced and answered in a dark tone. Well, I already said that the Crown of Twilight allowed me to ignore his commands. That should have made things easier since his most fearsome weapon was taken away. In practice, though, so was mine. My mind. Without being able to think straight, I was no better than a frenzied beast, worse even because even a beast would have used everything at his disposal to survive. He shook his head. But I was unwilling to summon my shadows or work together with Kai to bring the Dread Lord down. That was unfortunate, to say the least. In the end, we ended up outside the city in that floating fortress. I tied down the fiend, relentlessly attacking his body. That gave Kai an opportunity to destroy the amulet which had protected the bastard from Soul Stealer, and that gave Mordred an opportunity to attack his soul in turn. Sunny glanced at Kai and smiled from the corner of his mouth. The Dread Lord was paralyzed for a few seconds, and our resident dragon slayer used those seconds to drive an enchanted arrow through his brain. That was how the three of us, but mostly Kai, managed to kill him. Kai had also prevented Mordred from taking possession of the Dread Lord's body, which would have undoubtedly given the Prince of Nothing ideas. Right now, he could be trusted not to turn on them because he needed Nephis to destroy the first Seeker. If Mordred had the power to subjugate her with the authority of the dragon's voice, though. Who knew what he would have done? In hindsight, Kai's decision to not wait for the results of the soul battle might have saved them all. Sunny gave Mordred a somber look. Gods, how did I end up on the same team with that guy? Noticing his gaze, the Prince of Nothing smiled. Oh, I would have killed the Dread Lord myself. Probably. There was a little problem, you see. A seed of corruption somehow ended up blooming in my soul. Luckily, I managed to extricate the infected part and turn it into a reflection before the disease spread. So I am back to being a mere beast. Alas. Now it was time for them to stare at Mordred. What the hell? Who talked about becoming infected with corruption, cutting up their own soul, and turning the contaminated portion of it into an external entity in order to heal themselves. What insanity was that? Then again, perhaps Sunny wasn't the best person to accuse someone of insanity. He was currently living out the devious plan concocted by his past defiled self, after all. While he was contemplating whether any of the 7 people present on the mess deck could be called sane, Jet smiled and winked at Kai. Congratulations, Ascended Nightingale. Welcome to the club, the I Killed Myself Club. No, that doesn't sound right. Let's call it the Other Side Club. You know, for people who killed the other evil version of themselves. She yawned lazily and summoned a wisp of mist, making it swirl around her fingers. So did you unlock your aspect legacy as well, or at least received a powerful memory? Oh, you could have received an echo, even. Having an echo of yourself would be really weird, right? Everyone looked at Kai, imagining him having an echo of himself. He coughed awkwardly. That no, I did not unlock my aspect legacy, or receive a memory or an echo. Actually, something strange happened. He hesitated for a moment. I seem to have received an attribute instead, the Dragon Slayer attribute. I am not quite sure what it does. Sunny tilted his head, slightly bewildered. So it's an actual attribute. What does the description say? Kai seemed to blush a little. You know, something about being forged in battle, tempered in flame and quenched in dragon blood, stuff like that. Sunny stared at him incredulously. Well, damn, I bet the spell was generous on the compliments, too. In any case, Kai's new attribute had to have made his friend stronger. Considering the description, it most likely had something to do with durability and elemental resistance. Maybe there was a deeper layer to it, too. The truth would come out in time. Good, that was good. The cohort was finally assembled, and most of the members had already grown stronger. Nephis had received a collection of powerful memories. As well, considering the strength of the nightmare creatures of the Defiled Legion, many of them would be of the transcendent rank. Sunny still had 5 supreme soul shards stored in the covetous coffer, so he would be able to elevate some of those memories to the supreme rank as well. The cohort would be ready to face Verge and Torment, the only plague that remained. Was that by accident, or the result of someone's intent? The will of the Mad Prince, or Torment's own? Sunny did not know, but suspected that one of those two, or maybe even both of them, had harbored plans for Verge behind the Dread Lord's back. He sighed, then looked at Cassie and asked, not addressing anyone in particular, "So what's the plan now?" Nephis answered immediately, no hesitation in her steady voice. "What else? We sail for Verge, of course." Then she turned to Cassie and asked, "What is the fastest way we can get there?" The blind girl hesitated for a moment. "You'll have to check." She stood up and left, soon returning with a heavy crate. The stone slates they had recovered in the drowned temple of the defiled Sibyl were stored there. It took Cassie some time to lay the slates out on the table, reference them, and come up with an approximate route. In the end, she pointed to a particular slate. There, the shape of a graceful castle was etched. It seems that the fastest way to Verge is to simply sail downstream and keep going until we almost reach the dawn of time. However, the blind girl put 2 slates that did not seem to have anything in common together. With what we know about the shape of the great river now, we can save a lot of time by simply crossing it, sailing past the western edge, and braving the inner void. That way, we should be able to bypass most of the journey into the past and land near Verge directly. A strange silence settled on the mess deck. Nephis studied the stone slates for a while, then nodded. "This will take us close to Fallen Grace first. Let's stop there on the way, then, before departing for the final battle." She looked at them, her gaze lingering on Sunny for a few extra moments. Eventually, she said, "If there is no objections." He might have been mistaken, but it seemed as though at least a hint of liveliness had returned to her voice. Well, the words liveliness and Nephis did not really go together, but it was a great relief to see that her humanity was slowly coming back. She was even interested in their opinions, his opinion in particular. At least it seemed that way. Sunny sighed. What else is there to do? If we want to escape this nightmare, Verge in the only way. He shrugged. No objections from me. The others did not have any either. After a few moments of silence, Nephis nodded. Onward to Verge, then. Chapter 1527, Leaving Twilight. 1527, Leaving Twilight. The chain breaker left the drowning remains of Twilight behind and turned away from the rising suns. Drifting above the currents, it traversed the dreadful battlefield and escaped into clear waters. The great river flowed below them. By now, the sight of the world in constant motion was both familiar and calming. Sunny had a feeling that returning to reality, where the ground was solid and unmoving, would be a strange experience. There were no nightmare creatures in the vicinity of Twilight, so they could relax for a few days. The members of the cohort rested and recuperated, not doing anything in particular. They slept, consumed delicious meals, and spent their time in idleness. Even Mordred's presence did not dampen the peaceful mood. He was nothing if not accommodating, even pleasant to be around. Of course, true monsters knew better than anyone how to appear sympathetic and friendly, after all. And the Prince of Nothing was a singular existence even among the insidious monsters. But that was fine. Sunny did not mind sharing a ship with him, as long as Mordred was an ally. Gods knew that the cohort needed all the help it could get in this dreadful, utterly unreasonable nightmare. Sunny himself did not do much in the first few days of their journey across the great river. He slept some more, spent some time staring at the sky, and chatted with Kai, describing the past events of the nightmare in more detail. The month he had spent with Nephis on the carcass of the black turtle, the battle with the azure serpent, their meeting with Anank and the visit to Forlorn Weave, the journey to Fallen Grace and their reunion with Cassie, the battle against the defiled Sibyl, the dreadful months they had spent on Alethia's island, and their eventual escape. In the process, Sunny also spoke about the many mysteries they had solved and the startling revelations they had received in the tomb of Ariel. Looking back, he had truly learned a lot here, both about the past and the present. And about himself. Kai was the perfect audience for his outrageous tales. Sharing his experiences with a friend soothed Sunny's conflicted heart a little. He was not quite all right. After suffering so much in Antarctica and on the Great River, how could he be? But he was at least back to being his usual spirited self. Almost. There was still the issue of what had happened at the end of Twilight to deal with. If there was a way to deal with that, even. Sunny felt that he at least owed it to himself. To have a talk with Nephis, pointless or not. But with Nephis being in that strange, dispassionate state, talking with her about deeply emotional issues did not seem like a good idea. She was slowly recovering, at least. So, Sunny decided to wait until she was back to her usual self before broaching the topic. With that, there was nothing for him to do. Eventually, the chain breaker traveled far away from Twilight. They were still bathed in the beautiful blaze of the endless dawn, but the waters the graceful ship was braving had imperceptibly changed. They were surrounded by danger once more. From here onward, there would be untold horrors hiding beneath the waves once more. The radiant sky would harbor terrifying abominations once more. And so, the members of the cohort would have to maintain vigilance at all times once more, ready to fight for their lives. The mood aboard the chain breaker subtly changed. That said, strangely, Sunny was not too concerned. Perhaps it was arrogance, but looking at the 7 people gathered on the graceful ship, he felt confident in their chances of at least reaching Verge unharmed. Had there ever been a more deadly cohort of masters? Surely not. Kai and Effie were veterans of both the Forgotten Shore and the Antarctic campaign, with plenty of incredible feats under their belts. Soul Reaper Jet was one of the most feared individuals in the world, with even saints being wary of her sinister blade. Cassie was someone whose lethality could not even be evaluated by mundane means. And then there were Sunny, Nephis, and Mordred, the 3 wielders of divine aspects, unheard of in history. Their individual power was already outside the scope of what masters were supposed to be capable of, and when put together. If anything, Sunny should have felt concerned for their enemies. Speaking of Mordred, Sunny had wished to avoid him entirely, but having access to the well of knowledge the Prince of Nothing possessed was simply too tempting. Granted, the bastard lied as easily as he breathed, so anything he said had to be taken with a grain of salt. In fact, as a rule of thumb, nothing Mordred said could be trusted. But Sunny still wanted to ask him a few questions, especially those that almost no one else could answer. Mordred could usually be seen at the bow of the chain breaker, where Saint stood guard with Morgan's warbow in her hands. He seemed to be very interested in the graceful stone knight, or maybe the bow she held. In any case, he could be found there most of the time. Sunny left his usual spot under the branches of the sacred tree, walked past Anank's ketch, and approached the Prince of Nothing. Sensing his gaze, Mordred looked up. "Ah, Sunless, what a pleasant surprise. Did you want something?" Sunny glared at him for a few moments, then sighed and summoned the shadow chair. Noticing it, Mordred raised an eyebrow, as if remembering something unpleasant. "I know." Sitting down, Sunny remained silent for a bit, then said evenly, Yeah, I did want something, just to chat for a bit. He glanced at Mordred and asked, trying to keep his tone devoid of hostility. So how is Ravenheart treating you? The Prince of Nothing gave him a curious look. Ah, the weather is not great, but the people are really charming. Well, you've met Sation and Beastmaster, so you must have an idea. It's like I'm living in a flower garden. Sunny smiled, nodded, and asked cordially. I see. So what are the sovereigns up to? Are they really going to abandon the waking world? Chapter 1528, New Eden. 1528, New Eden. Mordred studied him with a neutral expression. Then he smiled pleasantly. How should I know? Am I a sovereign? Sunny stared at him silently for a few moments. Eventually, he shook his head. No, but you are a son of one, was raised by another, and currently serve the third. If you don't know, then who would? Mordred laughed. Well, if you put it like that, it does sound like I should know. However, Sunless, you seem to be mistaken about something. The thing is, I don't care to know. Why should I care about the waking world? Whatever happens to it has little to do with me. Sunny frowned. Indeed, Mordred had spent most of his childhood in the dream realm, so he had little attachment to Earth. More than that, he was not someone who would care about the lives of hundreds of millions of innocent people, let alone feel inclined to do something to save them. All Mordred cared about was his revenge against the great clan Valor. A faint smile appeared on Sunny's face. Sure, you might not care about the waking world, but you do care about your father's plans, at least as far as to be able to try and ruin them better. So cut the crap and just tell me what you know, if you don't mind. Mordred stared at him with amusement for a while, then sighed and shook his head. Well, why not? But I'm afraid that you are overestimating me. I really do not know what my father and the Queen of Worms are planning. I am not exactly on speaking terms with the former, and the latter does not trust me enough to share such secrets. All I know is that they are serious about having a war with each other. That was why I joined Kai Song. He lingered for a moment and added, his voice losing its usual lightheartedness. I'll warn you, though, don't presume to understand the sovereigns, Sunless. You might think that you have them figured out, but you don't. They are far older than we are and far more powerful. They are also not some cardboard villains. My father, Kai Song, and the third one are the most exceptional individuals of their generation, or maybe even of all generations. They did not end up on their thrones by accident. Sunny looked at him somberly. What are you trying to say? Mordred shrugged with a smile. I'm just saying that you might find it hard to understand their plans, abandoning the waking world. Well, that surely sounds like something they would do. But if you think about it, why would they do that? Even if the sovereigns only care about the dream realm, they still need Awakened to populate it. And Awakened cannot exist without mundane people. You can't make an omelet without breaking eggs, and you can't get a stable supply of eggs without a poultry farm, something like that. Sunny remained silent for a while, thinking about what Mordred had said. Although the terms he used were very cynical, the underlying message held true. Indeed, there had to be an immense population of mundane people for a comparatively small amount of Awakened to emerge. If the waking world was indeed destined to be consumed by the dream realm, the sovereigns could not allow themselves to abandon it completely before that happened. Which went against what Sunny had learned about them before. He frowned, feeling confused. Eventually, Sunny shook his head and asked, his voice somber. What about the third one? Asterion, what does he want? As soon as those words were spoken, Mordred's smile dimmed, growing strangely forced. He leaned forward slightly. Sunless, do me a favor, try not to speak that name aloud. Otherwise, he might actually hear you. Sunny blinked a couple of times, staring at him incredulously. Come on, really. Mordred let out a long sigh, then shook his head reproachfully. I'm not saying that to scare you, I am just telling the truth. The old man, his powers are a bit beyond comprehension. If you feel threatened by Kai Song or my father, wait till you meet him. Better yet, hope that you never will. Sunny leaned back, crossing his arms. What's so scary about him? If he's so powerful, why isn't he participating in this war Song and Valor started? Where is he? Come to think of it, where does he come from? There is almost nothing written about him in the history books. Is he a legacy? Does he have a clan? An army? Mordred shrugged. The thing you need to understand about him is that his domain is different from those of the other two. Yes, domains can be different in nature. Most are like what my father and Kai Song possess, territorial. That is why Valor and Song are fighting over territory, but not his. His is more of an idea than a place. He remained silent for a few moments, then said somberly, "You must have realized by now that the great clans were built by those who inherited the divine lineages. Valor was born from the lineage of war, immortal flame from the lineage of sun, house of night from the lineage of storm. Clan Song rose to prominence later, after Kai Song discovered the lineage of beast. The old man is the one who has the lineage of heart. However, there is no clan he belongs to. Do you know why that is?" Sunny shook his head. "The lineage of Heart God. Heart God was also the god of souls, as well as emotions, memory, hunger, and growth. What kind of aspect could Asterion possess then? What powers did he wield? What was the nature of his domain?" Mordred took a deep breath, then smiled. "Well, it's because he does not come from the legacy clans. Legacy clans have been in power since before we were born, so we are conditioned to assume that it has always been like that. But in fact, there were many powers competing for the right to shape the world as they saw fit, back in the chaotic time after the spell first descended. Some more terrible than others. The old man is the last remnant of one of those vanquished powers." Sunny remembered hearing about that. From what he knew, the current system, with the government and the legacy clans maintaining the world order together, was established after several other fringe factions had been defeated by the first legacies. Even with all the sins of the current regime, the ones that could have been would have been much more terrifying. At least that was what he had been told by Professor Obel. Mordred lingered for a moment. "Ah, by the way, the old man is not that old, actually. It's just what I call him. The faction he comes from, you see, was a small group of the Path of Ascension zealots. Real fanatics are more extreme than anyone you could have met among the legacies. Now, those people, they were really in favor of abandoning the waking world completely, believing that the nightmare spell was meant to pave the way for a new beginning, that the dream realm was a wild garden meant for a new breed of humans." He shook his head. "And they did abandon the waking world, establishing an isolated colony in the dream realm not long after the first masters ascended. The man who would one day become the third sovereign was actually born there. In fact, he was the first human child born in the dream realm, the original dream spawn." Mordred smiled. "Well, in any case, those reclusive extremists did not last long. Their colony was eventually overtaken by nightmare creatures, and he was the only one who survived. In the end, he found his way to Bastion, met my father, was brought back to the waking world, and joined Broken Sword's cohort." The Prince of Nothing looked at Sunny with a strange expression, then frowned. "I hope that satisfied your curiosity. Ah, all this talking made me thirsty. I think I'll go find myself something to drink." He rose and moved to walk away, but then lingered for a moment. Looking back, Mordred said in a friendly tone, "Oh, by the way, I said before that you'd better hope to never meet that guy. Sorry, I don't think y'all have a choice. The old man, you see, is very interested in people with divine bloodlines. Considering your connection to Shadow, the only missing lineage, he'll probably come find you someday. Your precious changing star as well, since there might not be another dream spawn anywhere in the two worlds." With that, he smiled pleasantly and walked away, leaving Sunny alone. The chain breaker continued moving west, the leaves of the sacred tree rustling gently in the wind. Sunny stared silently at the vast expanse of the great river, his head full of dark thoughts. God admit, it was really unfair. He did not even have the lineage of Shadow God. Bloodweave had greedily devoured it a long time ago. Why did he have to deal with a mysterious and sinister sovereign? It was not as if Sunny did not have a host of other terrible problems he had to deal with already. Mordred might have been lying as well. It was only then that Sunny thought back on their conversation and uttered a quiet curse. The Prince of Nothing had talked for so long, but did not give a straight answer to a single question. That bastard. Chapter 1529, Worm of Doubt. 1529, Worm of Doubt. The conversation with Mordred left Sunny in a somber mood. The bastard clearly knew more than he had deemed necessary to share, but the few pieces of information he did offer were concerning. However, Sunny did not dwell on the distant threat of the sovereigns for long. He did not have the luxury of worrying about something waiting far in the future when there were lethal dangers waiting for him in the present. Or past, technically, considering that verge was situated far downstream, as close to the source and the estuary as the seekers of truth had been able to build it, before the defilement was born. Not long after he talked with Mordred, the chain breaker was attacked for the first time since leaving Twilight. The cohort dealt with the swarm of the drowned with comparative ease, allowing him to collect a few soul shards and for Jet to replenish her reserves of essence. After that, they maintained a battle-ready schedule at all times. Sunny's shadows stood guard at different points of the ship day and night. Nephis and Cassie took turns steering the graceful vessel, keeping it at low altitude, sometimes just above the flowing water. Jet's Crow and Kai scouted ahead for signs of approaching danger. The most useful scout, however, was none other than Mordred. With his ability to perceive the world through reflections and the vast expanse of water around them, he could see far and wide, warning them of any suspicious movement far in advance. They did not have to fight too often. Sometimes danger came from below the water, and sometimes it came from the sky. But most of the time, the great river remained calm and peaceful, leaving them with plenty of free time on their hands. Knowing that the cohort was drawing closer and closer to the inevitable attack on Verge with each passing day, Sunny threw himself into weaving. There was a lot for him to do. He had 5 supreme soul shards, which meant that 5 of the transcendent memories the cohort possessed could be potentially elevated to a higher rank. The first thing Sunny had to do was choose what memories to alter. He chose the first 2 rather quickly. They were the transcendent armors Effie and Kai had received in the second nightmare, the former after slaying the Sun Prince, the latter after slaying the Ivory Lord Dragon Severax. Both were potent and possessed tremendously robust weaves, making the possibility of the alterations damaging or destroying them slim. Best of all, they were memories of the first tier, so a single soul shard was enough to change their rank completely. The third memory Sunny decided on was somewhat of a harder choice. It was the transcendent weapon of the 7th tier Nephis had received for slaying Soul Stealer. The weapon, which could take many forms, possessed several insidious enchantments. In a sense, it was similar to the Cruel Sight, but much more versatile, destructive, and potent. Because of the similarities between the 2 silver blades, Sunny had an easier time studying its weave. Therefore, he had a better chance of transplanting a new nexus. Sadly, transplanting 7 was currently beyond his abilities, not that he had enough supreme soul shards. However, Sunny decided to attempt isolating a single enchantment and supplying that enchantment alone with the power equal to that of a supreme memory, thus creating a strange and unheard-of memory of a hybrid rank. The enchantment he chose was responsible for channeling elemental damage, as well as protecting the blade from harm. Considering Neph's propensity for destroying her memories with her own flame, or simply by exposing them to too much punishment, that single improvement would serve her very well in the future. The remaining 2 memories he decided to alter had also been received by Nephis in Twilight. Both of them were of transcendent memories of the first tier. One was an arrow, while the other was a charm. The arrow possessed a simple enchantment that enhanced the force delivered by its impact, and could also shape that force into a flat, severing field. The charm was a more complicated one, and served to enhance the material properties of other objects, making weapons sharper, armor more durable, and so on. With that arrangement, 2 of his companions would be better protected, 2 would be capable of delivering more harm to the enemy, and 1 would be able to better support the rest of the cohort in any kind of situation. With his plans set, Sunny began the work, studying the weaves of the chosen memories in great detail, creating threads of shadow essence, and preparing himself for the alterations was going to take him a long while. He hoped to be done with the process by the time they reached Fallen Grace, and if that failed, then at least before they reached Verge. Days passed with him being completely concentrated on the task. Strangely enough, studying the unfamiliar weaves also gave him some inspiration for his own unrelated project, the complicated puzzle of turning the covetous coffer into a semblance of an echo. For a while, Sunny was fully engrossed in the mysteries of weaving, not paying attention to anything else, except for occasional attacks on the chain breaker. Slowly, however, a note of dissonance invaded his focused mind. Sunny was reluctant to pay it much attention at first, but with each passing day, the worm of doubt that had entered his mind continued to grow harder to ignore. especially because the sin of solace did not miss any opportunity to remind him of that small contradiction. The thought gnawing at Sonny's mind was a seemingly innocent question. How did Cassie survive the explosion that consumed Twilight? At first, he had not paid that detail any attention, simply being glad and relieved that the blind girl was alive. But the more time passed, the more it bothered Sonny for some reason. Except for Mordred, who had been sent back to his physical body, all members of the cohort had been thrown out of the mirror realm in approximately the same location, past the open space where they had met Soul Stealer, near the inner districts of the city. From there, Nephis had made her way to the palace. Cassie, however, had somehow ended up near the gates of the city when the explosion happened. She then dove deep into the still water beyond the gates to save herself, as well as Effie and Jet, from the obliterating blast. But how had she found herself all the way near the wall of Twilight? It had to have been immensely difficult to fight her way through the flood of Soul Stealer's vessels and the remnant abominations of the defiled horde. The distance between where the cohort had found themselves and the outer limits of the city was much greater than the distance to the palace. Cassie couldn't have reached the water by accident, so how had she done it? There was only one reasonable answer. It was that Cassie's goal had always been to escape the city, which meant that she had known what would happen all along. Chapter 15, 30 Blessing of Misfortune. 1530 Blessing of Misfortune. Sonny was restless. Cassie had survived, which brought him indescribable joy. He would have been broken if she had perished in Twilight. Nephis would have never forgiven herself for causing the death of her best friend either. Not to mention that Effie and Jet would have been killed, as well, making the heartbreaking tragedy simply unbearable. So it was the epitome of wonderful that Cassie had survived. But how she survived? He did not know. It was close to impossible for her to be driven all the way to the limits of the city by accident, which meant that she had fought her way there on purpose, which meant that she knew what would happen, which was also impossible. Not even because Cassie would have shared such precious information with them, allowing the cohort to come up with a better plan, but simply because she was not capable of perceiving the past and the future in the tomb of Ariel. She had told them so herself. All Cassie saw in her visions, ever since entering the nightmare, was darkness. That was what saved her from sharing the fate of the Sybils, who had all been defiled by the visions of the estuary. Here in the tomb of Ariel, Cassie was blind to the future and the past. That was her saving grace. She could not have known what would happen in Twilight. Otherwise, she would have been defiled, and she wasn't defiled. Sonny knew that because he could see Cassie's soul and because she was still a carrier of the nightmare spell. And yet she had to have known somehow. It made no sense at all. Confused, he even remembered the eerie and nonsensical thought that had entered his mind after they escaped Alethia's island. That Cassie could have been able to remember the previous cycles of the Great River, just like the Mad Prince had. Which would make her torment. But she couldn't be torment for the same reason. If she was, Sonny would have been able to see the darkness of corruption in her soul, and the spell would have banished her from itself. The strange incongruity gnawed at him more and more with each passing day. The only reasonable explanation was that fate had played a trick on them. It was almost impossible for Cassie to have found herself near the gates of Twilight when the explosion happened, but only almost. She must have gotten incredibly lucky. Sonny was no stranger to witnessing extremely improbable events. His entire life was full of them due to his fated attribute. This time, they must have received a blessing of fortune. There was no other sensible way to explain what had happened. And still, he was restless, plagued by doubt. It was to the point that Sonny was having trouble concentrating on weaving. He found himself glancing at Cassie furtively when she was nearby, and then felt ashamed for doubting one of his companions. Not to mention that it was absolutely useless to try and spy on the blind girl secretly, because she could have been watching the world through his eyes and would be aware of him looking at her. In any case, Cassie seemed to be perfectly normal. Well, as far as the word normal could be applied to her. She was mostly quiet, but not alarmingly so. She usually kept to herself, but not to the point of avoiding others on purpose. Usually she would take her turn controlling the chain breaker, then descend below deck to rest when Nephis replaced her on the steering oars. When they were attacked, she participated in the battles, supporting the cohort from behind and stepping forward if there was a need. When everything was calm, she rested and went about her usual duties of maintaining the ship. Of course, Sunny did not know what she was doing when nobody was watching. How could he? Well, actually, he could. Spying on the blind seer was not an easy matter, considering that she could see through the eyes of the potential spy and knew their every move. However, as far as Sunny knew, while Cassie could use her ascended ability on the members of the cohort, she could not do the same with his shadows. She could also see through his eyes if she wished to, but she could not see what he saw through the shadows. So if he wanted to, he could send one of the shadows to observe the blind girl, just in case there was something strange going on with her. However, he wasn't sure that it was an appropriate thing to do. Sunny was very peculiar about trust. It had taken him a long time to gain the ability to trust others, so he cherished it greatly. Being able to trust and receiving trust in return, those were intangible but precious things. So even if sending a shadow to observe Cassie would do the blind girl any harm, he would be breaking trust with her. Their relationship was complicated and tumultuous, and they had endured a lot together to repair it. He was reluctant to jeopardize that relationship. But the sin of Solace kept whispering into his ear, fanning the flames of Sunny's paranoia. In fact, the Sword Wraith did not whisper, but was incredibly loud with his insidious accusations and insinuations, especially so when Cassie was nearby. She never reacted, which made it seem as though she was unable to hear the odious apparition. Or was pretending to not hear it masterfully. Just think about it rationally. It was hard for Sunny to be dispassionate when it came to Cassie, but this time he had to be. We only made it this far because of Cassie, but if I remove our friendship from the equation, she has indeed been behaving strangely, and there are certain things about her actions that can be seen as suspicious if a stranger evaluates them. Which did not mean that they really were suspicious, just that they could be. Lowering all 6 of his hands, which had been weaving strings of shadow essence, Sunny frowned. In the end, it all comes down to a simple question. Do I want to be polite, or do I want to be safe? Seen in that light, his dilemma had a definitive solution. It was much better to be safe than sorry. After shaking his head, Sunny secretly sent one of his shadows to keep an eye on Cassie. He was almost entirely certain that he would not discover anything concerning. But at least the little part of him that had been restless and concerned was calmed by that precaution, allowing him to return to his tasks with an easy heart. He continued weaving. Chapter 1531 Colors of the Sky. 1531 Colors of the Sky. With his mind at ease, Sunny was able to get back to weaving. Due to the crown of twilight, he did not have to worry about running out of essence and created threads of it with increasing speed. The sight of him sitting all by himself, moving 2 sets of shadows' hands in addition to his own pair, must have been extremely strange, especially because his companions could not see the tenebrous strings wrapped around his many fingers. But they were long used to the strange things Sunny did from time to time, so he was mostly left alone. The chain breaker sailed duskward, slowly leaving the waters of endless dawn behind. At the same time, Sunny was observing Cassie. The blind girl did not do anything suspicious, assuaging his fears. Despite the poisonous accusations the sin of Solace kept spouting into his ears, she was perfectly normal. Cassie spent half of the day steering the flying ship, then went about mundane tasks or rested in her cabin. She maintained a calm and friendly demeanor while spending time with the other members of the cohort, albeit remaining slightly aloof. Cassie had become rather taciturn at some point, but it was not as if she was reticent and went out of her way to not participate in any conversations. It was just that she seemed content to listen quietly, most of the time, only voicing her opinions when there was a reason. When Cassie was alone, she remained composed and collected. There was not much to do on the peaceful days, but she was seldomly idle. Without anyone noticing, the blind girl had taken it upon herself to maintain the ship in pristine condition. Others had joined her belatedly, sharing the chores and menial tasks while chattering and joking. The atmosphere on the washed decks of the chain breaker was harmonious and tranquil. Cassie was only alone when she retreated to her cabin to sleep. Sunny felt more than a little bit weird, guilty, even when sending his shadow to spy on the blind girl there. Of course, he made sure to look away when needed so as not to see anything improper. But still, it was a strange situation. Luckily, Cassie was not doing anything to give credence to the insinuations made by the sin of solace. The only peculiar thing Sunny discovered was that she had developed the habit of keeping a diary at some point. The blind girl had brought a leather-bound journal with her when they departed Fallen Grace, and was diligently leaving short notes on its pages before sleep. Sunny did not really want to read what she wrote, though. He wouldn't have been able to read the journal even if he wanted to anyway, not because Cassie did anything to make it hard for someone to gain access to it, but simply because she wrote in Braille. Apart from the leather-bound book, she had also brought a special slotted slate. The slate, which had probably been specially made for her by an artisan in Fallen Grace, consisted of two parts connected by a hinge. By opening the slate, Cassie could place a sheet of paper inside, and then poke holes in it with a stylus by following the slots. Because of how proficient Cassie was with handling her flaw, it was sometimes easy to forget that she was blind. But she was. Her aspect abilities might have allowed her to negate some of the most debilitating sides of her condition, but the underlying cause remained. When Cassie was alone, she could not borrow someone's vision to see the page. Her ability to sense what would happen a few moments into the future could not help her see the path of ink on paper either. So, in these private moments, she could only use such a method to read and write. Separated from her by several bulkheads and the mass of the upper deck, Sunny looked away from the shimmering spellweave and gazed at the beautiful sky above him. It was painted with a million vivid colors, rays of sunshine falling through the radiant clouds. The leaves of the sacred tree moved gently, making the tapestry of shadows etched into the wooden surface of the deck shift. Looking down, he sighed quietly and returned to his task. Days passed slowly. Eventually, they left the reaches of the great river where dawn never ended. The sky gradually brightened, turning vast and perfectly blue. The nights were longer here, with water glowing softly in the absolute darkness of the absent stars. As the great river changed, the people sailing across its endlessly flowing surface changed as well. Kai finally did not seem disoriented anymore, having come to terms with the bizarre and incredible truth of the third nightmare. He quietly trained and prepared himself for the nearing battle, perhaps feeling remorseful about not sharing the hardships his friends had endured. Jet was practicing and experimenting with her mist blade, capturing new souls every time the chain breaker was attacked. She was slowly figuring out how to use her deadly weapon to achieve truly harrowing results, which sometimes chilled even her allies. Effie's belly was slowly growing. She spent most of her time helping the other members of the cohort with their tasks and preparing meals. The huntress remained cheerful and seemingly carefree, but Sunny could see somber emotions hiding behind that bright facade. She was distressed about the future of her child, and troubled because she was not able to support her comrades more. Mordred was Mordred. It was impossible to tell what the bastard was thinking or feeling, but he seemed perfectly content with the situation. The only thing that bothered him was that there were not enough living beings for him to kill, which prevented him from forming more soul cores, creating reflections, and then sending the reflections to slaughter and rampage on their own, thus nurturing their power. Cassie remained her usual, unassuming self. Even with Sunny watching her closely, there was nothing especially notable about the blind girl. If anything, she seemed to be slowly growing more confident and energetic the further from Twilight they traveled. And then there was Nephis. It took a few weeks for her to recover from suffering the terrible torment of her flaw and return to her usual self. Her eyes had regained their former liveliness, and her demeanor had shed the dispassionate emotionlessness of having her humanity burn away in the merciless flames. Sunny felt relieved that Nephis was back to being herself, but he was also tense and troubled. Because now that she was, he had no excuses to not talk to her anymore. Chapter 1532, Unchanging. 1532, Unchanging. After an especially fierce battle against a swarm of aerial abominations, the deck of the chain breaker was slick with blood. Fiend was sitting near a pile of grotesque corpses, munching on them with shining eyes. The disturbing crunching sound spread far and wide, making the members of the cohort throw disgusted looks at him. The ravenous ogre paid it no attention, continuing his morbid meal in utter delight. The flying ship had landed on the water and was now swaying gently on the waves. Its sails were filled with wind, and steered by Neph's steady hand, it moved swiftly across the current. Sunny had just finished inspecting the hull of the chain breaker to check if it had received any damage. Apart from a couple shallow scratches, everything seemed fine. Relieved, he gave Cassie the sign that it was all right, and went about helping Kai wash the blood off the deck. The motions of cleaning the ship up after a battle were so familiar by now that he could have performed them with his eyes closed and his shadows gone. Eventually, everything that needed to be done was done. The pile of corpses had disappeared, consumed by fiend. The soul shards had been recovered and cleaned. The deck had been washed, the sails and masts had been checked. The members of the cohort returned to what they had been doing before the nightmare creatures attacked. Effie was already starting to prepare dinner, and a delicious smell wafted from the galley. The 7 suns were falling toward the horizon. Instead of returning to his usual spot and manifesting shadow hands to continue weaving threads of essence, Sunny hesitated for a while, then made his way toward the stern of the ship. There, Nephis was standing in the runic circle, holding the steering oars. He leaned against the railing nearby and summoned the endless spring, taking a sip of the invigorating water. They spent some time in silence. The silence between them had been comfortable once, but now it was making Sunny feel burdened. Eventually, he asked, "How long do you think it will take us to reach fallen grace?" Nephis looked at the sky, then shrugged. 5 weeks, maybe 6. Depends on the wind and the obstacles we'll meet along the way. He nodded. All in all, 2 months would have passed since the day they left Twilight by the time fallen grace appeared in sight, which meant that he would have spent around 9 in the nightmare. The same went for Nephis, while Cassie would be closing in on having been in the tomb of Ariel for the bet. Or a part of 2 years. It would be 5 months for Effie and Jet, and 2 for Kai. What a mess. Sunny wasn't even sure how old he was exactly, anymore, especially in relation to the other members of the cohort. He was still shy of turning 21 by several months, at least. After thinking about that for a bit, he asked, "How do you think the people in Fallen Grace are doing?" The citizens of Fallen Grace had been supposed to migrate it downstream after the news of the defiled Sibyl's demise reached them. That would have allowed them to regain their youth, and maybe even usher in a new generation, with time. But since Sunny, Nephis, and Cassie had not bothered to stay back and check, there was no telling what actually happened. "I wonder how that brat Kronos is doing." Nephis sighed. "It's impossible to tell. After all, we don't know how much time we spent on Alethia's island and to traverse the vortex." That was true as well. Sunny only knew how many revolutions he endured after becoming aware of them, not how many deaths it had taken for him to learn the truth of the loop. Time had also acted extremely strangely in the depths of the Great River when they were traveling through the vortex and in the dark void beyond. In a sense, the only member of the group who had experienced each day of the nightmare normally, from start to finish, was Mordred. But even he had no idea how long it had been since they entered the tomb of Ariel, or rather, since they started this cycle of the Great River, because it was close to impossible to track the passage of time in the reflected version of Twilight, where it had been frozen. All he knew was that he had played cat and mouse with Soul Stealer for a very long time before the chain breaker arrived. Sunny remained silent for a while, trying to choose the correct words, but they weren't coming. What was the point of words anyway? If their troubles could be solved with words, they would have solved them a long time ago. Words were cheap and actions spoke louder. Some problems could not be solved at all. He winced, then said the first thing that came to his mind. "I wonder how that brat Kronos is." "I am sorry." Neph's voice interrupted him, making Sunny flinch slightly. He glanced at her, surprised. Nephis was looking ahead at the horizon. Her motionless face was painted by the light of the descending suns. She remained silent for a moment, then sighed and turned to face him. "I am sorry for making you dismiss your crown." Sunny did not answer immediately. He kept quiet for a while, studying her face. His own expression was neutral, not exposing any of the swarm of emotions hiding behind it. There it was, an apology. The conversation he had been delaying went much smoother than he had expected, arriving at what could very well be considered the best possible outcome. But it did not solve anything. So what if Nephis was sorry? It did not change what she had done. It did not change what she could do in the future either. They could discuss it endlessly, expressing their reasons, feelings, intentions, and desires. But that fundamental truth would not change, making all else meaningless. Perhaps it was just like the sin of Solace had said. The only way to resolve this issue was for Sunny to surrender. But he did not know how to, and did not wish to surrender either. Eventually, Sunny sighed as well. Looking away, he nodded. Yeah, I am sorry that you did that too. With that, he forced out a smile. His smile was unconvincing and a little joyless. But hey, what else were you supposed to do? At least you helped me save face. You might not have known it, but I was moments away from trying to bite you. That would have been really embarrassing, not to mention bad for my teeth. Sunny shook his head and pushed himself off the railing. Dinner is almost ready, so I'd better go. Cassie will take over from you soon. Come down before the food gets cold. He waved at her and left. The first of the 7 sons fell into the great river, drowning in its unfathomable depths. Far behind them, the sky was already turning dark. The chain breaker continued sailing in the direction of the distant sunset. Chapter 1533 Dusk Flower. 1533 Dusk Flower. Chain breaker was sailing across the vast expanse of the great river. With each day, the time of their inevitable arrival at Verge drew closer. Torment was waiting there, as well as the remnants of the defiled horde, all dreadful and powerful adversaries without a doubt. Sunny felt a strange, melancholy settle in his burdened heart, something he did not want to carry and could not afford to feel. His mind had to be focused on the preparations for the nearing battle. The battle that was going to decide whether they would return home as saints or be buried forever in the dreadful darkness of the tomb of Ariel. So he did what he did best. He put his feelings aside and got to work. 5 memories waited for him to alter them, each possessing a unique and complicated weave. Each was different from the Crown of Dawn and called for a different approach. The suits of armor Effie and Kai had received for slaying the 2 chain lords of the Ivory City were the easiest to deal with. Armor was meant to be durable, after all, and perhaps for that reason, the weave of these memories was robust and durable as well. Or maybe it was simply because of where they came from. In any case, Sunny had a good feeling about altering the memories left behind by the 2 immortal saints. The deadly arrow and the helpful charm Nephis had received in Twilight were much more complicated. They were entirely different from each other as well, which made the task of studying the weave of their enchantments harder. But the most troublesome memory by far was the transcendent weapon of the 7th tier Nephis had received for slaying Soul Stealer. Not only was the weave of the silver blade infinitely more complex, but Sunny was also trying to do something he had never done before, replace a single nexus of a greater memory and enhance only one of its enchantments, leaving the rest untouched. More than that, the weave of the altered enchantment had to be completely isolated, so that the pressure of its more potent essence did not break the balance of the entire tapestry. The elaborate puzzle of it all was driving him insane. Finding countless solutions to a myriad of problems demanded all of his attention. Which was good. Sunny enjoyed being faced with problems that could actually be solved. He also liked not being able to dwell on other things too much, focusing entirely on a single task. Days passed, turning into weeks. The chain breaker braved the vast expanse of the azure sky, and finally entered the reaches of the great river, where the world was eternally bathed in the crimson radiance of dusk. They fought plenty of harrowing nightmare creatures on the way. Sunny was somewhat forced to swallow his previous confidence. Yes, nothing managed to defeat the cohort or gravely wound any of the 7 masters, but they came close to being defeated on more than one occasion. One time, the impregnable hull of the chain breaker was even breached. Luckily, they were flying above the currents at the time, so the ship did not take any water. But having to hastily patch the damaged section in the middle of a prolonged battle made everyone remember why arrogance was the quickest way to die in the unforgiving world of the nightmare spell. Not long before the 2nd month of their journey came to an end, Sunny finally finished his work on the 2 suits of armor. Effie and Kai each had a supreme memory to protect them now, while Jet had her legacy relic. This made him feel better about the terrible battle that waited for them ahead. Most of the preparatory work for the other 3 alterations had been complete, too. Sunny had plenty of essence strings at his disposal, as well as detailed knowledge of each of the three weaves. All that remained now was to carefully go over his plans, envision every step, and try to predict what could go wrong. That was going to take him some time, but before that happened, the chain breaker finally arrived at Fallen Grace. The arrival this time was different from the first. Back then, neither Sunny nor Nephis had known what to expect from the last human city on the Great River. Therefore, they had been wary and ready for battle. He had even chosen to assume the form of the onyx serpent, following the graceful vessel from below the waves. Many things were different now. The chain breaker was soaring above the water instead of resting on the currents. There were more people aboard. Fallen Grace itself was different, too. Not only did it feel like an island of safety and peace in the ocean of perilous danger, but the city had also changed visibly. It had indeed migrated further downstream, allowing the citizens to gain back their vitality. The first time Sunny and Nephis saw Fallen Grace, it was like a wilting white flower that floated on the crimson waves, bathed in the intense glow of the setting suns. There were still signs of deterioration hidden behind its beauty, but the white flower did not seem like it was dying anymore. Instead, it looked to be recovering from a cured disease. Many of the weathered buildings were being repaired. The sea of scarlet sails that helped Fallen Grace stay in place seemed freshly dyed. The island ships were connected by solid bridges, and a few new ones were being constructed at the edges of the city, with countless people working on their unfinished frames. Above all else, the atmosphere of the last city had entirely changed. If it had been somber and stifled before, now it was brimming with vigor and vitality. It was as if people who had no hope had suddenly regained belief in the future. Seeing Fallen Grace like this was a stark reminder for Sunny, a reminder of what it was that they were fighting for. Even though he had almost forgotten, they were. NT fighting against the defilement to merely survive, or even to conquer the nightmare and become saints. They were fighting for these people. Their defeat would mean the end of the river civilization, while their triumph would give the people of Fallen Grace a chance to rebuild and thrive once again. Even if these men and women were merely phantoms conjured by the spell, their joys and sorrows mattered. But more than that, they were a symbol of similar cities back in the waking world. The elegant canals of Fallen Grace were no different from the bustling streets on NQSC. Making sure that they would not turn empty and desolate, that was the calling of the awakened. The change that had happened to this floating city served to illustrate what the triumphs or failures of Awakened truly meant. Standing on the deck of the chain breaker, Sunny took a deep breath. We will destroy Verge and conquer this nightmare. He had promised to do so. He had promised to do so thrice. Soon, he would have the chance to make good on his promise. Chapter 1534, Rejuvenated. 1534, Rejuvenated. The chain breaker landed on the water and cut across its surface, approaching a familiar pier. Just like in the past, there was a crowd of people watching the graceful ship approach. Sunny remembered the last time he had seen these people. It was when he, Nephis, and Cassie were departing from Fallen Grace, on their route to find and rescue the other members of the cohort. Thousands of gaunt, solemn old men and women had gathered on the piers on that day to see Dusk, their protector and savior, leave. Perhaps to never return. What was it that Cassie had said back then, after breaking her golden chains in a striking and decisive manner? She had said that they would gather powerful outsiders, vanquish the defilement, and usher in a new era. An era of freedom and grace, that she knew it to be true. Sunny had been a bit surprised by her impassioned proclamation and jokingly asked if she had seen a vision of fate, to which Cassie had responded, "Who cares about fate? If fate is against us, well, break it." As if it was easy to break fate. Looking back, that speech was really out of character for the quiet, reserved young woman. Sure, she had been putting on a show to give the people of Fallen Grace hope. But why did it seem that Cassie had been much more alive, much more herself in those few moments than ever since? Sunny sighed, feeling a tentative smile find its way to his face. Well, she had not been wrong. They had indeed gathered powerful outsiders against all odds. 3 masters had left Fallen Grace, but 7 of them returned, which might not have seemed like much if one did not know what they had gone through to reach that conclusion. Much more important was the fact that, while their number had swelled, the number of their enemies had dwindled. Devouring beast, undying slaughter, soul stealer, and the dread lord were gone. The mad prince was gone, too, and so only one of the 6 plagues remained. Would Cassie's promise to vanquish the defilement come true as well? Well, make it come true. Feeling a newfound sense of determination, Sonny looked at the people crowding the pier. Now that the chain breaker had drawn closer, he could see them better. Even though he knew what to expect, the sight still startled him. Hud. Gone were the gaunt, wrinkled faces. Gone were the hunched backs, blurry eyes, and lifeless white hair. Instead of thousands of old men and women, thousands of vigorous youths were staring back at him, their bright eyes full of vibrancy and life. It's Lady Dusk, Our Lady. Our Lady has returned. Look, that is Lord Sunless, they're back. Was that ship flying? There are people on the deck. The wind brought over a choir of excited voices. Kai, who was standing near Sonny, gave him an amused look and smiled. Why do I feel like I am preparing for the opening song of a comeback concert? The charming archer scratched the back of his head and added in a confused tone. Ah, it must be because there's a crowd of excited teenagers in front of me. Old instincts are kicking in. Sonny gave him a strange look, remembering that his friend's life was perhaps the strangest of everyone aboard the chain breaker. And that was saying a lot, considering that there was a dead woman and Mordred among them. Finally, the chain breaker reached the pier. The ship was tied in place, and then a wooden gangway was lowered to allow its passengers to disembark. Cassie descended first, causing the crowd of people to explode with cheers. The citizens of Fallen Grace seemed beyond themselves at the sight of their Sibyl. Their youthful faces were beaming with wide smiles, and their eyes glowed with excitement. However, they were also full of curiosity, which was why their gazes moved away from the blind girl soon. It was not every day that outsiders came to Fallen Grace. In fact, many or even most of these people had only seen such an event once. Recognizing Sonny and Nephis, the crowd exploded with cheers once more. Sonny felt a little overwhelmed by that warm welcome. Then the youths gathered at the pier looked at the other members of the cohort curiously. Kai caused a bit of a stir in the crowd, just as expected. Wearing his ivory armor with his auburn hair tousled by the wind and an irresistible smile on his face, the charming archer waved shyly at the youths, causing many to sway. The warmth of his smile was in sharp contrast to the chilly aura emanated by Jet. Wearing a cold expression, she walked down the gangway and pierced the crowd with a grim look of her icy blue eyes. The volume of the cheers died down a little, but a different kind of gleam ignited in the eyes of many people, especially the young man. Sonny shook his head, knowing precisely how they felt. Mordred's appearance also caused a strong reaction. Although not as charming as Kai and not as striking as Jet, he was nevertheless the most enigmatic and mysterious of the group. His easy smile, mirror-like eyes, and the slight feeling of wrongness hiding in their reflective depths made for a magnetic impression. If only these people knew that they were looking at a deranged monster who would not hesitate to slaughter them all to form a few soul cores, as long as he could get away with it. Strangely enough, though, the most memorable impression was not made by Kai, Jet, or Mordred, nor was it made by Cassie, Sonny, or Nephis. Instead, it was Effie who elicited the strongest reaction from the people of Fallen Grace. After 2 months of sailing across the great river, her belly grew even larger than it had been before. The boisterous huntress had lost most of her former poise and grace. In fact, simply walking was tough for her. Supporting her belly with one hand and using a spear as a walking staff with another, Effie cautiously descended the gangway and looked at the crowd of youths with a bright smile. Her appearance caused all of them to grow silent. Sonny could not understand why at first, but then realized that the people of Fallen Grace must not have seen a pregnant woman in a long, long time. Before, they were banished upstream, turning old and decrepit. In fact, they must not have seen anything like that for a while before that. As well, among the river people, pregnant women could only be seen in the House of Youth. Looking at Effie must have been like looking at the promise of having a future for them. The huntress leaned toward Sonny and whispered, her smile becoming a little strained. Doofus, why are they all staring at me? He cleared his throat, not knowing how exactly to answer that question. Eventually, Sonny said, it's because they are happy. Effie chuckled. Oh. She turned to the crowd and waved. I guess I should be happy then, too. Chapter 1535-7 Heroes. 1535-7 Heroes. The members of the cohort were standing on the pier, surrounded by a crowd of people. Because of how strange the lives of the Riverborn were, all these people seemed to be very young. Sonny was not that old himself, and yet he couldn't help but feel that he was a seasoned elder looking at countless children. The glint of awe and admiration in their eyes did nothing to lessen the impression. He remained motionless for a few moments, feeling strangely burdened by their gazes. The members of the cohort had different reactions to the warm welcome they received from the citizens of Falling Grace, ranging from nonchalance to embarrassment. It was at that moment that Cassie took a step forward and spoke, her voice rising above the crowd. "People of Fallen Grace, after being apart for so long, we finally meet again." She smiled, and the crowd of youths exploded with exhilarated cheers. The blind seer leaned on her white staff, waiting for them to calm down, then raised it slightly. "I am Dusk of Fallen Grace, and today I return home bearing the sacred relic of our city, the guiding light bestowed upon us by the gods themselves." Sonny felt a bit odd observing her speak to her people. The sight of Cassie right now was so different from how she had been before. He knew it better than anyone else because his shadow had been following the blind girl for the past 2 months. Cassie was usually quiet, reserved, and unassuming. Even when surrounded by people, her presence was subtle to the point of being unnoticeable, sometimes making it hard to remember that the blind girl was there. That was only because Sonny was accustomed to her company, of course. Most people would find it hard to ignore the presence of such an exquisitely beautiful ascended. Still, Cassie was not someone who enjoyed attention. On the contrary, she seemed to be in the habit of avoiding it. Which was why he felt strange watching her command the attention of a large crowd, and do it so seamlessly at that. Cassie played the role of a confident leader so effortlessly that it made him question what other parts of her personality were an act. "Calm down, that is the sin of Solace talking, not you." Unaware of his thoughts, the blind girl lowered the guiding light and continued, the crowd hanging on her every word. "I return in the company of mighty outsiders as well. These brave warriors have come from all across the great river to help us battle against the vile curse of the defilement. Please, help me welcome them to Fallen Grace, the last stronghold of humanity under the 7 suns." She turned slightly and gestured to the members of the cohort, calling out their names one after another. "I bring Nightingale, the Dragon Slayer, who felled the harrowing Dread Lord. I bring Jet, the Soul Reaper, who put an end to undying slaughter. I bring Lady Nephis, the Changing Star, whose holy flames vanquished Soul Stealer. I bring Mordred, the valiant prince of a distant land, and Huntress Athena, whose spear always strikes true." She faced Sonny. Did he imagine it, or had her expression changed subtly for a fleeting moment? "And Lord Sunless, the heir of the Serpent King, who broke the chains of time and brought down the dreadful citadel of the First Seeker." What the hell? Sonny was a bit surprised by that introduction. Yes, he wore the crown of King Daron, and yes, he had technically played a vital part in destroying Alethia's island, which used to be the stronghold of the woman who had become known as the First Seeker. But wasn't that a little bit too much? Cassie, meanwhile, turned back to the crowd. "The Dread Lord is no more. Undying Slaughter is no more. Soul Stealer is no more. Devouring Beast is no more, and so is the Mad Prince. The heroes standing in front of you have already dealt a decisive blow to the harrowing forces of the defilement, spilling the profane blood of its most dreadful champions." She paused for a moment, and then continued, her voice swelling with confidence and passion. "And just like we broke and vanquished the plagues, we will break the walls of Verge and vanquish the First Seeker. We will destroy the source of the defilement and bring peace to the great river, allowing human cities to flourish once more. I, Dusk of Fallen Grace, promise this to you." If the crowd of youths was excited and elated before, Cassie's impassioned speech truly made their hearts ignite. A wave of voices slammed into the cohort like a tide, echoing above the waves. Even Sonny couldn't help but feel the impact of the blind girl's words. He had already known everything she shared with the people of Fallen Grace, and yet, presented in such a light, the situation truly did seem worthy of being celebrated. Had he allowed his pessimism to get the better of him? No, he had not. Cassie might have wanted to reassure these poor people who had been at the mercy of the great river for so long, but he knew better. Sure, 5 of the 6 plagues were no more, and sure, the cohort had a perfect weapon against the horrid power of the first seeker, Nephis. But the nightmare was far from over still. Torment remained, and so did the remnant forces of the defilement under her command. Verge still existed, somewhere far away. It was where the defilement had started, and would therefore be the most harrowing of all the places they had visited on the great river, without a doubt. But still, perhaps he could allow himself to relax and believe in a better future, at least for a day. Looking at the sea of delighted youths, Sonny took a deep breath and smiled. There won't be opportunities to smile and celebrate later, so I better take this chance to enjoy some peace. Leaning down a little, he whispered in Cassie's ear. "Since when are you so good at addressing crowds?" She remained silent for a moment. "Since I found myself in charge of a crowded city, I guess." Smiling, Cassie shook her head and took a step forward. The mass of people parted before her like a sea. Chapter 1536, Future Youths. 1536, Future Youths. There was a squad of soldiers on the pier as well, all wearing white armor tied at the waist with red sashes. Unlike the last time Sonny had seen them, the warriors filled their armor well, brimming with vigor and vitality. Their captain was a tall, beautiful woman with fiery red hair. Sonny only recognized her because of an open helmet with a scarlet plume she was holding on the bend of her right arm. She was the captain that had escorted him and Nephis to the temple the last time around. She had seemed ancient then. Now she looked not much older than they were. Everyone here did really, or even younger. The startling change was still making him feel a little dizzy. Sonny had known, of course, that killing the defiled Sibyl would allow fallen grace to migrate downstream and return these people their youth. Knowing and seeing were 2 different things, however. Seeing them like this was a bit bittersweet. Sweet because it was nice to witness his actions doing some good, bitter because it reminded him of Anank. As Sonny was pondering the strange reality of living on the great river, the soldiers created a passage through the crowd and surrounded the members of the cohort, helping them leave the pier. They were escorted along the familiar streets once again, moving toward the Temple of Dusk. There had been a lot of people on the pier, but there were even more here, crowding the sidewalks and the roofs of the buildings, all staring at the returned outsiders with excitement and awe. The crowd followed the small procession, constantly growing. Some people were calling out to Cassie, some simply cheered from a distance. After the relative tranquility of months spent at sea, Sonny was having trouble adjusting to the boisterous atmosphere of falling grace. "Lord Sunless, Lord Sunless." He turned his head, hearing his own name. The voice was unfamiliar, and the face of the scrawny teenager calling out to him was unfamiliar, too. But Sonny recognized those curious, intelligent eyes almost immediately. He frowned slightly, but was actually amused. "Kronos, is that you, brat?" The teenager, who had been kept away by the captain of the soldiers, grinned. "Yes, it's me, Lord Sunless, welcome back." Sonny smiled, then nodded at the captain, signaling that it was all right to let the young man approach. A few moments later, Kronos joined the procession and looked at the other members of the cohort with wide eyes. "Lord Sunless, are these outsiders as well?" Sonny nodded. "Sure, that one I found in a well once. That one is a freeloader who likes to invite herself into other people's houses. That one is in the habit of giving young men like us weighty slaps, so be on guard around her. Oh, and that one is a monster wearing human skin. Don't trust anything he says and never look him in the eyes. They are all incredible warriors, though. There is no one more qualified to fight the defiled here in the tomb of Ariel, that's for sure." Hearing those descriptions, the members of the cohort gave him sour looks. Effie shook her head. "How come Cassie's introductions are so much better?" Kronos stared at her belly with a curious gaze. Noticing it, she grinned. "What do I need to give another talk? No, wait. You can be 100 years old for all I know. How old are you, kid?" The teenager chuckled awkwardly. "Oh, I am 18, my lady. Sorry, I didn't mean to stare." 18? The last time Sonny had seen Kronos, he had been 17. So they had not spent that much time away, much less than he feared, at least. It had been no more than a month of 2 at most, before he remembered himself on Alethia's island. The teenager, meanwhile, blushed in embarrassment. It's just that my wife and we were thinking of going to the House of Youth ourselves, since it was rebuilt recently. But it's probably not a good idea still. Hearing that, Sunny almost stumbled. What, wait, since when do you have a wife? Kronos laughed again. Right, you don't know? Well, we knew each other for a while, but since we were both old and decrepit, there was no point in anything except for quiet friendship between two elderly folk. Once the city migrated downstream, and we were both suddenly young once again, well, one thing led to another. He scratched the back of his head bashfully. Actually, there are many new families in Fallen Grace. We all thought for a long time that we would be the last generation of the river people. But now, it's a bit strange. People are actually looking forward to the future. The captain of the soldiers, who had been listening to the conversation silently, gave him a reproachful look. You are too young to go to the House of Youth, brat. In fact, you should still be in the House of Youth, not as a parent but as a child. Spend a few decades growing up before thinking about acting like an adult and starting a family. She seemed to be from a generation that had experienced things properly, unlike Kronos, who had turned into an old man before reaching adulthood, and was only now learning how to be young. Effie observed them with a perplexed expression, then glanced at Sunny and winked. You hear that, doofus? This guy is 18 and has already proposed to his girlfriend. What were you doing at 18? Sunny gave her a dubious look. You should remember it well, no? I had just helped Nephis win a bloody civil war, and then led all the surviving dreamers of the Dark City to safety, while the sky was more or less literally falling on our heads. Kronos stared at him incredulously for a moment, then suddenly asked, his voice full of curiosity. How terrible does the sky fall often outside? Effie laughed. More often than you would think, when this guy is around. Chapter 1537, Last Testament. 1537, Last Testament. Eventually, the cohort reached the familiar island ship that carried a beautiful palace of white stone, the Temple of Dusk. Sunny had spent enough time under its roof to feel a hint of nostalgia at the sight of it. That was where he and Nephis had felt both hopeful and wary before their first meeting with the fabled Sibyl of Fallen Grace, only to meet Asai instead. The blind girl's two ascended guards were waiting for them at the entrance to the temple. Unlike the other citizens, they had not changed as drastically. Both looked much younger, true, but were still mature and taciturn. Their composed faces did not betray any emotion when they bowed deeply to Cassie, but he could sense the deep care and reverence in their gazes. Despite that, the two seasoned warriors still wielded the macabre symbols of their duty to not only protect their lady from any danger, but also protect the city from the lady, if need be. The woman wielded an unsheathed greatsword, while the man held a crimson silk cord. Cassie greeted them both warmly, not paying any attention to the tools they were prepared to use to end her life. With that, the cohort was ushered to a hall where a feast had already been prepared. The leaders of the different forces within the city were gathered there, waiting to meet their returned ruler and the champions she had brought back from her journey. The next few hours were a bit tedious for Sunny. He enjoyed the food and the beverages while listening silently to the conversation. They had been gone from Fallen Grace for just shy of 8 months. Around 1 month had been spent to reach Alethia's island, 3 or 4 to escape it, 1 more to reach Twilight, and the last 2 months to come back. During that time, the city had migrated downstream after receiving the news that the defiled Sibyl and her drowned minions were eliminated. There had been no major attacks on Fallen Grace since, although the awakened warriors left to protect it, and a few masters, as well, including the 2 deaf guards, had fought against many wandering nightmare creatures. Luckily, those had been feral abominations, not war parties of the defiled. The defenders of the city had been able to either slay or chase the monsters away without letting them damage the island ships. Fallen Grace was indeed doing much better than it had when Sunny and Nephis first reached it. That was already apparent after their walk to the temple, simply from all the activity and repair work they had noticed on the streets. The city felt invigorated. The reports of the leaders of the city only confirmed what they already knew. Cassie seemed gratified to hear that Fallen Grace, which she had cared for in solitude for an entire year, was doing well. A rare bright smile found its way onto her face, reminding Sunny of how earnest and soft-hearted the blind girl had been once, a long time ago. In turn, she shared the story of their journey, A somewhat simplified and embellished version of it, at least, with the leaders of fallen grace. Then came the part of the conversation that these people had been waiting for with bated breaths. Without wasting any time, Cassie announced that she would be departing again shortly. This time, to lead the group of outsiders she had gathered to attack Verge and rid the great river of the curse of the defilement once and for all. The people gathered in the hall seemed stunned to hear that. Not only were they struggling to conceive of the fact that such a thing was even possible, they were also startled and heartbroken to learn that their lady would be leaving mere days after returning home from a long and harrowing journey. But there was no way around it. The cohort was determined to only spend as much time in fallen grace as was needed to perform light repairs on the chain breaker, a week at most. There was no point in staying longer. It would only give Torment, who was a potent seer herself, more time to prepare for their arrival. More than that, they were on a timer. Effie's pregnancy was nearing the end stage. She was already close to 8 months along. If they lingered in fallen grace, her child could be born on the way to Verge. Nobody knew if the child conceived in the waking world would become riverborn or not, so they did not want to risk it. "I see that you are concerned." Cassie's voice was soft as she addressed her people. "And although you hide it well, you are also frightened that after I leave this time, you will never see me again, that this will be our final farewell." She smiled gently. "You might very well be right. I might never return." Her words caused a deathly silence to settle in the hall. The people of fallen grace were looking at their Sibyl with complicated expressions, a storm of emotions raging in their eyes. Sunny suppressed the desire to sigh. It was true that Cassie would never return. Whether they lived or died, she would never see these people again, because victory in Verge meant the end of the nightmare. Once the first seeker was destroyed, the cohort would go back to the waking world. And the inhabitants of the nightmare, actually, Sunny did not know what would happen to them. Perhaps would they cease to exist the moment the spell announced its appraisal. Cassie shook her head slightly. "But that is all right, even if I don't return, Fall. And Grace will live on. It has been protected by me and my sisters for a long time, but nothing lasts forever in this world. A time will come when there will be no Sibyls left in the tomb of Ariel. A time will come when there will be no outsiders left either. Only the river people will remain. That is you. You must carry the torch of humanity into the future with or without me. You must persevere, endure, and thrive." She paused for a moment, then added, her voice growing harsher. "That is what I expect from you all. Don't disappoint me." Hearing her words, the Riverborn gathered in the temple looked down with solemn expressions. Sunny sighed. The spell was a cruel thing indeed. It threw them into nightmares and tasked them with changing fate. But what they strived to change was just an illusion. It would have been great if they were in the real tomb of Ariel, changing the lives of real people. But sadly, time and fate did not work that way. What had happened was set in stone and could not be changed. Not by mortals like them, and not in a nightmare. Or at least not in a third nightmare. Chapter 1538 Lord's Wisdom. Chapter 1538 Lord's Wisdom. 1538 Lord's Wisdom. While the chain breaker was receiving light repairs, the members of the cohort were left to their own devices. Those who had never been to Fallen Grace spent time exploring its island ships and getting to know the locals. Cassie was busy arranging things for when she was gone. Sunny did not really want to look at the beautiful city of eternal dusk. It made him wistful, and so he threw himself back into weaving, knowing that there was not much time left. He did, however, continue to observe the blind girl through one of his shadows, out of habit more than anything else. By now, since she had never done anything to confirm the accusations made by the Sin of Solace in the past 2 months. He also sent one of his shadows to keep an eye on Mordred. Sunny was certain that Cassie was doing the same. As well, the Prince of Nothing could not be trusted to be on his best behavior in a city full of people, especially people who were inhabitants of a nightmare, and therefore no different from his countless victims in the Kingdom of Hope. But Mordred did not seem inclined to go on a massacre in Fallen Grace. In fact, he was mostly interested in its myths and legends, of all things, spending his days talking to people on the streets and listening to their stories. The people seemed to enjoy his company. On the 3rd day of their stay in the last human city, Sunny successfully altered the transcendent arrow memory Nephis had earned in Twilight, elevating its rank to supreme. The onerous process of transplanting a new nexus and reinforcing the weave to withstand it left him drained and fatigued. So, Sunny decided to let himself rest and left the temple, eventually finding his way to the edge of the island ship. Sitting down there, he observed the busy canals of fallen grace and allowed his tired mind to rest. It was not long after that when Kronos found him, brimming with endless curiosity, just like always. Today, however, the teenagers at least tried to keep it in check. Noticing his strange behavior, Sunny raised his eyebrow and asked, "What's on your mind?" The young man hesitated for a while, but eventually asked, "Lord Sunless, I heard that you won't be returning from Verge. Is it true?" Sunny looked at him, frowning a little. Then he looked away and sighed. "Sure, we aren't planning to die, mind you. It's just that we are outsiders. Once the defilement is destroyed, it's back to the outside for us." Kronos seemed saddened by that response. He stared at the water dejectedly. "What is it like really? The world outside Ariel's tomb. What are you going to do after leaving here?" Sunny blinked a couple of times. Indeed, what would he do after leaving the nightmare? He had no idea. It was hard to tell, considering that the state of Antarctica and the waking world in general was entirely unknown. The war between valor and song would probably grow more intense. The nightmare gates would continue to pop into existence, slowly consuming the waking world and making it a part of the dream realm. No matter how much Sunny wanted to simply live a good life, he knew that these events would not let him remain a bystander. After a few moments of silence, he shrugged. "Well, it's more or less the same. There is no defilement, but there is still corruption. Nightmare creatures are running around devouring people, so awakened like me need to keep them in check. So I'll probably be battling some hideous abomination every other day, cursing loudly. That's life for you. The secret to a happy life, though, is to do all these things in good company. Oh, and in a place with good plumbing." He glanced at the teenager and smiled. "Why, what are you going to do after we get rid of the defilement? Are you really going to the House of Youth?" Kronos laughed awkwardly. "Well, I will eventually. Boo. Probably not just yet." He looked into the distance, at the bustling streets of fallen grace, and sighed. "In truth, I've been sensing my soul essence recently, a bit. So I'll probably work on forming a soul core and becoming an awakened. Even if you and the other lords and ladies defeat the first seeker and vanquish the defilement, there will still be corrupted creatures left, threatening our city. Someone has to defend it after you leave." Kronos smiled. "Plus, I've always been interested in how the city works. All these people, all these moving parts, it's a bit of a miracle that a place like Fallen Grace can exist, don't you think? Lady Dusk has always been taking care of us. What are we going to do without her?" His eyes turned cloudy for a moment, but then shone brightly once again. Wiping them, he smiled again. "I want to make sure that Fallen Grace continues to exist and thrive just like she told us to. For myself, my wife, and our future children. But I'm just some brat, so I figured I should become really strong first. Like you, Lord Sunless, so that people had no choice but to listen to what I had to say." Sunny looked at him incredulously. Kronos was indeed just some brat. But all great people whose deeds shaped history had been brats once. Would this kid become a great leader one day? Would his actions shape the future of Fallen Grace and create a world where his children could grow up safe and happy? Would the stories of his deeds become legends one day? Or would he disappear without a trace once the nightmare was complete? Sunny forced himself to smile. "Strong like me? Brat, do you think people actually listen to what I have to say? Stronger, become much stronger than me, then they'll listen." With that, he patted the teenager on the shoulder and rose to his feet. The charm memory waited to be altered. The day of their departure from Fallen Grace was drawing near. "Stronger than you, my lord? But no, that's just unreasonable." Sunny looked at the startled youth with a smile, then shook his head and headed away. "Then be unreasonable." Imparting Kronos with that piece of questionable wisdom, he returned to the temple and spent a few sleepless hours going over his plans for altering the transcendent charm. He felt that he had already accounted for everything that could go wrong, so he would probably be ready to start the process once his essence was replenished by the crown of twilight. Just when the night fell, however, Something distracted him from the preparations. After wasting its time for months, the shadow that had been following Cassie finally noticed something strange about her movements. Chapter 15, 39 Sybil's Secrets. Chapter 15, 39 Sybil's Secrets. Sonny was in his quarters, going over the plan for altering the transcendent charm. Outside, fallen Grace was bathed in the beautiful glow of the iridescent water. The short night had descended on the world, shrouding the sky in absolute darkness. In that dark hour, Cassie was walking along the corridors of the temple, which wasn't that strange, in and of itself, if not for the fact that she was alone. Usually, the two deaf guards would be following behind her, but they were nowhere to be seen. The only thing accompanying the blind girl was the shadow Sonny had sent to keep an eye on her. Back in his quarters, he straightened and frowned, distracted from envisioning the complicated tapestry of the charm's spellweave. What is she up to? Cassie had not given him any reason to feel worried in these past 2 months. Honestly, monitoring her movements was an afterthought by now. Sonny had certainly hoped that it would remain that way. Feeling a bit somber, he glanced at the motionless figure standing a few meters away. The Sin of Solace was staring at him silently, not bothering to say anything. However, his gaze expressed more than enough. Sonny winced, then looked away. "Don't you glare at me. I am sure it's nothing." He said that, but did not command the shadow to back away. Instead, he dedicated more of his attention to observing Cassie. The blind girl certainly did not seem pensive or secretive. She calmly walked along the winding stone corridors, tracing her fingers on the wall. Her other hand was holding the leather-bound journal. Maybe her guards are asleep. Sonny returned to considering the weave while keeping an eye on Cassie. She walked for quite some time, eventually entering the part of the temple that he was not familiar with. These chambers were used for preparing for public rituals, so Sonny had no business being there. Cassie, on the other hand, seemed very familiar with that area of the temple. She made a few more turns and stopped in front of an unassuming wooden door. A mundane-looking key appeared in her hand. Unlocking the door, Cassie entered a narrow staircase that led down, spiraling. Sonny's frown deepened. What the hell? She was already on the first floor of the temple. Why was there a way further down, into the frame of the islandess? Hip. But then again, maybe it was normal. The human cities on the Great River were kept in place by various means, ranging from sails and windcatchers to sorcerous mechanisms. Perhaps Cassie was on her way to inspect the moving parts of one such mechanism. She descended the stairs for some time before entering a dark and damp network of service tunnels running under the temple. Sonny had not known that there were such corridors there, but it made sense. The mechanisms responsible for allowing the island ship to resist the current had to be inspected and repaired from time to time. Fallen Grace, especially, was reliant on such mechanisms. It was situated not too far from the edge, after all, and so the pull of the current was more powerful here. Cassie walked along the dark corridors for a little bit and unlocked another door, entering a small chamber. Sonny was suddenly unable to concentrate on weaving anymore. His face darkened. The chamber was just what he had expected it to be. It housed a complicated mess of gears and chains that spun and moved, transferring the energy from the wind and the enchantment circuits into the underwater wheels that kept the island ship stationary. It was a bit like entering the insides of a tower clock, if that tower clock had been built with the help of sorcery. In a sense, Sonny was looking at the river civilization's version of Spelltech. However, that was not what attracted his attention. The chamber and the intricate gears were what he had been expecting to see. What he had not expected, however, was that the floor of the chamber was broken, creating a rough, circular well. The menacing hole certainly did not look like something that had been planned by the builders of the temple. Instead, it looked like something that had been created much later, and much more violently. He could hear the sounds of flowing water coming from its dark depths. Why is there a well at the bottom of the Temple of Dusk? His shadow hid in the darkness of the underground chamber, observing Cassie carefully. The blind girl did not seem surprised by the presence of the strange well. Neither did she pay it any attention. Locking the door behind her, she circled around the open chasm and approached the opposite wall of the chamber. There, hidden behind a throng of spinning gears, a simple desk stood near the wall, with several chests and cabinets surrounding it. The underground chamber was absolutely dark, and there were no lanterns anywhere in sight. Of course, Cassie had no need for them. Coming closer to the desk, she lingered for a few moments, facing it with a distant expression. Then she moved past it and kneeled near one of the chests, placing a hand on its heavy lid. Several strings of runes ignited on the wooden surface, and the chest opened noiselessly, revealing what was stored inside it. Sonny tilted his head, his expression turning somber. Inside the chest were leather-bound journals, just like the one Cassie was carrying. Dozens of them, or maybe even hundreds. There were several chests like that one in the underground chamber as well, all locked with sorcerous locks. The blind girl remained motionless for a while, then sighed deeply and placed the last journal on the pile. Then she closed the lid of the chest, kept her hand on it for a few moments, and rose. Turning away, she approached the edge of the dark well and lowered her head, listening to the sounds of the flowing water with a distant expression. Cassie stood there for several minutes, unmoving. Separated from her by hundreds of meters and numerous stone walls, Sunny grew tense, ready to step through the shadows and appear in the underground chamber should something reach for the blind girl from the cold darkness. What the hell is that place? Did Dusk leave those things behind? It would make sense for the Sibyl who had lived in the temple for centuries to leave many traces here, including her personal records. However, what was with the ominous well leading to the dark waters? Sunny gritted his teeth, but in the end, nothing happened. Cassie clenched her fists, turned away from the underground well, and left the chamber the way she came. Ascending the narrow steps, she re-entered the temple proper and traced her way back to her quarters, entering them through a private passage. It was only then that Sunny allowed his tense body to relax. His mind, however, was anything but calm. Why would Dusk have a secret like that? He hesitated for a while, then felt a cold chill run down his spine. Or does it have nothing to do with Dusk at all? Chapter 1540 Clouded Judgment. 1540 Clouded Judgment. The feeling of restlessness Sunny had felt after leaving Twilight returned. Something strange was going on with Cassie, had been going on for a long time, maybe. He was almost sure of it. But it was the almost of it all that made the situation so difficult. He did not know what to do, confront her, share his concern with others. What would he say? That Cassie should not have survived Twilight. None of them should have survived there, really. That she kept journals. There was nothing wrong with that, and claiming otherwise would only make him seem strange. That she was too quiet and unassuming, which made him feel as if she was hiding something vital from them. That sounded like paranoia talking. In fact, it was the sin of Solace whispering into his ear. The sin of Solace, whose only purpose was to drive him mad. Was he a fool to listen to these whispers? Sunny was not even sure himself what he was suspecting Cassie of, just that he did not feel comfortable with her secrets. But was it really because there was something off about the blind girl, or was it simply because he had never trusted her? Was he still secretly holding on to the grudge after what she had done on the Forgotten Shore, which painted his perception of her? Sunny would be lying if he said that he had let go of that grudge completely. None of the others seemed to suspect Cassie of anything, so why was he the only one looking for faults in her actions? Ah, damnation. What was he supposed to do? Did he even need to do anything? So what if Cassie had a pile of old journals? So what if she kept secrets? Was he the right person to blame someone for not being entirely honest? More than that, he had always known that Cassie kept much of what she knew to herself. In fact, Sunny was the reason why she had closed herself off, to begin with. He was the one who had told her how destructive of a poison her visions were, in the most cruel way he could think of at that. Her personality had only begun to change after that bitter conversation they had in the medical complex of the academy, right after coming back from the Forgotten Shore. Nephis was aware that Cassie knew much more than she was letting on, too. She had told him so herself during one of their conversations on the Ivory Island. So why was Sunny reacting so strongly now? Because we are so close to victory. Because this nightmare was so dreadful, and its end was swiftly approaching. Sunny was nervous that something would ruin their chances of returning to the waking world, and the ominous shadow of torment was the last thing standing between them and salvation. Torment had never appeared before them, and so she was as frightening as their imaginations could make her. Perhaps Cassie was just a substitute for all that fear. Or perhaps there was really something ominous going on with the blind seer. Oh, she is definitely planning to betray you, again. The sin of Solace smiled, looking at him with dark amusement. Sunny cursed and threw a wooden tray at the sword wraith. The tray passed through the apparition and fell to the floor, clattering loudly. The hateful wraith laughed. Fool, you are simply incapable of learning, are you? Even after what she did to you, what she took from you, you are still willing to give her the benefit of the doubt. No wonder you ended up being made a slave by her. Ah, and she never even apologized. I bet she doesn't feel even a little bit remorseful about her betrayal. Since she doesn't, what is going to stop her from turning on you again? Sonny glared at the sin of solace, then took a deep breath. He slowly calmed down. That doesn't even make any sense. At least try to be convincing when you are spouting nonsense, will you? Sonny was prejudiced against Cassie, that much was apparent. Deep in his heart, he still harbored resentment toward her. He valued and cared for her as well, but that was beside the point. Humans were complicated and contradictory creatures. Indeed, just like Nephis had said, they could love and hate someone at the same time. Because Sonny's judgment was clouded, it was easy to find fault with Cassie. But if he flipped his perception and looked at the situation from a different angle, trying to find the opposite, any suspicion that the blind girl could have been doing something to harm the cohort would crumble. It was a preposterous idea. Almost every action Cassie had taken was for their benefit. They would have never made it that far without her. From start to finish, she had been nothing but a selfless ally, putting herself in harm's way on numerous occasions. Finding the scattered members of the cohort, escaping Alethia's island, surviving the depths of the great river, none of that would have been possible without her. So no matter what secret Cassie was keeping, it was not something that would harm the cohort. Sonny had no reason to worry about that. After realizing that, he felt his heart calming down. But then it suddenly felt heavy once again. Because while Sonny did not have a reason to worry about the cohort, there might have been a reason to worry about Cassie. She's not preparing herself for something drastic, is she? A deep scowl appeared on his face once again. He remained silent for a while, then shook his head. No, she wouldn't. Cassie might seem soft, but she's one of the strongest people I know. She's much stronger than anyone gives her credit for. Still, a tiny seed of doubt remained. Sonny cursed quietly, threw a hateful glance at the sin of solace, and turned his attention back to the transcendent charm. The day of their departure was swiftly approaching, so he had to perform the alteration as soon as possible. Chapter 1541 Into the Sunset. 1541 Into the Sunset. On the last night before their departure from Fallen Grace, Sonny let out a deep sigh and listened to the spell whisper into his ear. Your memory has been destroyed. You have received a memory. With that, the transcendent charm he had been working on had become a supreme one. Its enchantment, which enhanced the material properties of objects, was further strengthened. Not only was the nexus of its weave more potent now, but the weave itself had also been made more robust to withstand the increased pressure. Strings of ethereal light were intertwined with the black threads of shadow essence, forming a mesmerizing tapestry. Sonny took a deep breath. 4 down, 1 to go. He had saved the hardest memory for last, the transcendent memory of the 7th tier meant for Nephis. That one he was going to have to alter on their way to Verge. Things were happening so fast now. Looking back at what he had experienced in the nightmare, it was hard to believe how close the end of it all was. It seemed like Sonny had been sharing the catch with Nephis and Anank just yesterday, but now he was approaching the finish line. Dismissing the charm, he rose and stretched his limbs, then left his quarters. It was night, but no one in Fallen Grace seemed to be asleep. While Sonny was passing by the windows, he saw numerous people crowding the streets on the neighboring island ships. They were all looking at the White Temple, knowing that their lady and the outsider warriors she had gathered were going to leave come dawn, or rather, dusk. Leave to challenge the very source of the defilement. It was not an exaggeration to say that their fates depended on the result of their journey. However, looking at these people, Sonny did not feel that they were concerned for themselves. It seemed like they were concerned about Dusk and her outsider companions instead. Funny, Sonny could not remember the last time he had watched someone go into battle on his behalf. It must have happened occasionally, but he was usually the one doing the fighting. In Antarctica, he had carried thousands of refugees on his back across the frozen hellscape, which had seemed like a burden at the time. But in a sense, he would have been burdened watching someone fight and die for him more. So, he could easily understand the complicated storm of emotions brewing in the hearts of the people being left behind in Fallen Grace. He often complained about how harsh and unforgiving the life of an awakened was, but it was also a privilege. Consumed by such detached thoughts, He entered the hall where Cassie was giving the last orders to the people who would be ruling the city in her absence. Some of them he knew, like the captain of the soldiers or the carpenter who had been in charge of repairing the chain breaker, while others were strangers. All of them bowed respectfully when he entered. "Lord Sunless." He nodded at them and approached Cassie, then placed a hand on her shoulder. A spark of energy traveled between them as the supreme charm was transferred from his soul to hers. "Here, all done. The enchantment is substantially more powerful now. It also consumes much more essence, so be careful." She summoned the charm, which was shaped like a jade flower, and waited on her hand. Soon, the petals of the ornament ignited with a soft glow, hinting that its enchantment was activated. At the same time, the hilt of the quiet dancer glistened. A faint smile appeared on Cassie's lips. "Thank you." Sonny nodded, then hesitated for a few moments. There were too many people around them, so he couldn't be too free in what he said. Still, he didn't want to remain entirely silent. Eventually, he removed his hand from her shoulder and asked, his voice serious. "Listen, are you all right?" Cassie raised an eyebrow, seemingly confused. "Sure, why wouldn't I be? I am better than ever." There was a rare hint of sincere relief and anticipation in her voice. Sonny frowned, lingered for a moment, then nodded again and turned to leave. In truth, he had wanted to use this opportunity to retrieve the shadow that followed Cassie around. But hearing that answer, he changed his mind. Keep her company for a little while longer. Who in their right mind would be relived in such a situation? Leaving the shadow behind, he left the hall and went to find the other members of the cohort. The night ended quickly, and the 7 suns rose from the waters of the great river once more. Fallen Grace was once again painted by the vivid radiance of the blazing sunset, drowning in its crimson splendor. The soldiers, all wearing their white armor, had formed a corridor on the streets of the floating city. Their gazes were solemn as they watched the 7 outsiders leave the temple and walk toward the piers. Separated by that living wall, the crowd of citizens was watching them too. This time there were no cheers. Instead, everyone was silent, which felt a little eerie. Feeling the weight of countless gazes, Sonny was reminded of the docks of Falcon Scott on the last day of evacuation, for some reason. Back then, people had been desperately trying to get on the last leaving ship, knowing that everyone who stayed behind would die. Today, the situation was exactly opposite. The people staying behind were going to be safe. The ones who were sailing away would be risking their lives. However, the atmosphere was strangely similar. Desperate desire that could not be expressed with words. Fear, longing, and shame. Sorrow, grief, and pain. And hope. Hope was such a powerful and resilient thing. Unreasonable, even. It could bloom even in the most terrible of situations, bringing with it strength to go on. Sonny knew hope better than most, and hopelessness too. They reached the pier and boarded the chain breaker. Turning back, Sonny looked at the crowd one last time. Most of these youths looked unfamiliar. Even if he knew them from before, their appearance had changed now. He did, however, notice Kronos standing in one of the first rows, accompanied by a pretty young woman. Noticing him looking, the teenager smiled and waved. "This guy." Sonny smiled and waved as well. He even winked, making the brat look startled. "This is what we're fighting for, I guess, in a way." There was a little empty space in front of the gangway leading to the ship. Cassie's 2 deaf guards were standing there, looking up at her with lost gazes. She turned around and faced the crowd. This time, however, there was no speech. The blind girl remained silent for a few moments, then addressed her guards instead. "Thank you, you 2 are free now." They were looking at her, unable to hear those words. She smiled softly. "Thank you for everything. Take care of yourselves and of each other." The 2 ascended seemed to sway slightly, then knelt silently. The woman let go of the hilt of her sword. The man dropped his silk cord into the water. Tears were streaming down their weathered faces. Cassie sighed lightly, bowed deeply to the crowd, and turned away. "Let's go, it's time for us to leave." Soon the chain breaker departed from the pier and rose into the sky. They were flying into the blazing sunset, disappearing into its blood-red glow. Forever. Chapter 1542, Last Journey. 1542, Last Journey. And there it was. They had left on the last journey of this tumultuous, dreadful nightmare. For Sunny and Nephis, it was especially poignant, because they had come from the far reaches of the future, and were now on their way to the furthest reaches of the past, where Verge stood. It must have been especially emotional for Cassie, as well, because she was leaving the city she had spent a whole year ruling and trying to preserve. Now, its fate depended on whether they would be successful in their battle against the First Seeker. In any case, she would never see fallen grace again. None of them knew if it would even exist, in any kind of way, should they prevail. However, it was inevitable for fallen grace to be destroyed should they fail. The blind girl did not look back. Instead, she stood at the bow of the flying ship, facing the setting suns. The others gave her some space, knowing that there had to be a storm of complicated emotions weighing on her heart. Only Sunny could see her face, visible to the shadow that was hiding close by. Cassie's face was not wistful or sad. Instead, it was full of resolve and determination, impatience, even. It was as though she had been waiting for this moment for a long, long time. Which was true, of course. Apart from Mordred, she had spent by far the longest in this nightmare. Sunny knew that he was sick and tired of the tomb of Ariel. The blind girl had to be feeling the same, but much more intensely. We've been here for so long. Sunny had come to Ariel's tomb far away from here. He had spent time with Nephis, come to care for and then lost Anak, traveled to Fallen Grace and got to know the culture of the river people there, fought against all kinds of underwater horrors on the way to Alethia's island, withstood the insidious hell of the time loop, dove into the depths of the great river and emerged from the other side, battled against the defiled saints in twilight. It was hard to believe, but he had spent more time in the tomb of Ariel than in Antarctica, not to mention the Kingdom of Hope. Cassie, though, she had been here longer than even on the Forgotten Shore. And that was without even counting the unknown number of cycles the 7 of them had lived through before arriving at this one, hopefully the last. The chain breaker soared above the waves flying toward the edge. Sunny spent some time enjoying the view of the blazing river, then rubbed his face and retreated to his cabin. There, he concentrated on preparing for the alteration of Neph's silver blade. Now that they were en route to Verge, he felt a sense of urgency and wanted to finish with it as soon as possible. A day passed in meticulous work, then another. On the 3rd day, they reached the duskward edge of the great river. It was much like the dawnward edge, but also different. The enormous, inconceivable waterfall was the same. The powerful current that threatened to destroy anything plunged into its crushing embrace was the same. The dark void beyond the edge was the same as well. But the light here was entirely different from the soft lilac glow of dawn. Instead of the tender radiance, the water here was burning with an intense crimson glow, almost like it was on fire. The inconceivable waterfall that stretched in both directions as far as the eye could see was painted vibrant red, as well. It was almost as if a sea of blood was spilling into a boundless, dark abyss. Enthralled by that dreadful sight, the members of the cohort gathered on the deck. The distant whispers of the falling water had grown into a deafening roar, making it hard to speak. So they remained silent. The chain breaker crested the breaking point of the waterfall and flew into the abyssal darkness, leaving the great river behind. Soon the roar of the edge grew quieter and then disappeared in the howling of the wind. They had returned to the dark abyss of the interior of Ariel's tomb. This time, however, their journey was going to be different from the previous time they had visited the boundless darkness. That was because, unlike the first time, the chain breaker would be crossing the space within the loop of the great river, as opposed to the empty space between it and the walls of the pyramid. None of them knew what exactly would be waiting for them there, but at least there was no threat of the terrifying swarm of the dark butterflies becoming aware of their presence, since they would not be coming anywhere near the walls of the pyramid, where the great monsters slumbered. They also did not know how long the journey across the empty space in the middle of the looping river would take. The last time, they had arrived back to the surface of the great river rather quickly, but that was because space itself behaved strangely inside the pyramid. Still, it was going to be much faster than simply sailing all the way to the dawn of time. They were going to reach the waters surrounding Verge in a week, 2 at most. If nothing unforeseen happened. Sunny studied the darkness for some time, feeling both wary of the challenge ahead and ready to face it. Then he gritted his teeth and went back to working on the silver blade. The mind-numbing complexity of weaving calmed him down, eradicating all unnecessary thoughts. Soon, this nightmare will be over soon. Sunny refused to think that they would fail. However, now that they were nearing the end of this dreadful tale, the thoughts that he had banished a long time ago were returning. The thoughts about the fate of Antarctica, of the refugees he had so desperately tried to protect. What was happening to the waking world right now? How was Rain doing? Was she healthy and safe, or infected by the nightmare spell and in the throes of going through her own trials? Knowing that he could not allow himself to get distracted at this critical point, he suppressed these thoughts again. He was going to find out sooner than later anyway. If he survived. So what Sunny had to do right now was make sure that he survived, and that his friends survived as well. He had to fulfill the promise he had given and conquer this nightmare, at all costs. Chapter 1543, Pride of a Craftsman. 1543, Pride of a Craftsman. Just as it was in the black void beyond the great river, the space itself acted strangely in the empty space contained at the center endless loop of flowing water. The chain breaker had been traversing the vast emptiness for a while now, at least a day or two from how it felt, but Sunny was not at all sure how far they had traveled. All he knew was that the point of the great river from which they had left seemed far away now, while the point which they hoped to reach was not as distant. It shimmered in the darkness, both alluring and terrifying. Navigating the flying ship toward Verge was not very hard, because it was situated near the source. So all they had to do was aim for the last stretch of clear water before the area of the great river shrouded in hazy mist. A long time ago, close to the start of the nightmare, Sunny had an epiphany that the strength of his allies was his own power as well. Therefore, he had become determined to increase the strength of the cohort as much as he could, in any way he could. He had been faithful to that determination up until now, apart from the very action of gathering every member of the cohort from across the tomb of Ariel that had mostly taken the form of arming them with powerful memories. Sunny had spent much of his time developing and improving his skill as a sorcerer for that purpose. Now, his ability to weave had improved tremendously compared to the start of the nightmare. Studying Anank's mantle had allowed him to make a qualitative leap in understanding of the fundamental principles of weaving, and by studying many memories in order to alter them, Sunny had improved his overall ability as well. As a result, Neph's Crown of Dawn had become a supreme memory. That was still his most valuable achievement, because that single memory was able to empower all the rest of the memories at their disposal. Of course, Sunny had not stopped there. He had also provided his allies with 4 additional altered memories. Kai, Effie, and Cassie now wielded them, preparing to use his gifts in the battle against Torment, the First Seeker, and the remnant forces of the Defilement. His help was not limited to memories either. Whether on purpose or not, Sunny had also helped his friends grow stronger as individual warriors. Jet had received her aspect legacy and was now wielding the chilling mist blade. Kai had acquired the Dragon Slayer attribute, which enhanced his body and elemental resistance. Nephis seemed to have regained her lost confidence. Her understanding of her divine aspect had deepened, and with it came the knowledge of fire, one of the boons of her mysterious aspect legacy. She was also a Titan now. Sunny had grown vastly stronger than he used to be as well. Not even mentioning his sorcery here in the Tomb of Ariel, he had mastered the 4th step of Shadow Dance and perfected the Shadow Shell technique. He had become a terror. 2 of his shadows had evolved, growing much more powerful. A version of him from before Antarctica would have been like a child in front of him at the end of the harrowing Southern campaign. But that version of him, in turn, would stand no chance against his current self. And somewhere between the two, there was a version of himself that Sunny never wanted to meet, let alone fight. The Mad Prince which had come and gone, changing everything. Are we ready? Still, despite all that growth and power, Sunny could not allow himself to stop until the nightmare was conquered, and the spell called for him to wake up. So he threw himself into weaving, trying to finish the last alteration while the chain breaker was still traversing the black void. The process was not going splendidly. The silver blade he was trying to alter was a transcendent memory of the 7th tier, and possessed many enchantments. Its weave was inconceivably vast and intricate, And although he was not trying to change it entirely, he still needed to study every part of it in great detail. If anything, trying to isolate and transplant a single nexus was proving to be much harder than simply altering the entirety of a spellweave. The elaborate tapestry of essence strings was deeply interconnected. No single thread existed in isolation, instead crossing and touching numerous other threads. Much like fate, the string of a person's fate did not exist in isolation either. It touched the fates of countless other people, stretching from the past into the future, and thus influenced, and was influenced by, the greater flow of fate. But Sunny was nothing if not resourceful. Weaving strings of fate was beyond what mortals like him could achieve, but he could manipulate strings of soul essence with great finesse. Therefore, he could alter the weave of the silver blade to make sure that the nexus he was transplanting only burdened the pattern of a single enchantment, without breaking the balance of all the rest. He had to add new patterns in some places and cut the others down to match. Those that were cut had to be restored, of course, albeit taking a different shape. Slowly but surely, countless lightless threads of shadow essence became intertwined with the radiant strings of ethereal light. He had forgotten about all else, pulling on everything he had learned about weaving to accomplish his task. From his first tentative attempts at creating sorcery, back in the bloody menagerie of monsters under the arena of the Red Colosseum, to creating memories for the brilliant Emporium, to improving the soul arsenals of his soldiers in Antarctica and creating the siege souvenir to slay Goliath, to learning from Anank's mantle and altering the crown of dawn. All the lessons he had learned were put to use, allowing him to create a lethal sword for Nephis. He knew that she would achieve incredible things by wielding this weapon. And if he managed to accomplish his ambitious alteration, every achievement she made with the silver sword would, in small part, also be his. Sunny, who had always been a fighter, was feeling a strange exhilaration as he worked on the complica. Ted memory, it was the unfamiliar but rewarding pride of a craftsman who was confident in the usefulness of his work. And then finally, everything was ready. Summoning 2 pairs of shadow hands, Sunny took a deep breath, picked up Weaver's needle and got to work. Time seemed to slow down as his 6 hands moved through the vast tapestry of glowing strings, snapping some and weaving new ones into the intricate pattern. Drops of sweat fell from his brow, but he did not pay it any attention. His expression remained calm and composed, utter focus permeating his gaze. Golden sparks ignited in the depths of his altered eyes, and his fingertips felt the slightest vibration spreading through the essence strings. From time to time, his skin was cut, but no blood seeped out of the cuts. He did not allow the pain to distract him either. Wondrous. Sunny felt exhilarated as he weaved sorcery. And then he felt overjoyed. Lowering his hands, Sunny let out a long sigh and listened to the spell announcing the destruction of a memory and the creation of a new one. He had succeeded. And now that he did, there were no more preparations to be made. All that remained was to reach Verge and use everything little bit of strength he had accumulated to destroy the first Seeker and escape this dreadful nightmare. Chapter 1544, Innermost Void. 1544, Innermost Void. After returning the silver blade to Nephis and failing to say anything meaningful to her, Sunny did not have much to do. He spent some time with Kai, Effie, and Jet, enjoyed a good night of sleep, and then assumed his usual spot under the branches of the sacred tree to meditate. Everything that could have been done was already done. They had prepared as best they could, at least he thought they did. Now, all that remained was to clear his mind and prepare himself mentally for the coming battle. Sunny and his companions spent the rest of the time the chain breaker was traversing the empty void, clearing their minds and stealing their hearts. The battle they faced promised to be a dire one. But honestly, Sunny did not find it hard to calm his mind and get ready to face whatever it was that would come. There were only so many times he could feel nervous to the point of losing sleep before a decisive battle. He had experienced so many bloody clashes in Antarctica that anticipating another one had long become an ordinary event. Preparing for one mentally was not only a skill, but also a habit. So Sunny found himself feeling strangely calm. He slowly went over his experiences in the tomb of Ariel, consolidating his insights and shoring up his fundamentals. Rapid growth was most welcome, but failing to digest his many gains properly could leave him unstable. He had to eliminate all instability before reaching verge. Others were doing the same, each in their own fashion. While Sunny meditated under the sacred tree, Nephis practiced with her new sword, getting used to its weight and powers. Jet had found a hammock somewhere and was comfortably asleep in it. Effie was enjoying the snacks she had prepared for herself. Kai was practicing a strange, outwardly inefficient form of archery while absent-mindedly humming a song. Cassie was steering the ship, which seemed to calm her down. Mordred, morbidly enough, was inspecting his collection of bodies. Those of them that had belonged to Awakened each possessed their own unique powers, so he was probably coming up with plans of when and where to use them best. That guy is such a creep. Sunny shook his head and then went to inspect his shadows, which were created from the dead creatures he had killed. Not creepy at all, surely. Everything seemed to be in order. Everyone was ready. But before they could return to the great river, an unexpected event threw a wrench into their plans. Sunny was on his way to the bow when a loud boom resounded from below the deck, and the entire ship suddenly shook. Gritting his teeth, he immediately stepped through the shadows and appeared at the galley, which seemed to have been the place where the booming sound originated. He had expected to see some harrowing nightmare creature that had come from the void and infiltrated the chain breaker, or perhaps Mordred trying to kill one of the members of the cohort, but nothing like that was happening. Instead, he only saw Effie standing near the bulkhead, hissing curses. Her fist had crashed through the durable wood, splintering and cracking it. Her other hand was resting on her belly. Her face was pale and twisted by a grimace of pain. Before Sunny could understand what was happening, Kai and Jet appeared at the doors. Cassie was not far behind them. Mordred had not deemed it necessary to show up, but was definitely watching through the reflections. Nephis, meanwhile, remained on the stern, controlling the ship. What happened? Effie lingered for a few moments, then turned to them and forced out a smile. The sight of it was familiar, but Sunny was unnerved by the dark, bitter look in her eyes. The huntress took a deep breath and said, her voice somewhat strained, "Oh, I think that was a contraction." Sunny remained motionless for a moment, trying to comprehend the meaning of what Effie had said. Then his face fell. They had left Fallen Grace so swiftly precisely because they hoped to end the nightmare before Effie was due. No one knew what would happen to her baby if it was born here. Would it be riverborn or an outsider? Would it become infected by the nightmare spell the moment it was born? Would it survive the return to the waking world? Because they did not know, they could not risk it. They had to escape the tomb of Ariel as soon as possible, and it had seemed like there was enough time. But fate had different plans. Even though Effie had not been pregnant for 9 months yet, the labor had started prematurely. Seen from a different perspective, though, she had been carrying her child for close to 2 years now. So, if anything, its birth was long overdue. Effie studied their frozen faces, and then looked down with a sigh. "Sorry, everyone." Sunny frowned. A moment later, he said in a stern voice, "What are you sorry for? Give that nonsense up right now. Also, please don't break the ship anymore. We need to traverse this bottomless abyss, so, it would be really inconvenient if it fell apart around us." He glanced at the other members of the cohort. Jet and Kai looked extremely worried, while Cassie maintained a calm expression. "First, I need to get Nephis here." Effie was a master, and her pregnancy was nothing if not irregular. Sunny had very little idea about how to deliver a baby, but he knew that having a powerful healer at hand would be extremely helpful. Nephis could recover from having her neck broken and most of her body vaporized. Certainly, making sure that both Effie and the baby survived the delivery would not be a problem. Banishing unnecessary thoughts from his mind, he shifted into problem-solving mode and pulled Kai away. "Let's go give the ladies some privacy." Then, glancing at Cassie, he said, "I'll send Nephis down. You probably know what to do better than I do." Receiving a nod from the blind girl, he led Kai away. Ascending to the upper deck, Sunny walked over to the stern of the ship and stopped near Nephis, who looked at him with a silent question. He lingered for a moment. Effie seemed to be going into labor. "Go, they're waiting. I'll steer the ship." A frown appeared on Neff's face, and she left the runic circle without saying a word. Soon, Sunny and Kai were left alone. But not for long. Mordred had appeared from somewhere, sparing them a curious glance. I couldn't help but overhear. It seems that a wolf cub is about to be born, huh? How exciting. Can't say I ever heard about a child being born in a nightmare. That should be a first, even among the great clans. Before he was done talking, Kai suddenly turned and raised a hand. It seemed as if he had wanted to grab Mordred by the collar, but managed to control himself and simply put a hand on his shoulder instead. Kai's usually gentle eyes were shining with a cold and furious kind of light. You stay away from that child, Prince Mordred. I am warning you. His clear voice did not contain the authority of his ascended ability, but it still crashed into the Prince of Nothing like a wave. Mordred stared at the usually charming archer for a few moments, amusement slowly disappearing from his gaze. Then he scoffed. Who do you take me for? A monster? He shook his head. Well, all right, I might be a bit of a monster, but I'm not a fool. What do I gain from taking the body of an infant? Relax, Ascended Nightingale. We are all in the same boat, quite literally. Kai glared at him for a few moments more, then slowly removed his hand and took a step back, leaning on the railings. His expression was suddenly somber and pained. He remained silent for a while, then said in a lost voice, How did this happen? Sonny knew how he felt because he felt the same. Nevertheless, he suddenly had a ridiculous impulse to start explaining the birds and the bees to his friend, just like Effie had done to him so many times. Steering the chain breaker through the dark void, Sonny chuckled all of a sudden. It just did. Don't worry, with Nephis there, it's all going to be all right. However, he knew that the delivery itself was not what Kai was worried about. It was everything else. Shaking his head, Mordred walked to the edge of the deck and looked into the dark emptiness beyond. Somewhere fat away, the great river flowed, a long span of it shrouded in mist. Outside the mist of the source, Verge was waiting for them. He smiled. What an exciting nightmare it is it not? Chapter 1545, Purest Sound. 1545, Purest Sound. The delivery did not go smoothly. Sonny, Kai, and Mordred, of all people, remained on the stern of the ship for more or less the entire time, waiting for the results. Sonny at least had a task to keep him occupied. Guiding the chain breaker across the black void was not very difficult, but it still required attention. Mordred did not seem to care that much, but Kai was extremely concerned. He paced nervously, sometimes glancing down, but then hurriedly turning his gaze away. It was a bit strange. All three of them could learn exactly what was going on Sonny thanks to his shadows, Mordred through the reflections, and Kai due to his awakened ability. However, none of them made use of that opportunity, preferring to remain in the dark about what was happening below deck. It was not like they did not receive any signs, though. The chain breaker seemed to tremble from time to time, and Effie's voice eventually reached their ears, penetrating the impregnable wood the enchanted ship was built from. Hearing the barrage of curses pouring out of her mouth, Sonny was a bit reassured. Things could not be going too terrible, considering that she had enough energy for such eloquence. At the same time, he felt his ears slowly turning numb. Some of those words he did not even know. Others seemed familiar but used in an entirely new context. Even after growing up in the outskirts, he was on the verge of blushing a little. Really, is there a need to be so descriptive? She has been chewed on by all kinds of nightmare creatures. How bad can the pain be? Nevertheless, the process continued for many hours. After a while, Effie's voice grew tired and his expression grew dim. It was taking too long. Even without being able to precisely measure time, Sonny knew that Effie had been in labor for longer than usual. It has already been a full day, at least, and there seemed to be no end to it. Nephis, Cassie, and Jet were with her, handling the process. They would have called upon him and Kai if they needed help, but none of them had appeared from below the deck. Sonny was growing more and more uneasy, and Kai was entirely beyond himself by then. Should we do something? Sonny looked at him somberly. Do what? There's nothing to do. Calm down. Neph is there, so everything will work out. Kai hesitated for a while, then nodded. It was hard not to feel useless. It was even harder not to feel burdened by the uncertainty of the future. They were going into battle very soon. The timing of it all was extremely unfortunate. Disastrous, maybe. This whole nightmare had been one disaster after another, starting with the dire necessity that had forced them to enter the seed, to begin with. And the man responsible for landing them into this situation was right here with them, yawning as he looked into the darkness. Sonny suppressed the desire to toss Mordred overboard, not because doing so would lessen their chances of prevailing in Verge even, but simply because he knew that getting rid of the bastard would not be that easy. Letting out a heavy sigh, he moved the steering oars slightly and looked ahead. Time slowly passed. The intensity of Effie's labor only grew, while at the same time her voice became more and more fatigued. And then, after something that felt like several days passed, they finally heard a new sound. The shrill, loud sound of a baby crying. Kai let out a long sigh and simply sat down where he stood, looking completely exhausted. It was as if it was him who had given birth to a child, not Effie. But Sonny knew how he felt. It was indescribably strange to hear a child's cry in the black emptiness of the tomb of Ariel. A pure sound like that did not belong in this dreadful place. It seemed wrong and alien. And at the same time, strangely uplifting. Feeling a profound sense of relief, Sonny poured his essence into the runic circle and slowly brought the chain breaker to a halt. The flying ship hovered in the dark abyss, unmoving, the leaves of the sacred tree emanating a beautiful glow. Sonny remained motionless himself for a while, then took a deep breath and left the runic circle. Glancing at Kai, who seemed too mentally exhausted to think straight, he shook his head and said, "I'll go check." He walked across the deck of the chain breaker and descended below deck, eventually finding his way to one of the cabins. In front of it, the air was heavy with the scent of blood. A radiant memory illuminated the gloomy interior of the corridor, and Cassie was standing in front of the door, her face tired. Hearing his steps, she turned her head slightly. Sonny stopped, feeling his heart beating rapidly. How is she doing?" A faint smile slowly found its way onto the blind girl's face, illuminating it beautifully. "It wasn't easy, but she's fine. They're both fine," Nephis helped. He hesitated. "What about the timing? Wasn't it too early?" Cassie remained silent for a moment, then shrugged with uncertainty. "Everything seems fine." Then she suddenly remembered something and raised a hand. "Oh, can you lend me the endless spring? I was supposed to bring more water, but the nearest barrel is all the way in the cargo hold. Well, wash them off. And then I'll be able to see them." Sonny summoned the memory and placed it in Cassie's hand, feeling a storm of emotions raging in his wildly beating heart. What the hell? What is this damned nightmare even? Right, sure, of course. I'll go tell Kai. He turned to walk away, then froze. "Oh, I forgot to ask. Who is it? A boy or a girl?" Cassie smiled wider and then opened the door of the cabin, slipping inside. "It's a healthy boy." Chapter 1546, Raised by Wolves. 1546, Raised by Wolves. Although Effie had gone into labor prematurely, both she and her infant son were all right. The worst fear of the cohort had not come true, either. Perhaps because the child had been conceived in the waking world, or perhaps because he was born in the black void outside the currents of the great river. At the very heart of Ariel's tomb, he was not river-born. At least that was what they surmised after cautiously setting the chain breaker in motion and observing no change in the appearance of the baby. It was an immense relief. Even Sonny, who always expected the worst and was usually prepared to receive painful blows from fortune, felt like an incredible burden had been lifted from his heart. The immediate danger had passed. Of course, the future was still uncertain. They still had to fight torment and destroy the first seeker. The child's life still hung in a fragile balance because it was unknown what would happen to his soul after the end of the nightmare. But somehow, Sonny felt hopeful. After everything had been said and done, the chain breaker continued sailing through the dark abyss. The members of the cohort took turns spending time with Effie and her newborn, full of contradictory emotions. The huntress herself had been exhausted by the prolonged labor, but was regaining her vigor and vitality at an incredible rate. She still looked tired and drained, though, when Sonny came to see her. Effie was in her cabin, sitting in a comfortable chair. She was wrapped in a blanket and holding a sizable bundle in her arms, looking at it tenderly. Sonny was actually startled by that gaze, unaccustomed to seeing his friend so openly vulnerable. And strangely content. Hearing him enter, Effie looked up and smiled tiredly. Ah, Uncle Doofus, welcome, welcome. He approached and looked at the bundle, finally laying his eyes on the newborn. Effie's child looked pretty much like all infants did, with the exception of the fact that he was entirely too large to have been born mere hours ago, at least twice the size of a normal baby. That poor woman. Sonny looked at the huntress with pity. Effie had always been unreasonably tall, and her son would grow up to be a real giant from the looks of it. Internally, Sonny sighed. Another beanpole. Gods, that brat is going to be taller than me in no time, won't he? Well, he might just grow up to be taller than anyone. That's a relief. Effie's smile grew wider. He's beautiful, isn't he? Sonny stared at her in confusion. She had really chosen the wrong person to ask that question. What are you talking about? He's absolutely ugly. All infants are. And don't give me that look, you know I can't lie. The huntress stared at him for a couple moments, then laughed and gently stroked the sleeping infant's soft head. Well, I think he's beautiful, almost as much as his mom is, eh? Sonny shook his head, wondering if all parents were a little sick in the head. Well, they had to be. Otherwise, what would make them care for the poor infants? A bit of unreasonable affection went a long way. He hesitated for a while, thinking about the little life in front of him. The infant, actually, it was not very convenient to keep calling him the infant. Glancing at Effie, he asked, "What are you going to name him?" She remained silent for a bit, smiling. Letting out a quiet sigh, Effie shrugged. "I can't just go and name him right away. I need to consult his dad first." There was a moment of somber silence, with both of them refusing to mention the fact that the baby's father was most likely long dead. Effie looked back at her son and smiled again. "Ah, but look at him. He looks like a little dumpling, doesn't he?" Sonny's eyes widened a little. "I knew it." He shook his head energetically. "No, bad, Effie, bad. You can't name your son Dumpling. That's a very bad idea." She giggled. Hee, well, I'll just call him Little Dumpling for now. Well, come up with a proper name after getting out of the nightmare." Sonny just stared at her for a while, then shook his head again, this time slowly. "Whatever, do what you want. Don't come complaining to me later, though." Effie gave him a mischievous look. "Sonny, you of all people should know better. I mean, did your mom not name you Sunless? And look at you, you turned out well." Her voice gradually turned doubtful, then she grinned. "Actually, never mind. I think you might be right." Hearing her laugh, he hesitated for a moment, then asked tentatively, "How are you feeling?" Effie looked at her son again, her smile turning slightly solemn. And eventually she shrugged. "Like I've been run over by a pack of nightmare creatures, but don't worry. Nephis healed me up pretty well. It'll be good as new soon." She caressed the infant's soft cheek and added, her voice hiding a somber undertone, Maybe it's for the best. At least this way, I'll be able to participate in the final battle. I've been drowning in self-loathing because of being so useless, you know. Now, either we survive Verge or not. In any case, we'll be together until the very end." Sonny frowned, studying her face. Her eyes were sunken, and her gaze was dark, but at the same time, fierce. It would be of great help to have the fearsome raised by wolves fight side by side with them, of course. "But, are you sure? What about your son?" Effie hesitated for a moment. "If we fail, he will die. So I'll hide him in the Black Beast locket, and do everything I can to make sure that we both get to live." She remained silent for a while, looking at the sleeping baby. Then Effie turned to Sonny and suddenly looked him in the eyes. "You know, Sonny, I once told you that the world we live in is dying. And I still believe that. No, I believe it even more after experiencing the last few years." A light smile slowly appeared on her face, and something fearsome suddenly ignited deep in her sunken, tired eyes. "But you know, now, I find myself in the mood to go and turn the entire world upside down. Maybe even tear it down completely and rebuild it from scratch, if need be." She took a measured breath, just to make sure that there's enough space in that world for this little guy to live a life that is worth living. Effie looked at Sonny for a few moments and then laughed. "Someone has to, after all, and if we want, then who the hell will?" Chapter 1547, Dawn of Time. The next day, Effie appeared on the deck of the chain breaker, carrying her baby. She was still recovering, and in truth, it would have been better if she stayed in bed for a few more days, but time waited for no one. Luckily, Effie was an ascended and possessed a body that was much more robust than that of a mundane woman, or pretty much any other master, really. So even though she looked tired and drained, her vitality was returning at a frightening pace. Perhaps she would indeed be ready to fight by the time they reached Verge. The chain breaker was traversing the abyssal void, with the radiant ribbon of the great river surrounding it like a twisting ring. The seven suns revolved around it, making the inconceivable flowing realm shine. There were no stars in the impenetrable darkness of the false sky, but the light of the river was enough to illuminate the vast expanse of silent darkness. Holding the baby, who had just woken up, Effie smiled. "Look. That is pretty impressive, right? Nothing like a boring medical ward in NQSC. Leave it to a child of mine to arrive with such style." Frightened by the howling of the wind and the coldness of the void, the baby opened its mouth and let out a shrill cry. Soon, the sound of his voice drowned out the wind. At the same time, the leaves of the sacred tree rustled a little louder, as if concerned for the tiny human. Sonny stared at them for a while, then shook his head. "That kid is bound to have a very unique life, I guess." Sonny's own birth was rather unusual, considering that it had happened during a solar eclipse and on a winter solstice. But being born in a nightmare taking place inside a pyramid built by a demon from the corpse of an unholy titan, that took the cake. Of course, the seven of them had to conquer the nightmare first, for Effie's child to have any kind of life. Letting out a sigh, Sonny went to keep Effie company. They traveled closer and closer to their destination. In the next few days, nothing much happened. Everyone was alert, afraid that the black void would be hiding horrors of its own, but it was truly and utterly empty. The members of the cohort spent time training, meditating, and hanging out with the baby. Sonny himself did not particularly see the charm, for now the infant was indeed no different from a dumpling. All he could do was sleep, cry, and suckle on Effie's breast. There was little sign of intelligence in his eyes, and he did not really emote or react to anything. In short, the baby was ugly and boring. But being with her son seemed to make Effie very happy, so Sonny could not hold it against him. Everyone had their faults after all. Plus, while the infant himself was a bit of a letdown, watching how everyone reacted to him was rather fun. Kai seemed to be absolutely smitten. Cassie allowed herself to show her soft side, which had been hidden behind the mask of composure for so long that few people remembered what it looked like. Jet seemed to be in the same boat as Sonny, but she was also a bit intrigued by the tiny human. Perhaps she was holding herself back, though. Even Nephis showed some reactions, acting perplexed, bewildered, and slightly mortified when Effie forced her to hold the infant, which was a very rare sight and therefore precious. Mordred was not allowed anywhere near the baby, which seemed to suit him fine. He did, however, seem a bit fascinated by the whole thing. Motherly love must have felt alien to him, who had spent most of his childhood being raised by a sinister sovereign. Sadly, they did not have a lot of time to pay attention to the newborn. The battle for Verge was approaching, and so everyone was concentrating on that dire ordeal. About a week after Effie had given birth, the chain breaker returned to the great river. This time they did not pass above one of the edges, landing directly in the middle of the vast flowing expanse under the azure sky. The sky was the same, the seven suns were the same, and the currents were the same. However, here at the dawn of time, the air itself somehow felt different. If the span of the great river where Sonny had first found himself corresponded to the present day, the age of the nightmare spell, then these distant waters, situated very close to the misty source, corresponded to the earliest days of creation, the age of gods, when the six deities battled against the remnant abyssal beings across the newly born world, aided by the living creatures they had created, as well as the demons. It was hard not to feel a bit of awe at simply being near such mythical times. It was also hard not to feel pressured, not only because Verge was near, but also because this region of the great river was especially treacherous. There was only one place more dangerous in the tomb of Ariel, the place far upstream that corresponded to the world-ending Doom War and was the source of the time storms. The battles between the gods and the demons had been furious and harrowing enough that the great river was forever twisted by their echoes. But the battles between the gods and the abyssal beings that had escaped the sealing of the void must have been just as dreadful. Therefore, any traveler had to be extremely careful while traversing the waters near the source. And there was the risk of running into the defiled abominations, too. Soon after landing, the members of the cohort gathered at the bow of the chain breaker, looking at the distant horizon. Their faces were solemn. They had made sure to land close to Verge, but did not dare to approach it yet. Nobody knew what was the state of the defiled city, how many abominations populated it, and what torment had in store for the potential invaders. Therefore, they had to proceed with caution and gather as much information as they could, if they could, before coming up with an actual plan of attack. Nephis remained silent for a few moments, and then said, her voice even. "This is it." Chapter 15, 48, Final Act. She studied the waters and put her hand on the hilt of her sword. The enchanted scabbard was the same, but the blade it sheathed was different. The longsword bestowed upon her by the great clan Valor had been destroyed in twilight and replaced by the silver blade, which was currently molded to a similar shape. That weapon was a reward Nephis received for slaying Soul Stealer, a defiled saint who had once been a prince of the same clan. Whether there was some symbolism to one replacing the other, Sunny did not know. Nephis turned slightly, looking at Cassie, and asked, "How long before we reach Verge?" The blind girl was the best at steering the chain breaker, the most familiar with the slate map created by the Sybils, and the one who had spent the most time among the river people. So she was their navigator. Cassie lingered for a moment. No more than 2 days if we sail at moderate speed. More if we want to be truly careful, less if we want to abandon caution. Noting the answer, Nephis glanced at Mordred. "Is there danger close to us?" The Prince of Nothing had been a bit cagey about the particulars of how his aspect worked, but by now, they knew many things about it. For example, the distance at which Sunny could control his shadows as an ascended terror was somewhere around 24 kilometers. His perception was limited to what the shadows perceived, though. Mordred's dormant ability, on the contrary, allowed him to perceive the world through any reflection within a similar range, adjusted for the fact that he was merely a beast at the moment. It also allowed him to travel physically between these reflections. Considering that the entire Great River was one giant reflective surface, the Prince of Nothing was nearly omniscient in a considerable area around him. His awakened ability, meanwhile, was what made him so terrifying, the ability to enter a being's soul through their eyes and possess their body, wearing it as a costume. That ability, too, would make him a priceless ally during the approaching battle. Mordred remained silent for a few moments, then shook his head. "I don't see anything moving. The current itself is a bit strange, though. It's eerie. We'll see it soon. An area where the water is a little bit darker than usual. I would suggest avoiding that area completely, as well as any other place similar to it." Nephis looked ahead, then nodded. "We will proceed at a moderate pace, then, for 1 day. Then, we will anchor the chain breaker and scout the approach to Verge before moving closer." She hesitated, and then added in a steady tone, "Be alert, these waters have to be brimming with the defiled. If we meet one, we can't let it escape alive and alert the others. We can't allow anything to see us before we see it, either. You all know what to do." Sunny felt a little troubled. Since Nephis was addressing a group and not him personally, her words were not equal to an order. Still, he felt a bit of a chill while hearing these words. But she was right. They did indeed know what to do. All of this had been discussed over and over again already. The cohort was prepared as well as it could have been, considering the lack of information about the state of the defiled city and its current ruler. Torment. Sunny frowned. She had to know that they were coming. Why wasn't anyone here to welcome them to Verge, then? All of them had expected to be ambushed by the defiled abominations the moment the chain breaker left the black void. And yet nothing happened. What was the last plague planning? Feeling uneasy, he went about raising the ship's sails. They were going to sail on water for now to not be so easily spotted. The 7 suns drowned in the water, suffusing it with beautiful light. The impenetrable darkness devoured the sky, now that Sunny knew about the great swarm of monstrous butterflies hiding somewhere out there. In that darkness, the night seemed far more dreadful, almost impossibly so. But there were monsters hiding in the river as well. Before dawn came, the cohort clashed with several defiled abominations. Each of them was more powerful than the nightmare creatures they had usually fought upstream, and far more cunning. Thankfully, the might of the 7 masters was more than enough to deal with these solitary abominations. Although it took some effort, none of the defiled managed to escape. Those who tried were chased after and finished off by Kai, who was the fastest of them all. His arrows could strike true from a startling distance. As well, armed with incredible sight and a powerful bow, the archer was a deadly presence on the great river. Much more dangerous than the solitary abominations were the waters themselves. Here near the source, they were turbulent and unpredictable, often hiding fatal hazards. The chain breaker avoided the truly inescapable ones thanks to Cassie's intuition and fought through the rest, protected by its enchantments and the sacred tree. Finally, the sky turned bright again. By the time all 7 suns climbed high, the first of the 2 days they had been supposed to spend traveling to Verge came to an end. At that moment, they planned to raise the ship above the water so that it would not be pulled downstream by the current, and organize a scouting mission to stealthily approach the defiled city. However, that plan had to be scrambled. It was because unexpectedly they had already reached Verge, or rather its foundation. Sonny peered ahead, his expression incredulous. His eyes widened slightly. These madmen, how did they create it? In front of them, the eternally flowing waters of the great river turned to ice. A vast landmass formed by it stretched as far as the eye could see, disappearing beyond the horizon, too great to be called a mere island, and somehow entirely unaffected by the current. Frozen in place. There was sand and lifeless soil covering the rough surface of the endless plain of ice, with rolling hills and dry riverbeds. Skeletal trees rose into the air, bereft of leaves or life. Here and there, mounds of black stone rose, forming a forest of twisted pillars. In short, Sonny saw something that he had never expected to see in the tomb of Ariel. Land. Chapter 1549 Scouting Mission. 1549 Scouting Mission. Everyone was more than a little stunned by the sight of the massive landmass in front of them. They had seen Verge from far away, while traversing the empty void. However, the ice and the pale soil covering it were indistinguishable from the flowing water at that distance. Nothing in the records left behind by the Sibyls indicated that the foundation of the city was so monumental, either. All that was mentioned on the slates, as well as passed by word of mouth between the citizens of fallen grace, was that the seekers of truth had established a city at the farthest reaches of the past, as close to the inception of time as they could, to serve as a staging ground for their attempts at reaching the estuary. So they had expected something similar to the fleet cities of the Sibyls, or perhaps a settlement built on a massive carapace of an enormous abomination, like Twilight. Maybe a levitating island like the one Alethea had created, or even a network of them. What they had not expected was an entire land of ice surrounding Verge. Sonny was both troubled and impressed. There was a whole day of sailing on the chain breaker left between them and the defiled city. That was a vast distance to cover on foot, at least for a mundane human, which meant that the mass of ice forming the foundation of Verge was truly immense. Which posed a problem. Sonny studied the lifeless landscape of the frozen land in front of them, then glanced at Nephis. So what are we supposed to do? Now that they couldn't sail further, there was a decision to be made. Namely, they had 3 possible paths, each offering its own pitfalls and benefits. The simplest path was to raise the chain breaker into the air and proceed forward, flying above the vast sheet of ice. This, of course, would offer them the highest speed and defensive advantage, since the graceful vessel was nothing less than a mobile fortress. It would be very hard not to notice a ship flying above ground, though, so they would alert the defiled of their approach long before reaching the city. The second path was to abandon the ship and proceed toward Verge on foot. That way, they would become much slower and much more exposed once the fighting started. However, it was much easier for 7 humans to infiltrate the landmass stealthily, remaining hidden until the very moment they reached the defiled city or even sneaked past its walls, reaching the first seeker unseen. The third path was to circle around the landmass first, studying it in detail from afar and come up with the plan of attack later. This was the most passive approach, but not the safest. The longer they spent in these dangerous waters, the higher the chance that Torment would sense their presence. Nephis hesitated for a while, thinking. "What are your opinions?" She addressed the members of the cohort, wishing to make use of their experience and intuition. However, the opinions were split. Some were in favor of leaving the ship behind and using stealth to approach Verge. Others did not trust the treacherous expanse of the desolate landmass and wanted to keep the durable hull of the chain breaker between themselves and whatever could be hiding beneath the ice. Sonny himself was undecided as well. He felt somber at the fact that he would not be able to use the shell of the onyx serpent in the upcoming battle, considering that Verge lay deep inland. However, there were plenty of other shells he could create, by now, including the giant version of his human body, and even though most of them were not as detailed and powerful as the great sea serpent yet, The versatility they offered made up for that. Overall, he felt that having solid ground beneath their feet was a good thing. He was sick and tired of fighting while surrounded by water, away from their natural element. So perhaps not having the hull of the chain breaker to rely on was not that bad. Nephis listened to everyone, then turned to Cassie, who had remained silent up until then. "What do you think?" The blind girl was not in a hurry to speak. After thinking for a while, she shrugged and said, "We don't need to decide right now. We wanted to anchor the chain breaker and scout the approach to the city stealthily. Anyway, all that changed is that we can do it on foot now instead of swimming and flying. So, why don't we explore this desolate place first before making the final decision?" Sunny moved slightly when she spoke. He threw a long look at the blind girl and then asked nonchalantly, "What is the best way to explore this place quickly, in your opinion?" Cassie hesitated for a moment, then said thoughtfully, "One person has to stay with the ship. The rest should split into 3 teams. One team will proceed straight forward, the other 2 will move slightly inland, and then move along the western and eastern shores of the island. Everyone will regroup back on the chain breaker tomorrow and share what they discovered." His expression darkened slightly. Nephis, meanwhile, nodded. "Splitting up might be dangerous, but it's the only way to cover a lot of ground quickly. We can reduce the danger by making sure that none of the satellite groups strays too far away from the central one. That way, each team can be reinforced by another promptly, should the need arise." She remained silent for a few moments, pondering. Mordred should be the in-forward team. His ability to see through reflections will allow him to keep an eye on both satellite teams at the same time without sacrificing strength. He would also be able to travel between reflections to aid them. The second member of the central team should be someone who does not have a mobility ability. They could be transported through the mirror realm. She considered things for a bit before finally assigning each member of the cohort the optimal role. Mordred and Jet were assigned to the central scouting team. Kai and Effie would explore the eastern reaches of the frozen landmass. Nephis herself would be exploring the western reaches, accompanied by Sunny. Cassie would be remaining on the chain breaker. It was as solid of a plan as they could come up with, considering the situation. The 3 teams were powerful enough to defend themselves, while at the same time being flexible enough to swiftly come to the aid of the other teams. The plan was solid. However, Sunny disagreed with it. Chapter 1550 Change of Plans. 1550 Change of Plans. Nephis had offered a good plan, one that was both solid and flexible enough to hopefully keep all of them alive while accomplishing the goal. Each member was assigned a role that suited the situation best, making all 3 teams highly mobile and capable of defending themselves in case there was an ambush. Cassie, meanwhile, was the least suitable for swift movement and stealth, while at the same time being the most familiar with steering the chain breaker. So, she was the best candidate for staying on the ship. And that was precisely what Sunny did not like, even if he chose not to share his reasoning. By now he was thoroughly confused about what he felt toward Cassie. Was he suspicious of her, or concerned for her, or simply acting paranoid, his thoughts muddied by the sin of solace? He did not know, but he did know that as soon as she spoke, his intuition raised an alarm. The blind girl did not directly volunteer herself to remain alone on the chain breaker, but she did not need to. As soon as they had decided to leave someone behind, she was the obvious choice. Instead of telling Nephis to choose her, Cassie could simply let her come to the conclusion without anyone's help. And while Sunny was not sure about the reason for his anxiety, he was absolutely certain that Cassie had engineered this situation on purpose. For some reason, she wanted to send the cohort off and stay on the chain breaker alone. Why? Was it to lure them into a trap? Of course, no. Sunny had already established that suspecting the blind girl in wishing to harm the cohort was preposterous. However, he could easily imagine her going on some stupid, self-sacrificial quest by piloting the flying ship into the heart of Verge and dropping it on the first seeker. Or maybe drawing Torment away from the city at the cost of her life, to let the cohort win. Which was not to say that his imagination reflected reality. There can be any number of explanations for Cassie's subtle manipulation, from completely innocent to absolutely ominous. In any case, he did not like it. Which was why, after Nephis explained the plan, Sunny shook his head. I disagree. The members of the three teams will be able to cover each other, true, but what about the person staying on the ship? Once we travel far inland, they'll be completely alone. If something happens, not only will Cassie be in danger, but we also risk losing the ship and becoming stranded with no way to retreat. Nephis looked at him and frowned slightly. There was a silent question in her eyes, but Sunny pretended not to see it. Eventually, she nodded. That is a valid concern. Do you have a suggestion? Sunny shrugged. Yeah, I think I should stay on the ship with her. My aspect is the most versatile, so I'll be able to deal with all kinds of situations. That would leave you without a partner, though, so the number of teams should be reduced from 3 to 2, one team consisting of you and Mordred, the other of Effie, Jet, and Kai. He smiled. Mordred can use his ascended ability to transport both of you, while Kai can carry both Jet and Effie in the beast locket. Therefore, everyone will be much safer. Not to mention that Mordred would not be able to pull any tricks under Neff's nose, considering she was more or less immune to his awakened ability. Nephis stared at Sunny for a bit, a subtle hint of confusion hiding in her eyes. His suggestion was not unreasonable, though, so she nodded eventually. All right, let us proceed with that team composition, then. There was no time to waste, and no need to say anything else, so everyone immediately started preparing for the mission. Effie brought up the straw basket Sunny had masterfully weaved for her, cushioning it with a blanket. That basket was meant to be the infant's crib. Safely wrapped, the baby was going to spend the next few days on the idyllic and perfectly safe meadow inside Effie's supreme memory, sleeping and being visited by his mom or other members of the cohort every few hours until the final battle. That was a hell of a way to spend the first days of one's life, but such an arrangement was the best one they had been able to come up with. Eventually, the 5 members of the cohort, whose task it was to scout the frozen landmass, were ready to depart. Sunny watched them from the bow of the ship, not feeling the need to say or feel something poignant. This was not a farewell anyway. One way or the other, they were going to see each other tomorrow, either. When the scouts returned, or when things went south and the chain breaker flew forward to rescue them, the ship approached the shore of the frozen island and came to a halt, hovering just above the water. 5 figures jumped from it, landing on the ice. Nephis was first, wearing the Starlight Legion armor and wielding the somber silver blade, a unique hybrid memory of both the transcendent and supreme ranks, the result of the most complex and intricate sorcery Sunny had woven to date. The crown of dawn, which had survived the annihilating conflagration in twilight, was resting on her head, empowering all other memories around her. Kai simply glided to the shore. He was clad in the supreme armor crafted from the ivory dragon scales, wielding a transcendent bow of the 5th tier. Another supreme memory, a lethal severing arrow, was ready to be summoned the moment he had need of it. The cohort's resident dragon slayer was as deadly as one could be. Effie made a bit of noise when she landed on the ice, enveloped by her own supreme armor, the legacy of the Sun Prince, which made her look like a beautiful statue of polished steel. Incredibly, she seemed to have mostly recovered from bearing a child already. Even if there was some remnant malady holding her back, she did not show it. Flashing a defiant smile, the huntress summoned her spear and walked forward. Jet was right behind her, looking like she was born to exist in this land of ice. Chilling mist swirled around her, pierced by the somber glow of her cold blue eyes. Then the mist flowed into her hands and took the shape of a sinister war scythe, its blade glinting eerily as it seemed to cut the rays of sunlight. Finally, there was Mordred, wearing his own ascended body. The Prince of Nothing did not have particularly powerful memories or insidiously lethal reflections to fight for him. However, he was perhaps the most dangerous of them all. An easy smile played on Mordred's lips as he followed Nephis. The enemies of the 5 masters could only lament their fate. The 5 of them separated into 2 groups and moved stealthily across the desolate landscape, soon disappearing from view, leaving Sunny and Cassie alone aboard the chain breaker. Dear readers, if you are reading this message, I have already escaped the basement. That is right, after 815 consecutive days of writing, I am finally going on a vacation. So I'll be gone for the next 2 weeks, relaxing and not doing anything even a little bit productive. Dreams do come true. I've scheduled chapters to be released as usual in my absence, so hopefully everything goes fine. I won't be able to read comments and answer questions, though, so keep that in mind. Anywho, with that, I am off. Cheers. Guiltythree. PN Akak wish him a happy journey. Chapter 1551 Left Behind. The 5 members of the cohort were gone, off to scout the approach to Verge. Sunny felt uneasy and worried about their safety, but not tremendously so. Each of them was a powerhouse in their own right, and possessed a wealth of experience when it came to moving stealthily through a region infested with nightmare creatures. Nephis, Kai, and Effie were veterans of the Forgotten Shore, where humans had been at the very bottom of the food chain. Effie, who had hunted in the Dark City alone for many years, was especially proficient in navigating dangerous terrain without alerting anyone or anything of her presence. Jet had already been a frightening existence before the Southern campaign, and grew only more tenacious after going through the disastrous months in the Antarctic Center, followed by serving in the military reconnaissance in East Antarctica. Mordred was by far the most slippery of the 5, so even if Sunny was inclined to care about his well-being, the bastard was the last person in the tomb of Ariel he would be worried about. So the scouts were more than capable of fulfilling their mission unscathed. If anything, Sunny was more concerned about himself and Cassie. The restlessness he had felt for the past few months reached an apex, telling him that something was about to happen. The Sin of Solace was not shy about voicing his opinion either. "You've done it now, fool. What madness made you think that staying here alone with her was a good idea? It wasn't me, that's for sure. Now you are completely defenseless against whatever new betrayal she had in mind, with no one to cover your back." Sunny looked at him somberly, then turned away. Saint, Fiend, and Nightmare were still aboard the chain breaker, so the loathsome wraith was wrong. There was someone to cover his back. There were plenty. No, that's wrong. Why would he even need that? Cassie was not going to betray the cohort. That was just his paranoia talking. Sunny frowned, realizing that this state of his was a bit concerning. He had grown so used to the Sin of Solace that listening to the apparition's poison was already a habit. It had failed to drive him insane due to Sunny's robust men. Tal defenses, but maybe the sinister whispers of the cursed sword were having some effect on him, after all. Then again, maybe it was simply the result of the incredible mental strain he had been exposed to in the tomb of Ariel. Is that how the Mad Prince started to slip as well? Feeling grim, Sunny filtered out the incessant whispers of the sword wraith and went about his business. Cassie softly landed the chain breaker on the water and brought it close to the shore of the Iceland, hiding it in the shadow of a tall rock mound. Sunny moored the ship, making sure that the ropes could be cut at a moment's notice. Then there was nothing for them to do but wait and remain on guard. While Sunny was consumed by alarm and doubt, Cassie seemed perfectly at ease. If she had been surprised by his sudden decision to stay back, which in all honesty went against how he would usually act, she did not show it. The blind girl remained at the stern of the ship, ready to activate the runic circle and send the chain breaker into the air the moment there was danger. Sunny, meanwhile, was in charge of watching out for said danger. One of his shadows continued to keep an eye on Cassie, while the other 5 spread out to have a better view of the environment. He commanded Saint and Fiend to remain on the ship and sent Nightmare to hide in the shadows on top of the mound they were moored to. Hours passed in tense silence with nothing happening. It was strange, really. Torment had been like a scarecrow in Sunny's mind. He had enjoyed the benefit of having Cassie around for long enough to know how potent and miraculous, albeit not applicable in a direct confrontation for the most part, her powers were. So he was understandably wary of the defiled version of the blind seer, not to mention if that defiled was a saint. What was Torment's transformation ability? How had her other abilities grown, and what was she capable of? There were no answers, which only made Sunny feel more nervous. If there was one thing he did know, however, it was that the last plague would be attuned to fate and revelations to an incredible degree, which meant that she would have means of knowing when she was in danger. The arrival of the cohort was definitely a dire danger. They had already exterminated the other plagues, after all. So, Sunny had been fully prepared to fight their way to Verge through a sea of abominations. However, there had been no one waiting for them when they descended from the Black Void. There was no one laying in ambush at the shores of the frozen landmass, either. Even now, when the members of the cohort had split up into 3 teams, nothing appeared to attack them while they were separated from each other. Why was that? Was Torment, perhaps, unable to receive any visions of fate in the tomb of Ariel, just like Cassie was unable to see anything except darkness in hers? That would certainly make things easier. if Cassie was really unable to see the future? Was Torment's strange passivity the result of the Mad Prince's schemes? Sunny was full of alarm and ready for something perilous to happen, but nothing was happening. That only added to his frustration. Cassie remained on the stern, acting like nothing out of the ordinary was happening. Hours slowly passed, and then the night came. The 7 suns drowned in the water, and the great river ignited with a soft, iridescent glow. Even the massive plain of ice shone dimly, illuminating itself with a pale, ghostly radiance. Bathed in that radiance, pillars of black stone were like a forest of colossal, dead trees. Sunny remained on the deck for a while, looking in the direction of Verge and wondering how the members of the cohort were doing. After a while, he went to the stern and spoke with Cassie about taking turns guarding the ship. My shadows will wake me up instantly if something happens. So, if there's danger, just keep yourself alive for a few seconds. It'll be there before you know it. The blind girl nodded seriously. Of course. Go and try to rest well. There probably won't be a chance to do so after the scouts return. Sunny hesitated for a bit, then descended below deck and entered his cabin. Laying down on his cot, he closed his eyes and relaxed his body. He also controlled his heartbeat and breathing, making them as calm and natural as he could, pretending to be asleep. But of course, Sunny was not asleep. Instead, he was observing Cassie. If she really intended to do something in secret, and his decision to stay behind put a wrench in her plans, now would be the perfect moment for her to act. And indeed, after some time passed, Cassie did. Chapter 1552, Lifeboat. What is she doing? Laying in the darkness while pretending to sleep, Sunny suppressed the desire to frown. Cassie had left the runic circle, picked up the guiding light, and slowly walked across the deck. As she did, a hurricane of white sparks rose around her, slowly forming into a humanoid figure. It was the echo of the defiled Sibyl she had received in fallen grace. The eerie thing had survived twilight, although just barely. Now her wounds were healed. Even her flowing red dress mended itself, as did her veil. The echo followed the blind seer, the hem of her red garment hovering a couple centimeters above the ancient wood. Just like always, her movements were too smooth to be the result of walking. Sunny had seen what was hiding behind that dress once, and he never wanted to see it again. Nevertheless, he continued watching. By then, Cassie had passed the sacred tree and was most of the way to the bow of the ship near Anank's Ketch. She did not, however, proceed any further. Stopping near the ketch, she silently gave a command to her echo. Soon, the boat was lowered into the water. The masts were affixed in their grooves, and the sails were raised. Gliding down with the help of the quiet dancer, Cassie took a seat at the helmsman's bench and summoned a different memory. It was a wooden staff she had used on the forgotten shore, one of the 3 memories from her first nightmare. The endless spring was now with Sunny, the Evertwine was with Nephis, and only the staff remained in Cassie's own soul arsenal. Its enchantment was capable of summoning wind. Aiming the staff at the sails of the ketch, Cassie activated the enchantment and sent the boat moving away from the chain breaker. Sunny's shadow, of course, was already hiding under one of the masts. Back in his cabin, Sunny continued to pretend to be asleep. The night was silent, with only the sound of waves breaking against the hull of the chain breaker disturbing the quiet. The water glowed softly, and bathed in that glow, Anank's Ketch was slowly traveling along the shore of the frozen land. Got him it. Although Sunny was more or less certain that Cassie was hiding something, he had hoped to be proven wrong until the very last moment. However, he had been right all along. You mean I was right? The grating voice of the Sin of Solace sounded like thunder in the silence. Sunny refused to react, knowing that Cassie was most likely perceiving the world through his senses. As long as he kept his eyes closed and controlled his breathing and heartbeat, though she had no way of knowing that he was awake, because she could only share the senses of those marked by her ability, not read their thoughts. That's the question, though, is it? The sword wraith laughed. Am I just a figment of your imagination, or am I more real than you give me credit for? If it's the former, then I am merely a thought construct, and Cassie has no way of knowing of my presence. She said so herself, back on Alethia's island. But can anything she said be trusted? Because if she does hear me, then your little performance was just rendered useless. Oh, sorry. Sitting in the ketch, Cassie showed no sign of having heard what the Sin of Solace said. And yet, by now, Sunny knew that she was a remarkable actress. Her effortless switch between her usual unassuming persona and the magnetic image of dusk was proof. Could Cassie perceive the Sin of Solace or not? If not, then how had she become aware of the time loop on Alethia's island? What was she trying to accomplish right now? He forced himself to remain motionless, continuing to observe her. He'll wait until she is about to exit the range of shadow control before taking action. Sunny could control his shadows from a vast distance. It was also the maximum distance to which he could travel via shadow step. So as long as Cassie remained within that range, he would be able to appear next to her in an instant. And by remaining passive, he would hopefully learn what secret Cassie was keeping and what she was planning. Knowing that, he would be able to decide what to do. If she was going to leave the range at which he could reach her, though, then all bets were off. Sunny was not about to let Cassie put herself in danger, and just on the off chance that what she wanted to do could put the rest of the cohort in harm's way, he had to intervene as well. He had remained silent and tolerant of her for long enough. Today, on the eve of the decisive battle of this dreadful nightmare, the truth would come out one way or another. The ketch continued to sail along the shore of the icy island, surrounded by the beautifully glowing water. Up above, the night sky was impenetrably dark, hiding numerous legions of slumbering horrors. Somewhere, not too far away, the abominable remains of Alethea of the Nine were sprawling through the city of Verge, waiting to be destroyed by the challengers of the tomb of Ariel, or infect their souls and bodies with seeds of corruption, making them a part of her defiled legion. Cassie sailed further and further away from the chain breaker, making Sunny feel grave. The sin of Solace continued to whisper into his ear, spouting all kinds of vile accusations. Finally, to Sunny's indignation, he felt the sailboat was getting too far away. If he read any longer, the ketch would slip from his reach, cutting his connection to the shadow. So taking a deep sigh, Sunny opened his eyes and dissolved into shadows. A moment later, he stepped out of them inside the ketch, standing a few meters away from Cassie. She was sitting on the helmsman's bench, accompanied by her echo. Her face was illuminated by the soft radiance of the guiding light and the pale glow of the iridescent water. Sunny's face, meanwhile, was drowning in shadows. Letting out a sigh, Sunny looked at the blind girl and asked, his voice neutral, "Where are you going?" Chapter 1553, Shadow and Seer. After asking the question, Sunny sat down on a bench across from Cassie. There they were, alone in a boat, just the two of them, or rather, the four of them. The sin of Solace landed on the bench next to Sunny, a sinister smile twisting his lips. His face was hateful, just like always, of course. It was also the exact same face as Sunny's. Cassie was sitting on the helmsman's bench a few meters away from them, holding the steering oar. The echo of the dead Sybil was there, too, side by side with her. Since both were wearing flowing garments of vibrant red fabric, traditional for the priestesses of fallen grace, they looked quite similar, too. The most visible difference between them was that Cassie's exquisite face was bare, while the monstrous Echo was wearing a veil. Cassie's beautiful blue eyes were full of life, as well, even though she was blind. The Sibyl's eyes, though, were eerily empty and devoid of life. Her hollow stare made shivers run down Sunny's spine. He felt that way every time he saw an echo of a human. Granted, this one was made in the image of a human who had succumbed to the defilement. The four of them sat opposite each other, surrounded by invisible tension. Despite Sunny's sudden appearance, though, Cassie remained calm. She deactivated the enchantment of her wooden staff and lowered it, then said in an even voice, "I thought you were asleep." A faint smile appeared on Sunny's lips. "Did you?" He had been reasonably sure that his small act had fooled the blind seer, but now that he saw her lack of reaction, a worm of doubt entered his mind. Had she known he was pretending all along? The sin of Solace chuckled, staring at Cassie with hate and disdain in his gaze. "It seems that you've been played like a fiddle, pitiful worm. Even after all my warnings, gods, how frustrating. You should have struck this traitor down long ago. Just look at her. She must despise you just as much as I do." The corner of Sunny's mouth twitched, but he suppressed the desire to rebuke the sword wraith. That, however, only gave the apparition the opportunity to press his mocking tirade. "You truly are a revolting creature, are you not? A lowly, despicable slave. And look, here is the woman who made you into a slave. She betrayed you once, and yet you allowed the snake to worm her way back into your good graces. You have forgotten her sins, and as gratitude, the blind traitor is about to stab you in the back once again." At that point, Cassie took a deep breath. Then she turned her head slightly, facing the sin of Solace, and spoke, her voice trembling with long-suppressed anger. "Can you shut your foul mouth, wretch? Who asked you to talk? Be quiet for once." Sunny was taken a little aback by that show of emotions. The sin of Solace stared at her vindictively, but did fall silent. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. Sunny smiled, too. "So you can perceive him, after all." Cassie's mask of composure had finally cracked, revealing an ocean of emotion raging below. However, she regained that composure in a moment and scoffed, throwing a contemptuous glance at the sword wraith. "So what if I can?" Sunny shrugged. "You lied to me, though, on Alethia's island, when you said that you couldn't." Cassie met his gaze without flinching. Her voice was even. "So what if I lied? Yes, I can perceive that insufferable wraith through you. I can also perceive your shadows and what they see. What about it?" He sighed. Damnation. So he was wrong all along. Sunny had assumed that Cassie's ascended ability did not affect his shadows, since they were separate beings from him, and she did not have shadow sense. She had also never shown or acted upon the ability to mark his shadows. So Sunny had been fooled, played like a fool even. He was still smiling, but that smile did not reach his eyes. "So you were aware that I had been watching you for the past few months?" She shrugged. Sure. If Cassie was aware that Sunny was suspicious of her, then the situation was completely different from how he imagined it to be. Not only would she have been able to hide her secrets from him, but even the things she had shown him had been shown of purpose, like the chamber with the well and the countless journals stored in a runic chest. Knowing that his shadows were watching her, Cassie would only be able to act freely if she was outside the range of shadow control. Tha. T was why she wanted to stay behind while Sunny joined the scouting teams. His pupils widened slightly. No. If Cassie had known that he was suspicious of her, she would have known that he would refuse to leave her alone on the chain breaker as well. They were too familiar with each other for her to fail predicting that action of his, which meant that the blind seer's true purpose was not to remain alone on the flying ship. Instead, it was for the two of them to remain there together, away from the other members of the cohort. And he had done exactly what she wanted him to do. Suddenly, a hint of a strange and cold emotion settled in Sunny's heart. Was it fear? Yes, it was. It was the fear of fighting a battle of schemes against a powerful oracle. Cassie might not have been the strongest of them in a direct confrontation, but being caught in a net of schemes and manipulation that someone who could see the future had created was honestly nothing short of terrifying. Sunny deemed himself a master of deceit and manipulation. There was only one person he had met who could truly be considered a fearsome adversary in that field, Mordred. But now he was quickly reconsidering that statement. Actually, there was another contender among them. And that newcomer was perhaps the most fearsome of the three. Looking at the blind, who remained calm and composed, Sunny leaned back and asked, his tone relaxed. "So why did you want to see me alone, Cassie?" He lingered for a moment and then added, his voice remaining even. "Or should I call you Torment?" Chapter 1554, Familiar Face. The words had been said, echoing in the beautiful darkness of the glowing night. Devoid of the wind, the sails of the ketch fell down. The boat slowly came to a stop, drifting in the current. Cassie remained silent for a few moments, as motionless as the echo of the defiled Sibyl sitting by her side. Then she asked, her voice tinged with a hint of amusement. "Should I call you the Mad Prince, then?" As Sunny's expression changed, she chuckled lightly. "Gods, come now. I know that you only asked that question to probe me for a reaction, but how does it make sense? I'm not Torment." Sunny frowned, disappointed at the fact that he had not been able to get more out of Cassie. He was considering his next question silently when she turned to face her echo and said, throwing his thoughts into disarray. "She is." He froze, stunned by those words. Then Sunny slowly moved his gaze to the silent echo. The red garment, the empty gaze, the veil hiding her face. How? Back when they met in Fallen Grace, Cassie said that she'd come to possess this echo after slaying the Sibyl who had succumbed to the defilement on the day of her entering the nightmare. The two looked alike, true, but both Sunny and Nephis simply assumed that it was because both the slain woman and Dusk had been Sibyls ruling the same city. The echo was too eerie and revolting, making Sunny unwilling to learn what was hiding behind the red veil. Therefore, he had never tried to look at the creature's face. The most he had done was glance at its weave, but even then, most of his attention had been focused on the artificial echo created by the enchanters of Clan Valor, the long-destroyed blade mannequin. Now, however, Cassie raised her hand and pulled on the echo's veil, removing it. Underneath it, an exquisitely beautiful face was revealed, one identical to her own, but devoid of life. The echo of the Sibyl of Torment was hollow and expressionless, like all echoes were. There was a subtle expression on Cassie's face, though. A strange mix of revulsion, sorrow, and even a hint of tenderness. It was not every day that one chanced to look upon a soulless copy of their own dead self, after all. Gears were spinning in Sunny's head at impossible speed, trying to digest the stunning revelation of the eerie echo's true nature. Torment is dead. She had been dead all along. Of course, he had suspected that something like that was the case. That suspicion was a recent one, and had only entered his mind after they landed near Verge. Sunny could not accept that the fearsome oracle of the defilement was not aware of their approach. It would have been fine if it was just Mordred and him, wearing Weaver's mask. Both of them could hide themselves from divination. But the other members of the cohort had no defense against those who were attuned to fate, which made any attempts at hiding useless. Nevertheless, the chain breaker had not been ambushed as it left the black void. The forces of the defilement had not descended upon them once they reached the vast island of ice, either. It was as though torment had somehow been prevented them from acting against them, or was not in Verge at all. Which was strange, considering that she had successfully gotten rid of the Dread Lord and was supposed to be the new tyrant of Defiled City. He contemplated the thought that the Mad Prince had schemed against the last plague, as well. But the Trut H was much more stunning. Cassie had never received an echo for slaying the defiled Sibyl. There was no echo of a Sibyl. He shivered. Why keep it a secret, then? Instead, she had received this echo for slaying Torment herself. Cassie had killed her defiled copy long before Sunny and Nephis even arrived at Fallen Grace. He shivered. Why keep it a secret, then? Cassie studied the echo's face for a while, then sighed and turned away. After a short pause, she said in a slightly stifled tone, "I suggest you don't look her in the eyes for too long. It's rather unpleasant." The Sin of Solace hurriedly looked away. Sunny slowly gathered his thoughts, still reeling from the shock. He was struggling to grasp the new information. It was too staggering, changing everything he had known about the nightmare. Eventually, he asked, his voice even. "When?" Cassie shrugged. "It was about 6 months after I became Dusk, I think. Of course, that was not the first time we met, just the last." Sunny remembered the chamber hidden under the Temple of Dusk, with a breach in its floor leading to the depths of the great river. Was that how Torment had entered Fallen Grace and come into contact with Cassie? Was that where they had fought, and where the defiled oracle died? But how could it be possible? How could Cassie have defeated a harrowing plague alone, despite all the time Torment should have had to accumulate power and information to prepare for their eventual clash? Staring at two identical, beautiful faces, one familiar and full of life, the other alien and empty, he suddenly felt very uncomfortable. "Can you put that veil back on?" He hated human echoes, and he hated to see the echo of one of his closest friends even more. Looking at the soulless copy of Torment was like looking at Cassie's corpse, which made him feel disgusted. The blind girl hesitated for a moment, then put the veil back on, hiding the echo's face behind it. Torment's empty eyes, however, remained visible, staring at Sunny without any emotion. Cassie sighed. At least she is at peace now. That is a mercy. Sunny shifted his gaze, studied her for a few moments, and then asked his next question. "How?" The blind girl smiled. "How else? Of course it was arranged by the Mad Prince." She fell silent for a second, and then added, her voice wistful. "By the Mad Prince and Torment herself, to be precise. The two of them, you see, were behind all of this together." Chapter 1555, Partners in Crime. 1555 Partners in Crime. The ketch was drifting in the current, slowly being pulled toward the icy shore. Cassie remained motionless on the helmsman's bench, her hand resting on the steering oar's handle. Her unseeing gaze was distant. After a while, she sighed. "I guess I should explain it from the start." A crooked smile appeared on Sunny's face. "That would certainly be nice, considering that you have arranged for this moment for that exact purpose." By then, he had plenty of time to realize that Cassie had manipulated the events of the previous days for the exact purpose of having this conversation, this Sunny, away from the ears of their companions. Why, what did she want to achieve? And why now, just before the final battle of this nightmare? Did they have to talk alone, because the Mad Prince and Torment had orchestrated this entire cycle of the Great River alone? He was about to find out. Sunny felt a lot of pressure drain from his heart, knowing that Torment was gone and the only obstacle between the cohort and salvation was the harrowing but mindless First Seeker. But at the same time, he was on edge because of what was happening between him and Cassie. The ease with which she was revealing her secrets was ominous. The blind girl remained silent for a moment, then picked up the guiding light and rested it on her shoulder, the light of the radiant crystal affixed to its top illuminating her face. I did not lie when I said that I only saw darkness in my visions after entering the nightmare. Sunny shifted slightly. Why is she bringing that up? Cassie smiled. However, that was not because of the nature of the tomb of Ariel itself. Rather, my inability to perceive its secrets was engineered by torment. My abilities were suppressed with the help of a sorcerous item. You should be able to guess what that item was. Sunny's eyes narrowed. An image appeared in his memory, the image of golden shackles wrapped around Cassie's hands, connected by a golden chain. The chain she had broken before leaving fallen grace. The blind girl nodded. Yes, those shackles were worn by Dusk, and therefore they were on my wrists the moment I entered the nightmare. Dusk had not created the suppression enchantment, though. Instead, it was torment. She had countless years to prepare for my eventual return, after all. Sunny raised an eyebrow, his gaze turning grim. Why break them, then? Cassie shrugged. Because I needed to in order to survive what was to come. Alethia's island, Twilight, we would not have made it out alive. If my powers were crippled, so it was worth the risk. Plus, the visions come to me in my dreams, and your shadow nightmare has been destroying my dreams one after another. So I was safe from learning the truth of the estuary as long as we were together. She paused for a moment and continued, her voice growing quieter. My past self, one who was destined to become torment, did not have that luxury, though. In her own cycle, she managed to create the suppression enchantment to protect herself from the truth. But she knew that the Mad Prince was coming for her, and she could not escape him. A strange smile appeared on her face. Then again, she wasn't planning to. She did, however, create several countermeasures to achieve her goals even after her soul and sanity were consumed by corruption. Cassie pointed at the silent echo sitting by her side. This echo is not very powerful, you see, because most of Torment's power simply cannot be used by an echo. Her power has to do with memories, with remembering and forgetting something that echoes aren't capable of. So she put restrictions into her own mind, turning herself into a broken person who acted according to a set of predetermined choices, almost as if creating a crude, miniature version of fate. She shook her head. Of course, that alone was not enough to escape the madness of corruption. No matter how well she prepared, the defilement was going to turn her into a being who could not be controlled. Unless, of course, she received help from the Mad Prince, who was able to preserve a fragment of his humanity thanks to that loathsome wraith of yours. With his help, she could truly turn her defiled self into an instrument of her will. Sunny shifted slightly and asked, his voice full of doubt. And how did they accomplish that? How could a defiled saint be controlled? Cassie faced him and remained silent for a few moments, then smiled. How else? By making the Dread Lord use his authority against her, of course. The Mad Prince added fuel to the paranoia the Tyrant of Verge felt toward Torment, and then put the idea of what commands to give her into his mind. Therefore, two of the plagues became capable of resisting their vile natures to a degree, and thus Torment and the Mad Prince became perfect conspirators. She moved the steering oar slightly, turning the ketch so that its bow faced the nearing shore of the ice island. After the plagues reached the estuary and used it to invade the next cycle of the Great River, the two of them meticulously prepared the playing field for the arrival of us, the new challengers. Eventually, the Mad Prince trapped two of the plagues on Alethia's island, and two more in Twilight. Then he finished the key of the estuary and entered the source, becoming you. Sunny looked at her somberly, then shifted his gaze and glanced at the echo of Torment. Why didn't Torment do the same, then? Why remain and come into contact with you? Why attack you, forcing you to kill her? Cassie's expression turned cold. She lingered for a while, then smiled darkly. The Mad Prince had to enter the source to make sure that you possessed the key of the estuary at the start of the nightmare, thus protecting you from the truth harbored by the sin of solace. Perhaps he could have created a memory that contained both the suppression enchantment and the enchantment that would allow it to be transferred to me at the start of the cycle. But one of the two had to stay behind. Chapter 1556, Dangerous Knowledge. 1556, Dangerous Knowledge. Shadows suddenly danced across Cassie's beautiful face as she lowered the guiding light. That was because Torment had a message to deliver to me so that her wish could be fulfilled, and that message could only be delivered face to face. She took a deep breath. So she infiltrated Fallen Grace and modified the shackles that bound Dusk. She also wrote an accord of what happened in the previous cycles and left it for me to read. Finally, she crawled into the Temple of Dusk and met me, delivering the message. Cassie's voice turned cold, and her expression became ruthless. However, she was still a defiled, and unlike the Mad Prince, she did not have a whisper of Ariel to keep her from losing all of her humanity. All she had was a cruel weave of restrictions and commands to push her toward the desired outcome, and that weave was not flawless. She looked at Sunny without any humor in her eyes. So, after completing the mission of delivering her message to me, she instantly attempted to consume me. She was still being held back by the authority of the Dread Lord, though, and so, she died by my hand instead. There was silence for a while. The ketch reached the shore of the icy island and scraped against it, coming to a stop. Sunny stared at Cassie, his thoughts in turmoil. So she knew everything all along. It took him a long time to learn the truth about the Great River, the source and the estuary, the 6 plagues and their connection to the Mem. Urs of the cohort, and the purpose behind the schemes of the Mad Prince. Of the Mad Prince and Torment, to be precise. The 2 defiled horrors were partners in crime, in more than one sense. Even though Torment was barely a living being, from what Cassie had told him, her mind shattered and her will chained by the restrictions of her own creation and the authority of the Dread Lord. In a sense, Sunny had been right. The Mad Prince had indeed a plan in place to remove Torment from the cohort's path. She had been used and discarded, sent to be slaughtered by Cassie in Fallen Grace. He did not doubt for a moment that the outcome of their fight had been calculated by the vile madman in advance. The only thing he was not sure about was if Torment knew about it and went to her death willingly, or at least as much as she had been capable of exercising her broken will. There were numerous questions on his mind, but 2 of them were the most important. What was the message Torment had to deliver? And why had Cassie not shared her knowledge with the cohort? The answer to the second question should be evident by now. Whether Cassie intended to or not, she had let it slip. When she told him about the version of her from the previous cycle, the one that had eventually become Torment, turned into a defiled abomination by the previous version of him, she said that the Cassie of the past had never intended to escape the defilement. That she had known what the future Mad Prince was planning, and allowed herself to be infected with the defilement by him despite that. Which meant that Cassie had been scheming long before that happened, that she had needed to be defiled for some reason, before escaping corruption come the next cycle. He gritted his teeth. So you knew all along and kept quiet. You did not share any of that knowledge with us, acting surprised when we learned the dreadful truths of this nightmare. Did you not think, at least once, that maybe it would be good for us to know what we were getting ourselves into before plunging ourselves into the sea of danger and suffering? Cassie faced him calmly. Why? Because sharing my knowledge has worked so well in the past. Sure, Sunny. You of all people should know how dangerous knowledge is, what knowing something that you aren't supposed to know can do, and what revealing secrets can destroy. She turned away. What would have changed if I told you? We would have still needed to go to Alethia's island. We would have still needed to go to Twilight. Sure, we could have prepared better for what was waiting for us ahead, but I am not omniscient. I only know that much. Would it have made a difference? Or would it have just made us complacent and arrogant, leading to our deaths? The blind girl smiled sadly. Most of all, would any of our preparations have been more thorough than what the Mad Prince and Torment had already prepared for us? She shook her head. So I think I will keep my knowledge to myself. That way, at least, I won't be blamed for the decisions the rest of you make when you make them. Sunny laughed bitterly and stared at her, his eyes full of dark amusement. Oh, now you decide to keep your knowledge to yourself. Good, good. It's just a pity that you couldn't do the same on the Forgotten Shore before turning me into a damned slave. He had not planned to bring the distant past up, but hearing Cassie say those words, all of the resentment he had buried in his heart suddenly flooded to the surface. Perhaps it was not unexpected, though. All this time, Sunny had hated the fact that he was made a slave by Nephis. Nephis had not used that power against him, so that hatred of his was more of an abstract thing, born from the fear of what could potentially happen. Not that it made it invalid. Recently, however, the situation had changed. The harm shadow bond was doing him had turned from abstract to very real. Its existence was the thing that stood between him and Nephis like an impregnable wall, making the idea of them having a future together seem beyond reach. That was what Cassie had taken from him as well. Chapter 1557, Terrifying Existence. Cassie turned sharply and stared at him, her mask of composure barely holding. You know why I did what I did. I was young and naive back then, stupid and helpless. I know better now. Sonny raised his hands and clapped them, applauding her. Good for you, really, what stunning growth, but... He lingered for a few moments, and then said through gritted teeth, But you know, you never even apologized for taking my freedom away. So I guess you aren't that burdened by having done that. She flinched. The cold winds rose, making the sails of the ketch flutter. Nevertheless, it stayed in place, its bow lodged into the icy shore of the desolate land. Cassie remained silent for a while. Then she said, her voice trembling slightly, But I did apologize. Sonny raised an eyebrow. Somehow I don't remember, and I would have remember. Ed, something like that. When did you ever apologize for what you had done to me? The blind girl hesitated for a few moments, and then said quietly, It was right after we escaped from the Soul Devourer, when we were sailing across the dark sea on the boat Nephis made. Stunned, Sonny stared at her for a few moments. Then his face was twisted by a grimace of anger. What the hell did you say? You apologized in advance, almost an entire year before we stormed the Crimson Spire. What kind of crap is that? Does it make sense in that twisted little head of yours? Subjected to his anger, Cassie lowered her head. Then, however, a cold expression appeared on her face. She looked up, facing him again. Sure, yes, Sonny, you're right, that was cowardly of me. A fragile smile appeared on her face. But what is the worth of saying sorry? It wouldn't have changed anything. Words are worthless. If someone is truly sorry, they should express it through their actions, don't you think? Sonny chuckled. And what have you done to redeem your mistake? What can you even do? It can't be undone. Cassie remained silent for a while, and then suddenly pierced him with a fierce gaze. Even though he knew that she could not see at that moment, Sonny did not remember it. Her voice was a little hoarse when she spoke. Says who? He was slightly taken aback. Glancing at her with a frown, Sonny raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Cassie smiled bitterly. Who says that it can't be undone? Who says that it's impossible? She shook her head. So what if it's impossible? I'll do it anyway. Sonny stared at her in bewilderment. What the hell are you talking about? Cassie raised her hands and rubbed her wrists where the golden shackles had once been. What else? I'm talking about breaking fate, Sonny. Wasn't that what you wanted to do, too? Wasn't that your entire goal, too? I wish to break fate as well. She lowered her head for a moment, then said quietly, Everything I've done, everything I've endured, it was all for this. For this moment, it's so impossibly hard to break fate. No matter how fiercely you attack it, it strikes back with 10 times the might. My true name, Song of the Fallen, it means that I am destined to witness the fates of others and carry the memories of them long after they are gone. To be a witness, powerless to change what I see. Well, I refuse. I don't want a fate like that at all. Then a faint smile bloomed on her delicate face. It is impossible to break fate with a strike, but what about 1,000 strikes? 10,000 strikes? If each one of them damages its tapestry a little bit, misaligns its strings by a tiny fraction, obstructs its flow by a minuscule amount, then, put together, they can tear fate apart. One just needs a sharp enough weapon. Cassie faced Sonny, allowing him to look her in the eye. I intend to give you a chance to become such a weapon, Sonny. Suddenly, he felt a chill run down his spine. The bad premonition he had felt was back, making him tense with fright. What did you do? What did you do, Cassie? She shrugged. What did I do? This and that. Some of it was easy and some of it was hard. All of it, though, all of it was almost unbearable, is unbearable, but not for long now, because I'm about to be free of that burden. Sonny stared at her, his eyes slowly widening. Suddenly he saw many of Cassie's actions in a new light, and the implication of what he saw was so vast and terrifying that it made him shudder. You planned it all from the start, didn't you? She smiled softly, then shook her head. Not all of it. It's impossible to plan for all of it. I might know a lot and see a lot, but I am not omniscient, Sonny. The trick, though, is to plan enough of it so that when the unexpected happens, it could still become a part of the plan. He looked aside, distracted by the glow of the guiding light. You've been manipulating the events of this cycle all along. That time in the drowned temple, I failed to discover the hidden compartment where the sacred relic was hidden, so you did it for me. Wait, no. As Cassie looked at him with a faint smile, Sunny paled. It started long before the nightmare. During the battle where the 7 saints came together, you manipulated the battle formation so that I could finish off the defiled seeker of truth. He stopped talking as a shiver ran through his body. No, even before that. When had it started? When had Cassie begun to weave her grandiose plan, manipulating everyone, from the fire keepers following her to the leaders of the great clans, into doing her bidding? And powerful Oracle was indeed a terrifying existence, especially one as ambitious, but at the same time quiet and unnoticeable as Cassie had turned out to be. Finally, Sunny looked at her, utterly stunned. His expression was frozen. It was. Even saying it aloud was difficult, each word immeasurably heavy because of the weight of all the implications. It was back on the chained isles, when I came to you, intending to recruit you to challenge the second nightmare together, and you told me that you received a vision of us dying in the winter. You have already been planning for today, all the way back then. Chapter 1558, first thread. Sunny stared at Cassie, struggling to believe how deep the roots of her mysterious scheme went. He noted recently that the blind girl's personality changed drastically after the cruel words he had thrown at her at the underground level of the Academy's medical complex, right after the Forgotten Shore. That was when she had begun to weave her spiderweb, most likely. Looking at the young woman sitting across from him, meeting his gaze with dark and defiant pride, he felt a chill running down his spine. Which one of us is worthy of being called the heir of Weaver, even? Cassie had just as high of an affinity to fate as him, after all, if not higher. He took a deep breath, feeling stifled. Yes, it was back then. Looking back, it didn't make a lot of sense, did it? You had just been burned by blindly believing a vision of yours to catastrophic results. And yet you seem to not question the validity of us dying come winter, even though that vision of yours could only be called vague at best. Cassie had seen the two of them falling into a bottomless abyss, surrounded by snow. She told Sunny that they would die in the winter, but in the end, the events of that vision happened in November when the Night Temple was destroyed in a terrible battle between Sky Tide and St. Cormac. You already knew that it did not mean our deaths, and yet you made me think otherwise. But why? Cassie remained silent, but Sunny's eyes widened, a flash of frightening understanding illuminating his restless mind. It was because I was planning to challenge the second nightmare in the winter. But you needed me to move the plan forward and aim to reach the seed in the ivory tower by the end of autumn. What changed because I listened to your vision and adjusted the timing of the expedition? A dark, dangerous light ignited in the depths of his eyes. Sunny gasped. Because St. Cormac was away from the Night Temple until the end of autumn, which meant that he wouldn't have been able to stop Mordred from escaping his cage. Cassie shifted slightly, continued to face him without saying anything. But she did not need to. Once Sunny pulled on the thread, the tangled web of her hidden actions started to unravel itself. All he needed to do to understand all of it, or at least most of it, was to continue pulling. Remembering the horrid agony the two of them endured in the Night Temple, side by side, Sunny shuddered and felt rage fuel his veins. You knew about Mordred all along. You must have learned of his existence before he even learned of yours, when you were anchored at the Night Temple, even though neither you nor your cohort were allowed to enter the inner parts of the citadel. Later, you left for the sanctuary and then went on an expedition to reclaim a sapling of the sacred tree, knowing that I would come to you and carry the mirror shard that would allow that bastard to escape to the doorstep of his jail. Sunny and Cassie had come very close to dying in the cage of the Valor's secretive citadel, knowing that she had expected the mad prince of the great clan to escape, and for them to be embroiled in the horror that followed his release made it all seem even more disturbing. Sunny remained silent for a few moments, stunned by the ruthlessness with which Cassie had treated herself. By then, he had already been an awakened monster, and armed with the power of his divine aspect, he had a much easier time surviving the imprisonment in the Night Temple. She, however, did not possess multiple soul cores or an aspect that could augment her endurance and resilience, so Cassie had suffered much more in that cage. Shaking his head in stunned silence, he said quietly, "You wanted Mordred to escape. Why did you want him to be free?" There were all kinds of answers to this question. The most obvious one was that Cassie had needed the cohort to enter the second nightmare sooner rather than later, and do it in the company of the Prince of Nothing, as well. The very fact of his escape had put a crack in the potential relationship Sunny could have had with the great clan Valor, putting him in conflict with them at the moment when Nephis returned to the waking world, which in turn pushed her into accepting their terms and becoming an adopted daughter of Valor. There were numerous other consequences of that single event Cassie had helped happen, spreading outward into the future. Mordred was a singular existence, so the fact that he was free to roam the two worlds had changed too much, from the events of the second nightmare to the conclusion of the war the great clans had waged in Antarctica. Which of these events had been planned by Cassie? Which had been mere coincidences? Which were coincidences that she had nimbly incorporated into her grand design, adapting to the changing circumstances with stunning speed? Just like she had perceived and calculated numerous futures with incredible speed while fighting the defiled Sibyl in the drowned temple, it was impossible to tell. Cassie's design was a bit like the tapestry of fate, which she claimed to wish to destroy. The details could change or be influenced by unforeseen circumstances, but these sudden twists were only minor disturbances in the flow she willed into existence. The currents changed, but the direction of the tide always remained the same, pulling everything it touched to an unchanging conclusion. All Sunny could do was determine the points in time when Cassie had influenced the events openly and try to glean her purpose from that. He rose from his sit and walked to the bow of the ketch, unable to remain in place. His mind was too tumultuous for that. Incredible. Chapter 1559,000 Cuts. Mordred, you remained pretty passive in the second nightmare, didn't you? The only time you shared your knowledge of the future with me was to tell me that he couldn't be allowed to enter the ivory tower. Sunny hesitated for a moment, then smiled crookedly. But then, what you really wanted to achieve was not preventing him from entering the ivory tower, was it? It was making sure that he entered the ebony tower instead, and collected whatever it was that Nether had left there. By telling me that one sentence, you achieved exactly that. He felt as if the ground was disappearing from beneath his feet. What had happened to Mordred in the ebony tower? The Prince of Nothing had not shared that information completely, but he did mention that after leaving it, he was much harder to find with the help of divination. The strange, vague symbols Sunny had seen on Mordred's soul core were the result of that. Why would Cassie want the bastard to be resistant to her power, to make sure that Soul Stealer could go against Torment? Or simply to ensure that Valor would not be able to track their exiled prince before the time was right? Or for something that would happen in the future? What else had Cassie done, subtly manipulating the events of the past years? Was it a coincidence that the two of them had met Morgan at the academy on the day that Nephis returned from her second nightmare? Surely no. That was why Sunny had been there the moment she woke up, to welcome her back. Nephis then spent a month living in his house, then announced her decision to join Valor at the ball, making him leave in anger and enlist for the Southern campaign. Which was why he was present in the Antarctic Center during the battle against the remnant of the Jade Queen, and received the Sin of Solace. Later, Cassie helped him escape the endless tunnel by sending him toward the heart of darkness. She also manipulated the battle against the immense horde of nightmare creatures as Morgan's advisor, making sure that Sunny was in the right place, at the right time, to deal the final blow to the fallen Titan, defiled seeker of truth, and therefore received the mirror of truth from it. Finally, she was there at the Battle of the Black Skull, without a doubt knowing what would happen. She was in the Nightmare Desert as well, eventually entering the Nightmare of the Great River with the 6 other powerful masters: Sunny, Nephis, Mordred, Kai, Effie, and Jet. And these instances were only what Sunny could remember and had experienced personally. There was no telling how many strings Cassie had really pulled from behind the curtain, how many people she had influenced, and how many coincidences she had engineered to arrange for everything to happen in accordance with her wishes. The scale of the brilliant web she had woven was nothing short of astonishing and terrifying. Of course, it was impossible to say that she was solely responsible for how these events had happened. Fate flowed, pulling everyone with its current after all, and even if the details were to change, Sunny was pretty sure that he would have ended up in Antarctica one way or another. Nephis would have probably ended up siding with Valor, one way or another. The chain of nightmare would have happened no matter what Cassie could have done. Song and Valor would have clashed, hiding their war on the battlefields of the southern quadrant. But that was precisely what Cassie was doing, wasn't it? pulling on the strings of fate ever so minutely compared to the grand scale of the inconceivable tapestry and pushing toward her goal through these insignificant changes. One change had no meaning. Two changes had no weight as well, but 1,000, 10,000. By altering the details of countless inevitable events ever so slightly, she was creating a chain reaction of changes, which grew like an avalanche, threatening to alter the entire flow of the river of fate, the flow that was supposed to be unchangeable. Could it work? Sonny was not sure. He felt like some of the changes Cassie had caused were more important than others, though. The sin of solace and the mirror of truth, these two memories, somehow, he felt that they were the key to Cassie's intent. There was no need to explain the significance of the sin of solace. That memory, containing the whisper of the builder of the tomb, was perhaps the most important piece at play here, in the third nightmare. It was responsible for creating the Mad Prince, after all, and therefore introducing a variable into the endlessly repeating cycles of the Great River, a single variable that introduced utter chaos to the entire system. The Mirror of Truth was also very significant, not only because its runes described a conversation between Weaver and Ariel, but also because it was the sole instrument that could allow someone to replicate Neph's longing ability, thus making them immune to corruption for a short period of time. The first seeker was a vast source of corruption, which Alethea had been plagued by after learning the truth of the estuary. Sonny did not need to think long to understand how important the Mirror of Truth was. Still, none of it really explained what exactly Cassie was planning and what she meant by saying that Sonny could become a weapon to destroy fate. There were a million questions on his mind, but he threw them all away, looking at the beautiful young woman with a somber expression. After a bit of silence, Sonny said hoarsely, "You don't seem to be denying any of it." Cassie shrugged. "Why should I deny it?" She faced him, then closed her eyes suddenly, letting out a long sigh. "Honestly, it's a relief. I've been keeping it all to myself for too long, so it's refreshing to be able to share it with someone, to be witnessed by someone. Maybe it's selfish, but I am glad that you finally figured it out, Sonny." His face remained motionless. "She's happy, huh?" Well, he couldn't say that he did not understand. It felt nice to be witnessed, still. Sonny looked at Cassie with a dark expression and asked, his tone devoid of any emotion. "Well then, tell me, Cassie, what is it that you want? How exactly are you planning to break fate? What is the answer?" She lingered for a moment and then smiled faintly. "Simple, really. It's—" Cassie faced him and finished, her calm voice full of cold, confident determination. "It's the Well of Wishes." Chapter 1560, Freedom of Choice. 1560, Freedom of Choice. The Well of Wishes. Sonny stared at Cassie with an incredulous expression, struggling to understand what her words meant. What is she talking? Then his face changed slightly, a hint of confusion and ridicule appearing in his eyes. The children's story, the fairy tale about a magical well that grants the most precious wish of anyone who reaches it. Are you out of your mind? Sonny took a step back, barely avoiding falling out of the catch. His mind was full of bewilderment and disbelief. Come on, you can't possibly be serious. You don't believe that it's true, do you?" That was the fairy tale Anank had told him, not long before her death. Sonny remembered it well, but he had never expected to hear Cassie, someone so smart and pragmatic, put her hopes in a children's story about a magic well. The blind seer, however, did not seem affected by his ridiculing tone. She faced Sonny calmly, her face somber. After a while, Cassie gritted her teeth and said, her voice steady, "It might not be true for anyone else, but it's true for you, Sonny. If you reach the estuary, your wish to be free will come true, free of your bond, free to live your life the way you want, free of fate itself." She lingered for a moment, then rose to her feet too and walked closer, stopping a mere step away from him. "But Sonny, you can't have both. You can reach the estuary from here, but once the nightmare is over, your chance will be gone. The moment Nephis destroys the first seeker, your chance would have slipped away." She smiled bitterly and raised the guiding light, offering it to him. "That was what you were truly angry about, wasn't it? That I took the choice away from you." Cassie pushed the sacred relic into his hands and took a step back. "Well, here it is. Instead of an empty apology, I am giving the choice back to you. You can leave and rush to the estuary. The guiding light will show you the way through the mists of the source as long as you don't give another true name to it. Once you reach the estuary, use the mirror of truth and push to its heart. There, you will find your freedom." She turned away, lingered for a moment, and then added in a quiet voice, "But I hope that you make a different choice, that you will stay with us despite everything. Nephis, I, and the others, are we so terrible? Is it really that unbearable to share a bond if it's based on trust? I think you know by now that it's not. What is unbearable is not having been given a choice about forming that bond, and now, even though the connection between you and her remain the same, it will be there because you have chosen for it to exist. So you decide. That right is yours again." Sonny stared at her silently, entirely shaken. His mind felt empty, as if all thoughts had been banished from it by this sudden revelation. "No, no, wait a minute. What do you mean it's it true for me? I can get rid of Shadow Bond if I reach the estuary. How? What is in there at its heart?" Cassie frowned a little, then shook her head. "I don't know exactly. What I do know without a shadow of a doubt is that my words are true. If you reach the very heart of the estuary before the nightmare ends, you will become free from fate. You will be fateless. The strings that hold you like a puppet will set you free, and your connection to Nephis will be broken as a result. I saw it, and Torment saw it as well." He frowned. Preposterous. Plus, doesn't it sound exactly like what killed Nephis the last time? The mad prince he was obsessed with reaching the estuary. Suddenly, his eyes widened. He thought he understood now why his versions from the previous cycles had all ended up entering the source in search of the estuary. If there was indeed a way to break free from the cruel grasp of fate that had been hidden at the heart of the Black Pyramid by the demon of dread. Then Sonny, obsessed with regaining his freedom as he was, would have given his all to find it. The actions performed by all his previous selves only served to give credence to what Cassie had said. But that was also why Nephis had died in the cycle that birthed the Mad Prince. The blind girl, however, shook her head. The Mad Prince had entered the estuary in search of his freedom, but failed to resist the defilement and became corrupted instead. Thus, the endless cycles continued. This cycle, though, was engineered by Torment and him specifically to make sure that all members of the cohort survive. Whether you find the estuary or not, there are mere days left before Nephis storms Verge and kills the first Seeker. The end is already inevitable. Sonny raised a trembling hand and rubbed his face, dazed. "But how can I leave? Verge the first Seeker, want the cohort need me for the battle. Torment is there as well. No, wait, she's dead." Without Torment, Verge had been left without a leader. The first Seeker was a harrowing force, but also a mindless one. It could not lead the creatures corrupted by its touch, which was why Fallen Grace had not been destroyed in all these years, most likely. The level of the threat presented by Verge was still immense, but with Neph's incorruptible soul, the most terrifying power of the first Seeker had already been rendered meaningless. Cassie nodded. "Sure, we can use having you at Verge. The battle will be perilous without a doubt. It will be fierce and fearsome, far beyond anything that a mundane human can imagine. But we can also manage without you. We have the memories you have created, after all. We have aspect legacies, experience battling the defiled, and means to defend ourselves from the first Seeker. We even have Mordred, who wields a divine aspect just like you." The blind girl sighed. "So, Sonny, you must decide. I've given the choice back to you. Now it's in your hands." With that, she took a few steps and jumped out of the ketch, landing on the icy shore. The echo of Torment dissolved into a whirlwind of sparks, leaving Sonny alone in the boat. Cassie then turned and looked at him expectantly. Her face was both scared and hopeful. Sonny froze, not knowing what to do. Chapter 1561, Treacherous Shad. Sonny stood at the deck of Anank's ketch, looking at Cassie, but not seeing anything. A storm of emotions, fragmented thoughts, and burning desires raged in him, making it hard to comprehend the true scope of what the choice presented to him was. He took a deep breath. At that moment, the sin of solace tried to distract him by saying something, but Sonny forcefully cut off the voice of the sword wraith, concentrating on the sound of waves breaking against the shore of the frozen wasteland instead. "Calm down, let's think this through." So Cassie, who had turned so quiet and unassuming to almost be invisible, had been burning with an insane ambition all along. Just like Sonny, who had swore to break the chains of fate that bound him, she had been pursuing the very same goal as well. Acting behind the curtains and armed with the revelations she received, the blind seer had been subtly manipulating the events of the past years to achieve that goal, suffering in silence as she stubbornly pushed toward it. all to give Sunny back the choice she had taken from him. The extent of her machinations was both admirable and frightening, so vast and intricate as to almost be inconceivable. But it was real. Cassie had indeed managed to create a moment where at least one of them, Sunny, had an opportunity to free himself from fate. And that was much more significant than one would think. Sure, Sunny Cowell. Fulfill his most ardent wish and win back his freedom, destroying the shadow bond and even his fated attribute, thus making it possible for him to live a life free of its shackles. But what Cassie wanted to achieve went far beyond that. What she wanted was to forge a weapon to resist fate, and that weapon was a single variable. Just as it had happened with the cycles of the great river, which were thrown into utter chaos by the appearance of the mad prince, the tapestry of fate would become chaotic and unpredictable with the appearance of a fateless being. The entire flow of fate would change as a result of that. Fateless was a very suitable name for what Sunny could become, should he enter the estuary and reach its innermost secret. However, while Cassie wanted to break fate just like Sunny, in a contradictory fashion worthy of a human, she also wanted Sunny to refuse that chance and remain with her, Nephis, and the cohort, to choose them over his desire to be free. And just like Cassie, Sunny wanted both of these things as well. Breaking fate was nice. Gaining his freedom was nice. Learning the secrets of the tomb of Ariel was a cherry on top. However, not abandoning his friends right before the decisive battle against the forces of the defilement was also nice. Choosing to remain by the side of the people he cared about and the person he loved seemed just as precious. So, what was he supposed to do? Jet had once told him that there was no freedom in this world, that the only freedom there was the freedom to choose his own chains, and Sunny came to agree with her over time. By choosing to stay with the cohort, he would be choosing his own chains. In a sense, that would make him free as well. But, maybe there was no freedom in the waking world. Maybe there was no freedom in the dream realm, too. But they were currently in the tomb of Ariel, which contained an entire realm of its own. Who was to say that there was no freedom in this bizarre and senseless world either? Cassie surely seemed certain that she was telling the truth, and despite everything that had happened between them, Sunny was inclined to believe her. He had been resentful of her for what she had done, and for failing to even say that she was sorry. But now he knew that instead of saying a few easy, or maybe not so easy, words, the blind girl had been silently striving to redeem her mistake instead. She was trying to repent by giving the choice she had taken from him back. And now she had managed to do just that. If he wasn't satisfied even by such a show of sincerity, then what could he be satisfied with? Granted, Cassie had gone about her redemption in an incredibly extreme and possibly misguided way. She also put him in a very tough situation. Sure, the choice he had wished for so fiercely was not in his hands. But what was he supposed to do with it? It's true. One had to be careful of what they wished for. Sunny stared at Cassie for a while, then lowered his gaze and looked at the guiding light which she had pushed into his hands. This was the message Torment had to deliver. The blind girl nodded slowly. Yes, it's easy to enter the source, but it's almost impossible to find the entrance to the estuary within the mist unless you know the way. The guiding light is now showing the way to the estuary. The message she delivered to me was the true name that can make the relic of the Sibyls point to where you must go. He hesitated. What is the true name? The blind girl smiled helplessly. I don't know. Torment's power blocked that memory in my mind. The seal was only removed once we reached Verge, and after I used it to activate the guiding light, the memory of it was erased from my mind, as if it was never there. She hesitated for a moment. No matter to whom or to what that true name belongs to, it is incredibly powerful. Just bearing it for a few moments put a terrible strain on my mind and soul. So, if you do decide to leave us, take care once you reach the estuary. Sunny remained motionless for a while. He didn't want to abandon Nephis. Even if the cohort was more or less capable of taking Verge without his help, he simply did not want to. But if he threw all the complicated thoughts about the nature of freedom and what it meant to be free in this world out of his mind, there were only three things left: Sunny himself, Nephis, and the connection between them. In the past, he had run away from her twice, once in the Dark City and once at the ball of the great clan Valor. Sunny didn't wish to run away from Nephis for the third time. However, he also knew that any kind of relationship between them, at least the current them, was impossible as long as shadow bond existed. So, weirdly enough, by abandoning her on the shores of Verge, he would not be running away from Nephis. Instead, he would be moving towards her. because only by becoming free of her could Sunny be with her. He took a deep breath and then looked at Cassie. At the same time, Sunny dismissed Saint, Fiend, and Nightmare, calling them back to his soul. All 6 of his shadows were already with him, wrapped tightly around his body. And then the shadows along the shore moved, extending forward and pushing the ketch back into the water. "I am sorry, everyone. I guess I'm a treacherous bastard, after all." Sunny knew that Cassie had guided the ketch along the shore precisely to give him the opportunity to take it away. She would return to the chain breaker on foot, while he would be free to sail downstream toward the source, racing to reach the estuary and reclaim his freedom before Nephis conquered the Nightmare. Looking back, Sunny threw one last glance at the blind girl who was standing forlornly on the icy shore, summoned a certain memory, and shouted, "Cassie." She turned, hearing the sound of his voice. Sunny smiled darkly. "Let's do it." He clenched his fist and raised it into the air. "Let's break fate." Chapter 1562, Leaving Without Saying Goodbye. 1562, Leaving Without Saying Good. The ketch flew on the currents of the great river, circling the ice wasteland. Sunny did not have the enchanted staff to summon the wind, and he had not been able to master the sorcery of names like Nephis. But he had the crown of twilight, and with it, the water itself responded to him. So Sunny made the river itself push the ketch forward. A strong gale blew from the future as well, and as soon as he skirted the desolate land, it filled the sails. His vessel gained speed as it rushed into the past, leaving Verge and his friends behind. There was a storm of emotions in Sunny's heart. Hope, excitement, anticipation, but also guilt, fear, and shame. What would Nephis and the other members of the cohort think when they came back and found out that he had abandoned them? How would Cassie explain his absence? Would they be angry, shaken, and resentful of him? Would they feel betrayed? They had the right to feel that way. He had abandoned them on the eve of a perilous battle, leaving to pursue a selfish goal. Was there a more obvious betrayal than that? Imagining the faces of his friends when they learned of his departure, Sunny felt his heart ache. He broke the promise he had made after Anank's death. He broke the promise he had given to Windflower as well, and even the promise he had given himself. That made his heart ache too. But it didn't matter. Even though he was in pain because of what he had done, he would have done it again. The reward that the estuary promised, the freedom to live like he wanted to live, released from the suffocating hold fate had on him, was worth it. It was worth it 100 times over. Removing the shadow bond alone was. Sure, Sunny did not know how exactly his wish for freedom would be fulfilled in the estuary. Perhaps someone like Mordred would call out his true name, turning him into a slave once again. That was all right. Sunny felt confident in his ability to kill an enemy who would become his master. It was being bonded to someone he loved and thus could not eliminate that was the problem, being a slave to fate. Freedom, freedom. The word tasted sweet on his tongue. And so Sunny abandoned Nephis and Cassie and Kai and Jet and Effie with her newborn child. Praying for their safety, he sped away from Verge toward the dawn of time. He had to hurry. The city of the Seekers lay as close to the source as they had managed to build it, but there was still a considerable distance between the icy wasteland and the mist. More than that, this part of the great river was possibly the most dangerous there was. Just like the harrowing reaches of the far future, the dawn of time was where the most powerful abominations in the tomb of Ariel prowled. And even if he reached the source, it would take Sunny some time to find the entrance to the estuary. It would take time to reach its very heart as well. He had to accomplish it before the first Seeker was destroyed and the Nightmare collapsed. How long would it take for Nephis to conquer Verge? Knowing her, it wouldn't be long. Steering the ketch, Sunny gritted his teeth. One day to return from the scouting mission, 2 at most. One day to guide the cohort to Verge. They would remain there for a day or two, evaluating the situation inside the city. Then, the battle itself. Even if they have to fight through a legion of the defiled to reach the first Seeker, it won't take long. Nephis had 7 fully saturated cores, after all. She wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice 6 of them to obliterate Verge. Mordred was not far away from forming the monster core, which would allow him to create a reflection. Once that happened, his growth would accelerate exponentially, quickly turning him into an unstoppable fiend once again. Effie, Jet, and Kai were a force to be reckoned with as well. It would have been different if Nephis did not possess an incorruptible soul. After all, even the Serpent King and his army had led to take Verge, but since she did possess it, the nightmare would be over soon. It was a matter of days. So there was no time to waste. The ketch sailed downstream, carried by the winds and currents. The great river glowed with iridescent light, the world suffused with darkness. The silence was only broken by the sound of waves and the infuriating voice of the Sin of Solace, who seethed with hatred and whispered poison into Sunny's ear. Sunny refused to answer, though. In fact, after saying goodbye to Cassie, he had not made a single sound. His eyes were aimed at the horizon, and his face was frozen with cold determination. Soon the 7 suns rose from beneath the water. The darkness was banished, and the sky turned bright again. He let out an inaudible sigh as the image of the countless slumbering butterflies disappeared from his mind. As it was dawn, Sunny used the opportunity and summoned the shell of the onyx serpent. Hiding the ketch in his maw, he rushed forward as fast as he could, and the speed granted to him by the body of the sea serpent in the water was nothing short of stunning. Keeping such an enormous shell manifested burned through a lot of essence, but the crown of twilight was supplying him with a nearly endless reserve of it. More than that, even the essence he had expended to accelerate the current was replenished. The period of dawn did not last long, and the sky soon turned azure, but Sunny had covered a great distance in that short period of time. Spitting the ketch on the water, he dismissed the shell and landed on the deck again, grabbing the steering oar. His solitary journey continued. He was moving downstream, further and further into the dawn of time. Approaching the point where time had not existed yet, the source, and the estuary hidden in its mist. Chapter 15, 63 Terrors of the Past. Chapter 15, 63 Terrors of the Past. Sunny raced to the source, afraid of the passage of time. It was ironic, really. Before the fateful conversation with Cassie, he had been tense and concerned about how the cohort would survive the battle for Verge. Now, however, he was concerned that they would destroy it too soon. He had been worried for Nephis, but now he was wary of her. Changing star seemed like something almost inevitable, now that his fate, or lack thereof, depended on how fierce and unrelenting her assault on the monstrous first seeker would be. Human mind was funny that way. It was colored by what one desired, making the same thing appear entirely different depending on the circumstances. And so, Sunny needed to hurry. He guided the ketch, pushing the currents forward with the help of the crown of twilight. The graceful boat seemed to be gliding on the water, moving with incredible speed. The shore of Verge had long disappeared from view, and there was nothing in front of him except for the vast expanse of the great river. The air itself felt different here at the dawn of time. The waters were treacherous and full of peril. Now that Cassie wasn't with him, Sunny had no way of knowing where danger lurked. So he remained as alert as possible, extending his shadow sense as far as he could. That caution saved his life on more than one occasion. The far reaches of the past, which corresponded to the very dawn of the Age of Gods, were not only full of bizarre and lethal hazards, but also of all kinds of harrowing nightmare creatures. This span of the great river was just as dangerous as the far reaches of the future, where Sunny had faced the azure serpent, the black turtle, the dark butterfly, and the countless other abominations that had almost feasted on his flesh. There were great nightmare creatures here, too, each of them vastly more powerful than Sunny was, despite all his growth. Most of them were faster than him as well, and possessed senses that reached much further than his. So Sunny was in constant danger. He couldn't even outrun these abominable monstrosities. But luckily, there was one thing at which he was superior to most, if not all of them. It was flexibility, and being able to adapt to almost any situation. When some inconceivable being rose from the depths to pull him under the water and devour him, Sunny summoned the shadows and turned into a giant butterfly, carrying the ketch with his 6 long legs. When a terrifying abomination descended from the sky, he turned into the onyx serpent, hid the ketch in his maw, and sought safety in the depths. There were other forms he could shape himself into as well, each helpful in its own way. Of course, maintaining the shell cost him a lot of essence, so afraid to drain his reserves of it, Sunny mostly remained in the ketch, guiding it away from potential perils by hand. Still, on that first day alone, he almost lost his life a few times. There was a moment when the water under him suddenly boiled and moved at incredible speed, threatening to overturn the boat. Sunny instantly summoned Saint, using her weight to balance the Catch, but that was merely the start of the disaster. An enormous span of the great river, as far as the eye could see, instantly turned into a furious vortex. The speed of the current was so terrible that the hull of the ketch almost splintered, bombarded by powerful waves. It was pulled sideways, sliding deeper and deeper into the whirlpool. Desperate to save himself and his vessel, Sonny opened the gate of the shadow lantern and called upon the shadows, forming the shell of the dark butterfly. His vast wings moved, throwing him into the air. His 6 legs grabbed onto the ketch, lifting it from the raging water. Luckily, he was fast enough. As Sonny rose high into the air, he was able to observe the cause of the catastrophic turbulence that had turned the current of the great river into a death trap. When he did, his very soul shuddered. There was a colossal, inconceivable maw hidden beneath the waves, stretching from one horizon to another. The terrible whirlpool that had almost shattered the ketch was caused by these titanic jaws opening and sucking in an immense plain of water. An entire span of the great river disappeared into the harrowing maw of the underwater colossus, whose body mercifully remained unseen. Sonny fled into the sky, never looking back. At another time, he noticed the air far in the distance trembling, as if from heat. However, as Sonny drew closer, unable to avoid the strange area, he realized that there was no heat. The air was not trembling either. Instead, there were fissures in the fabric of space itself above the current, hidden in the sunlight and almost invisible. If not for his intuition ringing alarms, Sonny might not have noticed the hidden fractures in the world at all. When he did notice them, however, and tried to glimpse what was hidden in the folds between the broken pieces of space, he saw millions of dark eyes looking back at him, full of hunger. The current was pulling the ketch right into the area of the river plagued by the fractured space. Horrified, Sonny assumed the form of the onyx serpent and dove into the depths, hoping to hide from the gaze of the hungry abyss that hid in the fissures. However, the space was broken beneath the waves as well. Only there were no eyes there. Instead, hidden in the shattered space, there were countless corpses of dreadful nightmare creatures, all broken, twisted, and partially devoured. Diving deeper and deeper into the darkness until the pressure was crushing enough to almost destroy the mighty shell of the sea serpent, Sonny escaped that horror as well. But there were many more to come. Chapter 1564, Returning to the Source. 1564, Returning to the Source. Some time later, Sonny saw thin lines moving in the air. Drawing closer, he saw something that resembled spiderwebs blowing in the wind, frayed and torn. The only thing was that each string of the ghostly spiderweb was many kilometers long, and there were numerous such strings, moving between the sky and the surface of the great river like tattered sails. Some of them were white, but as Sonny guided the ketch between the billowing strings, he stared to encounter more and more of them that were bright red. Eventually, it was as though he was traveling through a forest of red threads. Navigating between them was not easy, but he was reluctant to come close to any of the strings or allow the wind to bring any of them closer. Eventually, Sonny witnessed something else. Out there in front of him, far in the distance, an immense depth dweller was weakly struggling against the current, its body enveloped by several dozen of the white spiderwebs. The creature's carapace seemed impregnable, but the strange strings did not seem to care. They simply grew through it, penetrating the Leviathan's body. As they did, their color slowly started change from white to red, the redness spreading from the point of contact with the abomination's flesh along the length of the strings. Blood, they were drinking the Leviathan's blood. Turning pale, Sonny gazed at the forest of vibrant red strings that surrounded him, stretching far into the sky, permeating a whole region. His fingers turned white on the steering oar of the ketch. He escaped that horror as well, and many more like it, although not unscathed. Sometimes Sonny had no choice but to fight, unleashing the full fury of the onyx serpent or his other shapes on the creatures that wanted to consume him. Some of them he managed to kill, but most of them he simply escaped after delivering several painful wounds. By the end of the day, Sonny was bloodied and exhausted. His essence was on the verge of running dry, too. But then the dusk came, and the crown of twilight replenished his dwindling reserves. After dusk came the night, though, and it was more beautiful and more harrowing than any other night Sonny had experienced in the tomb of Ariel. By the end of it, he was barely alive. But he was alive, nevertheless. Sonny did not allow his blood to flow, and his bone refused to break. Even his soul, which had received a few deep wounds when he used shadow incarnation to form his shells, was potent enough to withstand the damage without falling apart. Saint, Fiend, and Nightmare were beaten and battered, but alive as well. The ketch, too, survived. Even though there were new scars on its hull, one of its masts had cracked, its sails sporting signs of hasty repairs, Anank's boat was still in one piece. Throughout all of this, Sonny had not said a single word, and had not even allowed himself a single groan. Pain was his old friend. He could withstand much more than that. Well, maybe not that much more. He was exhausted, both physically and mentally. If there was one good thing about the horrors of the dawn of time, though, it was that the necessity to constantly be alert and on edge made it completely impossible for him to consider the consequences of what he had done, the fallout of breaking his promises, abandoning his friends, and leaving for the estuary instead of fighting side by side with them in Verge. I wonder what they are doing now. The scouting teams must have returned by now. Nephis and the others had already learned of his absence. They must have even had enough time to digest it, to a degree, albeit not come to terms with it. They were most probably advancing toward Verge, which meant that he did not have a lot of time left. Where is it? Where is it? He was trying to calculate how far he had traveled from the defiled city, and how that distance translated to what they had seen from the Black Void. From up there, it almost seemed as though the wisps of mist shrouding the source touched the walls of Verge. But from the surface of the great river, the distance between the two was nothing short of vast. Still, Sonny had been moving fast, both aboard the ketch and when summoning his shells. By all accounts, he had to be getting close. He glanced at the guiding light, which pointed directly forward, and summoned what little was left of his patience. Finally, the night was over. The 7 suns rose from beyond the horizon once again, chasing away the darkness. The waters of the great river grew dim. A soft twilight enveloped the world, and with it, a flood of essence poured into Sonny's soul. He let out a relieved sigh, summoned the dying wish, and used what little charges were left in the charm to heal the most dire of his wounds. It was then that he saw it. A wisp of mist drifted past him, disappearing into the gloom of twilight. Feeling his heart skip a beat, Sonny spun and looked forward, trying to see what was hiding beyond the horizon. The horizon was hazy. It also seemed to be drawing nearer with each moment. This is it. Both relieved and excited, Sonny called upon the waters of the great river, making the current run faster. The ketch flew forward, drawing closer and closer to the wall of mist. Soon it was surrounded by tendrils of thick fog. They flowed past the ketch, drifting above the waves. In front of him, the world turned somber and gloomy, rare rays of sunlight breaking through the veil of mist. Then the mist obscured the sky entirely, making it seem as though nothing else existed in the world. Sonny found himself in familiar surroundings. After nearly a year of wandering the dreadful expanse of the tomb of Ariel, he had finally returned to the source. Chapter 1565, Traversing the Mist. Anank's ketch was floating through a world of mist. The thick fog surrounded it from all sides, suffused with somber twilight. All sounds seemed both muffled and exaggerated, echoing across the vast expanse of shrouded water. Sonny could not see very far. Even his shadow sense was dulled by the mystical mist. It was a familiar sight. Indeed, I've been here already. This was the exact same place where Sonny had found himself at the start of the nightmare. The source. Here, covered by mist, the great river flowed into itself, and the past turned into the future. He could not feel the current anymore, but it was still there, strangely jumbled and disjointed. The ketch was moving, yet Sonny could not tell in what direction it was being carried. If he allowed himself to be pulled by the invisible current and reach the edges of the source, he would be sent back to the day he had entered the tomb of Ariel, as well as to the point upstream where the person whose role he took had been at that time. No, I can't allow that to happen. Sonny did not know if he could endure another cycle of the great river. Much more importantly, the 6 plagues and the Mad Prince had broken the rules of time somehow and invaded a cycle they were not meant to exist in. He did not know if their existence had become a part of the great river by now, or if their heretical presence would be erased should a new cycle start. If it was the latter, then all the effort the Mad Prince and Torment had put into ensuring that all members of the cohort survived until the end of the end. Nightmare would be for naught. More than that end was so close. Nephis would be reaching Verge soon, armed with the means of destroying the first Seeker. Sunny desperately did not want to live through the horrors of the tomb of Ariel one more time, especially since the result would be hanging in a fragile balance. No, he could not allow himself to get lost in the mist and miss his opportunity to enter the estuary, because there, at the heart of the Great Pyramid, lay the key to his shackles. His chance to gain freedom. Luckily, Cassie had made sure that he would have everything he needed to accomplish that goal. He had the guiding light to lead him to the entrance of the estuary. He had the mirror of truth to resist the defilement once he entered it. And he had the sin of solace, which had made it all possible. Speaking of the sword wraith, as soon as the mist surrounded him, the bastard had disappeared somewhere. He must not have been in the mood to talk, or simply unable to manifest within the source. Either way, Sunny did not miss the company of the loathsome apparition at all. Stay away for as long as you want. Picking up the guiding light, Sunny studied the radiant crystal that was supposed to show him the way. Its light was behaving strangely. It pointed in a certain direction, but after a few minutes of sailing through the mist, the light would suddenly change, pointing in an entirely different direction. That repeated over and over again, with the radiance of the sacred relic jumping around and shifting chaotically. It was as though the entrance to the estuary was constantly moving. No, it's not moving. I am. Sunny knew that it was true. The estuary was stationary, but space itself was unreliable in the source. It was Sunny who was being thrown around without any order, moving a few meters to one side only to find himself several kilometers to the other. It was no wonder that the seekers of truth, despite all their might and knowledge, had failed to discover the estuary before Alethea of the Nine showed up. Mysterious sorceress had even constructed her island in the image of the great river, going so far as to create her own time loop and her own sea of mist. Had it all been in order to learn how to navigate the source? Sunny did not know, but he suspected that she had not succeeded in finding the estuary by accident. How tragic it was, then, that all Alethea had found there was her own doom, unless that was exactly what she had been searching for, of course. Who knew what goals the Nine had pursued? In any case, Sunny was not someone capable of raising a flying island in the middle of a mystical whirlpool and taming the time to make it flow endlessly in a circle. Therefore, he would have never been able to find the estuary without the guiding light. Was it how he had found it the first time as well? Or had his versions from the previous cycles come up with their own solutions? There was no point in guessing. Using the sacred relic of the Sibyls to illuminate the way, Sunny allowed the ketch to sail forward, moving the steering oar in accordance with where the radiance was pointing. There were no nightmare creatures in the source, no danger, except for the danger that the source itself presented. So, traveling through the somber mist almost felt peaceful. Sunny quickly lost his perception of time, so he did not even know how long he had been traversing the fog. It could have been an hour, a day, or an eternity. Well, maybe not an eternity. Nephis would have obliterated the first seeker long before that. Still, he had to be getting closer. I wonder what Alethea found in the estuary. He wondered what the Mad Prince had found there as well. What secrets had Ariel hidden in the heart of his pyramid? What was the hideous truth he couldn't bear? Why had he hidden it all the way before time, away from the gazes of the gods? One way or another, Sunny was going to find out, and break the chains of fate that bound him tightly in the process, just as he had always wished. He was growing tired of the dancing radiance of the guiding light. His hand was growing numb as it held the steering oar of Anank's ketch. Time was flowing. And then, finally, Sunny felt it. The same thing he had felt before being expelled from the source the first time. He thought that he saw two tall pillars protruding from the mist far ahead, and then the invisible current suddenly turned violent and turbulent. There was the sound of roaring water, similar to what the waterfalls of the edge sounded like, and he felt the ketch being pulled forward at incredible speed. Then there was a sense of weightlessness, and then only darkness remained. Chapter 1566, The Estuary. 1566, The Estuary. There was the sound of wind whistling in Sunny's ears. He was falling, flying through a sea of darkness, lost and disoriented, unsure of where he was. The estuary. The wind howled louder, and Sunny felt his body plummeting through it at terrible speed. Belatedly, he remembered the need to summon the dark wing and slow down his fall. Or summon the shadows and turn himself into a monstrous butterfly. Or even a crow. But it was too late for what? Dazed, he caught a glimpse of an enormous black edifice swiftly approaching him from the darkness. It was like a rough, irregularly shaped giant sphere of black stone that hovered in the void, eternal and indestructible. Strange mountains rose from its surface, hollow on the inside. It looked like a giant stone heart. Perhaps it was. A moment later, Sonny saw Anank's ketch collide against the surface of the sphere below him and shatter, fragments of wood flying to all sides. There was no time to slow down his fall. Gritting his teeth, Sonny looked at the swiftly approaching surface of the back stone. The moment his body would have been broken against it, he activated Shadow Step and dove into the shadows instead, submerging deep into their dark embrace. Hidden there safe, he remained motionless for a while. I made it. Sonny tried to calm down his feverish mind and moved up, returning to the surface. Emerging from the shadows, he stepped on the surface of the weathered stone and instantly fell, feeling gravity pulling him down. He was on a steep slope. Sonny slid down that slope, surrounded by the fragments of broken wood. Despite the sharp rocks tearing at his skin, he did not allow himself to cry out in pain. Instead, he gritted his teeth, wrapped the surrounding shadows around his hand, and turned it into the clawed hand of a shadow spawn. Twisting, Sonny struck the slope with his claws. They failed to penetrate the rugged black surface, sending sparks flying into the air. However, the friction alone slowed him down. Eventually, Sonny came to a halt at the very edge of an abyssal drop, his feet dangling above an empty black void. The pieces of Anank's ketch spilled into that void, disappearing in the darkness. He remained laying for a few moments, catching his breath, then tried to access his surroundings. There was no light in the world. He was surrounded by darkness, with only the weathered surface of black stone separating him from the abyss. The sound of roaring water came from somewhere far, far below, turning into a barely audible whisper. It came from above him, too, and from all sides. The whispers assaulted his mind, making him dizzy. Sonny grimaced, then cautiously stood up, struggling to keep his balance on the steep slope. Finally, he looked around. So this is the estuary. The estuary was supposed to be located in a place that existed before time, and therefore before the gods had been born. So, that place was supposed to be the void. But either the spell was unable to replicate the true void, or unwilling to. Perhaps the estuary was isolated from it somehow. In any case, all Sonny could see was darkness and the surface of the vast sphere of black stone under his feet. His expression was somber. No time to waste. Leaning forward, he arduously climbed back up the slope, eventually reaching its middle point. That was where he had first fallen. Without stopping to rest, Sonny continued to climb. Cassie said that I need to get to the very heart of the estuary. This means that I probably need to somehow climb inside the sphere. Remembering the strange hollow mountains, which resembled torn Yordi, he continued to ascend the slope. Eventually, Sonny crested the top of what seemed like a tall hill and looked down. He froze, shaken by what he saw. His eyes widened, full of shock and fear. And no, how can this be? In front of him, nestled between several immense outcroppings of black stone, was a vast valley. And on the floor of that valley, shrouded by darkness, lay the remains of countless broken ships. It was a vast ship graveyard. The harrowing thing about it, though, was that each of these ships looked familiar. They were all the Chain Breaker. There in front of him, thousands of Chain Breaker lay on the black stone, broken and destroyed. Although each was destroyed in a unique manner, shattered by a terrible impact, most of them were exactly the same. Some were a little different, seemingly modified before turning into a forlorn wreck. The shape of their rams was slightly different. The tattered sails were painted in different colors. The trees growing around the central mast of these ships were dead and twisted, devoid of all life. Some of the trees, though, looked perfectly healthy and alluring, countless succulent fruits weighing their branches down. Shuddering, Sonny decided to keep as far away from those wrecks as possible. There were countless broken ships in front of him, thousands of them. And it was just in that one valley. They weren't the wrecks of an entire fleet of similar vessels. Instead, they were the same vessel, destroyed countless times. Suddenly covered in cold sweat, Sonny felt his sense of reality shaking. What that does it mean? He shuddered, then began to descend into the valley. As he did, he noticed more wood fragments among the shattered ships. They were all the remains of Anank's ketch, piled in tall hills. He did not understand. How is this possible? As Sonny felt unsure of his sanity, a derisive laughter suddenly resounded from behind him. Turning swiftly, he looked into the darkness with wide eyes. But it was just the sin of solace. The sword wraith looked more substantial somehow. Walking out of the darkness, he looked at Sunny with contempt and smiled viciously. What, did you think that you were the first one to make it this far? Did you think that this is the first time you betrayed your cohort and decided to seek freedom in the estuary instead? The apparition scoffed and looked at the ship graveyard, his dark eyes burning with strange glee. Fool, there were countless versions of you that had come this far. Betrayal after betrayal, repeated endlessly in countless cycles. Truly, your treachery knows no bounds. Chapter 1567, One Last Time. 1567, One Last Time. Sunny remained silent, watching the sin of solace with a somber expression. Well, that much is obvious. Of course, he was not the first version of himself to reach the estuary. There had been the Mad Prince as well. However, the next words of the sword wraith made him flinch. Oh, there were numerous Mad Princes before, too, all making schemes and striving to change something that could not be changed, the despicable bastards, paving the way for their lesser versions, like you, to make it to the end. Each cycle a little different, but ultimately the same. The apparition took a step forward and spat, his voice trembling with hatred. Gods, I am so tired of this boring play. Each time you escape the defilement, you are given the choice of remaining with your allies. And each time you choose to betray them. You really are a piece of scum, you know that. Do you know how many times you've broken your promises? How many times you've betrayed Changing Star in the name of seeking freedom? The sin of solace laughed and gestured to the sea of broken ships. Look, lost from light. Each of these wrecks is a monument to your sins. Sunny remained silent as he looked at the broken ships, feeling a bitter emotion rise in his heart. It was a tough pill to swallow, to be disappointed in himself. But then he smiled darkly. Sure, knowing that he was an unreliable and treacherous, selfish person was bitter. But did it matter, really? He still did not regret his choice. More than that, he was still going to see it through. So what if all his previous selves had failed? They weren't him. He was the latest and therefore the strongest. He wielded the accumulated legacy of all who came before, granted to him by the Mad Prince, the latest Mad Prince there had been, who remembered all the previous cycles through the sin of solace. They might have failed, but Sunny was not going to. He didn't have to be the first, he simply needed to be the last. It was impossible for him to fail, because the nightmare was already ending. By now, Nephis must have already begun her assault on Verge. The Mad Prince, Torment, and Cassie, they had manipulated the events to make sure that the nightmare was conquered, whether with or without Sunny. So this cycle would be the last one, whether he achieved his goal or not. And he was going to achieve it. The sin of solace looked at him with disdain. What, you have nothing to say? Has the fear stolen your ability to speak? Sunny smiled crookedly and walked past him without saying a word. He entered the ship graveyard and moved through it, making sure to stay away from the wrecks where the sacred trees were healthy and brimming with fruit. The feeling he received from these ones was too similar, if much weaker, than what he had felt under the branches of the Soul Devourer. Peace, safety, happiness, content. Therefore, Sunny moved as far away from that feeling as he could. The sin of Sali followed, falling silent. The wraith's expression was full of hatred and contempt. Sunny paid him no attention. It did not take him a lot of time to travel past the ship graveyard. Beyond it was another slope, this one leading to the peak of a high mountain. If the sphere of black stone had been the unholy Titan's heart once, then the mountain would be one of the arteries. Augmented by 6 shadows, Sunny's body was brimming with strength. Even though he was exhausted after the harrowing journey to the source, he climbed the mountains without ever slowing down. The only thing he felt nervous about was not making it to the goal in time. Finally, Sunny reached the peak of the mountain. It was indeed hollow inside. In front of him was the entrance to a vast circular tunnel surrounded by tall pillars. There were stone steps leading up to the maw of the tunnel, clearly man-made. Or rather, demon-made. Ariel must have shaped this entrance himself a long time ago. Walking closer to the steps, Sunny noticed that several of Hem had cracked over the ages. Jagged pieces of black stone were laying on the ground. The size and shape of them were eerily familiar. They looked exactly like the jagged black rock the key of the estuary had been created from. Sunny smiled. So this is where the Mad Prince picked the base material for his memory up. Which meant that the vile madman had been to the estuary before crossing from the future into the past. He could have gained his freedom a long time ago. But was there a point in being free if it was at the cost of Neph's life? For the Mad Prince, it was not. That was why he had returned to the great river without breaking the chains of fate. And that was why he had scratched numerous demented runes into the piece of flotsam drifting in the mist of the source, all saying the same thing. Be careful of what you wish for. The Mad Prince had regretted finding the Well of Wishes. Sunny, however, would not. Taking a deep breath, he summoned the Mirror of Truth and looked at its polished surface. There, a reflection of Nephis as caught, looking just like she had on the carapace of the black turtle. Sunny had not used the mirror during the last revolution of the Alethia's island's loop, and so it was in pristine condition. He looked at Neph's reflection for a while, then held the heavy mirror tightly and stepped into the grandiose tunnel, walking into its darkness. Entering the heart of the tomb of Ariel. He walked forward for a while, not seeing anything particular. He couldn't even determine the direction in which the tunnel led. Its floor was supposed to be sloping downward, but it felt flat, stretching endlessly forward. Slowly, the walls of the tunnel expanded, and its ceiling disappeared from view. Sunny found himself walking between two perfectly flat plains of black stone, surrounded by darkness. And there, in the darkness, harrowing runes were carved into the stone, dancing madly. As soon as Sunny caught sight of these runes, he immediately activated the enchantment of the Mirror of Truth. Chapter 1568, Knowledge of the Void. Sunny had only caught a glimpse of the runes, but it was enough to send him into a state of utter terror. Before even having time to think, he shut his eyes tightly and activated the enchantment of the Mirror of Truth, borrowing Neph's longing ability, thus making his soul incorruptible for a while, and it was just in time because simply being close to the runes threatened to make corruption bloom in his soul. Arg. He groaned mentally while keeping his mouth shut. The pain was almost unbearable. It was a familiar kind of terror, revulsion, and pain as well. Because Sunny had recognized the shape of those runes. There were two types of runes that the spell refused to translate. One had to do with the type of beings it simply called the unknown, the primordial beings of the eternal, ever-changing void. The other had to do with the singular being that it similarly called the unknown, the mysterious progenitor of the seven demons, which might have been one of the void creatures, or might not have been. The latter runes were hard to look at, causing the head of the person to split with ache and their mind to become dizzy. It were the former runes, though, that were truly sinister, making the unfortunate person witnessing them feel terror and revulsion. Inscribed on the walls of the tunnel were such runes, a great number of them. The walls of the tunnel, which seemed to stretch infinitely in all directions, were littered with them, with barely any empty spaces left between the harrowing symbols. Sunny gulped for air. This is the source of the defilement. Now that he thought about it, it made sense. The dreadful runes described the void beings, and he had learned by now that corruption was the influence of the void, seeping through the walls of existence that caged it. Therefore, knowledge of the void was the source of corruption as well. And that was what Ariel, that madman, had inscribed on the walls of the estuary. The stories of the void, the knowledge about it, and the true names of the harrowing beings that dwelled within its ever-changing depths, imprisoned by the gods. He was sure of it. That was what Alethea had found, most likely, and what had turned her into the source of the defilement, which was merely knowledge that could be shared and transferred, thus turning this form of corruption into an unstoppable infection. Knowledge of the void and of the true names of those beings whose names could not be known, let alone uttered aloud. That was why the spell refused to translate the harrowing runes, not because it wanted to keep its secrets for itself, but simply because being able to read them would be the end of anyone who did. Not just reading as well, merely being in the presence of these runes was harmful. It was already painful and dangerous to glimpse a few of them, as Sunny had done a few times in his life, for example, when reading the description. S of the drop of Shadow God's blood, and the drop of Weaver's blood. If the spell had translated those runes for him, those descriptions would have probably gone something like that. Before there was only boundless, eternal void. From that dark abyss the creatures of the void were born. Just like chaos itself, they were endless and everlasting, vast and forever changing. Or, the loathsome thieving bird was hated both by the gods and the creatures of chaos. However, it only cared about shiny things. Enamored by Weaver's beautiful eyes, it stole one of them on a dark, starless night. Impatient, the vile creature looked at its bounty while still in flight. However, when it saw the reflection of the void forever frozen in the depths of Weaver's pupil, it went mad and screamed, dropping the eye on the mortal realm below. All that was left in its greedy beak was one drop of pure, golden ichor. Witnessing those few runes, which merely named the void and the type of beings born from it, had almost made him faint. Here in the estuary, though, remaining near them in the endless tunnel, was going to make seeds of corruption bloom in his soul as well. So, if he remained here at the time the mirror of truth crumbled into dust, he would become defiled. There were numerous ghastly runes carved into the stone, not only mentioning the void and the chaos beings, but also describing them in detail and calling them by their true names. Therefore, even though Sonny had only caught a glimpse of the runes, unable to read them, that alone put him at risk of becoming corrupted. Remaining near them in the endless tunnel was going to make seeds of corruption bloom in his soul as well. So, if he remained here at the time the mirror of truth crumbled into dust, he would become defiled. He would become the mad prince again. Running his fingers over the surface of the enchanted mirror, he could already feel a few thin cracks in it. For a moment, Sonny considered turning around. But then, a mocking voice came from the darkness. "Why don't you open your eyes?" Hearing the sin of solace made him remember why was it that he had come to the estuary and what was at stake: his freedom. Gritting his teeth, Sonny suppressed the terror and the agony he felt from being close to the harrowing runes and took a step forward. Then he took another step. And then another. Even though each of them was so hard that he wanted to fall and shriek in pain, he remained silent and persisted. 3 steps turned into 3 dozen and then into 300. Sonny continued to walk through the dark tunnel, keeping his eyes closed. His shadows were wrapped tightly around his body, unable to see anything. Saint, fiend, and nightmare were kept safely within his soul, unable to witness the dreadful secrets of the void. Enduring the nauseating fear and torturous pain, he kept going, and hoping that he would reach the end of the tunnel before the mirror of truth reached its limit. Chapter 1569, Cracking Mirror. I am starting to rethink the value of curiosity. Even subjected to the horror of the knowledge of the void, which could quite literally turn Sonny into a nightmare creature, he still felt a strange impulse to open his eyes and try to glean the secrets left in the estuary by the demon of dread. It was such a tantalizing mystery, after all. The void, the ineffable beings that dwelled in it, and how the gods were born from them, only to wage war on the very existence that had given shape to their divinity. It was a bit like the compulsion to jump that some people felt while standing near the edge of a tall cliff. Of course, taking that leap would mean the death of them, and opening his eyes would mean the end of Sonny. So he kept them shut and kept walking. At first, each step felt as if he was trying to move a mountain, but slowly, tortuously, he grew accustomed to the suffocating pressure of the ghastly runes, not to the point of being comfortable around them, but at least enough so to increase his pace. The reason he could make even a single step, though, was the mirror of truth, and the reflection of Nephis caught in it. Without borrowing her longing ability, Sonny would have collapsed to the ground the moment the runes surrounded him, turning into a pile of something. Tentacles, maybe, or bone blades. Then again, the mad prince had looked pretty human-like, so perhaps he would have retained his general appearance with only his soul becoming consumed by corruption. That would have made Sonny a fallen terror, which was the same rank and class that the crimson terror of the Forgotten Shore had possessed. The comparison made him feel not exactly nostalgic, but definitely contemplative. Things have changed a lot, haven't they? Distracting himself from the horror that surrounded him, Sonny continued to walk forward. Dread, absolute dread. What else had he expected to find in the heart of the tomb of Ariel? And it was not even the real thing. Sonny shuddered. Oh, imagine how much more harrowing the true estuary was. What madman would want to try entering its dreadful halls? And somehow, the key to his freedom was still waiting for him, somewhere ahead. What could grant him freedom in this god-forsaken place? Sonny did not know, but he was determined to grasp it with both hands. The sin of solace kept quiet, and so did he. Time passed agonizingly slowly, but also inconceivably fast. In fact, Sonny had lost all sense of the passage time the moment he entered the source, so he had no idea how much of it was flowing by. Nephis was somewhere out there, either preparing to fight or already fighting the hordes of the defiled abominations. Faster, I have to walk faster. Gritting his teeth, Sonny did just that. Nothing changed for a while, with his mind still being ravaged by the presence of the revolting runes. But then, a subtle sound reached his ears. It was the tranquil murmur of water licking a stone shore. Feeling a spark of hope ignite in his heart, Sonny touched the surface of the mirror of truth, feeling cold sweat rolling down his back when he realized that it was almost entirely covered by cracks now. The miraculous memory was going to shatter very soon. But he was still so far away. Sonny could not risk separating his shadows from himself, or turning into a swift shadow and gliding forward. The last thing he wanted was to expose his soul to more pain. Fainting and convulsions would be the end of him, so he simply took a deep breath and forced his dazed body into a run instead. The mirror of truth kept cracking beneath his fingers. And then, those cracks connected together, producing a quiet but deafening sound. The miraculous mirror shattered and fell apart, the sharp shards dissipating into a whirlwind of sparks. He heard the spell whisper, "Your memory has been destroyed." At the same time, Sonny put his foot forward and felt emptiness beneath it. Losing his balance, he fell down and rolled on sharp rocks, quickly becoming covered in bruises. Thankfully, a few moments later, the pressure of the ghastly runes dissipated, and he was able to take a deep breath. Sliding down a sharp stone slope felt infinitely less torturous than being surrounded by the horrid writing of Ariel, the demon of dread. Nevertheless, Sonny lingered for a few more seconds before opening his eyes. His body had indeed rolled down another steep slope, this one leading to a vast and calm lake, or maybe a sea or an ocean. Sonny could not see the end of it, so he did not know its size. All he knew was that the water was shrouded in darkness and tranquil, reminding him of the peaceful lightlessness of his own soul. Behind him, the entrance to the tunnel towered like an infinite vertical wound in the mass of black stone. The ceiling of the colossal cavern he had found himself in could not be seen, if there even was one. Taking a deep breath, Sonny stared at the tranquil lake of dark water with a resentful expression. Water gods, why does it have to be water again? Sonny had never encountered a deep body of water that did not hide some terrifying abomination. Hopefully, this time would be different. He thought that, but still decided against diving into the lake. Instead, he used the crown of twilight and stepped on the surface of the water instead, walking across it as if it was solid ground. The surface of the water supported him, barely wetting his dainty silk shoes. Sonny had already experienced walking on water, running on water, and even fighting on water, so this was nothing new to him. Nevertheless, the quiet lake that was hidden deep within the heart of the tomb of Ariel, at the estuary of the great river, made a sense of wonder bloom in his heart. Can this, perhaps, be the Well of Wishes? Chapter 1570, Writ in Water. Sonny did not really believe that the fairy tale Ankh had told him was literal. The magical Well of Wishes did not really exist, and neither did the remnant of the primal desire from which the gods had been born exist in the estuary. Cassie had told him herself, not everyone's wish would be fulfilled here, but his would, through some unknown process. Still looking at the mysterious lake surrounding him, Sonny could not help but wonder if both of them had perhaps been wrong. Wouldn't it be nice for something that magical to exist? But of course, the dark and seemingly endless lake was not the Well of Wishes Ankh had told him about. Sonny realized it when faint lights ignited in its depths, and a nauseating feeling assaulted his senses. Arg, damn it. He staggered slightly, barely keeping himself from plunging into the cold water. Regaining his balance, Sonny stared at the distant lights. A strange expression appeared on his face. Don't tell me. They are deep beneath his feet. More runes shined, weaved from light. He could not read them and felt dizzy from merely looking at them, but they were not the same harrowing runes that covered the walls of the tunnel. Instead, they were the second kind of runes that the spell refused to translate. The runes that had to do with the unknown, the progenitor of the demons. At least these writings did not threaten to corrupt his soul. Sonny studied the runes for a few moments, having no idea what they meant. However, strangely, he felt that he was on the cusp of grasping their meaning. It was as if the secrets described by the shining runes were just outside his reach. I wonder if Alethea got that far. And the Mad Prince, and all the previous versions of Sonny that had entered the estuary. Had any of them learned the secrets written by the demon of dread in the depths of a mystical lake? The lake that was hidden behind a tunnel full of corruption, almost as if guarded by it. Sonny took a deep breath. And then, following an impulse, summoned the Sin of Solace. Hideous truth enchantment description. The more the wielder's sanity is shattered, the more powerful this blade becomes. It bestows revelations of madness on those who give in to its will. Sonny was not entirely mad, but through the paradoxical nature of the sin of solace, the spirit of the cursed sword had long ago reached completion. Therefore, he was long overdue to receive revelations as a reward for reaching the pinnacle of madness. The hilt of the jade giant landed comfortably in his hand, and the moment it did, Sonny felt the thin barrier separating him from understanding the nauseating runes dissolving. Finally, their true meaning was revealed to him. Looking down, Sonny shuddered as he read, "Hail Weaver, demon of fate, firstborn of the forgotten god." Sonny stared at the familiar runes, dazed. Hail Weaver. His mind was in a state of shock or maybe epiphany. He couldn't tell. The forgotten god. So the unknown, the progenitor of the demons, was a god. The seventh god. How could it be? He raised a hand and wiped his face, suddenly feeling cold. There were only 6 gods: sun god, war god, beast god, storm god, heart god, and shadow god. Which was strange, considering how obsessed the spell and the dream realm as a whole seemed with the number 7. But who was the forgotten god? Where had another god come from, and how could he be the parent of the demons? Demons were said to have appeared out of nowhere, creating themselves. No, wait. If there was a 7th god, which was rather unbelievable, considering that Sonny had never seen him, mentioned anywhere, then why would the spell refuse to translate his name? And why did Sonny feel dizzy and nauseated when encountering the few, exceedingly rare mentions of him, written in the strange runes? And why was the name of Weaver written in the runes at the heart of the tomb of Ariel? Sonny hesitated for a while, then walked further, heading for the next set of runes shining underwater some distance away. Forgotten god, forgotten god. A 7th god existed, huh? That was very strange. Soon he reached the next set of shining runes. They read, "Hail Hope, demon of desire, daughter of the forgotten god." He frowned a little, then continued walking. Soon he walked over the runes mentioning all 7 of the demons: demon of fate, demon of desire, demon of oblivion, demon of dread, demon of imagination, demon of repose, and the demon of choice, as well as destiny. It seemed that even Ariel had forgotten to mention the name of the demon of oblivion. Or perhaps he had, but Sonny had already forgotten reading it. In any case, all 7 demons were called the children of the forgotten god. It was at that moment that a startling realization ignited in Sonny's mind, making him sway a little. Desire, dread, repose, imagination, oblivion, destiny, fate. The 7th god, the forgotten god, was the progenitor of the 7 demons. In hindsight, it was all so obvious. Wouldn't it make him Dream God? Dream God, the god of dreams, nightmares, restoration, imagination, oblivion, and fate. People dreamed about what they desired. They saw nightmares about things they dreaded. Sleep brought with it rest and was full of fantastical things. Dreams were easily forgotten, disappearing into oblivion. And sometimes dreams brought with them visions of fate, like the prophetic visions Cassie received when she slept. Destiny, meanwhile, was the other side of fate. It all made sense. The 7 demons, each represented one of the aspects of the 7th god, Dream God, who had been forgotten and erased from history, for some reason, only mentioned in forbidden runes that could not be read by most people and repelled anyone who tried. Thus becoming the Forgotten God. Chapter 1571, 7th God. Sonny remained motionless for a while, trying to digest the earth-shaking revelation he had received in the estuary. He felt as though he had stumbled on a great, almost unimaginable secret, something that perhaps lay at the root of all the mysteries that had been plaguing him for so long. There were not 6, but 7 gods: sun god, war god, storm god, beast G. Odd, heart god, shadow god, and dream god who had been forgotten. The demons were children of this forgotten god. Therefore, by rebelling against the gods, had they rebelled against their own kin, just like the gods themselves had waged war against their kin, the ineffable beings of the void. No, wait. The connection between the forgotten god and everything that had happened and continued to happen was too deep to be a mere coincidence. The realms of the gods were destroyed, consumed one after another by the dream realm. Seeds of nightmare bloomed in its depths, infecting the last remaining realm, the waking world, by a plague of nightmare creatures. And then there was the nightmare spell created by Weaver, the firstborn of Dream God. Had the forgotten god really been Dream God? Or had he been Nightmare God? Or had he been Dream God once, but then became the god of nightmares? Why had he been erased from history? Why did the runes describing his title, and not even his real title but simply referring to him as the Forgotten God, possess a repelling force to them? It was almost as if merely mentioning him was forbidden, on a level close to a universal law. Wait. If a mere mention of the Forgotten God was forbidden, was that why Weaver's lineage was described as forbidden, as well? Come to think of it, Sonny had never heard about any of the demons having offspring. Had they been forbidden from propagating because of their connection to the erased deity? His head was spinning. There's something to it, I am certain. The Forgotten God, the Dream Realm, and the Nightmare Spell. There was an obvious connection between them, a through line that neatly tied it all together. An answer to most of the questions that Sonny had asked himself countless times, but was never able to solve. The next set of runes shone in the distance, luring him to walk further. Maybe that answer lies right ahead. Taking a deep breath, Sonny walked across the surface of the hidden lake. Soon, he reached the source of light. However, to his surprise, it was not a string of runes. Instead, it was an image. A familiar image, too. Surrounded by a field of terrifying darkness, a mass of golden flame was burning, illuminating the void with its radiance. It was the start of the myth of creation, the scene where desire was born in the everlasting void, bringing with it direction. Why is this here? Sonny frowned, then walked forward, soon reaching the next source of light. Again, a familiar image was in front of him, or rather, beneath him. This one, however, was a bit different from what he had seen in the drowned temple of fallen grace. On the mural of the drowned temple, there were 6 radiant figures surrounding the reduced mass of flames, with vague shapes of the void creatures hidden in the darkness. But here, in the waters of the dark lake, there were 7. And looking at the 7th figure made Sonny feel dizzy and nauseous. It seemed that not only mentioning the Forgotten God was forbidden, but depicting him as well. Sonny walked further. The next several scenes painted in the water were largely the same. They depicted the 7 gods fighting against the void beings, albeit in more artistic and mysterious manner. However, the final scene of the war was very different from how it had been drawn on the mural in the drowning temple. There the void beings had been shown beaten and diminished, surrounded by the 6 proud and victorious gods. Here in the estuary, though, the scene was entirely not the same. The void being were just as giant and terrifying as ever, and the 7 gods were depicted in a desperate fight against them, both sides seemingly on the verge of being destroyed. The next scene was different as well. In the temple, it showed the 6 gods confidently enveloping the void and the harrowing creatures dwelling in it, in a net made from the remnants of the golden flame. Here, though, the scene was largely the same, with one important distinction. One of the 7 radiant figures was hopelessly caught among the terrifying shapes of the void creatures, unable to retreat. Nevertheless, the net of flames still enveloped the void, creating a cage around it, and sealing the radiant figure in that cage with the beings of the void. Sonny shivered, a terrible understanding dawning on him. He walked to the next scene and saw it. Just before the net closed, forever sealing the void, the radiant figure of the 7th god tore 7 pieces of itself and sent them flying away. The radiant sparks, much brighter than the remnant sparks of the golden flame that would later become humans, escaped the cage just before it closed. The final image was very similar to the one depicted in the drowned temple. It showed the familiar picture of forests, plains, river, and a vast sky, the world as Sonny knew it. Humans were depicted in that image as well, wandering the landscape as tiny dots. There were 7 vague, but much more prominent figures, among them, though, standing under the blue sky, confused and lost. The demons, Sonny trembled. This is not the myth of creation. Indeed, the story drawn in the depths of the mystical lake was not the myth of creation. Instead, it was the story of how the demons were born, of how the gods sealed the void, abandoning one of their own, and how that 7th god tore 7 pieces of his soul to let a part of him escape the cage, thus becoming the progenitor of the demons, who were mysterious creatures that were rumored to have appeared from nowhere, possessing a power not quite equal, but similar to that of the gods. Chapter 1572, Testament of Dread. As it turned out, the demons had not appeared out of nowhere, nor had they created themselves. Instead, they were born from the 7 pieces of a god whose very existence had been erased from the world, concealed and forbidden from being mentioned. The 7th god. The Forgotten God, who had been Dream God once. So it was not that the origin of the demons was unknown. It was just that their very existence was forbidden, and since no one was allowed to remember the Forgotten God, it seemed as if they had appeared from nowhere. Sonny shivered and then looked ahead. There the last cluster of light was burning under the surface of the dark lake. He walked forward, his legs numb. Soon he reached the light and looked down, seeing runes once again. Taking slow steps, he studied them. The message left behind by Ariel, the demon of dread, read, "Here is the truth I leave behind. That reveals the lie of the gods. The forgotten one slumbers. In the void, eternal, ever-changing, dreaming of escape. The gods who were flawless learned shame and were flawless no more. I am a child of their transgression, and thus their flaw." Suddenly, he remembered the last thing Noctis had said to him in the depths of the second nightmare, just before Hope broke free of her chains. He remembered the weight of the forewords the whimsical sorcerer had whispered. "Never trust the gods." Sunny trembled. The gods were flawless no more. Suddenly, he remembered the last thing Noctis had said to him in the depths of the second nightmare, just before Hope broke free of her chains. He remembered the weight of the forewords the whimsical sorcerer had whispered. Never trust the gods. The gods were liars indeed. They left one of their own in the cage they had built to imprison the void, and, full of shame, erased his existence from the world. Was that how the universal law of imperfection had been born? Or maybe it had gone the other way around, and it was precisely the creation of the law of imperfection that had given the gods the final push they needed to seal the void, thus making the forgotten god their flaw, and therefore making the demons, who had been born from his soul, living incarnations of that flaw. Was that what Hope had meant when she spoke to him? Hope, who had been imprisoned by Sun God, her kingdom destroyed, after mortals started worshipping her. Wait, no, was shame really what had made the gods forbid the knowledge of the forgotten god from spreading? Or was there something deeper hiding behind that colossal lie? The law of imperfection. Everything in the world created by the gods was imperfect, including the gods themselves. Therefore, the seal they had placed on the void had to be imperfect as well, which meant that it could be broken. That, in a sense, was their flaw, too. And therefore, the forgotten god who had been sealed in the void for so long, slumbering, could one day break free. What would happen if he did? Suddenly, something clicked in Sunny's head. No, not what would happen. He paled, an expression of utter terror appearing on his face. What has happened? There were 7 gods, not 6. And therefore there had to be 7 divine realms, not 6, like Windflower had told him. The waking world was the 6th, most likely belonging to War God, while the dream realm was the 7th, belonging to the forgotten god. The dream realm, which was devouring all the rest and spreading corruption to all of existence through the blooming seeds of nightmare. Corruption was the result of the void, influencing that which had been created by the gods. What would happen if one of the gods was exposed to the void for eons then? Could there be a corrupted god, the god of corruption? Sunny trembled once again. That god had already broken free of his seal, but perhaps he was still asleep, and all of existence was in the throes of his nightmare. The forgotten god has succumbed to corruption, and the day he was released would have brought doom to the world created by the gods. So they had to have done everything in their power to prevent him from growing stronger, restless, and awakening from his slumber. They had erased all mentions of his existence from the world. They had forbidden the demons from siring offspring, thus preventing the propagation, the lineage of the forgotten god. And they had destroyed Hope's kingdom when people started worshipping her, and through her, the god from whom she was created, which was a really cruel punishment, considering that demons had not even been aware of their origin at the time. After all, the description of the mantle of the underworld stated it clearly about Nether. He wasn't the first to lead his army against the gods. However, he was the first to shed their blood, as well as learn the secrets of his own. Nether had been the first to reveal the lie of the gods and learn the truth of his origin. Sunny gritted his teeth, feeling sick. Damnation, damnation. Finally, the history of the dream realm was revealed in front of him, except for the very end of it. What had happened during the Doom War? How had the gods and the demons perished? How had the seal of the void been broken? And if it had been broken, why wasn't all of existence already consumed by it? Why was the forgotten god still sleeping, instead of awakening to devour everything? Most importantly of all, what was the true purpose of the nightmare spell, and what was Weaver's real goal? Remembering the scheming demon, Sunny suddenly shuddered. Wait a minute. The demons had been forbidden from propagating, and yet the demon of fate still secretly created a lineage. The forbidden lineage, which Sunny had inherited, since the blood of Weaver was flowing through his veins. Did it mean that he had actually inherited the lineage of the forgotten god? What the hell does that mean? Sunny raised his hands and clutched at his hair. He was a bit overwhelmed. After finally solving countless mysteries about the past of the world, despite that very knowledge having been forbidden from being learned by a divine law, he was left with one final set of questions. But these questions were perhaps the most important because they directly influenced the present, and therefore the future. His future as well as that of everyone he knew. Arg. Sunny would have loved to spend an eternity contemplating the many harrowing revelations he had received. But he wasn't sure that he could endure it at the moment. Most importantly, he didn't have time. His freedom was here, somewhere, in the estuary of the great river. Hidden at the very heart of it, where the most burdensome truth Ariel wanted to be free of should have been buried. Sunny had to reach it before Nephis burned the first seeker to ash. Therefore, gritting his teeth, he tried to calm his frenzied mind and hurriedly walked forward. Lying gods, forgotten gods, corrupted gods, he'll deal with all of this later. The forgotten god dreamed of being free. Well, Sunny dreamed of being free as well. And his wish was almost within his grasp. So he was going to make sure that he didn't fail to grasp it at all costs. Chapter 1573, Stone Maze. 1573, Stone Maze. Sunny turned away from the chilling testament that Ariel had left behind in the silent waters of the still lake and continued forward. There were a million thoughts in his mind. The magnitude of the revelation he had received dwarfed almost everything Sunny knew. The very reason for the cold reality he was born into now had an explanation. The future, too, had become much clearer, and it was a frightening future as well. The gods were dead, but not all of them. The seventh god was still alive, slumbering in the cradle of the void. All of existence was already infected by the horrors of his nightmare, and once the Forgotten One awakened, even that ailing world would come to an end. And yet, Sunny had no desire to ponder these truths right now. The matters of corrupted gods and dying worlds were far away. The dreadful future they promised was far away, too, although perhaps not as far as he would have hoped for. In any case, none of it held any meaning as long as he was bound. As long as he wasn't free. Free to live his life the way he wished to live it, as well as free to try and change the predestined outcome. Even if the end promised by the truth of Ariel truly came before Sunny died peacefully of old age, even if he failed to change anything, in the end there was really only one thing sadder than living as a slave. It was dying as one. So Sunny wished to gain freedom even more desperately now. And unlike the dreadful truth, his freedom was near. The guiding light was still shining, pointing across the dark waters. Sunny followed that light through the darkness. As he walked across the still lake, subtle ripples spread from where he stepped. His reflection walked alongside him, and a few steps back, the Sin of Solace followed, staring at Sunny with hateful eyes. Why is he being so quiet? There was something strange happening to the Sword Wraith. He seemed different somehow ever since they had entered the estuary. Sunny had long grown accustomed to the company of the loathsome apparition, but now he was growing wary of its presence. Not the least because he knew now what harrowing knowledge the Sin of Solace was harb. Oring, prevented from sharing it only by the seal placed on him by the estuary key. Just like the void could break its seal and consume all of existence, the knowledge of it that the Wraith possessed would consume Sunny should the estuary key disappear. The thought was chilling. It's a good thing I never tried to transfer the key of the estuary to someone, I guess. Sunny continued to walk across the dark lake, losing all sense of time, or rather, what little of it he had left. There were no lights shining under the surface of the water anymore, but gradually the lake itself changed. Its surface, which had been calm before, was slowly growing restless. There were powerful currents moving underneath the surface, making the dark water stir and surge, forming waves. Soon, advancing had become harder. Eventually, Sunny saw something in the distance. Jagged rocks were rising from the water, resembling cliffs. The water was flowing between them, restless, and wisps of mist rose here and there. The silence was broken by the sound of rushing water and the whispers of distant currents. Sonny reached the towering black rocks, looking at the surging water with a complicated expression. There was a labyrinth formed by the passages between the jagged cliffs, shrouded in mist. The water traveled through the stone maze, disappearing from view. He could hear it roar in the distance, as if plunging from great heights. He could also feel the very fabric of reality grow thin and strange all around him. What is this place? Sonny did not know, but he had a suspicion. And that suspicion only grew when he noticed something at the base of one of the cliffs. There, a mark had been left on the black stone, as if cut into it by a sharp blade. 2 runes, one meaning sun, the other meaning loss. The Mad Prince passed through here. And not only him. Looking into the passages formed between the cliffs and listening to the distant roar of water, Sonny felt sure that here, the lake hidden in the inner part of the estuary connected back to the great river. Only, since the lake existed entirely outside of time, the connections it formed were special. If he followed one of the streams, he would most likely be able to exit the estuary. He would also enter the great river at a point in time different from where he had left it, perhaps far in the future. Or perhaps far in the past. Long before the day he had entered the nightmare. That was how the Mad Prince had been able to invade a cycle of the great river where he was not meant to exist, and had taken the future plagues with him. Cassie had said so herself. What had her exact words been? After reaching the estuary and using it to invade the next cycle of the great river, the 2 of them meticulously prepared the playing field for the arrival of us, the new challengers. Sonny had not paid attention to these words back then, overwhelmed by other matters, but now he finally understood what Cassie had meant. The estuary existed outside of time, or rather, time itself did not exist yet in the estuary. So the relationship between this eerie place and the rest of the Tomb of Ariel was tenuous at best. By choosing the right passage, one could escape the usual cyclical flow of the great river and travel to a different time. Not the subjective time of the great river represented by its current, but the objective time that dictated the rise and fall of its civilization. If Sonny had 1,000 attempts, he could map the labyrinth and find a way to come and go as he pleased, visiting different eras of the Tomb of Ariel. He could even travel to a time before the plagues invaded the latest cycle, prepare for their arrival, then destroy them in one fell swoop. They had not been as powerful back then, after all. That way, perhaps, the river civilization would not decline as fast. Perhaps the twilight would not be destroyed yet. Perhaps the nightmare could be conquered differently. But then again, maybe not. Maybe twilight had always been fated to be destroyed by the forces of the defilement, and the beautiful cities of the Sibyls had always been fated to fall apart and drown. In any case, he did not have 1,000 attempts. He barely had one. And so, Sonny entered the labyrinth and followed the guiding light, wondering where it would lead him. Would he return to the great river? Would he be sent into the future, or into the past? Whose true name had torment delivered to Cassie, and how would finding that creature or place release him from the chains of fate? He was going to find out. Eventually, there was nothing left around him except for towering cliffs and rushing water. Sonny used the dark wing to glide between the jagged rocks, propelling himself forward with stunning speed. He felt a need to hurry, knowing that Nephis was somewhere out there, leading an assault on Verge. In the end, the guiding light led him to neither the future nor the past. Instead, the radiant crystal simply showed him T. He way through the labyrinth, keeping away from the sound of roaring water. Escaping the misty labyrinth, Sonny found himself in front of a vast body of water once again. He was back to the calmer reaches of the dark lake. The part of it hidden behind the maze of cliffs, though, was entirely different from what he had seen near the shore. What is this? Sonny froze for a moment, gazing forward with a pale face. In front of him, countless corpses were floating in the water. It was very much like the dreadful sight of the slaughter that had happened at the approach to twilight, but with one striking difference. If the carcasses littering the still water there belonged to the defiled abominations, then here, all of them seemed to belong to great nightmare creatures. Sonny knew it because there were numerous husks of dark butterflies among the floating corpses, all lifeless despite having no discernible wounds. Something had violently destroyed their very souls, leaving only lifeless corpses behind. And there, far away, did it only look that way, or was something dark rising from the water? The guiding light was pointing directly at that distant speck of darkness. Sonny remained motionless for a few moments, then gritted his teeth and took a step forward. As he did, something vast moved in the depths of the still water and gazed at him. 1 chapter today, 3 tomorrow. Chapter 1574, Whoever Fights Monsters. 1574, Whoever Fights Monsters. Sonny staggered as the gaze of the being hiding beneath the still water of the lake fell on him. A scream almost escaped from his lips, but he gritted his teeth and pushed it down. The feeling of being looked upon by the invisible watcher, whatever it was unlike anything he had ever experienced. Sonny had been in the presence of powerful people before, and even more powerful nightmare creatures. He had been crushed by the suffocating force of their presence and struggled to move while being pressed down by it. But the gaze of the being hiding under the silent dark waves was entirely different. It was not only heavier and more insurmountable, hinting at the terrifying power of the hidden watcher, but also did not feel the same. The force of oppression emanated by mighty beings was usually aimless and directionless, while the chilling gaze was piercing and penetrating. It felt as though the mysterious being was not simply looking at Sonny from beneath the mass of dark water, but rather looking through him. Sonny's body, mind, and his very soul were like an open book in front of the hidden watcher, and they were being read, one page after another. Gee gods, his soul was being witnessed. And somehow, Sonny felt that it was more than that. His soul was being judged. Paled, he slowly looked around, seeing the floating corpses of the great nightmare creatures in a new light. Had all these harrowing abominations failed to pass the judgment? Just what was this place? Was there something else hidden at the very heart of the nebulous lake, even after all the forbidden knowledge left behind on its shore and in the depths of its outer reaches? Why had Ariel placed it behind the labyrinth of rushing currents and mist, leaving a fearsome guardian behind? Sonny grimaced, swayed a little, and took a step forward. Then another. Go on, judge me, I have nothing to hide. He did not know what he was being judged for, but the sincerity of his wish to be free was indisputable. Hopefully, the dreadful being would see its purity and let him pass. Feeling as if he was walking to his execution, Sonny walked toward the very heart of the estuary, the speck of darkness that the guiding light was pointing at. He maneuvered around the motionless corpses of the great nightmare creatures, who had all lost their lives in this eerie place, and forced himself to put one foot in front of the other. One step at a time. The harrowing gaze followed him for a while, inhuman and indifferent. Then the feeling of something vast and ancient watching him suddenly disappeared, leaving him shaken and rattled. Sonny staggered again, filled with incredible relief, and almost let out a groan. It seemed that he had passed the judgment. What was that thing looking for? Who was allowed to approach the heart of the estuary, and who was not? Why did the guardian let Sonny pass? He regained his balance and looked forward with dark resolve burning in his eyes. Come on, you are almost there. Feeling battered and drained from being looked upon by the invisible, inconceivable guardian of the inner lake, Sonny forced his tired body to continue walking. He walked and walked, eventually leaving all the floating corpses behind. Now there was nothing in front of him except for the still expanse of dark water and the vague shape rising from it in the distance. Oh, and one other thing. A few dozen steps in front of him, a familiar figure was standing on the water, looking at him with no humor in its dark eyes. It was the sin of Saul, Ace, who had disappeared somewhere just before the chilling gaze fell on Sonny. Now the sword wraith was back, standing in Sonny's way with a cold expression on his face. I guess it's time then. Sonny grinned darkly and took another step forward. As he did, he felt something shattering within his soul, and the spell whispered into his ear, its voice somber. Your memory has been destroyed. Sonny did not have to look at his runes to know which of his memories had mysteriously destroyed itself. It was the memory that had appeared in his soul without an explanation, and was now gone without an explanation. The key of the estuary. Why had it been destroyed? Well, that much was obvious. It was because whatever door the Mad Prince had wanted to unlock with it was already ajar. Feeling a dark kind of amusement, Sonny slowly walked to the Sin of Solace and stopped just a step or two away from him. The loathsome sword wraith looked cold, not at all delighted despite being free of the seal that had constrained him for so long. However, somehow, he also looked much more sinister than before. The apparition stared at Sonny with a bit of contempt, a bit of resentment, and a bit of pity. "Here we are, you fool. Really, how could you not expect that outcome?" Sonny met his gaze and sighed. How could he have not expected this to happen? Of course he had. The actions of the Mad Prince had always been bizarre and almost impossible to understand. The depths of the schemes the vile madman had woven were nothing short of unfathomable, destroying countless lives and reshaping the entire nightmare to his will. Sonny had long guessed what drove the Mad Prince. It was his desire to redeem the sin of killing Nephis and bring her back to life. That said, who was to say that his previous self only had one goal? Who was to say that he had been willing to simply cease to exist, thus preventing himself from enjoying the fruits of his labor? After all, if there was one thing Sonny knew about himself, it was that he was a cockroach. He was very hard to kill, and even if something did manage to kill him, he had a strange track record of somehow finding a way to come back to life. So why would the Mad Prince be any different? Of course, there was a bit of contradiction between what the two of them wanted. It was because, in order for the Mad Prince to come back to life, Sonny had to disappear. He had to become a vessel to the memories of the vile madman and lose his sanity to corruption. Taking a deep breath, Sonny stared at the Sin of Solace silently. So, which one of them would get to exist? Which one of them would manage to outscheme the other? Chapter 1575, Free of Sin. 1575, Free of Sin. Sonny had an inkling that the Mad Prince had not been willing to quietly disappear for a while now. However, it had always been just that, a suspicion, substantiated by nothing except for his knowledge of himself. Sonny wouldn't have wanted to cease to exist, so why would his defiled version be any different? The Mad Prince had wished to be free, and in the process of fulfilling that wish, he caused Neph's death. His soul was consumed by the defilement, but not entirely so. A small slither of his humanity remained due to the Sin of Solace, who preserved it to torment his host better. And so the vile madman came to regret pursuing his wish. He schemed and conspired to bring Nephis back to life and create such a cycle of the great river where the nightmare could be conquered by the cohort. He turned his friends into the plagues, and then betrayed them, arranging for each to be slaughtered. But was that all that the Mad Prince had wanted? Apparently no. Sonny was a greedy person, and his past self had to have been too. Therefore, there were at least two more things the Mad Prince had schemed to achieve. The first one was more or less obvious. He had not only wished to bring Nephis back to life, but to be with her as well. Staring at the Sin of Solace, Sonny shook his head in disgust. That crazy bastard. Did he really think that Neph would accept a horrid, corrupted maniac like him? Well, it was in the name. Despite all his devious cunning, at the end of the day, the Mad Prince was exactly that, entirely and utterly mad. Sonny had no doubt that the lunatic imagined countless ways to bend the future to his will in that perverse head of his. The Sin of Solace, meanwhile, smiled darkly. "Oh, I see that you are starting to understand. I am sorry to say this, though it's already too late for you." Sonny simply stared at him without saying anything. Indeed, he was starting to understand. How the Mad Prince had planned to return, and why was it only happening now? There was a second thing he must have wanted to achieve after all. And that thing was to reach the heart of the estuary. Sonny could not have come to that conclusion before, but after witnessing the inner sanctum of the hidden lake and experiencing the chilling gaze of its guardian, he realized something. Air was indeed one last secret hidden at the very heart of the estuary, perhaps the most terrible and the most precious of them all. And Ariel had arranged for that secret to be protected above all else. Only those who passed the judgment of the guardian of the lake had the right to learn that secret. That judgment appeared to be a very simple one. Why had the great nightmare creatures that found their way into the estuary been slain, while Sonny was allowed to pass? It was because their souls were corrupted, while his was not. Corruption was not allowed to come near the heart of the estuary, as if Ariel had not wanted for whatever was hidden there to be sullied by its vile touch. And therefore, the Mad Prince had not been able to witness the final secret either. As the Sin of Solace looked at him mockingly, Sunny smiled. Of course, it was so obvious. How could the Mad Prince, a corrupted titan, infiltrate the heart of the estuary if no corrupted creature could? The answer was oblivion. He had to forget the knowledge of the void that planted the seeds of corruption into his soul at the start of each cycle, pass the judgment of the Lake Guardian, and then regain his memories again. So the Mad Prince had created the key of the estuary, a memory meant to get him to the innermost sanctum of the estuary intact. A memory that placed a seal on the Sin of Solace, thus preventing the Sword Wraith from sharing the knowledge of the void and the memories of all previous cycles with Sunny. Only for that seal to be broken once it served its purpose and got Sunny past the Lake Guardian, thus bringing the Mad Prince back in all his unholy glory. The Sin of Solace chuckled. "Ah, don't look so dejected. Whatever anger you feel, I feel more of it. Being stuck with you is already bad enough, you worm. Being stuck with the other guy? Gods, I've endured that for too long already." He sighed. But well, what's done is done. There is no way to escape the inevitable now. Sunny glared at him and outstretched a hand, summoning the Jade Giant into existence. The Sin of Solace laughed. "Oh, wait, I guess you can just destroy me before your soul is corrupted, huh?" The Sword Wraith was immune to the flow of the great river, keeping his memories of all the past cycles. And since he was nothing but a splintered piece of Sunny's own mind, that knowledge would slowly seep through and contaminate the rest of his mind, like it had happened on Alethia's island. The Sin of Solace could just whisper the secrets of the void to Sunny directly, but he did not have to. Eventually, that knowledge would infect Sunny's mind simply because it was already there. However, it would not happen instantly. Just like it had happened on Alethia's island, and even earlier with the cycles of the Great River, Sunny had some time before the contamination started in earnest. If he was to somehow destroy the Sin of Solace during that time, the splintered part of his mind would be eradicated, and the terrible knowledge contained within it would be erased without a trace. The problem was, the beautiful giant appeared in Sunny's hand, its blade carved from pristine white jade. Perfect jade enchantment description. This blade is carved from a piece of sublime jade, and as such is sharp and durable beyond logic and reason. The Sin of Solace was a transcendent memory with an enchantment that drastically enhanced its durability, while Sunny was merely an ascended. Was he even strong enough to break it? And if he did break it, would the wraith born from it truly disappear? Chapter 1576, Dreadful Whisper. 1576, Dreadful Whisper. Sunny had to destroy the Sin of Solace before the seeds of corruption were planted into his soul. If he managed to destroy the wraith before that happened, the scheme the Mad Prince had concocted to come back to life would be thwarted, and Sunny would get to continue existing. If he failed, the Mad Prince would return, consuming him in the process. That vile bastard. The Sword Wraith laughed as he watched him. My, oh my, you're not going to do something terrible to me, are you? Sunny glanced at him darkly, then at the beautiful giant in his hand. Placing the guiding light on the water, he wrapped all 6 of his shadows around him and grabbed the jade blade, using all his inhuman strength in an attempt to break it against his knee. The Sin of Solace was not only incredibly resilient, but also incredibly sharp. Despite the marble shell, Sunny could not get a good hold of it without losing his fingers, and even if he could, his strength seemed insufficient to shatter the cursed sword. Even though his muscles felt like they were on the verge of tearing, the giant only bent, but did not break. As soon as Sunny released it, the blade sprung back to its initial, perfectly straight form. Maybe I should try to escape back under the gaze of the Lake Guardian. But no, that would only end in his demise. The Sin of Solace was a part of him, and now that the estuary key had been destroyed, the Guardian would obliterate them both. The wraith chuckled, observing his efforts with disdain. Pathetic. Sunny abandoned his attempts to break the jade blade and straightened. Then he smiled. So what if he wasn't strong enough to break the damned sword? That whole performance was just to satiate his curiosity anyway. Before the sword wraith could say anything else, he released his shadows and tossed the beautiful giant away. A moment later, a hand rose from one of the shadows, catching the cursed sword. Saint stepped out of it, holding it with indifferent grace. As an ascended, Sonny might not have been strong enough to shatter the sin of solace. But luckily, he had a transcendent devil at hand, two of them even. It would have been even easier to make Fiend eat the jade blade, but he was worried that the cursed thing would give the ravenous ogre indigestion. So, the job of destroying the sinister memory fell to Saint. As the six shadows wrapped themselves around the graceful knight, her ruby eyes blazed with crimson light. The wraith opened his eyes widely. Now wait a second. Not paying him any attention, or rather, incapable of perceiving him, Saint silently placed the flat of the jade blade against her greave, slowly raised her shield, and then struck the cursed sword with its rim. A gust of hurricane wind spread from the point of impact, and the surface of the lake rippled. The sin of solace cracked, then exploded into shards of beautiful white jade, which dissipated into a whirlwind of white sparks. Those sparks were then absorbed into Saint's stone-like body. Sonny heard the spell whispering into his ear, saying the same words for the second time in the last few minutes. Your memory has been destroyed. A slight grimace appeared on his face. Losing memories never felt good. There was the grimace on the face of the sword wraith, too. Orgzaya. The apparition convulsed, screaming and hunched over. For a few moments there was silence, and then the silence was broken by the sound of mocking laughter. Oh, it seems that breaking the sword did nothing. I am perfectly fine, who would have known? The sin of solace straightened and stared at Sonny with a disdainful grin. Fool, did you really think that it would work? Sonny stared at him silently, his face pale and grim. The wraith shook his head. If it was that easy to get rid of me, do you think that I would still be here? Ah, lost from light, I am a part of your mind now. The cause of me might have been that memory of yours, but the source of me is you. So what good would destroying the sword do? The contemptuous smile slowly disappeared from his face, replaced by a cold and dark expression. It was a little bit dejected, too. The sin of solace sighed. Now let's end this farce. It has been a displeasure to spend time with you once again. Granted, what comes won't be pleasant either. He opened his mouth, as if wanting to say something, some terrible truth that would drive Sonny mad and infect his soul with corruption, without a doubt. But before he could, Sonny took a step forward, coming face to face with the startled wraith, and leaned forward a little. Then he whispered into his ear. Only 2 words. The first words he had spoken, after saying farewell to Cassie at the shore of Verge. They were, "Begone." And as he said them, the world shuddered. The wraith's eyes widened slightly, this time in earnest. You. And then he was gone. Erased as if he had never existed. The splintered part of Sonny's mind was gone, taking the forbidden knowledge of the void and all the memories of the previous cycles with it, preventing the mad prince from ever being born again. Healed from the curse that had plagued him since the early days of the Southern campaign, Sonny closed his eyes for a moment, and then let out a long sigh. Then he looked down. There was a thin thread tied around his neck, the same thread with which the mouths of the voiceless prelates, a band of corrupted demons led by a devil named the Defiled Herald, had been sewn shut. Sonny had slain them back in Antarctica, receiving a certain memory in the process. That memory was the stifled scream, a charm he usually used to augment Saint. The charm possessed a second enchantment, though, which the graceful knight had never been able to use. Word of power enchantment description. A word spoken by the master of this charm is a command. If born of great silence, the word of power can hardly be ignored. If not, it has no worth. Saint never spoke, so word of power could not be used by her. Sonny, meanwhile, was never able to remain silent for long enough to let the enchantment accumulate enough potency. The longer one remained silent, the more tyrannical the authority of the word of power would become. And so, knowing that he might face the machinations of the mad prince in one way or another, Sonny had summoned the stifled scream. That was the memory he had summoned while bidding farewell to Cassie. And ever since then, he had not made a sound. The great river was a river of time. And so, by traversing it, Sonny had let the stifled scream accumulate a lot of power. But much more than that, he entered the estuary while wearing it. Time did not exist in the estuary, which meant that there was no difference between a single moment and an eternity here. How dreadful would a silence that had lasted for an eternity be? Dreadful enough to obliterate the sin of solace, it seemed, and powerful enough to save Sonny's life. Not having to maintain silence anymore, he took a deep breath and then cursed quietly. Damnation, you go to hell me. The mad prince was gone. This time forever. Which meant that Sonny had joined the exclusive club that Jet, Kai, and Cassie were already members of. He had vanquished an evil version of himself. It also meant that the path to the heart of the estuary was completely free. Picking up the guiding light, Sonny dismissed Saint and headed for the vague shape rising above the dark waters of the nebulous lake. The final secret of the tomb of Ariel awaited there. Chapter 1577, Past, Present, and Future. 1577, Past, Present, and Future. Limping across the dark expanse of still water, illuminated gently by the pure radiance of the guiding light, Sonny stared at his battered reflection. A dark grin twisted his lips into a crooked line. Look at us, nearing the finish line, and not anywhere near dropping dead. The situation was quite unfamiliar. Usually, Sonny would have been at the very doorstep of death, or even past its threshold with 1 foot by now. But he was strangely in one piece. Sure, he had been mauled and mangled by plenty of dreadful nightmare creatures on the way to the estuary. However, his state was nowhere near as rough as the norm in such moments. Had he been lucky, or had his tenacity finally reached such an unreasonable level that it was simply too hard for anything to truly bring him down without outright killing him? Well, in any case, I'm not complaining. Let's finish this then. His reflection did not answer, leaving Sonny in tranquil silence. He was momentarily unnerved by the lack of a mocking retort, but then remembered that the sin of solace was gone. His mind was free of the voice that had haunted it for so long with maddening whispers. It felt very strange, sort of peaceful. Now that the curse that had plagued him was gone, Sonny realized that he had been under constant pressure without even noticing it. His mental resistance had prevented the insidious whispers from truly driving him mad, but the act of resisting the loss of sanity itself had been putting a burden on his mind. That burden was no more, filling him with a sense of levity. However, he was also exhausted, drained, and deeply shaken by the secrets he had learned. It was a strange mixture of emotions. One step at a time, Sonny continued walking toward the vague shape rising from the water in the distance. As he did, he wondered about himself and the Mad Prince, about all the versions of himself and the Mad Prince that had reached the estuary in the previous cycles. How was it that Sonny, the current him, was the only one who had made it that far? I guess it's simple, really. It was already indescribably hard to find the entrance to the estuary within the source. Beyond that, though, to get to the heart of the estuary, one had to possess 3 things. The first one was a soul that was free of corruption, made possible by the estuary key. That requirement itself demanded that he succumb to the defilement, invaded another cycle of the great river, and spent centuries accumulating power and knowledge. However, it was also the easiest of the 3. The second requirement was the ability to pass the stone maze that served as the border of the inner lake without falling back into the cycles of the great river. Sonny did it without much trouble, but that was only because of the guiding light and the true name that Torment had delivered to Cassie. How many cycles had it taken for the dew of conspiring plagues to learn that true name? He did not know. What he did know, however, was that the story of this nightmare was the story of the gradual accumulation of knowledge. The more cycles the Mad Prince and Torment had survived, the better they had been able to prepare for the last one. The third requirement was, perhaps, the most dire one, and depended entirely on that accumulation. It was to have no desire to turn back and start a new cycle. Even now, Sonny could turn back, return to the stone maze, and dive back into the great river. However, he did not want to, and had no reason to, because the Mad Prince and Torment had already arranged for the nightmare to end perfectly, with every member of the cohort, and Nephis, surviving its dreadful challenge. How many attempts had it taken before they learned to manipulate all the events of the cycle in their favor? Too many to count, perhaps. And T was for that reason that Sonny was not tempted to try anew, aiming for a better and less heartbreaking result. In short, Sonny made it that far because he was the inheritor and beneficiary of all the countless past versions of himself that had failed. It was somewhat poetic, then, that he could only reach the heart of the estuary by forgetting them all. And a little bit sad. Soon he could see the dark shape more clearly. As it revealed itself, a strange expression appeared on his face. Out there in front of him, a mountain of black rock rose from the still water of the hidden lake, rising into the darkness. Its rough slopes were almost vertical, and it had two peaks, one of them broken, one of them as sharp as a spear. Surrounded by water, the dark mountain looked lonely and forlorn in the empty expanse of the estuary. It also exerted a palpable pressure, making Sonny groan and shudder in dread. What the hell is this? Sonny lingered for a few moments, staring at the peak of the mountain and wondering if he would have to scale it. But then, he noticed a wide vertical crack at the base of the slope. It looked like an entrance. Taking a deep breath, Sonny smiled darkly and headed for that entrance. Passing its threshold, he plunged into the darkness, dwelling inside the mountain, and found himself in a long, winding tunnel. There was water rushing beneath his feet, flowing to somewhere deep inside, and the walls surrounding him were rough, untouched by any tool. Not creepy at all. Somehow, Sonny felt solemn. It was as though the mountain he had entered was a consecrated place, a place more holy than any temple he had ever visited, and therefore more divine. Perhaps he had only been able to enter it because of the flame of divinity burning in his soul. But at the same time, the sacral nature of the dark mountain felt strangely mournful. Frowning, Sonny gripped the guiding light and ventured deeper into the tunnel. He walked for a few moments, or maybe an eternity, before the walls of the tunnel widened, opening into a vast cave. And as soon as Sonny entered that cave, he suddenly turned blind. The radiance of the guiding light was swallowed by darkness, and he lost the ability to see through it. What rattled Sonny the most, though, was that it was not the true, elemental darkness that had robbed him of vision. Instead, he was still surrounded by deep shadows, which were like family to him. It was just that these shadows did not respond to him anymore, as if subjugated by some other, much more powerful and terrifying being. At least his shadow sense was still with him. Therefore, he sensed something vast moving in the darkness in front of him, behind him, all around him, slithering like the coils of a gargantuan serpent. Shivering, Sonny gripped the guiding light and lowered it slightly, ready to defend himself. It was then that a harrowing voice resounded from the darkness, enveloping him like a hiss of the lightless abyss. "Turn back." Sonny gasped, feeling an almost overwhelming desire to kneel under the cold authority of that sinister voice. He swayed, leaning on the guiding light for support. A tortured groan escaped from his lips, but in the end, Sonny somehow managed to remain standing. "Damn it." He muttered a stifled curse and gritted his teeth, staring blindly into the darkness. The shadows did not respond to his calls. Sonny felt strangely betrayed by their silence. The harrowing voice resounded again, making him shudder. "Leave." Sonny grimaced. Then he sighed and answered in a dark tone. "You can drop the theatrics, you know." There were a few moments of silence, and then the voice resounded again. This time it did not sound like the hiss of the abyss itself. Instead, it was quite human, although still strangely coming from all directions. The voice laughed. "Ah, damnation. I really wanted to give a good performance. You are such a killjoy." The darkness was suffused by the dying echoes of humorless laughter for a few moments, and then the voice added, its tone incredulous. "But then again, I can't really blame you. I vaguely remember this conversation, after all. It's a bit weird to finally find myself on the other side of it." Sonny winced, a resentful expression appearing on his pale face. Curse it, of course this had to happen. Why the hell wouldn't it? He had already dealt with a past version of himself. The Mad Prince was no more. Now, however, there was the future version of himself as well. The voice, Sonny's own voice, spoke placidly from the darkness. "When did you figure it out?" Chapter 1578, Lost Shadow. 1578 Lost Shadow. Sonny remained silent for a while, still blind. His expression was somber, and there was an irritated twist to his lips. When did I figure it out? He grimaced. Just now, really. Which was rather embarrassing. Sonny hesitated for a moment, then shrugged. Well, can you blame me? Sure, I should have known much sooner. But there were so many things happening all at once, so it took me some time to put the dots together. He raised the guiding light and put it on his shoulder, still unable to see the radiance of the sacred staff. I mean, it is rather obvious in hindsight. Cassie was sent into the body of dusk of fallen grace. Jet and Effie were sent into the bodies of 2 river nomads. Kai and Mordred were sent into the bodies of 2 river-born warriors in twilight. But what about me and Nephis, who were the people that we replaced? And what were they doing so far upstream in the distant future, way further than even we've? He shook his head. I really should have understood it when we found the chain breaker. But I was so overwhelmed by how bizarre everything in the tomb of Ariel was that I let it rest with the rest of the unresolved mysteries. And even as those mysteries were solved one after another, that one remained buried under the pile of startling revelations. I just sort of assumed that someone in the past, Noctis maybe, had visited the pyramid, leaving their imprint in the great river. Sonny tiredly rubbed his face and smiled. But it was the opposite, wasn't it? It was not someone from the past. It was someone from the future. It was Nephis and me. We are going to return to the tomb of Ariel one day, right? Not the illusion of it conjured inside this nightmare, but the real deal. And just like Daron had left his imprint to exist in the nightmare, so will we. So, the bodies the 2 of us took. They have always been our own bodies. The roles we took are of ourselves. The voice remained silent for a while, then scoffed. Right, I remember now. Yes, we should have figured it out much sooner. Sonny gritted his teeth. I must say, though, it's a bit unfair. The spell gave us our own roles, but made us mere ascended. The 2 of you must be much more powerful, no, to brave the nightmare desert and enter the real pyramid. So what are you? A saint. The voice remained silent for longer now, then sighed. Yeah, a saint. Sonny frowned, judging how long the pause before the answer had been. Bastard, did you just summon Weaver's mask? The voice laughed. Did I? No, I absolutely did not. Trust me, I'm telling the truth. I am the most honest person in the world after all. 2 worlds even. Did he summon it or not? Was this future version of Sonny really a saint? No, like hell he was. A mere saint would not have been able to turn the shadows against Sonny so easily, and neither would his voice possess such an harrowing power to it. Sonny shivered. You're a sovereign? Damnation, what the hell? After everything we experienced in this damned place, why would you go and challenge another nightmare? Are you that tired of living? The voice did not respond for a while. Then his answer came, calm and insidious. I am not a sovereign, though. Then it added, its tone devoid of any emotion. Nor am I alive. I'm not even a human, really. Just a phantom of a lost shadow conjured by the spell. Ah, but this estuary is a strange place. Time does not exist here, and so everything exists here simultaneously. Even though you have already taken my role, here we are, having a chance to meet each other. Sonny shivered. Meeting his future self was already shocking enough, especially considering how terrifying the power of that version of him was. It felt no less oppressive, and even much more so, than the power of the great nightmare creatures that had torn their way into the waking world during the Battle of the Black Skull. But why was that guy hiding in the darkness? Why wasn't he showing his face? Come to think of it, why was Sonny unable to sense a human body anywhere in the shadows? And what did his future version mean by saying that he was neither human nor alive? At this point, it was impossible to tell if the voice was lying or telling the truth, whether he was wearing Weaver's mask or not. All of it left Sonny quite unsettled. He cleared his throat. So that's great then. You can tell me everything about the future, how to deal with all my problems better, and how not to end up in the same sorry state as you. The voice remained silent. Sonny lingered. Right, come on, start talking. There was no answer for a while. Then the voice said in a dark tone, I don't think I will. You know how it goes. Knowledge of the future will just make that future happen faster and all that. Haven't you been burned by trying to exploit Cass and her visions enough times already? The future version of Sonny laughed. Yeah, I know what you want to say. Frustrating, isn't it? I remember cursing my future self with all kinds of nasty words at that point in my mind. No, it really is strange to be that annoying future self now. His joyless laughter died down, and Sonny was once again surrounded by chilling silence. After a few moments, the voice spoke again. It's of no use anyway. Aren't you here to become banished from fate? If you do go further and your wish comes true, there's no telling what your future will hold. The voice grew harder to hear, as if the two of them were being slowly separated by a great distance. Still, I ask of you, turn back, do not go further. You are not ready for what lies ahead. Sonny remained silent for a while. Eventually, he scoffed. If you truly are the future version of myself, then you already know my answer. Turn back, abandon his chance of breaking the shackles of fate, and the slave collar wrapped around his neck. Never, he would rather die 1,000 deaths. I refuse. His voice was resolute. There was a distant, dejected sigh. Then the voice resounded once again, barely audible. You stubborn fool, well, as expected. Go on then, hurry up. This nightmare won't last much longer. And just like that, the voice disappeared, leaving Sonny alone in the cave. The shadows embraced him again, and his ability to see in the dark returned. Damn traitors! The radiance of the guiding light pointed forward again. He took a shaky breath, trying to compose himself. What an insufferable bastard! What was up with his future self and his attitude? Was it really necessary to laugh and chuckle at everything Sonny said? And did he really have to keep all the knowledge of what was about to come a secret? The voice did say one thing, though. It was that the nightmare was about to end. Cursing under his breath, Sonny rushed forward. That guy gave me the creeps. He was a bit scary, though, which meant that I will be too. That is good news, right? He had no time to ponder that eerie conversation right now, and was in no mood to either. There would be time for that later, but right now his freedom awaited. He crossed the cave and followed the guiding light into another tunnel, venturing deeper and deeper into the dark mountain. And then finally, he reached its very heart. Entering a dark cavern, Sonny stumbled and came to a halt. The cavern was vast enough that he could not see its ceiling, its walls drowning in darkness. Its floor was covered in shallow water, and at a distance, a small island rose from the glossy surface. There was a beautiful tree growing in the middle of the island, and nestled beneath its branches. Sonny's eyes widened. What is this? Why? An unadorned stone sarcophagus stood, its lid covered by withered leaves. Chapter 1579, Forgotten. 1579, Forgotten. Sonny had reached the very heart of the estuary. There, hidden in the depth of a towering mountain, a vast cavern was filled with darkness. A single ray of bright light fell from somewhere high above, illuminating a small island rising from the glossy black water. There was a beautiful tree growing on the island, its leaves a sea of pale magenta. As the branches of the tree swayed slightly under the wind, the leaves fell down on the surface of the water, making its reflection ripple. And in the shadow of those branches, a simple stone sarcophagus stood, its lid covered by withered leaves. It made for a vivid and breathtaking sight. The heart of the estuary was peaceful, like an island of safety and tranquility in a world full of nothing but dread. And yet, it was also poignant and mournful. As soon as Sonny entered the cavern, he felt a strange melancholy fill his heart, as though an echo of a great sorrow that had been experienced here by someone sometime still resided in this sacred and silent sanctuary. He shifted slightly. Why is there a grave here? The Great Black Pyramid was called the Tomb of Ariel, but it was not the place where the demon of dread had been buried. Instead, it was a place he had built to bury unbearable truths, so it was not really a tomb. Or was it? Sonny stared at the unadorned sarcophagus, struck silent by the overwhelming sorrow that remained here even now, thousands of years after the demons and the gods were no more. He knew that the tomb of Ariel was not a burial place for someone because of the words the demon of dread had shared with Weaver. Ariel had said so himself. What he had buried here were the hideous truths he did not wish to remember. But that was the thing. If Ariel did not remember what he had buried in this tomb of his, then didn't it mean that his words could not be trusted? Who was to say that he had not buried someone precious here, and then chose to forget about his sorrow. Suddenly, Sonny remembered the description of the Mirror of Truth, Weaver's strange words. "I have not known that you've built a tomb, nor have I ever seen it. How would I know to admire it? I just happened to be here by chance. Now that I've seen it, my heart is untouched. I feel nothing." You wanted to be free of the truth, so you didn't deserve it. Why did it feel that although Ariel had forgotten his sorrow, Weaver remembered? Had the demon of fate really happened to visit the nightmare desert and stumble upon the Great Pyramid by chance? And if it was not a coincidence, then who was buried here at the heart of Ariel's tomb? Forlorn and forgotten, looking at the sarcophagus that rested under the branches of the beautiful tree, Sonny inhaled sharply. Oblivion, the answer is oblivion. The tomb of Ariel was where the demon of oblivion had been buried by her brother. Somehow, he was sure of it. Wasn't it sad, even for her death to be forgotten? Wait, no, that doesn't make any sense. Suddenly, Sonny was confused. How could oblivion have been dead? 6 demons had risen in rebellion against the heavens, while the 7th, Weaver, refused. Because of that, the demon of fate had been despised and hunted both by the 6 demons and the 6 gods. If oblivion had been dead all along, then how could there have been 6 demons participating in the war and pursuing Weaver? Something fundamentally did not make sense about all this. And yet, Sonny could not shake off the feeling of certainty about who it was that had been buried in the heart of the tomb of Ariel. It was the demon of oblivion. What does it mean? Taken aback and awestruck, he winced and closed his eyes for a moment. More importantly, what did it mean for him? Cassie had said that he would gain freedom from fate if he reached the very heart of the estuary. Well, here he was, at its innermost sanctum. Even if there was a grave of a demon in front of him, how was it supposed to break the chains of fate that bound him? Sonny hesitated for a while, feeling a sense of solemn awe at the sigh of the peaceful grave. Then he took a deep breath and took a step forward. If he had any doubt that an unimaginable being was buried here, it disappeared as Sonny crossed the still expanse of dark water and approached the small island. The closer he got, the more sacred the silent cavern seemed, and the more pressure he felt. Even in death, the being resting in the stone sarcophagus emanated enough of it to crush a mundane person and make their soul collapse. Sonny, meanwhile, was able to reach the island and step onto its soil, albeit with difficulty. As the withered leaves rustled under his feet, he walked to the sarcophagus and stopped in front of it, looking at the weathered surface of the stone lid. Then, following an impulse, he raised a hand and cleaned it from fallen leaves. There were no runes on the sarcophagus, no carvings, nothing to indicate who was buried inside, as no mark left to remember them by. It was nestled between the roots of the ancient tree, as if they were growing through it or from it. Taking a deep breath, Sonny fell silent and listened to his intuition. What was he supposed to do here? His intuition was telling him to look up. He did just that and noticed that one of the branches of the tree was hanging low, pulled down by the weight of a beautiful golden fruit. The fruit glistened as it basked in the light falling from the ceiling of the cavern. Sonny hesitated for a few moments, then raised a hand and easily plucked the fruit off the branch. His mind was in turmoil. Am I really doing this? There was no answer, but he had already made it so far. Letting out a sigh, Sonny brought the fruit to his mouth and sunk his teeth into its succulent flesh. It was the sweetest thing he had ever tasted. Without wasting any time, Sonny satisfied his hunger and quenched his thirst by consuming the mystical fruit. He did not know what to expect exactly, but felt that it would be like the fruits of the sacred tree growing on the deck of the chain breaker, which contained soul essence within them. Granted, it could also be like fruits of the soul devourer, which contained soul fragments, as well as enthralled those consuming them with an insidious hex. However, nothing of the sort happened. After finishing the divine fruit, Sonny received neither essence nor fragments. He was not enthralled either. Instead, there was a strange feeling in the depths of his soul. A chillingly familiar feeling. Sonny's eyes widened. Don't tell me. In the next moment, he let out a terrible shriek and fell on the lid of the sarcophagus. Chapter 1580, What You Wished For. 1580, What You Wished For. Gods, oh gods. The pain was exquisite. It was inconceivable. It was the kind of pain that could kill a person, or at least make the pass out in an instant. Sadly, the latter did not happen because the pain was not physical. Instead, its source was Sonny's soul, which was being altered and transformed. Not in a way it had been changed every time a new core was formed, but rather in a way his blood and bones had been altered in the past. Allergy. Sonny hit the lid of the sarcophagus with enough force to split his skin and fell to the ground, the carpet of leaves softening his fall. What the hell? How is this possible? He knew what was happening to him. However, he had no idea why it was happening, and how eating the golden fruit from the tree growing above the grave of oblivion had caused it. In any case, Sonny had no choice but to endure. He wasn't shy about screaming and howling in pain, though, especially because there was no one here to witness his sorry state. Damn it all. Effed. Or an eternity, this time, quite a literal one, considering that time did not exist in the estuary. Sonny found himself laying on the ground, staring blindly at the beautiful crown of the mystical tree. His body felt weak, and his face was wet with tears. Curses. That one was definitely going into the collection of the most horrendous agonies he had experienced. What place? Probably not the first, which was still held by activating the Where Is My Eye enchantment of Weaver's mask, but it was a confident second. Sonny groaned and then shakily rose to his feet. Then he took inventory of his soul. It felt different somehow, and much more potent. Already knowing what he would see, Sonny summoned the runes. It can't be, can it? But it could. There, in the shimmering field of runes, a new string appeared in the list of his attributes. Pale as a ghost, Sonny read. Attributes: Faded Flame of Divinity, Master of Shadows, Blood Weave, Bone Weave, Marble Shell. And at the very end, a new one. Soul Weave. He sucked in air, stunned. How the hell? Concentrating on the new string, he read the description. Attribute description. You have inherited a part of Weaver's forbidden lineage. Your soul has been altered and imbued with stalwart potency. A lonely demon shed tears standing above a forgotten grave. A tree grew from the ground where the demon's tears fell, and from it grew a wondrous fruit. Sonny stared at the runes for a while, then dismissed them and concentrated on his soul. It felt reinforced somehow. His essence felt much more potent, and the rate at which it replenished itself was much faster. The soul itself seemed more robust and durable, capable of withstanding a terrible amount of damage and maintaining its integrity even if large swathes of it were entirely destroyed. Briefly diving into the soul sea, Sonny glanced at his 6 lightless cores. They did not look very different at the surface, apart from the fact that the dark flames burning within them seemed even darker now and more fierce. However, once he peered into the depths of his cores, was he seeing things? Or had he glimpsed a weave of ethereal golden strings creating a graceful pattern within the 6 black suns? Sonny left the soul sea, both elated and perplexed. So I inherited another part of Weaver's lineage. Soul Weave, that's great. It was, indeed, a remarkable boon. But what the hell was it doing here? It was already shocking enough to find Oblivion's grave. But why was a fragment of Weaver's lineage left there? If anything, it should have been Oblivion's lineage, apart from the fact that no demon except for the demon of fate had created one. It was as though Weaver lost a part of her soul at the grave of Oblivion for some reason. But why? How had the two of them been connected? And did it have something to do with the strange incongruity in the number of demons that had participated in the Doom War? Sonny did not know, but all of it was highly suspicious. And it wasn't even the most pressing question. Yes, it's great that my soul has grown stronger. But where was his promised freedom? How was Soul Weave supposed to break the shackles of fate? Sonny pursed his lips, unsure of what exactly was happening. Had Cassie been wrong, had she? But then, something distracted him from these thoughts. From the corner of his eye, Sonny noticed an ominous detail. Looking down, he stared at the guiding light, which had rolled away from him when he fell down, and was now laying to the side of the stone sarcophagus. The crystal at the top of the sacred staff was still shining. However, it wasn't pointing at the sarcophagus. Instead, it was pointing into the darkness behind it. Sonny slowly looked up. At that moment, it felt as though a ripple spread through the world. His surroundings suddenly felt less substantial, as if reality itself was slowly dissipating. His eyes widened. The nightmare, it's starting to collapse. Somewhere far away, Nephis must have delivered a fatal blow to the first seeker. But Sonny could not concentrate on that thought for too long. Because just then, he noticed something moving in the darkness. A hunched, towering shape that filled him with indescribable horror. How did I not notice before? A giant creature had been hiding in the darkness of the vast cavern, hidden completely from his sight, his nose, and even his shadow sense, despite being the size of a hill. It had a hunched back, a disheveled mantle of messy black feathers, a terrifying beak, and mighty wings that were vast even when folded, hiding its gaunt body. And a vile soul filled with more corruption than he had ever seen, spreading outward from 6 grotesquely giant nodes. A accursed terror. Horrified, Sonny took an involuntary step back. And just as he did, a pair of round, utterly insane eyes pierced him with a demented look. A terrible pressure crashed into him, making it hard to breathe. The cursed terror that had been hiding behind Oblivion's grave. Wah. As a giant, mad, and unmistakably vile bird. Damnation. Sonny took a step back, but at the moment the vile bird lunged forward, its demented eyes igniting with avarice and greed. Before he could even react, he was drowned by its loathsome shadow. And then its talons plunged into his chest. Sonny gasped. However, the talons did not rip his flesh apart. Instead, they dove much deeper, finding their way into his very soul. If he had time to enter the soul sea at that moment, he would have seen the shapeless form of the vile thieving bird's spawn being snatched by the crooked talons. And yet they did not stop there. Passing through Sonny's soul, the talons dug even deeper, into the depths of his being he had not even known existed. And there they grabbed onto something else. Onto countless strings that were wrapped around him tightly, surrounding him like a chrysalis. Or like the strings that held up a marionette. Straining itself, the vile bird struggled for a few moments, and snatched those strings, too, somehow ripping them away from his existence. Sonny opened his mouth, trying to scream, but no sound came out of his mouth. There was another sound, though. The voice of the spell, whispering into his ear as the nightmare collapsed around him. Your nightmare is. It never finished speaking. Instead, the familiar voice broke and abruptly grew quiet, leaving him in utter, lonely, and terrifying silence. What the hell is happening? And then everything disappeared. The heart of the estuary was gone. The beautiful tree and the sarcophagus resting beneath its branches were gone, too. The harrowing bird plunging its talons into his chest was nowhere to be seen. Sonny found himself in utter darkness. And then he was expelled from that darkness. Chapter 1581, Shadows and Dust. 1581, Shadows and Dust. The nightmare was over. The illusory world that spell had conjured had collapsed, expelling the surviving challengers. They were supposed to find themselves in the empty void between dream and reality, where countless stars shimmered in the darkness, forming a vast and inconceivable pattern. There, the spell was supposed to appraise their performance and let them go through the process of rising to a new rank in peace. However, that was not what happened to Sonny. He had no time to comprehend the consequences of having his very existence pierced by the talons of the cursed terror when the nightmare collapsed, sending him into a world of darkness. There was no appraisal and no pattern of stars shimmering in the void. Instead, still reeling from the inconceivable and frightening turn of events, he was thrown out of the void, entering another, much smaller but similarly dark space. In fact, he was violently catapulted into that space, crashing into a jagged piece of scorched concrete, shattering it, and colliding with a deformed alloy wall behind it. The force of the impact was terrible enough to make the alloy crack, and for Sonny to lose consciousness. And that was how he became possibly the first human in history to transcend while passed out. The 6 shadows gathered around his reforged body, perplexed and dumbfounded. After a while, one of them sighed, and then shook its head in utter dejection. The first thing Sonny felt was pain. Not the terrible kind of pain he was sadly used to experiencing from time to time, but a more mundane pain. He was laying on a rough surface, something sharp biting into his back through the fabric of Anank's mantle. The air was full of dust, the world was silent. He was cold. Groaning, he opened his eyes and sat up, feeling strangely refreshed and revitalized. Looking down, he saw jagged pieces of concrete littering the floor. No wonder he had been uncomfortable. He stretched his hand, wishing to sweep a few of them away. However, he must have misjudged his strength, because the concrete pieces simply turned to dust from his irritated swipe. More than that, the floor cracked under his palm, and the world shook, more dust spilling from somewhere above. Come to think of it, where the hell was he? Sonny shielded his eyes from the dust and looked around, trying to assess his surroundings. It was rather strange. At first, he thought that he had found himself in a small cave. It was a few meters in diameter, the ceiling just tall enough for him to stand up. There did not seem to be an entrance to the cave, and therefore no exit. But after a few moments of contemplation, Sonny realized that the dusty pocket of space he had come to his senses in was not a natural cave. It looked more like the result of a cave-in. The walls and the ceiling were a chaotic mess of cracked concrete and torn alloy, as if some building had collapsed on itself, forming a few pockets of empty space in the compressed ruin. Wait, alloy. As Sonny's eyes widened slightly, he concentrated on the details of his surroundings. Alloy and concrete, pieces of broken machinery, a torn piece of a sign W. Written in human language. His heart was beating wildly. I am back in the waking world. Indeed, he was. The nightmare had ended while the horrid bird was tearing his soul with its talons, and the spell must have sent him back. Not to the nightmare desert, but instead back to the point in the waking world where his tether had been placed, which was supposed to be Valor's stronghold in one of the siege capitals of East Antarctica. Sonny observed the scene of devastation around him for a while, his expression somber. Has the siege capital been destroyed? If so, it would explain why he was in a random pocket of empty space inside a ruin, instead of his quarters in the comfortably furnished stronghold of a great clan. Then he was distracted by the feeling of cold air brushing against his chest. Looking down at himself, Sonny blinked a couple of times. What the hell, why am I naked? He was still covered by the nebulous folds of Anank's mantle, but the shroud of graceless dusk was gone. Here and there, his pale skin was revealed, covered in dust. Frowning, Sonny summoned the shroud of dusk. However, nothing happened. What? Sonny called upon his memory again, and yet there was no response. It was as if it did not exist anymore. Do I not have enough essence to summon even a single memory? Sonny turned his attention to his soul, planning to assess how much essence he had left. And froze. What the hell? It was only then that he realized how vastly different his soul, his body, and the world itself were. His body was suffused with power, such terrifying power that even Sonny himself felt a chill. It was already scary enough now, while he did not have his 6 shadows wrapped around him. What would happen when he layered 6 consecutive augmentations on top of it? His soul was filled with a cold ocean of essence, and that essence, it had already grown more potent after he had acquired Soul Weave. But now it had become qualitatively different, possessing such depths and density as to appear inexhaustible. The intensity of power contained within it was frightening. That was not the most shocking change, however. The most shocking change was that he could vaguely feel a different kind of energy all around him, cool and flowing, that was similar, but also different from the essence he was familiar with. That ambient essence seemed to belong to the world itself, or rather to the shadows that surrounded him. And since he was currently in total darkness, it was everywhere. What really amazed him, though, was that the spirit essence flowed freely through him, wisps of it replenishing the missing shadow essence in his 6 cores. It was as if he was able to replenish his reserves of essence by borrowing the power of the world itself, as long as he was in his element. A stronger body, a qualitative change of essence, and an entirely new relationship between myself and the world. Sonny flinched. Wait, have I transcended? I must have. His voice sounded hoarse in the utter silence. Of course he should have. He had conquered a 3rd nightmare after all. Was he a saint now? Sonny remained motionless for a few moments, then feverishly summoned the runes. But just like the Shroud of Dusk, the runes did not appear. There was no response at all. The spell was silent. Chapter 1582 Banished. 1582 Banished. Sunny was paralyzed for a few moments. He tried to summon the runes several more times, but there was no result. The spell did not respond to him, as though he was not one of its carriers at all. A part of him that had long become integral was simply gone. The shock Sunny experienced at that moment was hard to describe. After a while, he tried to calm his wildly beating heart and think things through. Calm down, calm down. This is not the first time something like that happened. He had been cut off from the spell once before, in the Red Colosseum. Back then, it was the result of Solvin's zealots using Hope's own sorcery to prevent the sacrificial slaves from escaping. But there was no enchanted collar around his neck right now, and he was in the waking world, not inside an ancient theater built by a demon. More than that, the absence of the spell felt much more profound this time somehow. In fact, as he concentrated on himself, he realized that he felt rather strange. Something else felt absent from the world. The world was subtly unfamiliar. Trying not to panic, Sunny slowly assessed his abilities. His shadow sense was still with him. So were the other facets inherent to his aspect. His abilities, his attributes, those of them the existence of which he could prove without the runes, at least, and his aspect legacy did not disappear. His flaw was also present. He had learned that by trying to tell a lie aloud, despite the fact that it hurt like hell. His 6 shadows were observing his actions with varying reactions, all present. Saint, Fiend, and Nightmare could also be summoned. However, he could not summon the runes, neither see. Would he dive into his soul sea to take a look at his memories? And the memories, most of them were gone. After trying to summon every memory in his soul arsenal, Sunny realized that only a few of them remained. They were Silver Bell, Puppeteer's Shroud, Extraordinary Rock, Endless Spring, Weaver's Mask, Covetous Coffer, Shadow Lantern, Shadow Chair, Overpriced Saddle, Weaver's Needle, and Anank's Mantle. The Midnight Shard, Dark Wing, Moonlight Shard, Autumn Leaf, Cruel Sight, Heavenly Burden, Memory of Fire, Memory of Ice, Strike of Thunder, Morgan's Warbow, Bone Singer, Dying Wish, Bitter Cusp, Stifled Scream, Essence Pearl, Nimble Catch, Shroud of Graceless Dusk, and Crown of Twilight were gone. He felt a chill running down his spine. As a saint, he did not really need to protect himself from the elements with clothes, but it was still uncomfortable not to wear anything underneath his cloak. Sunny manifested the marble mantle and grabbed his head. He quickly realized the pattern in which some of his memories remained, while others seemed to have been destroyed. The memories he could still summon were those that had been either personally created or modified by him, as well as his 2 divine memories, Weaver's Mask and Shadow Lantern. The rest of them were gone, which brought him almost physical pain. My memories. Sunny almost spat blood. The pain of losing most of his soul arsenal, the precious memories he had spent years gathering, hurt, almost as much as receiving soul Weave had. Sunny felt as if he had received a terrible blow. After he had some time to come to terms with the unforgiving reality, he leaned on the cracked alloy wall and stared into the darkness with an empty gaze. After a while, Sunny had to admit it. I am banished from the nightmare spell. The damned bird had done something to him, resulting in such an impossible thing happening. Which meant what? That he was free from the spell's tyranny. It also meant that every tool and assistance it provided to the awakened would not be accessible to him anymore. No more receiving memories and echoes from the slain enemies. No more runes that conveniently described and categorized the world. No more guidance and support in the perilous undertaking of walking the path of ascension, tyrannical as it might have been. No more nightmares, and no more shortcuts to higher ranks. The scale of this tectonic change was too vast to comprehend. His life, for better or worse, would be entirely different from now on. Sunny was sure that he would be discovering the consequences of not being a carrier of the nightmare spell for a long, long time. How the hell did the future reach further than transcendence? And speaking about not being infected by the spell and transcendence. Without the helpful runes, Sunny did not even know what his transformation ability was. Come to think about it, now that he was a saint, There were more new things he was supposed to be able to do. Awakened traveled to the dream realm when they slept, while masters could do it at any time. They still needed a gateway to come back, though. Saints, however, were akin to miniature gateways themselves. They were supposed to come and go between the two worlds as they pleased, and could even bring other living beings with them, although that last part was very limited. So, how was he supposed to learn to do so without the spell? Although its help was subtle, it did help Awakened learn their innate abilities by making them instinctual. Controlling essence, using memories, placing tethers in the waking world, and many other things. The subconscious knowledge of how to accomplish all these feats was placed in the heads of the Awakened by the spell. Sunny did not have such a luxury anymore. I should still be able to sense how to use my transformation ability, at least. He looked around, evaluating the small pocket of dusty space. What would happen if his transcendent form was truly giant? Would he break through the debris or cause a collapse and bury himself? Most likely, it would simply not work if there was not enough space. He was still curious to try, though. Sunny looked at his 6 shadows and asked, "What do you think, should I?" Surrounding Sunny in a semicircle, they stared at him silently. Happy shrugged without confidence. Sunny chuckled wistfully. "Come on, I'm a saint now, can you believe it? After all the crap I went through to get to this point, it would be a shame not to try." He searched within his soul, hoping to find something new and unfamiliar. It was an extremely strange thing, to explore his own self blindly. However, one's aspect was their own, existing outside of the spell. And so, after some time passed, Sunny did sense it, a new kind of power slumbering deep within him, waiting to be called upon. It was similar to how he sensed his other abilities, but also different. "This is how I transform, I guess." Sunny took a deep breath, and then activated his transformation ability. He had expected his body to balloon and change shape. But nothing happened. There was a considerable pull on his essence, but apart from that, he did not seem to change at all. Sunny frowned. "What the hell?" Somewhat unsettled, he looked at his shadows and said, "Why isn't it?" But then the words died on his lips. The shadows were gone. Instead, 6 identical versions of him were sitting in a semicircle around him, all clad in fearsome onyx armor, staring at him with confused expressions. Chapter 1583, Shadow Avatars. 1583 Shadow Avatars. Sunny found himself surrounded by 6 identical versions of himself, all staring at him with confused expressions. Alabaster skin, raven black hair, eyes that were like glistening onyx. All of them were clad in full suits of fearsome onyx armor. As well, its design both intricate and impregnable. He stared at them back. For a moment, Sunny was scared. And who could blame him? He had just managed to rid himself of the sin of solace, avoided being consumed by the mad prince, and survived a meeting with his frightening future self, each a version of him. But no. None of the 3 was among the 6 copies that were sitting around him in a semicircle. In fact, the 6 imposters looked strangely familiar, and not just because they looked exactly like him. Rather, they were like versions of Sunny that each possessed a distinct personality, which subtly changed how they looked. One was sullen, another was joyful, one was deadpan and unsettling, while the one next to him was arrogant and disdainful. The 5th copy seemed mischievous, while the last one looked like a complete lunatic. They were his shadows. Sunny felt like pinching himself. "Hey, you guys, what are you doing?" 6 identical copies of him glanced at each other, then shrugged in unison. "That's not helping." When it became clear that none of them was going to explain himself, Sunny shook his head in bewilderment. So this was his transformation ability. Come to think of it, it makes sense. Transformation abilities were varied. Some were more unique, while most allowed saints to assume the shape of powerful beasts. Sunny had expected to become a giant beast as well, but then again, wasn't he already capable of that? His mastery of Shadow Shell allowed him to assume the form of all manner of creatures, provided he knew how. Serpents, leopards, and winged horrors. As long as Sunny studied someone for a bit, he could grasp the essence of their being through shadow dance and recreate it through shadow manifestation. Of course, that transformation was purely physical and did not grant him the mystical powers of the beings whose forms he used. In that regard, Shadow Shell was a lesser version of a true transformation ability. But it was still an immensely powerful tool, and much more versatile than almost any such ability could be. It was reasonable, then, that his transformation would have nothing to do with his body. Instead, it had to do with the invaluable helpers that followed him around. His shadows. The new ability transformed them into perfect copies of Sunny, which was different from simply making them tangible through shadow manifestation. If simply made tangible, the shadows were fragile and vulnerable, exposing his soul to lethal damage. These shadow avatars, however, were just as strong and durable as Sunny's own body was. That much was already apparent. He could see the proof himself. That proof was the marble mantle. No, it would be the onyx mantle now, wouldn't it? Its bound trait was supposed to make it as strong as his soul was. Since Sunny was transcendent now, the mantle would have risen to a new rank as well. In any case, the mantle was a manifestation of the onyx shell attribute. And since each of the shadows was clad in the fearsome armor, they seemed to possess the same attribute. Which meant that they possessed the rest of his attributes, too. Master of Shadows, Flame of Divinity, Onyx Shell, and the three weaves, Blood Weave, Bone Weave, and Soul Weave. Fated, meanwhile, was up in the air. Sunny was not sure if he even had such an attribute anymore. He took a deep breath. Since the shadow avatars possessed his attributes, they were just as resilient and durable as him. The weaves granted them strength and made their bodies exceedingly tenacious, while the onyx shell granted them protection against all kinds of attacks, as well as a handful of extremely useful traits. So they were just as robust as him. But were they as powerful? What exactly could they do? Sunny hesitated for a moment and then decided to find out just that. He could still perceive the world through the shadows. Now that Sunny composed himself, he could give them a few simple commands to see what they were capable of while manifested through his transcendent ability. He concentrated on the gloomy version of himself. Sunny was about to open his mouth to give the command, but at that moment, something strange happened, making him fall. Silent. As he concentrated on the shadow and its perception, it was as though their connection deepened and changed. Sunny was still looking at the sullen version of himself, and in turn looking at himself through the eyes of the sullen shadow, but it felt entirely different. It was as though he was not just perceiving himself from outside his body, but actually had two bodies. Startled, Sunny flinched back. At the same time, his second body flinched back too, and he felt himself flinching back twice. He opened his mouth. "What the hell? What the hell?" His second body cried out, as well, two identical voices breaking the silence of the dusty pocket of space at the same time. Sunny froze, looking at himself, and at the same time his other body also froze, looking at himself. He felt the cracked floor under his hands and shards of concrete under his other hands. Sunny raised his left hand and waved at himself, simultaneously raising his other left hand to wave at himself. How weird. It was indeed as if there were two of him. He could not only perceive the world through the shadow avatar, but also control it as he would his own body. As his eyes suddenly glistened with burning intensity, Sunny concentrated. In the next moment, his own body waved its left hand again, while the shadow avatar waved its right. Complete independence. Throwing a glance at the other 5 copies of himself, Sunny gritted his teeth. Then, each of the 7 identical young men trapped in the ruins performed a separate action. One rose to his feet, another lowered himself to the floor, one turned his head to the left while the one next to him turned his head to the right. The 5th closed his eyes, the 6th pressed his hands against his ears. The last one covered his mouth with a hand. 7 stunned gasps resounded at the same time, one of them slightly muffled. The first Sunny, the original Sunny, swayed a little. Controlling 7 bodies at the same time put a lot of pressure on his mind, but it was not nearly as burdensome as almost anyone else would have found it. Sunny was perfectly accustomed to perceiving the world from multiple points of view. After all, so although it took some adjustment to exist in 7 places at the same time, he was more than capable of managing it. It was going to take some time to get used to it, but Sunny had no doubt. One day, soon, he would be able to wield his 6 shadow avatars into battle. which meant that, instead of becoming a saint, Sunny had become 7 saints. Chapter 1584, Sevenfold. 1584, Sevenfold. After calming down a little, Sunny conducted a few simple experiments to figure out what exactly his shadow avatars were capable of. The results left him a bit breathless. The most important thing about his transformation ability was that the manifested shadows were, indeed, no different from himself. They possessed the exact same body and the exact same attributes. More than that, they were just as powerful as Sunny, meaning each of the 6 avatars was as fast, strong, and resilient as a transcendent terror. But that was not all. Not only did they possess the same power as him, they could also use the same abilities as him, meaning that all 6 avatars could independently use shadow control, shadow step, and shadow manifestation. They could also summon his shadows, wield the memories he possessed, and weave strings of shadow essence. Most frighteningly of all, each of them could form their own shadow shells. Even though maintaining several shells at the same time almost made Sunny pass out, he could theoretically turn each of his avatars into a different kind of terrifying creature. There were 2 things Sunny and his shadow avatars shared, though. The first one was rather obvious. It was his mind. The shadow avatars could act independently, following his commands to the best of their ability. But when he took direct control of their bodies, it was not as though he suddenly had several consciousnesses. Rather, his sole consciousness controlled many bodies and therefore took on the corresponding burden. A weird quirk of that situation was that the shadows refused to speak unless the body was directly controlled by him, despite being physically able to. Whether it was an external limitation or simply not in their nature, he did not know. In any case, that meant that his flaw prohibited him from lying even through the mouths of the avatars. The second thing Sunny shared with his avatars was his soul. That was why they were able to summon his shadows and his memories. That was also why all 7 of them shared the same pool of shadow essence. Maintaining the avatars already cost him a considerable amount of essence. If all of them went around using powerful enchantments and activating their abilities simultaneously, the result would be truly cataclysmic, without a doubt, but also short-lived. If Ascended Sunny possessed this transformation ability, he would have been forced to only use I.T. to deliver short bursts of truly devastating damage, or short periods of incredible utility. However, Sunny was not Ascended anymore. His transcendent soul was full of frighteningly potent essence now, and could passively replenish it with spirit essence when in the embrace of shadows, to boot. Just as important was the fact that he had Soul Weave. Soul Weave entirely changed the potential of his transformation ability. With it reinforcing his soul, Sunny could summon the full wrath of his avatars for much longer. Beside that, he could also sustain a few of them permanently without losing any essence. The natural rate at which it was expended and replenished now made it so that he did not need to dismiss at least a couple of his avatars at all. Which meant that he was one of those exceedingly rare, freakish saints who could maintain their transformation indefinitely. There was another important piece of information in that latest discovery, too. It was that he did not need to transform all of his shadows at the same time. He could make some into avatars while keeping the rest in their natural form. Those shadows that remained in their natural form, then, could augment either him or the manifested avatars. The proportion could be whatever he desired. He could augment himself with all 6 shadows, manifest an avatar and augment it with the remaining 5 shadows, share the augmentation between himself and the avatar, do the same with 2 avatars, and so on. In short, it was a supremely flexible and adaptable ability. Sunny could shift freely between being a single source of overwhelming power or several sources of slightly less unreasonable might. With his shadows added into the mix, the amount of strategies he could come up with grew even more varied. In short, it's ridiculous. The amount of power and flexibility that Sunny now commanded was nothing short of daunting. He was already slightly frightened by his transcendent might. Now that there could be 7 of him, that feeling only grew more intense. Sunny had always held a lot of respect for saints, but now that he was a saint himself, and one of the most powerful saints in existence, no less, he truly understood why each of them was a singular existence among the awakened. Granted, there were some limitations to his newfound power. The burden on his mind and reserves of shadow essence was one of them, obviously. The need to arm each of the avatars with suitable equipment was another. They might all be wearing the onyx mantle, but that was simply because it was a manifestation of his attribute. If he summoned a powerful memory weapon, 6 copies of it would not magically appear in the hands of the avatars. There would be only one. Which was a moot point for the moment. Sunny did not even have a memory weapon right now, let alone a powerful one. How the mighty have fallen. He spent a moment in bitter silence, shocked at the fact. And by thinking about it, Sunny had to face some other facts. Now that he had conducted the exploration of his new abilities, an initial exploration, at least, he had no choice but to turn his mind to other matters. Much more frightening matters than his transcendent power was. What had happened at the end of the nightmare? What had that cursed terror, whose identity was rather obvious, done to him? Was his fate really broken, and was he free? What had happened with the other members of the cohort in Verge? Were all of them all right? What had happened to Antarctica after the Battle of the Black Skull? Now that Sunny was back in the waking world, there was no escaping finding the answers to all these questions. He looked at his 6 identical but distinct avatars. After a few moments of silence, Sunny asked, "Shall we go take a look?" Just as expected, he was met with silence. The shadows seemed to be looking at him with expressions of support, though each in its own way. Sunny took a deep breath and then looked up at the unstable ceiling of the pocket of space, inside a ruin that he had found himself in. Let's climb out of this concrete tomb, then. Chapter 1585, Climbing Out of a Grave. Sunny looked at the ceiling, extending his shadow sense upward. At the same time, he allowed his mind to drift back to the very end of the nightmare. And what a nightmare it had been! Sunny did not know how long he had spent wandering the dreadful currents of the great river trying to escape the tomb of Ariel. The last cycle had taken, how long was it? Close to a year. And that was only his subjective time. For some people, like Cassie and Mordred, it had lasted for much longer. But that was only the final of the countless cycles. So he could not even guess how long of a journey it had been. What he did know, however, was that it ended in the very heart of the estuary, past the silent lake where Ariel's heretical testament had been inscribed, near the forgotten grave of the demon of oblivion, where a cursed terror had been waiting for him, hidden in the darkness, that terror. Sunny was more or less sure who it was. The loathsome thieving bird, hated both by the gods and the beings of the void. It was the thieving miscreant who had stolen the weaver's eyes, and whose spawn he had slain on the forgotten shore, thus receiving the drop of Ichor and Weaver's lineage. That single event had started the chain of falling dominoes that intertwined his fate with the nebulous demon, as well as the rest of the demons and the dead gods. Wasn't it very ironic, then, that the thieving bird would be the one to break that fate? And Sunny was pretty sure that that was exactly what the vile thing had done. The moment the thieving bird's talons plunged into his chest, he felt it taking something from his soul. But then, he vaguely sensed it taking something else from somewhere that lay even deeper. It was a hard thing to describe. Even now, Sunny felt somehow different in addition to all the changes caused by the transcendence. It was as though a burden he did not even know he was carrying had been lifted, making him feel both unburdened and scarily untethered. Had the vile thieving bird stolen his fate? That would certainly be one way, an indescribably bewildering and roundabout way, for Cassie's promise that he would gain freedom in the estuary to come true. It would also explain whose true name Torment had delivered to the blind seer at the cost of her life. But what did it mean exactly for his fate to be stolen? Did it even work? Did he lose the fated attribute? Was he really free? What about Shadow Bond? He had been banished from the nightmare spell as a result of losing his fate. Would his mystical connection to Nephis be severed as well? Sunny frowned, knowing that he would find out soon. One thing is certain, though. If the nightmare had not ended at just the right moment, he would have certainly been killed. Sunny could justifiably be proud of his power and prowess, but he was a mere ant in front of a cursed terror, and a very special cursed terror at that. If even Weaver had fallen victim to the vile thieving bird, what hope did he have to resist it? What was that thing even doing in the burial chamber? Why did it enter the tomb of Ariel? And how did it get past the guardian of the lake? The last question was the easiest to answer. The vile thing had even been able to steal from the demon of fate, so bypassing a guardian left behind by Ariel would certainly have been easy for it. As for the other two, A piece of Weaver's soul had been left in the heart of Ariel's tomb. Perhaps the thieving bird had become obsessed with the demon of fate. The description of the drop of ichor said that it had been enamored by Weaver's beautiful eyes, after all. Not to mention that it had gone mad after witnessing the reflection of the void frozen in Weaver's pupil. Had it stolen Sonny's fate because it was connected to the enigmatic demon? If so, it would have probably taken his body and soul as well, given the chance. He had inherited 3 parts of Weaver's lineage, after all. Was the nightmare ending just at the right moment simple luck, or the last gift from Fated? Sonny did not know, nor did he care, really. If he was truly free from that damned attribute, he would rather never remember that it had ever existed at all. Let's go. He had already extended his shadow sense as far as he could, which was much further than before now that he was a saint. Sadly, all he could feel was a mess of compressed concrete and alloy for dozens of meters above. That was only logical, considering that Valor's stronghold in Antarctica had been largely built underground. He was, more or less, buried alive. Figures. Still, there was no reason to worry. Sonny could not simply use Shadow Step to reach the surface, but he was more than strong enough to burrow through the ruins. Mundane concrete and alloy could not stop a saint. However, there was a simpler method. Sonny lingered for a moment, then dismissed his avatars and wrapped the shadows around his body. Then he dissolved into the darkness, becoming a shadow himself. The collapsed stronghold was not a monolith. Even after it crumbled, there was plenty of space left between the debris, perhaps not enough to accommodate a human body, but more than enough for a formless shadow to slip through. Gliding up the wall, Sonny slid into a thin crack between 2 concrete plates and slithered upward for a few meters, eventually reaching a dead end where the debris was compressed too tightly, leaving no gaps. There, he simply used Shadow Sense to locate another tiny pocket of empty space nearby and teleported to it, still maintaining the form of a shadow. Just like that, he ascended higher and higher, slowly approaching the surface. In the process, Sonny discovered something remarkable. Now that he could absorb the ambient essence while in the embrace of shadows, the rate at which his own essence was being consumed to keep himself intangible was lower T. And the rate at which it was being replenished. In other words, Sonny could remain in the form of a shadow indefinitely now, for as long as he stayed away from bright light and true darkness. Amazing. Eventually, he reached another large pocket of space and temporarily assumed corporeal form to look around. By some luck, the level of destruction was much lower here, enough so that there were mostly intact pieces of furniture strewn around the floor, covered in dust. Sonny observed the dark, claustrophobic space for a few moments, then took a step forward and bent down, fishing out a small device from under the dust. It was a standard-issue military communicator, its screen cracked. Nevertheless, the communicator was still working. When Sonny picked it up, the broken screen lit up, revealing a fragmented image. The thing seemed to be malfunctioning, but he could still make out what he needed: the time and date. Staring at the blinking screen, Sonny opened his eyes wide. Huh. According to the broken communicator, today was roughly a week since the disastrous battle of the Black Skull. Considering the time the members of the cohort had spent traversing the harrowing desert, the spell sent them back to the exact moment they had entered the Seed of Nightmare. While they were wandering the dreadful depths of the tomb of Ariel, time stood still in the waking world. Chapter 1586, Gray Sky. 1586, Gray Sky. Sonny let out a long sigh and tossed the broken communicator away. I see. He felt a strange mix of profound relief and tense apprehension. The reason for being relieved was obvious. Sonny did not know how many cycles it had taken them to conquer the nightmare, but from what he had seen in the estuary, it was at least thousands. Therefore, he had been secretly afraid to return to the waking world, only to find out that humans there had gone extinct thousands of years ago. That rain and everyone else he knew were long gone. Alternatively, the strange nature of the great river could have resulted in them leaving the nightmare in the time corresponding to where they were in relation to the estuary, namely, in the Age of Gods, which would have been terrible in its own right. So the fact that their third nightmare had taken no time at all, from the point of view of the waking world, was one of the best possible outcomes. However, it also meant that Sonny and the other members of the cohort had been sent to a continent where an unknown number of great horrors were currently roaming freely. Now that they were saints, did they stand a chance in a battle against the terrifying creatures that had entered the waking world during the Battle of the Black Skull? That was the reason Sonny felt tense. I wonder if we'll meet Skinwalker again. He smiled somberly, and then dissolved into shadows once more. At least I didn't miss years of Rain's life. Encouraging himself like that, Sonny continued slithering through the ruins. After a while, he finally reached the surface. Sonny found himself on the slope of a vast crater under a stormy gray sky. Even though the situation was more than a little ominous, he suddenly felt a strange sense of comfort. It was a privilege many people never thought about, to have a familiar sky above their heads, to be home. Without wasting any time, Sonny scaled the slope and escaped the embrace of shadows at the top of the tall mound formed by the crater. Standing there, he looked around, at what he had expected to be the ruins of an obliterated siege capital. To his surprise, the siege capital did not look particularly obliterated. Sure, there were signs of destruction here and there, with a few buildings having collapsed, but Valor's stronghold seemed to have sustained the worst damage. Most of the city was still intact, and there were crowds of people moving through the streets in an orderly manner, escorted by the soldiers. As Sonny assessed this scene, two details attracted his attention, both shaking him to the very core. The first one was near the center of the city, where a large park sprawled. There, a giant gate pierced the sky, dwarfing the tallest building in the siege capital. It was like a vertical fracture in the fabric of the world, instilling him with terror. Here too, but why? Then he noticed that there was something strange about the giant gate. It was entirely, utterly wrong. Usually the gates looked like tears in reality, revealing nothing but vile darkness in their depths. But this one was different. Not only did Sonny not feel an instinctive revulsion toward the strange gate, but there was also no darkness within it. Instead, he could see to the other side. There, clearly visible through the fracture of the gate, a beautiful lake sparkled under bright sunlight, and from that lake rose a magnificent castle. It was Bastion. Sonny was still struggling to comprehend that stunning sight when he noticed something else. There was an orderly column of refugees slowly entering the gate. He shuddered. That is impossible. A nightmare gate was not something one could enter. It was a door that only opened one way, from the dream realm into the waking world. Therefore, anyone trying to pass through a gate from that side was destined to fail. More than that, approaching a gate was lethal. Sonny had briefly brushed against one himself in Falcon Scott, and it was a memory he did not wish to revisit. So how could countless refugees be passing through the strange nightmare gate? Was it even a nightmare gate, or something else entirely? The answers to these questions were, perhaps, connected to the second detail Sonny had been stunned to see. And that one was far more chilling. Out there, far away from him, the great wall of the siege capital stood, broken and torn. Long spans of it had collapsed, and beyond them a mountain of black flesh was rolling across the plain, devouring everything in sight. There were no soldiers, no awakened, and no lumbering MWPs on top of the damaged wall. However, there was a single human there, facing the great horror with indifferent resolve. From that distance, Sonny couldn't see who it was exactly. All he could tell was that it was a man. The man was tall, with broad shoulders, his posture as straight and sharp as a steel sword. A long vermilion cloak fluttered in the wind behind his back. The man did not move, but the stormy clouds seemed to follow his will, flowing across the sky. A rustling haze connected the clouds with the crawling mountain of black flesh, as if rain was falling from the sky. That rustle... Sonny looked up at the clouds that obscured the heavens like a gray veil. And no, it can't be. It was only then that he understood that they were no clouds at all. Instead, they were countless flying swords, enough of them to form a storm front, all moving with clear and hypnotizing, lethal intent. The haze he saw in the distance was not rain, but thousands of swords falling on the colossal abomination like a bombardment of slaying steel, shredding and slicing its profane flesh apart. Sonny paled, forgetting to breathe. He suddenly realized who the man facing the great horror was, what the strange gate was, and why the siege capital had not been destroyed yet. The King of Swords had descended into the waking world. And with him, the harrowing might of a sovereign's domain had descended, as well. Chapter 1587, Dreamgate. 1587, Dreamgate. Sonny remained motionless for a few moments, staring at the distant figure wearing a bright vermilion cloak. The clouds veiling the sky were not clouds, but a myriad of flying swords. The man standing on the ruined wall of the siege capital was not a mere mortal, but a sovereign. One of the three supreme humans in existence. Anvil of Valor, the King of Swords. The sovereign was facing a great titan. Sunny recognized that harrowing creature from the Battle of the Black Skull, where it had decimated the armies of both Valor and Song. The titan was vast and abominable, its power inconceivable. But the King of Swords was no less terrifying. He was more like a force of nature than a human being, a walking cataclysm that tolerated no defiance. Where Anvil stood, his will was the law. Wherever his sword pointed was his kingdom. And within the borders of his kingdom, his authority was absolute. Whoever dared to disobey would be obliterated by a flood of slaying swords. Sunny took a stifled breath. Crazy, it's crazy. That was what Nephis wanted to fight against. He slowly shook his head and forced himself to look away from the awesome visage of the Rain of Swords. If each of them was infused with the power of a supreme being, then Anvil was much more powerful than Sunny had ever imagined. Considering that he was effortlessly controlling enough swords to cover the entire sky, this whole siege capital could be destroyed by the tyrannical sovereign in a matter of seconds. There was no one in the waking world strong enough to stop him. Well, except for the other two, Kai Song and Asterion. Are they here in Antarctica as well? Sunny wondered. The Queen of Worms had to have descended too. As for the most mysterious of the sovereigns who knew, his ways were inscrutable. Finally, his gaze settled on the Titanic gate. A nightmare gate, no, not quite. A dream gate. Something clicked in his mind, and Sunny's eyes widened slightly. Of course, it makes sense. Sunny had been wary of the sovereigns for many years, but he did not really know a lot about them and about their power. What did it mean exactly to be supreme? He had learned that the sovereigns possessed a unique ability to create, rule, and expand their domains. Even this piece of information was vague and shallow at best. However, that was not what Sunny was currently thinking about. Rather, he was thinking about a more subtle characteristic of those carrying the nightmare spell. Awakened traveled to the dream realm when they slept. Masters could enter it at will and physically, leaving a tether behind. ND, saints were like miniature gateways, able to come and go between the two worlds as they pleased, and even carry people with them. What about the sovereigns, then? How did this facet of their power evolve when they rose to the supreme rank? Wouldn't it be reasonable to assume that theirs would be a continuation of the power that all saints possessed? That they would not only contain a gateway within themselves, but would actually be capable of creating a stable external bridge between the two worlds? The opposite of a nightmare gate. Nightmare gates allowed abominations to leave the dream realm and enter the waking world. A dream gate, then, would allow living beings to enter the dream realm from this side. He is evacuating civilians. Indeed, that was what the King of Swords was doing. The evacuation army had spent close to a year ferrying refugees over the dreadful expanse of the ocean to other quadrants. The process was slow. After all, the seafaring alloy behemoths could accommodate only so many people, and it took them more than a month to make a round trip. Not to mention all the dangers that the naval convoys faced at sea. The government had evacuated as many refugees as they could, and the operation would have probably ended in a semblance of success, if not for the 3 Category 4 gates that had opened during the Battle of the Black Skull. With the great nightmare creatures roaming East Antarctica, there was no hope of anyone surviving: the civilian population, the evacuation army, the small contingents of legacy awakened. All of them were destined to die. East Antarctica would have ended up the same way the Antarctic Center had, with everyone who was not already evacuated perishing in the flood of abominations. And so the two sovereigns must have descended, holding back the great horrors and opening a new, much more efficient path to salvation: the Dream Gates. Perhaps it was because they could not allow their children, Morgan, Sation, Beastmaster, and Silent Stalker, to die. Perhaps it was because Mordred had been right, and the sovereigns could not abandon humanity that easily. The new world they were building in the Dream Realm had to be populated by someone, after all, and hundreds of millions of refugees with nowhere else to go were the perfect fuel for strengthening their domains and nurturing more awakened. In any case, here it was. Antarctica's salvation. Sonny felt both incredibly relieved and indescribably bitter as he looked at the towering dream gate. Relieved because his worst fears had not come true, and his mission, the evacuation army's mission, was not doomed to fail. All the sacrifices that he and his soldiers had made were not in vain. At the same time, he felt incredibly bitter because the unexpected salvation had come from those whom he despised the most, the great clans, whose conceited indifference created this terrible situation in the first place. If only they had moved sooner. If only they had not wasted so much time secretly fighting each other instead of preventing the chain of nightmares from claiming countless lives. He could already see the mighty propaganda machine spinning its wheels, burying the truth in the clamor of triumphant fanfares. Look at the noble heroes of the legacy clans, who had selflessly come to the rescue of the southern quadrant in its darkest moment, just like these faithful guardians of humanity always did. Come to think of it, the sovereigns had finally chosen to reveal their existence. That would also be spun into a fitting tale, no doubt. Probably something about the champions of the two great clans rushing to conquer the fourth nightmare in order to assist the people of Antarctica. That would also explain why they had been so late to offer genuine support. They had not been tardy at all, but had instead been risking their lives in a nightmare. A dark expression appeared on Sonny's face. "Oh, I hate it." But at the same time, he couldn't hate it. As long as people were saved, did the hypocrisy of the sovereigns really matter? Of course, he still had many questions. Would all these refugees be infected by the nightmare spell as soon as they entered the nightmare spell? What were the limitations that made it difficult for the sovereigns to enter the waking world? And how had they bypassed these limitations to appear in Antarctica? How would the world change now that the existence of the Supremes was revealed, and millions of mundane people crossed over to the dream realm? And so on. Well, he could take his time finding the answers to all these questions. For now, the situation did not seem critical. With Anvil holding down the fort, the siege capital was not on the verge of being destroyed. Judging by how orderly the soldiers and the civilians were moving, the situation was under control, or at least not critical. Therefore, Sonny's first priority was to find the members of the cohort. Since he had been sent back to where his tether had been, and placed in the waking world, the rest of them would be, too. Which meant that Mordred and Jet had been sent to the siege capital controlled by Song, while Effie and Kai had been sent to the evacuation army headquarters. Nephis and Cassie, though, were supposed to be right here, probably somewhere in the same ruins he had just crawled from. Taking a deep breath, Sonny looked around, studying the crater. It was then that he was thrown to the ground, and a massive explosion tore the center of the crater apart. Chapter 1588 Unchained. 1588 Unchained. The ground shook, and some parts of the crater's slope collapsed. Sonny, who was standing on the edge of its mound, lost his balance and rolled down, dirt and pieces of debris raining on him from above. Ouch! Coming to a halt much further down the slope than he had been before, he could not see the Dream Gate and the King of Swords anymore. What he could see, however, was a towering pillar of white flame rising from the torn depths of the wide crater. It moved and twisted, as if alive, as though a giant made from pure flame was stretching its shoulders after being trapped underground for a long time. For a moment, Sonny was entranced, thinking that he could make out the shape of a winged being woven from dancing flame, hidden in the depths of the incandescent pillar. Then the whirlwind of flame collapsed on itself, and slowly formed into a humanoid figure. The radiant being looked like a beautiful, pure spirit of immaculate light. Her graceful body contrasted against the dark soil of the deep crater. With wide wings spread behind her like a blinding mantle, she slowly glided down. The moment her feet touched the ground, it started to melt. Slowly, the brilliance of her skin grew dimmer and was then extinguished. Without the blinding light, Sonny could finally see who had just escaped the ruins. Of course, he had already guessed who it was. It was Nephis. She looked just like the last time he had seen her, but also different. Not only because the white metal of the Starlight Legion armor was torn and scorched, breached in half a dozen places, and not only because her presence seemed to illuminate the world, so much stronger and tantalizing than it had been before, and not even because she had grown even more beautiful after undergoing the rebirth of transcendence. No, it was because Nephis had wings. A pair of white wings extended from her back, looking too majestic and pure to be a part of this mortal world. Sunny stared enthralled. Partial transformation. There were transformation abilities that had several steps to them. From the looks of it, Nephs had at least three: the winged form, the brilliant spirit of light whose radiant body seemed to contain an ocean of furious flame, and the vast mass of unleashed fire that could seemingly assume any form or no form at all. At least that was what Sunny surmised after catching a glimpse of Nephs striking a rival. There had to be more to this transformation, of course. Sunny doubted that a divine aspect would be limited to enhancing one's might and granting one the ability to fly. He stared for a few more moments, then sighed. Well, I can ask her later. For now, Sunny had to do something very unpleasant. Namely, explain himself. What was one supposed to say after leaving his partner to face the last challenge of a dreadful nightmare alone? Sorry, I had to step out to break fate really quick. He winced, not looking forward to that conversation at all. Shaking his head, Sunny stood up and spent a moment evaluating his appearance through the shadows. He would lie if he said that he wasn't apprehensive about his looks at the moment. Becoming transcendent had improved his body once again, after all. So, he was certain that he was now reasonably attractive. Even though it was a bit childish, he wanted Nephis to see him in the best possible light the first time they met after escaping the tomb of Ariel. Sadly, it did not really matter. No matter how beautiful the transcendence had made him, it was impossible to tell what he looked like right now, because Sunny was completely covered in dirt, dust, and soot. His face was almost entirely hidden beneath a layer of grime. Ah, curses! He hastily rubbed his face, but only managed to spread the dirt around. Got him it. It was too late, however, because that movement attracted Neph's attention. She turned her head and looked at him, her eyes shining with radiant white light. Sunny smiled nervously, then hesitated and took a step in her direction. He had more than one reason to feel nervous. There were the complicated intricacies of his relationship with Nephis and the consequences of the choice he had made, yes. But there was also the reason he had made that choice. His connection to the nightmare spell was gone, and his fated attribute was also gone. What about Shadow Bond? As Sunny walked, considering what he would say, Nephis spoke in a calm, even tone. Stop. He took a couple more steps, Nd froze, stunned. First, because she had broken her promise once again and given him an order. And second, because he had not felt compelled to follow that order. It was gone. The connection between him and Nephis was gone. Even though Sunny had stopped, it was of his own volition. When she told him to do so, there was nothing forcing him to stop walking. Nothing had overwritten his personal will, nothing had violated his freedom and agency. Even though he had received a direct command, there was no reaction at all. Sunny took a shaky breath. It worked. An involuntary smile found its way onto his face. I am free. Sunny had been a bit scared to face Nephis after abandoning her at Verge, but he was much more scared that his decision to leave had been for nothing. That would have been a really, really bitter pill to swallow. But luckily, it had not been in vain. Everything had worked just as promised. Fated was gone. The chain of Shadow Bond wrapped around his neck was gone as well. His wish had come true. His smile widened, refusing to go away, which was a bit awkward, considering the nature of the conversation they were about to have. Sunny opened his mouth, trying to say something, but Nephis beat him to it. Looking at him coldly, she frowned slightly and asked, Who are you? There was no hint of recognition in her voice. Identify yourself. Chapter 1589 Untethered. Identify yourself. Sunny's smile froze. His body froze too. For a moment he was utterly confused, doubting that he had heard Nephis correctly. But there was no doubt her voice was very clear. Identify yourself? What is she doing, giving me the cold shoulder? He could understand if she was angry at him because of what had happened on the cold shores of Verge. Resentful even. But still, wasn't it too childish to pretend as if she did not know him? Sunny tried to calm down, but at the same time he knew that he was deceiving himself. Nephis was not the kind of person to lash out by treating him as a stranger. She just genuinely did not recognize him. How can it be? Well, to be fair, he was indeed covered in dust and dirt from head to bottom. It was easy to mistake him for someone else. No, was it? It might have been for someone else, but not for Nephis. She knew him far too well for that, not to mention that he was wearing a rather unique suit of armor. There was no mistaking the onyx mantle. Sonny hesitated, not knowing what to say. But he had to say something because the pressure of the flaw was building, forcing him to answer. "It's me, Sonny." His voice sounded strangely lost. Neff's frown deepened slightly. "Your affiliation." Petrified and feeling his hair stand on end, Sonny answered stiffly. "Evacuation Army, I guess. Army Command Special Envoy." What was going on? What was happening? As Sonny was balancing on the edge of mental collapse, desperately trying to keep the emotions from showing on his face, Nephis nodded. It seemed that he accepted his explanation easily. She looked around, then opened her mouth to say something, possibly to ask what was going on, what date it was, and what state the southern quadrant was in. But then her expression changed, and she turned slightly, as if listening to a distant sound. "Cassie." A moment later, Nephis dashed away and plunged her hands into the slope of the crater. Her beautiful white wings spread, and with a barely audible gasp, she pulled a massive alloy plate from under the ground. The plate itself must have weighed many tons, and with the added weight of all the soil and debris piled on top, it should have taken titanic strength to raise it. But that was exactly the kind of strength Nephis possessed. Straining her slender body, she gritted her teeth and tossed the massive plate of torn alloy to the side. It landed a dozen meters away from them, making the whole crater shake and raising a cloud of dust into the air. Then Nephis jumped down into the ruins below, leaving Sonny alone for a few moments. He gasped for air, suffocating. "Fate, the thieving bird stole my fate." But what did it mean to have his fate stolen? In simple terms, it meant that the loathsome miscreant had taken all the countless strings of fate that bound Sonny and tore them away, leaving Sonny entirely free of their shackles. However, those shackles were also what made Sonny the person he was, and what connected him to all other living beings, as well as to the world itself. He suddenly remembered a thought that had visited him once, in the depths of a nightmare. As one went through life, they collected strings and tethers that connected them to others. Everyone's fates were intertwined, and everyone was tied down and bound by those numerous connections, some of them fleeting, some deep and precious. Sonny, too, was tethered to the world that way. Or rather, he had been, by proclaiming that he wanted to break fate, that he wished to be free of its chains. Had he not proclaimed his desire to set himself free from SA tethers as well? His mouth was suddenly terribly dry. Taking a step back, Sonny swayed and almost fell down. His face was as pale as that of a ghost. "Be careful of what you wish for." A disbelieving chuckle escaped from his lips. He should have known that there would be a price to pay. No, he had known. Of course he knew. But he stubbornly pressed forward anyway, to gain freedom. Well, now he had gained it. He had liberated himself, not just from fate, but from everything. When the vile, thieving bird stole the strings of fate wrapped around him, it also tore his very existence from the tapestry of fate. And so his existence was erased from the fabric of the world. His fated attribute was gone. His connection to the nightmare spell was gone. And much more importantly, he had lost his true name as well, because true names were innately tied to one's fate. That was why Nephis could not command him anymore. Everything about his aspect remained intact, including his innate ability, Shadow Bond. Find a worthy master and let them know your true name. Once they recite it out loud, you will be bound to their will, unable to disobey any command. It is improper for a shadow, let alone a divine one, to walk around without a master. Shadow Bond had not disappeared. It was just that Sonny did not have a true name anymore, and therefore its condition could not be fulfilled. The bond formed between him and Nephis was broken, and no one else was going to be able to enslave him ever again. Because a fateless being could not earn a true name, Sonny was truly and utterly free. But at what cost? The memories of his existence had been erased from the world. Be careful of what you wish for. Sonny fell to the ground and looked up at the gray sky drowning in the flood of rustling swords. After a while, a terrible smile split his face like a jagged chasm. Taking a shallow breath, he laughed bitterly and whispered, "I am free." Chapter 1590 Epilogue. 1590 Epilogue. Winter had grasped the streets of NQSC with frigid fingers, making people on the streets shiver from the chill and hurry to get inside. The sky was distant and cold, full of icy clouds. In one of the more prosperous districts of the city, a splendid-looking young man was sitting on a rusty bench, cradling a cup of luxurious plant-based coffee in his hand. Despite being dressed in light clothes, he didn't seem to be bothered by the cold. In fact, he looked like nothing in this world could bother him. The people rushing past the park couldn't help but throw furtive glances at the young man. His expensive clothes, lithe figure, alabaster skin, gleaming onyx eyes, and lustrous raven-black hair. But most of all, the aura of confidence and subdued power emanating from him made the young man look out of place. It was as if he belonged in a marble palace instead of this small and bleak park. Taking a sip of his coffee, Sonny grimaced and shook his head. Still bitter. Standing up, he tossed the empty cup into a trash bin and crossed the street. There, a convenience store invited potential customers to come inside with a colorful sign. Sonny hesitated for a moment, then opened the door and did just that. The bell fixed above the door rang melodiously, announcing his arrival to the clerk. Ignoring the clerk, who was staring at him with wide eyes, Sonny looked around the modest store. There were all kinds of food items on the shelves, from cheap synth-paste rations to more extravagant natural snacks. This district was mostly visited by a somewhat affluent crowd, so there was a lot to choose from. That said, Sonny did not really know what to buy. Despite having been an affluent person himself once, he had rarely visited stores like this. Most of his time had been spent in the dream realm, anyway, and here in the waking world, he would usually either eat at the academy or cook something up back home. Sonny stared at the shelves for a while, then turned to the window, where a small dining surface was arranged for those who wanted to grab a quick bite right here in the store. Currently, there was only one person sitting in front of the window. It was a pretty young woman in a neat school uniform who was absent-mindedly eating cup ramen while studying the screen of her communicator with a serious expression. She had pale skin and black hair, just like him. In fact, one could even say that the two of them looked quite alike. Sonny cleared his throat and then asked in a neutral tone, "Hey, what's good here?" The girl was distracted from her communicator and turned to him, still engrossed in whatever it was she had been reading. "What?" Then she froze, looking at him with wide eyes. Sonny sighed, already accustomed to such reactions. It had already been a bit bothersome before he transcended, but now that he was a saint, mundane humans were often startled by his appearance. He smiled politely. "I asked what you would recommend. Is that one good?" He pointed to her me. "Elle?" The girl nodded, acting a little bashful. "Ah, yes, sir. Sir, well, it's better than brat, I guess." Sonny nodded and went on to purchase himself the same type of cup ramen. Pouring boiling water into the cup, he sat down on the chair next to the young woman. There were only chairs there, to be fair, and looked into the window. He was unperturbed, but she seemed to be feeling awkward. After a few moments of silence, the girl asked in a shy tone, "Can I ask, sir, are you an awakened?" Sonny glanced at her, then opened the steaming cup of ramen and picked up his chopsticks. "Oh, sure." He enjoyed the spicy smell, then slurped a generous portion of noodles and chewed them with visible delight. "Wow, you weren't lying. This one is really good." The girl stared at him strangely, and then suddenly asked in a hesitant tone, "I am sorry, but do I know you?" Sonny looked at her and remained silent for a few long moments. Then he lightly shook his head. No, I don't think you do. I mean, why would you? I'm quite a memorable person, actually. I doubt someone would easily forget meeting me in normal circumstances." While she looked away in embarrassment, Sonny shrugged. "Why do you ask?" The girl shook her head. "No, it's just that you look familiar, sir. I must have mistook you for someone." Sonny studied her for a couple more seconds, then turned away. "Don't worry, I won't hold it against you." He returned to his food while the young woman finished hers. They didn't speak again for a while, but then Sonny suddenly asked, "Are you a local here in NQSC?" The girl looked at him in surprise. Sure, although I'll be moving soon. My dad, he works for the government, so with everything that is going on, he is being sent to a new post. We'll be leaving in a few months." Sonny sighed. "Ah, I see. Actually, I'll be leaving on a long journey soon, too. He smiled and put his chopsticks down, then added in a strangely wistful tone, because I am far away from home. Sonny remained silent for a few moments, then shook his head and stood up. Well, anyway, thanks for the recommendation. I'll be sure to repay you when we meet again. The young woman looked at him in confusion. And as she did, a dark serpent flowed from her shadow into the young man's shadow, unnoticed. At the same time, the shadow of the young man split in two. One remained glued to him, while the other glided across the floor, hesitated for a moment, and hid in the girl's shadow, replacing the dark serpent. Sonny said a silent goodbye to the happy shadow and smiled. Stay safe, Rain. I'll see you around. With that, he headed for the door. Startled, Rain rose from her seat and called out, Wait, sir, how do you know my name? But the strange awakened was already gone. The bell hanging above the door remained silent, yet the young man was nowhere to be seen. It was as if he had never been there at all. All that remained was an empty cup of noodles and lingering feeling of unexplainable familiarity, and the vivid memory of their odd first meeting. Sonny stepped out of the shadows a few hundred meters away and sighed, looking up. It was time to leave. White snow was falling slowly from the lonesome gray sky. End of Part 3, Well of Wishes. End of Volume 7, The Tomb of Ariel. Chapter 15, 91 years later. 91 years later. There was a rustle, and a gentle breeze caressed Sonny's face. He awoke slowly, allowing himself to enjoy the sweet moments of comfort and peace that dwelled on the edge between dream and wakefulness. His bed was soft, warm, and cozy. Today, it was especially hard to abandon its familiar embrace. After a while, he sighed and opened his eyes. The sun was yet to rise, but the sky outside his window had already started to brighten. The wind blowing from the lake made the curtains flutter, filling the modest bedroom with the delightful smell of freshness. Even after all these years, Sonny was still sometimes startled at how clean and pure the air of the dream realm was. He took a few deep breaths, rubbed his face, and rose from the bed. His room was not very large and not very luxurious. However, it was very cozy. There was a bed, a nightstand, a case with various books crowding the shelves, a writing desk, and a simple dresser. The furniture was made out of natural wood, crafted with affection and care. There were a few decorations added here and there, as well as plenty of signs of the room being well lived in. Well, of course it was. He had been spending his nights here for a long time, after all. Putting on simple clothes and summoning the nebulous mantle, Sonny yawned, tied his hair back, and left the bedroom. He splashed some water in his face, then went to the kitchen and brewed himself a large cup of strong, fragrant coffee. Finally, holding the steaming mug, he left the house and sat down on the porch, intending to enjoy his coffee while watching the sun rise. It was rather hard to get his hands on coffee beans in the dream realm, but today, Sonny wanted to pamper himself. It was his birthday, after all. He was turning 26. Of course, no one in the world knew that. Taking the first sip of his coffee, Sonny smiled slightly and looked up. A few of the brightest stars could still be seen, shining in the pale lavender expanse of the morning sky. Just at that moment, the gentle sun finally crested the dark line of the distant horizon, imbuing the sky with a beautiful golden radiance. The soft twilight of dawn was imbued with a hint of bright daylight. He watched the sun rise while enjoying his coffee. Despite the beautiful sight, Sonny felt a bit of melancholy. He looked down with a wistful smile. I am older than Mom was when she passed now. It was a strange feeling. When Sonny was a child, his mother was the definition of an adult to him, and adults were magical creatures who possessed wondrous and incredible powers. But now he was an adult himself, which was why he was able to realize that his mother had been a kid herself. She was gone, but both her children were alive and doing well. There was precious solace and consolation in that fact, so Sonny did not feel too sad. Well, alive was a given, but he wasn't too sure about doing well. During these last 4 years, he had gone through a long, rough patch and had even done a few very stupid things. Still, it was looking better now. This peaceful morning he was able to enjoy was proof. Sipping on coffee, Sonny watched as sunlight finally reached the lake and reflected on its clear surface. The lake was vast and picturesque, so calm that its surface was like a mirror. A grandiose, magnificent white castle rose from the lake, with vermilion flags fluttering on its many towers. It almost seemed too beautiful to be real, like something from a fairy tale. But of course, it was truly there. The beautiful castle of white stone was Bastion, the great citadel of Clan Valor, where the King of Swords held his court. It was also the heart of a populous city that had grown around the lake in the last 4 years. After the sovereigns had revealed themselves, most of the remaining civilian population of the southern quadrant, around 200 million people, was evacuated directly to the Dream Realm, divided between Bastion and Ravenheart, and gradually funneled into lesser citadels. Later, the Dream Gates were opened in the other quadrants, and even more mundane people received a chance to relocate into the Dream Realm. Even if few understood the true meaning of these events, the gradual exodus of humanity from the waking world had already begun. For now, most of those who left were from the fringes of society, people who did not possess citizenship, and therefore did not receive their share of the scarce resources needed to live a proper life on the dying earth. But Sonny knew more than most. He had no doubt that, sooner or later, everyone would leave if they were given enough time. As the years passed, the situation in the waking world would gradually turn worse and worse. There would be more nightmare gates, more powerful nightmare creatures, and less space for humans to exist, until the entire world was swallowed by the Dream Realm. Granted, humanity was growing stronger too. The chain of nightmares had been like a turning point in history. Before, the number of awakened in the world was relatively limited. There were 100,000 awakened or so, a few hundred masters, and a few dozen saints. After Antarctica, these numbers changed. By now, there must have been no less than 1 million awakened out there, with several thousands of masters and more than 100 saints guiding them all to fight against the nightmare creatures. The balance of power that had been maintained for decades was finally broken, and humanity set out on the path of no return. There were hundreds of millions of mundane humans residing in the Dream Realm, too. Many lived in the sprawling cities surrounding the 3 great citadels, but most had settled across the lesser citadels scattered around the human-controlled regions of this dangerous world. Dozens of towns had popped up here and there, all developing swiftly. Of course, life in the Dream Realm was not easy, and people had to go through a period of adjustment before becoming accustomed to this new, harsh reality. But since most of them were either refugees or from the outskirts of the overcrowded siege capitals, they were no strangers to discomfort. Instead, the lives of many had only improved after leaving the waking world behind. They could not return anyway, or rather they could not return without risking their lives. The moment a mundane human entered the Dream Realm, a seed of nightmare was planted into their soul. However, that seed would not bloom, summoning them into the first nightmare, unless one of 2 conditions had been met. One of the conditions was stepping back into the waking world. The other was leaving the territory of the domain, to which they had pledged their loyalty. Why, as long as the sovereigns willed it, their mundane subjects were protected from the ravages of the nightmare spell. This was another reason why the number of awakened had increased so much in the last 4 years. Those who wished to challenge the first nightmare could simply request it from the great clans instead of waiting to be infected by the spell. Many of them even survived. Sonny took another sip of coffee and turned his head, looking at the lively city that had grown around the beautiful, calm lake. Of course, it could not be compared to a vast human hive like NQSC. However, there was still a startling amount of people here, at least 12 million of them or so. Another 1 million or 2 lived in the castle itself. Building a city like that in a short amount of time was a great undertaking, but with thousands of awakened participating in the construction, all possessing inhuman strength and powerful aspects, it happened surprisingly quickly. Now, the city looked neat and tidy, with 2- or 3-storied houses lined along lovely streets. The houses were built from white stone, their roofs covered by colorful red tiles. There was plenty of trees and greenery, as well, with parks, gardens, and water features placed harmoniously here and there. Modern technology might have been hard to use in the Dream Realm, but nothing prevented the city planners and architects from using the vast accumulated knowledge of humanity and all the processing power of the waking world to do all the preparatory work in advance. In short, Bastion looked very pretty and picturesque. It was also usually quite lively. This early in the morning, however, most people were still asleep, which was why Sonny was able to enjoy his coffee surrounded by peaceful silence. Oh, he owned a house in Bastion as well. More than that, it was a house many would be jealous of. Although not as prestigious as being able to live in the castle itself, his property was on the very shore of the lake, with its back windows opening straight to the water. It was an elegant one-story cottage, which was seemingly built from brown bricks, with a sloping tiled roof and a tall chimney. There was a small garden in the back and a neat lawn in front of it, with herbs and flowers growing in ceramic pots. Since it was situated at the end of the street, few people ever passed by. If they did pass by, however, they would have seen a modest sign hanging above the door of the cottage. It read, Sonny's Brilliant Emporium, Cafe and Memory Boutique. Chapter 1592, Humble Shopkeeper. 1592, Humble Shopkeeper. As the city was slowly waking up, Sonny finished his coffee and leaned back, enjoying his last moments of peace. He did not have a lot of regular customers, but there were some. They were probably going to start arriving soon, which meant that he would be busy for the next few hours. Before that, however, he glanced at his shadow, his gaze becoming distant for a moment. Then a familiar voice whispered into his ear. You have slain a great demon. Your shadow grows stronger. It was his own voice. Sonny brushed his fingers across the black bracelet on his left wrist and slowly exhaled. The bracelet was a memory he had created a while back. It was a crude knockoff of the spell, replacing some of its simplest functions. Announcing his kills was one of them. He shifted slightly. That went better than expected. He had just killed a great demon. Well, technically, it was his other self that had done it. His avatars were not beholden to the maximum range of shadow control, so there was a vast distance between them. Currently, Sonny was simultaneously in 3 separate locations. His original body was here in Bastion, enjoying a peaceful life in the company of the gloomy shadow. He had kept that guise so that people had no reason to ask why he was walking around without a shadow at all. His second self was incarnated by the happy shadow, keeping an eye on Rain. His last avatar was far away, in one of the most dangerous regions of the dream realm, incarnated by the haughty shadow. Haughty, naughty, creepy, and crazy were together. Saint, fiend, serpent, and nightmare were with them as well. Unlike the first two, the third Sonny knew no peace. He wielded the most power of the 3 and spent his days in eternal darkness, often clashing with dreadful abominations. Of course, the 3 of them were actually one person. So Sonny had been enjoying a peaceful morning in Bastion, accompanying Rain and battling the great demon at the same time all along. But he had grown good at compartmentalizing over the years, allowing him to at least pretend to live 3 separate lives. So that thing is finally dead, huh? It had taken him almost a month of meticulous preparations to finally attack the abomination in its lair. Sonny had expected to sustain heavy injuries, but the battle ended well. With the demon's death, there was no one left to challenge him in the immediate vicinity of the temple. Son, Wai lingered for a moment, then summoned the runes. A field of familiar symbols appeared in front of him. The runes themselves might have been the same, but they looked a bit differently. He had designed this whole thing himself, after all, tying the enchantment to his memory, perception, and the black bracelet. So Sonny had taken liberties to change the look and feel of the field of runes to his taste. The runes read, Name Sunless. True name. Rank Transcendent. Class Terror. Shadow Cores 6-7. Shadow Fragments 1591-6000. His true name had been lost in the tomb of Ariel, and he could not earn another while banished from fate. As for his shadow fragments, seeing the measly number, which had been very slow to increase in the past 4 years, made Sonny a bit disheartened. But there was nothing he could do about it. He had slaughtered countless nightmare creatures after becoming a saint. Their blood would have been enough to fill the lake surrounding Bastion. The problem was, his soul only grew stronger when he killed corrupted and great abominations, which were not that easy to find and harder still to survive. So he had only managed to slay a mere 1,000 of those or so. Of course, if anyone heard Sonny being disappointed about only killing 1,000 corrupted and great nightmare creatures, they would have slapped him across the face. But for him, it was a sign that he would not be able to become a titan anytime soon, unless he found some shadow creatures to hunt at least. Sadly, Sonny had not discovered any in all these years. It seemed that shadow creatures had gone entirely extinct during or soon after the Doom War. Come to think of it, discounting fiend, he had never encountered a corrupted shadow creature. Were there none, or had they remained somewhere far away in a place that he wasn't able to find yet? Shaking his head, he glanced back at the runes. Memories, Silver Bell, Puppeteer's Shroud, Extraordinary Rock, Endless Spring, Weaver's Mask, Shadow Lantern, Shadow Chair, Overpriced Saddle, Weaver's Needle, Nebulous Mantle, Handy Bracelet, Quintessence Pearl. There was no surprise there. Sonny made his living by creating memories, but strangely enough, he was not in a hurry to create many memories for himself. He did not need to seek power in them because he himself possessed tremendous power. With Onyx Mantle and Soul Serpent, most of his needs were met. Which was not to say that Sonny did not plan to forge himself new equipment in the future. It was just that what he wanted to create was too ambitious to be crafted in a hurry, and he had only opened up his shop a year ago. For now, the only memories he crafted for himself was the Quintessence Pearl, which was basically an improved version of the destroyed Essence Pearl, and the Handy Bracelet, the poor replacement for the spell. He also modified Anank's mantle a bit, renaming it the Nebulous Mantle in the process. The Quintessence Pearl and the Handy Bracelet were simply for convenience, but the last one was of vital importance for him. After all, it was the Nebulous Mantle that allowed him to live in Bastion, pretending to be a mere master. If people found out that the humble shopkeeper was a saint, things would become complicated. Sonny turned back to the runes. Echoes, Shadows, Onyx Saint, Soul Serpent, Nightmare, Shadow Fiend, Marvelous Mimic. The Marvelous Mimic was what Sonny had called the latest of his shadows, which was created from the modified Covetous Coffer and the shadow of the Mordant Mimic. It was the only shadow that he kept with himself in Bastion instead of sending it to his third avatar. The reason was that he needed it. It was next to him right now, actually. The unassuming brick cottage where his shop was located was, in fact, not a cottage. It was the Marvelous Mimic, who had taken the shape of a picturesque house. Its interior existed in a separate dimension, which allowed Sonny to hide a lot of things below ground. His house could also walk, swim, shapeshift, devour intruders, and produce soul coins, among other things. Sonny had lost his home in NQSC after his existence was erased from the tapestry of fate, so he made sure that his new home would be able to follow him wherever he went. Smiling faintly, he glanced back at the runes. They read, Attributes, Lord of Shadows, Flame of Divinity, Blood Weave, Bone Weave, Soul Weave, Onyx Shell, Fateless. The Master of Shadows had evolved into the Lord of Shadows during his transcendence. Its description was succinct. Shadows recognize you as their ruler. With it, all his abilities had been strengthened and enhanced. The range of his shadow control was now north of 40 kilometers, and he could extend his shadow sense just as far. He could remain the form of an incorporeal shadow indefinitely and cover great distances with each shadow step. The depths and intricacy of what he could manifest wild shadows into had also increased tremendously. In short, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call Sonny a demigod. Or rather, to call his third avatar a demigod. This version of Sonny was just a modest master with a utility aspect who ran a cafe and sold memories from time to time. All people could call him was harmless. Speaking of running a cafe, the customers would be arriving soon. Sonny smiled and took a last look at the runes. Aspect Shadow Slave. Aspect Rank Divine. Innate Ability Shadow Bond. Master. Aspect Abilities Shadow Control, Shadow Step, Shadow Manifestation, Shadow Incarnation. Aspect Legacy Shadow Dance. Flaw Clear Conscience. There was another string at the very end of the field as well. It read, Citadel Nameless Temple. Those words did not mean that Sonny was anchored in a citadel called the Nameless Temple. They meant that he owned it. It was his citadel which he had personally conquered and claimed. That was where his third avatar was, and that was the reason he had to kill that great demon. After becoming the lord of a citadel, Sonny also became rather territorial. No nightmare creature was allowed to exist in the vicinity of his temple, because there was already an apex predator living there, preparing for the moment when the death zone turned into. Well, anyway, that was for his third avatar to worry about. This Sonny had nothing to do with it. Dismissing the runes, he stood up and stretched. It was time to open the shop. Chapter 1593, Pleasant Morning. 1593, Pleasant Morning. Before Sonny went inside, he lingered for a few moments and glanced at the magnificent castle one last time. Then, he slowly looked up. Out there, high above the tallest tower of Bastion and slightly to the side, a beautiful island was hovering in the sky, bathed in the golden light of dawn. A great pagoda of pristine white stone rose from it, just as majestic as the colossal ancient fortress. The ivory tower. The wandering citadel looked harmonious, drifting above Bastion like a satellite. In recent years, its lady and her warriors had been sent to defend remote human enclaves on countless occasions, their fame and renown growing with each improbable victory. The image of the immaculate white tower was slowly becoming a symbol of hope for those besieged by nightmare creatures in the sword domain. Which was more than a little bit fitting. Sonny looked at the ivory tower for a few moments, his expression remaining perfectly neutral. Then, he averted his eyes and sighed. She has been in Bastion for almost a month now. That is unusual. I thought Anvil would send her to some other godforsaken battlefield by now. With that, he went to enter the cottage. Before he could, however, there was a sound of unhurried steps approaching from further down the street. Turning his head, Sonny saw a petite young woman with short, dark hair walking over. She looked sleepy, covering a yawn with a small palm. Unlike most awakened, the young woman stubbornly clung to wearing modern clothes. Her black slacks and white blouse, admittedly, did not stand out in the eclectic fashion of Bastion. Here, one was just as likely to meet a person wearing a stylish business suit as a person clad in enchanted armor. The former was even more in vogue, considering that it took some effort to transport material possessions from the other side. The young woman stopped and stared at him sullenly. "Hey, boss." Sonny smiled. "Hey, Eiko, it's a wonderful morning, isn't it?" Her expression did not change, but her gaze turned even darker. A moment later, Eiko looked away and sighed bitterly. "I still don't understand why you insist on opening so early. The sun is not even up yet, for the love of gods." Chuckling, Sonny opened the door. He had found Eiko shortly after returning to civilization, which happened about a year ago. Back then, the young woman was barely making ends meet. According to her, her memory shop went out of business because the main inventory supplier disappeared somewhere in Antarctica. It was a curious thing. Eiko seemed to remember that she had had a partner, and even that her partner had been responsible for providing the memories for the shop. However, her memories were vague at best, and her attention seemed to wander away every time she tried to concentrate on who that partner had been exactly. She would even forget trying to recollect the details, switching to thinking about something else. That was how the world covered the glaring hole in existence where Sonny used to be. No one remembered that he had existed, and for events that were too important to be entirely forgotten, a vague and abstract substitute took his place. Just some guy, an inconsequential stranger, a fleeting acquaintance, a comrade who had perished long ago, their face and voice erased from memory by the passage of time. People vaguely recognized that someone had been there, side by side with them, but as soon as they concentrated on these memories, their minds naturally wandered to other matters. The same went for the material traces he had left in the world. There was that famous movie, for example, The Devil of Antarctica. It had been inspired by his actions during the Southern Campaign. People knew that the main character was based on a real person, but were incapable of thinking deeply about who that person was. So they just assumed that the main character was a representation of the collective heroism of countless soldiers who had perished in Antarctica. Oh, Sonny was dead officially. Not that anyone knew or remembered. Therefore, his citizenship status had been revoked, his accounts frozen, and his house in NQSC resold. In short, not only had everyone forgotten him, but they were even incapable of becoming aware of having forgotten him. His smile turned brittle. In any case, Eiko had been reluctant to pledge her allegiance to the legacy clans or the government. She had lost her job as Kai's manager when he enlisted, and the brilliant Emporium was on the verge of going bankrupt. That was when Sonny found her and purchased the ownership of his own business back from her. After all, although the countless nightmare creatures he had slaughtered while aimlessly wandering the dream realm had not given him a lot of shadow fragments, they had provided him with numerous soul shards. He was secretly an extremely wealthy person. Since Sonny needed a capable manager to help him run the emporium, he hired Aiko once again. Now she was playing the role of his assistant, as well as, begrudgingly, assistant cook. "Come on, the early risers will be here soon." The two of them went to the spacious kitchen and started preparing for the day. Sonny was preparing the ingredients, while Aiko went over the books with a frown on her face. "Boss, we are running low on most ingredients. You need to make a trip to the waking world soon." "Boss, we are not making enough money. We only sold one memory in the last 2 months. What even is the point of calling ourselves a memory boutique? Give me some funds for a marketing campaign, I am begging you." "Boss, there will be a delivery from the beast farm later today. I still have bruises from dealing with them the last time. You do the honors." Listening to Aiko nagging, Sonny let out a sigh. Running a business wasn't easy, especially while dealing with crafted memories and desperately trying to not attract Clan Valor's attention. As he was almost done with the preparatory work, the first customer finally arrived. It was a familiar face. Chapter 1594, Familiar Faces. It was still very early in the morning, so the streets of Bastion were mostly empty. However, someone had already come to the brilliant emporium. As the door opened, a melodious sound spread through the interior of the marvelous mimic. There was a beautiful silver bell affixed above the door, its soft and pleasing ringing welcoming the entering customers. Of course, it was the sonorous silver bell. Sonny looked up from what he was doing, then wiped his hands on his apron and left the kitchen. There was an elderly gentleman standing at the door, dressed in a patchy enchanted robe. He had messy gray hair, absent-minded eyes, and a pair of bushy eyebrows that seemed to have a life of their own. Sonny suppressed a smile. "Awakened Julius, you are here early." The old man looked at him and smiled politely. "Ah, Master Sunless, well, I am a night owl. Plus, you know what they say, the early bird gets the worm. Wait, I am mixing metaphors." He hesitated for a moment, then coughed. "Sorry, I seem to remember that you dislike birds. In any case, it is nice to see you on this pleasant morning." Sonny nodded, likewise the usual. As the old man assumed his favorite spot near the window, Sonny returned to the kitchen. There, he went about making coffee for his former teacher, while at the same time preparing a light breakfast. "We are running low on coffee beans, indeed. I'll have to visit NQSC this week, won't I?" While Brilliant Emporium could not contend with more prestigious restaurants in Bastion, hot beverages like coffee, tea, and hot chocolate were Sonny's selling point. That was because he exclusively used the pure water from the endless spring to brew them, which made each cup especially invigorating. He ground the beans, poured the fragrant powder and a little sugar into a copper seive, then sent a wisp of essence into the stove and placed the seive on the fire. The stove had been created by him by reversing the enchantment of a long-destroyed charm of his, Memory of Fire, which made kitchen work much easier. When the ground coffee heated a little, he took the endless spring off the shelf, poured water into the seive, and placed it back on the fire. Ideally, he should have been using a pan of heated sand instead of open fire, but oh well, there were limits to how fancy Sonny was willing to be. While the coffee was brewing, he ignited a second flame and put a pan on it. Then Sonny opened the icebox and took out a few eggs, butter, and a jar of milk. The icebox had also been created and de-enchanted by him in the best attempt to imitate the luxurious refrigerator he had greatly enjoyed owning in the past. In fact, it was more of a large cabinet than a box, made out of natural wood instead of synthwood. So, in a sense, it was even more luxurious. There was no ice inside, either. Instead, the enchantment was the reverse of another charm he had lost, Memory of Ice. There was a luminous enchantment, too, activated when the door of the cabinet was open. A third enchantment created a dedicated reserve of essence that powered the first two, so Sonny just had to replenish it once every few months. Breaking the eggs with one hand and putting butter on the pan with the other, Sonny mixed the eggs while slowly blending milk in and poured the resulting mass into the melted butter. He waited for the omelet to set, then effortlessly flipped and folded it, finally adding some mushrooms, vegetables, and ham. Well, monster ham, to be precise. Soon, a perfectly cooked omelet and a cup of fragrant coffee were ready. Putting them on a tray, Sonny glanced at Aiko, who was still going over the books, and left the kitchen once more. Placing the plate and the cup in front of teacher Julius, he curiously glanced at the book the old man was reading. Its cover was hidden by a leather jacket, but he knew the title from a glance. It was the exploration report on the tomb of Ariel by Nobody. Sonny was the nobody in question, of course. Even though he had lost credit for his previous academic papers, it seemed like a shame to just leave all the knowledge he had accumulated in the third nightmare go to waste. So, even knowing that it would cause some problems, he published a research paper anonymously. He kept the existence of the plagues and everything he discovered in the estuary to himself, though concentrating on the unique culture of the river civilization, and especially on the stories of weave he had heard from Anank instead. Not only because there were some things that were better left unsaid, but also because some knowledge was simply too dangerous to share. There were very few people in the world who could withstand a mere mention of the forgotten god anyway, while many could be harmed by being exposed to it. However, even with these redacted parts, his report had caused a furor in academic circles. It had caused a furor in some other circles as well. Namely, among the great clans. There were supposed to only be 6 people who had ventured into the nightmare of the tomb of Ariel, after all. And since none of them was the author of the report, then who the hell was? And how did that person know so much about the Great River? Needless to say, the existence of the exploration report, written by nobody, was under a lot of scrutiny. Which was why even a respected professor like teacher Julius chose to hide its cover under a jacket and read it in the dream realm, as opposed to on his communicator in the waking world. When the old man smelled the delicious fragrance of coffee, he got distracted from his book and looked up. That smell? I've been looking forward to it all week. Sonny smiled and pointed to the exploration report. Are you reading that report again? Awakened Julius. The old man looked around and pressed a finger against his lips. I am, but SHHH, you know this amazing work is supposed to be banned, Master Sunless. He picked up a fork and sighed dejectedly. Such a travesty. The depth of knowledge and wisdom the author of this remarkable work possesses is truly astounding. Their discoveries and insights have truly overturned our understanding of the history of the dream realm, especially its later stages. Not to mention the incredible revelations about the origins of the nightmare spell they documented. Such a person should be lauded and celebrated, not hunted. Those legacies are really out of line this time. Sonny smiled politely. Who do you think the author is? Teacher Julius looked thoughtful for a moment. A person of utter brilliance and integrity, no doubt. Well, they should be an old fossil like me, most likely. Probably one of the first-generation saints. Otherwise, I don't see how they could have survived the harrowing depths of the great river, let alone avoid being found out by those who are trying to find them. He sighed. Well, a young man like you won't understand, Master Sunless. Being an explorer is a noble calling, you see. Not that there's anything wrong with making an honest living like you do. Gods know I would have been lost without your excellent cooking skills. Please excuse my outburst. This old man was being impolite. Sonny chuckled. No, you are right. Please enjoy your breakfast. With that, he bowed slightly and took a step back. The silver bell rang again, announcing the arrival of the next customer. Chapter 1595, Builders of Things. 1595, Builders of Things. The new customer was a young woman wearing a sharp but somewhat wrinkled formal suit. Her white blouse was buttoned up all the way despite the warm weather, and her dark hair was gathered in a bun. There were dark circles under her deeply intelligent but tired eyes. Unlike teacher Julius, who visited Bastion in his sleep, she was a mundane human residing here permanently. It also seemed like she was visiting the brilliant emporium after burning the midnight oil and working through the night, instead of doing so first thing in the morning. The young woman glanced at Sonny, frowned slightly, then gave him a curt nod. Master Sunless. He hid behind a polite smile. Miss Bate. Chief Bethany, you've made it. Forgetting about Sonny's existence, Bate turned to where Julius was sitting and smiled brightly. Professor Julius, of course I have. Sonny received her order and retreated back into the kitchen. As he started preparing a cup of hot chocolate for the tireless scientist, he sighed and shook his head. She doesn't chain. Aiko, who had just finished running some calculations on a wooden abacus, gave him a curious glance. Oh, do you know Chief Bethany, boss? He lingered for a few moments, then shrugged stiffly. We had a few brushes in Antarctica. I doubt she remembers, though. Then he looked around and added, Can you pass me salt? Aiko continued to abuse the abacus, but the salt shaker floated from the shelf into Sonny's hand. That was her dormant ability, a weak form of telekinesis. which really put her integrity in doubt, considering that she used to run a gambling den in the bright castle. But who was Sonny to judge? Shaking his head, he finished making the hot chocolate, poured it into a ceramic cup with care, and walked out of the kitchen. As he was placing the cup on the table, he caught a part of the conversation between teacher Julius and Bate. The old man was saying, "So how are you and your team doing?" Bate let out a long sigh and picked up her hot chocolate, warming her hands on the cup. "Ah, we are drowning in work. There are rumors that our colleagues in Ravenheart had a breakthrough recently, but you know how it is. Both sides are hoarding information instead of sharing it. The guys from Valor are also tightening up security, as if they are wary of spies. Madness, it's pure madness. They do understand that we could have achieved results twice as fast if there were fewer roadblocks for proper cooperation." She grimaced and shook her head. In any case, developing the infrastructure of Bastion has been a titanic undertaking. Thousands of engineers have given it their best, but with how strange the Dream Realm is, there are countless challenges. That is where we, the scientists, are supposed to step up. A distant expression appeared on Bate's face for a moment. She took a sip of her hot chocolate and savored it for a bit. Her gaze cleared a little. But even with all the data we gathered during the chain of nightmares, shielding technology remains simply ineffective. Actually, the entire approach is flawed, but the bigwigs are too myopic to realize that we should not be concentrating on developing better insulation to begin with. So, that was why I went and became a bigwig myself. Now we are on the right track, at least. A subtle smile appeared on her face. Actually, there is progress. We are very close to creating a working model of a power station. There is no reason for electrical power not to work in the Dream Realm, right? And yet, it doesn't, for now. But mark my words, I'll have the streets of Bastion illuminated by electric lights before the end of the year. And from there, all manner of things will become possible. Teacher Julius raised his hands and applauded her silently. "Electricity, huh? Wonderful, simply wonderful. What are you using to generate the current? Soul essence, I presume." Bate shrugged. "I mean, it's not that complicated. Most electricity in the waking world is still produced by steam-powered turbines. It's just the method of producing heat and therefore steam that differs. So we are using heat. Granted, finding a way to produce heat from soul essence is the ultimate goal, a truly sustainable source of energy." After that, Bates' explanation became too technical for Sonny to understand. He had long retreated to the reception desk, of course, but his hearing was greatly enhanced when compared to that of mundane humans. He was a saint, after all. If Sonny wanted, he could eavesdrop on the conversations between the residents of the surrounding houses, let alone those of his own customers. Not that he was in the habit of doing such things. In any case, it seemed that what Bate was talking about was beyond teacher Julius as well. After a while, he coughed in embarrassment and said in a hesitant tone, "Well, that sewage system you guys built is already remarkable enough. I mean it truly. A thing like that can make or break a city." Bate rolled her eyes. "Oh gods, don't remind me. The earth here is still full of the roots left behind by that titan. Any kind of subterranean construction is a nitum." Sonny sighed and turned away. The shadow chair, which stood behind the reception desk, creaked quietly as he shifted his weight. She is living well, at least. When hundreds of millions of people entered the Dream Realm, there was an instant crisis having to do with how and where to settle them, of course. That crisis was not too terrible, though, because the great clans had been secretly preparing for an event like that for a long time. As a result, many of the best specialists in all things having to do with building a robust infrastructure had been either found among the refugees or recruited from the waking world. The prospering city around Bastion had not just appeared on its own. Countless engineers, architects, scientists, craftsmen, and professionals of all kinds had worked incredibly hard to make it a reality, awakened and mundane alike. Bate was one of these pioneers, and of a high rank at that. Of course, being a champion of civilization on the wild and hostile magical frontier was not an easy job, especially considering that the Dream Realm operated on a set of laws subtly different from the waking world, making most modern technology useless here. But human intelligence prevailed. Electricity before the end of the year. Sonny blinked a couple of times, trying to imagine what Bastion and other human cities in the Dream Realm would look like if something like that truly happened. What would they look like in 10 years? He wasn't sure he could guess. Well, if anyone could fulfill such a promise, it was Bate, Professor Obel's last disciple. 1 chapter today, 3 tomorrow. Chapter 1596, Wind of Chain. 1596, Wind of Chain. The sun had risen above the horizon, bathing Bastion in warm radiance. The morning was already in full swing, and so Teacher Julius finally had to go. Goodness gracious, look at the time. He coughed, then looked at Bate with a smile. I am sorry, young lady, but this old man has to leave. I promised to meet a former colleague of mine, Master Rock. Now that he left the academy to pick up his mace, it's tough for us to cross paths, if I miss him today. Bate shook her head. Don't worry, Professor. I'm meeting someone else as well. Soon, the elderly awakened left. Bate continued to sip her hot chocolate, her weary gaze fixed on the beautiful White Castle in the distance. Sonny, meanwhile, remained behind the reception desk, idly studying the latest issue of the Monster Almanac, an annual publication containing information about all the nightmare creatures humans had encountered in the last year. His interest in these abominations was not at all theoretical. Powerful memories demanded exceptional materials to be created, after all, and most of those materials came from the carcasses of slain abominations. Granted, a nobody like him rarely received an opportunity to trade for truly valuable trophies that Awakened brought back. Especially here in Bastion, where the enchanters of valor kept the best materials for their own use. Still, if he knew where to search, he could hunt the suitable nightmare creatures himself. Instructor Rock, huh? Sonny couldn't remember when he last saw the giant man. It was strange to know that one of his first instructors had not only returned to the battlefield, but also ascended at some point in time. The news of the Sovereigns having conquered the fourth nightmare and the existence of the Dream Gates had truly invigorated humanity. With a vast and perilous frontier to conquer and make safe for the settlers, countless people had found new motivation to fight. Many of those less powerful were also burning with passion, wishing to help out however they could. Some simply dreamed of forging a better life for themselves in the new world. In any case, winds of change were blowing both over the dying waking world and over the dream realm which was killing it. I wish him luck. At that time, the silver bell rang again, and new customers entered the emporium. Sonny rose from his seat to welcome them. It was a young couple, both dressed in the kind of clothes Awakened usually wore outside of battle. Armor-type memories often had layers, and those layers could usually be summoned and dismissed independently. So many Awakened simply dismissed the heavier elements of their armor and walked around in the base layer, which could look like anything. In fact, it often ended up looking peculiar at best and bizarre at worst. Strangely enough, the latest trend in the fashion world was to imitate this unconventional style, which was why many idols and public figures were sporting strange combinations of bespoke gambeson jackets, linen trousers, tunics, bodysuits, and kimonos these days. However, the couple was not trying to be fashionable. Both the young woman and the young man were seasoned, Awakened warriors, which anyone who knew anything about the world could see at first glance. There were a lot of people like them after Antarctica, all easily recognizable by the hint O. If icy coldness left forever in the depths of their eyes. The young woman was petite, with mousy hair and an unassuming face. Her gaze, however, was calm and confident. The young man had unruly hair and mischievous eyes, a light smile never leaving his lips. The quiet seriousness of the woman did not fit well with the carefree attitude of the man, and yet they looked oddly harmonious together. The young man looked at Sonny and seemed disappointed for a moment. Oh, it's you, Senior. Where's that cute little assistant of yours? Sonny tilted his head a little. She's in the kitchen. At the same time, the young woman glanced at her companion. Why are you asking? The young man laughed. No reason, no reason. Gods, Kim, give your husband some credit. I was just surprised to see Master Sunless welcoming us personally, that's all. The couple were, of course, Kim and Luster, Sonny's former subordinates. The government had taken good care of the veterans of the evacuation army, so Luster was now as good as new despite having been gruesomely injured in Falcon Scott. Kim was doing well, too. Due to her unique aspect, the unassuming young woman was in high demand, being treated as a precious asset by the government. The two of them had married not long after the Southern campaign was over. Sunny was still bewildered by that fact, but also happy for them. Kim Luster. Bate waved at the young couple, and they joined her at the table. Sunny walked over to receive their order, then retreated into the kitchen. What a strange combination. Kim had ordered waffles, while Luster had ordered pancakes. Bate, who seemed to have worked up an appetite, joined Kim in deciding on the waffles, as well. The odd thing, though, was that they requested a bottle of hard liquor, too. Shaking his head, Sunny looked at Aiko and said, "Aiko, get the good stuff from the top shelf." She put the abacus away and looked at him darkly. His assistant was of very small stature, so it might have seemed like Sunny was bullying her by demanding the petite girl to get something from all the way on the tompost shelf. However, after glaring at him for a moment, Aiko simply floated to the ceiling, got the bottle of the expensive whiskey, and presented it to Sunny. That was her aspect. The dormant ability allowed Aiko to move objects, while the awakened ability allowed her to move herself. "Thank you kindly." Taking the bottle, Sunny picked up 3 glasses and went to deliver the whiskey to the esteemed guests. Chapter 1597, Tragedy of Imperfection. 1597, Tragedy of Imperfection. Pancakes and waffles. The two were almost identical, but also infinitely different, like two sides of the same coin. Just like both the gods and the chaos creatures were born from the everlasting void, both pancakes and waffles were made from the same ingredients. However, the end result was not the same. Perhaps there was a deep philosophical lesson to be learned from how two things made from the same ingredients could end up so vastly different. But Sunny did not particularly care. He did, however, care about waffles and pancakes. It wasn't hard to make either, but there was endless depth in the deceiving simplicity of these staple breakfast foods. Making pancakes was both an art and a kind of science. Waffles were even more elusive. Even with Sunny's potent transcendent mind and perfect physical coordination, it took him a long time to master the challenging art of making them. Still, his ultimate goal, a perfect pancake and a perfect waffle, were still out of reach. And doomed to stay forever out of reach, because imperfection was one of the governing laws of existence. It was tragic. Perfection might not exist, but I've gotten damn close to it. Every cook had their own approach, but as far as Sunny was concerned, the secret of a near-perfect waffle was letting the batter rest in the icebox for exactly 1 night, which was why he had prepared it in advance yesterday. For pancakes, though, he preferred to use fresh batter. Not wishing to make the guests wait, he manifested his shadow as an avatar and went about preparing both at the same time. While his avatar was busy with the waffles, Sunny used his original body to make the pancakes. The process was both simple and intricately complex. First, he broke and separated the eggs, then poured the yolks and the whites into separate bowls. He then carefully blended milk and melted butter into the yolks while whisking the whole thing. At the same time, Sunny manifested a pair of shadow hands to whisk the whites, using a bit of his transcendent strength and speed to hasten the process. Finally, he combined baking soda with vinegar and mixed that with flour, sugar, and salt. Baking powder would have worked as well, but it was currently in short supply in Bastion. So, soda and vinegar were going to have to do. Aiko glanced at him, both of him, with all his 6 arms, shook her head, and returned to her work. Now came the most important part, as soon as the whites were beaten to have stiff peaks, Sunny carefully combined the flour mix, the yolk mix, and the whipped whites together, creating batter. This was where most wars were fought among the pancake enthusiasts. Some swore on lumpy batter, some considered anything except a perfectly smooth blend heretical. There were various factions in between the two extremist camps, too. Sunny himself was a moderate, standing by a precise and immaculate balance between smoothness and lumpiness, which he had painstakingly discovered after countless attempts. Most things worked best in moderation, after all. When the batter was ready, he put a pan on the fire and waited for it to grow hot, while simultaneously letting the batter rest a bit. Then, he used a large spoon to pour a portion of the batter into the pan, watching with satisfaction as it formed into a neat circle. The rest was just a matter of skill. Sunny waited until bubbles broke on the surface of the pancake, then flipped it with one smooth, precise motion. Years of sword practice helped him perform the flip in the most efficient and spectacular manner. one serving of transcendent pancakes coming right up. Soon, both the pancakes and the waffles were ready. For the final step, Sunny places a scoop of vanilla ice cream on each serving of the waffles, adding freshly cut strawberries on top. As for the pancakes, Sunny took a deep breath. Ancient texts mention that pancakes were ritually served with something called maple syrup. However, such a thing did not exist in the world anymore, and the ancient tradition could not be maintained. There were a few substitutes, sure, especially here in Bastion, which was famous for its forests. But the most popular one, he grimaced. Shaking his head, Sunny put butter on the pancakes, then retrieved a glass jar from the cupboard with a shaking hand. Finally, he poured some honey on top. Disgusting, gods, I just don't understand people. Hiding his discomfort behind a polite expression, he picked up all 3 plates, dismissed the avatar, and went to serve breakfast to the guests. Aiko, make 2 coffees. Bait, Kim, and Luster grew lively at the sight of the pancakes and waffles he had cooked up. Sunny took a step back and secretly watched them take their first bites. He made an effort to hide his pride. Kim's eyes widened a little. These waffles have no vulnerabilities. He smirked subtly. Of course they don't. These waffles were made by a saint. Soon, Aiko came out of the kitchen with 2 cups of coffee. She placed them in front of Luster and Kim and walked away. At that point, Sunny noticed that the bottle of whiskey he had brought out earlier was still untouched. As he contemplated why the 3 survivors of the Antarctic Center ordered hard liquor early in the morning, Bait turned and waved at him. Oh, can we get 2 more glasses, actually? We are waiting for someone. Sunny lingered for a moment, then nodded and turned around to walk to the kitchen. As he did, he noticed that Aiko was still loitering near the entrance for some reason. What are you doing? The petite girl flinched, then glanced at him and touched her hair nervously. What, nothing. Just then, the silver bell rang once more, and a new customer walked in from the street, bringing with him the smell of verdant leaves. It was a gallant man wearing a suit of enchanted armor. His reserved but pleasant smile possessed a hint of warmth to it, which made his already handsome face even more attractive. The man was followed by an echo that resembled a monstrous hound, its fur as black as night. Aiko suddenly straightened and met the new customer with a bright smile. Master Quentin, welcome. The weather is very fine this morning, isn't it? Chapter 1598, Present Problems. 1598, Present Problems. Indeed, the gallant man was none other than Quentin, the healer and melee specialist of Sunny's old cohort of irregulars. Quentin's soul had been swallowed by the call when he lost consciousness during the siege of Falcon Scott. As a result, he was pronounced missing in action by Army Command, but no one had any illusions. Everyone, including Sunny, had thought him dead. However, the gallant healer proved everyone wrong. Somehow, he had not only managed to reach a suitable seed of nightmare in the hellish White Desert without succumbing to its many perils, but also conquered that nightmare alone. There were a few people among the members of the evacuation army who had managed a similar feat, but still, Quentin's return could only be described with one word. A miracle. Sunny did not like that word too much, though. It detracted from Quentin's own effort, resolve, and incredible determination to survive. He was a man who had once clawed his way out of a cocoon made by an abominable spider, after all, while being digested alive. So perhaps Sunny should have given him more credit. In any case, Quentin had survived. His physical body had long been destroyed by the time he ascended, so the spell created a new one for him, sending it to the citadel where he was anchored at that time. Sunny had only learned about it a few years after becoming a saint. Knowing that the gallant healer was alive brought him a bit of solace. Before, he was under the impression that most of his soldiers had perished. Now, he knew that only a half of them had, which was better somewhat. Maintaining a facade of polite indifference, Sunny silently pushed Aiko into the kitchen and showed Quentin to the table where Bait, Kim, and Luster were waiting. They met the healer warmly. Master Quentin, good morning. Hey, Quentin. Well, if it isn't Mr. Big Shot ascended. Quentin smiled in embarrassment and took a seat. Sunny followed Aiko into the kitchen, ignored her glare, and retrieved the additional glasses. Strain. He had opened his shop in Bastion because that was where most of the people he knew were. There were not that many good restaurants here yet, and certainly very few run by a master, not to mention the memory side of the business. Therefore, it was inevitable that he would run into an old acquaintance or two sooner or later. Since his services were top-notch, the brilliant emporium gained many customers through word of mouth. Those old acquaintances recommended the new place to people in their circle, so it wasn't that odd to meet someone Sonny had known, on occasion. Plus, many of the people he had known were also people Aiko knew. Still, it was strange for an impromptu meeting between the survivors of the Antarctic Center to happen in his cafe, all of a sudden. If it had happened before, Sonny would have thought that Fated was pulling the strings of fate behind the curtains. But he was free of such concerns now. Coincidences were nothing more than coincidences, and they did happen. Free? Sonny smiled neutrally as he placed the glass in front of Quentin. Would you like something to eat? The healer made an order, and Sonny left. As he was walking away, he saw Kim pouring the whiskey into the glasses. The sound of laughter disappeared, and the smiles disappeared as well. The four of them remained silent for a few moments, their faces solemn. Then they gulped the bitter liquor down. The fifth glass of whiskey remained standing on the table, untouched. Sonny had an idea of what his customers were going to talk about, so he dove into the kitchen, not wanting to listen. Aiko was there, waiting for him with a dismayed expression. She whispered angrily, "Why did you push me away? Boss, listen, I can serve that dreamy, serve Master Quentin and his friends myself, you just rest." Then she noticed something on his face and grew silent. A couple moments later, Aiko sighed. "You are being strange again." Sonny glanced at her impassively, then said with a shrug, "Those guys are from the 1st Evacuation Army, and they are here for a reason. Leave them be." She coughed awkwardly. "Oh, I keep forgetting that you were in Antarctica as well. Sorry." Sonny did not make a secret of the fact that he had gone through the Southern campaign, without going into details, of course. That was because the situation there had been extremely chaotic, and many people ended up being forced to challenge nightmares with no warning. Few managed to survive them alone, like Quentin, though. Still, it was easy to explain where an absolutely unknown master had popped out from by simply saying something like, "Oh, I sort of stumbled into a nightmare in Antarctica." That was also a perfect conversation killer, dissuading people from asking further questions. In short, it was very convenient. Sonny patted Aiko on the shoulder and went to cook Quentin's order. "Get ready, the breakfast crowd will arrive soon." He cooked another omelet, brewed some coffee, and delivered both to the gallant healer. Retreating to the reception desk, Sonny picked up the monster almanac and continued to read. He could not help but catch bits and pieces of the conversation his former soldiers were having. After the initial solemn atmosphere, the mood at their table gradually turned lighter. They joked, laughed, and shared news about themselves. Listening to the sound of their laughter, Sonny remained silent. At some point, though, his expression changed slightly. Quentin was talking at the moment, his pleasant voice tinged with a complicated emotion. "Oh, I heard something strange a few days ago, by the way." Luster raised an eyebrow. "Good strange or bad strange?" The healer shrugged hesitantly. "I'm not sure, you see that thing, the winter beast, apparently it's gone." Kim and Bate looked at him sharply, their eyes turning colder. "Gone? What do you mean, gone?" Quentin shook his head. "It seemed like someone, or rather something, killed it. You know how hard it is to catch glimpses of the southern quadrant, but apparently the evidence suggests that it was killed years ago. We just didn't know." A long silence settled over the table. Then Kim poured the remaining whiskey into their glasses and raised hers. A pale smile appeared on her face. "Good, that's good then." Turning the page, Sonny sighed subtly. Of course, he knew that the winter beast was gone. He was the one who had killed it, after all, ripping the wretched thing apart with his own two hands. Well, it was in the past now. Right now, he was running low on coffee beans and a bunch of other ingredients. Worse than that, his memory business was not doing that well. This was the kind of problems Sonny was facing in the present. Chapter 1599 Delivery. 1599 Delivery. The four survivors of the Antarctic Center finished their meal. As a good host, Sunny saw them off, then remained on the porch for a few moments, looking as they walked away. However, he did not have time to waste. By then, there were several other customers waiting to be served, so he sent Aiko to the dining hall and hid himself in the kitchen. Manifesting a second body, Sunny concentrated on preparing food. Mornings were a busy time in the brilliant emporium, but the two of them were managing fine. Sunny had two bodies and could manifest as many hands as he needed, while Aiko was a perfect waitress, simply floating the dishes to the tables with her telekinesis. After an hour or two, the breakfast crowd dwindled and gradually cleared out, leaving the interior of the marvelous mimic empty once again. Sunny washed his hands and leaned back on the shadow chair, while Aiko was counting the money they made. With the increase in human population of the sword domain, it was not convenient to simply use soul shards as currency anymore. Credits, meanwhile, were a purely digital currency. So, the great clans had recently started minting their own coins. Each coin contained a small amount of essence, and their value was supported by the shard treasuries each clan possessed. Sunny did not really care about the matters of economy, but Aiko was all about it, constantly pestering him to think about converting the brilliant emporium into a bank and making his money make money by lending it out to less affluent people in Bastion. The possibility of capitalizing on the first-mover advantage in a new world almost made her drool. That said, the petite girl was not really serious about these fanciful dreams, since she understood that growing too big would land them in the steel embrace of valor as well. In any case, Sunny spun a heavy silver coin between his fingers, studying it with a distant expression. One side of the coin had a number on it, while the other was embossed with the image of a sword piercing an anvil. He could feel a minuscule amount of soul essence contained in the silver, ensuring its authenticity. This essence could also be directly absorbed, which was why many awakened carried a few coins with them at all times, just in case they found themselves in dire straits. The coins my mimic makes are much more valuable. Granted, the marvelous mimic had few opportunities to consume someone here in Bastion, so there were not a lot of these coins around. And speaking of the marvelous mimic, Sunny shifted when he felt the brilliant emporium tremble slightly. It was as if the shape-shifting shadow was shivering in fright. Boss, they're here. Aiko hurriedly dashed toward the kitchen and hid behind the door, peeking from behind it with a concerned expression. Sunny sighed, then stood up and headed toward the door. It's time, then. Walking outside, he mentally prepared himself. Out there on the front lawn of the brilliant emporium, an adorable wolf pup was sitting, staring at him with shining eyes and wagging his tail excitedly. The little wolf was undeniably cute. However, the problem was that he was also the size of a bull. Sunny looked at the lawn, which had been torn by the wolf pup's claws, and grimaced. Little Ling, we talked about it. Human form, remember. The puppy tilted his head in confusion, his ears flopping side to side. Then his body shimmered subtly. Sunny averted his eyes. In the next moment, there was the sound of rushing air, and a man's voice resounded from a bit further down the street. Ling, summon your clothes. A childish voice answered a moment later. Boot, Daddy. Right now. Sunny waited for a bit, then looked down. The wolf pup was gone, and there was an equally adorable 4-year-old boy standing in front of him, dressed in a simple tunic. Further down the street, a good-looking young man was pushing a sizable cart toward the emporium, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. He gave Sunny a friendly smile. Master Sunless, sorry if we are a bit late. Sunny wanted to answer, but at that moment the little boy smiled brightly and shouted, Uncle! With that, he pounced at Sunny and hugged him. Sunny gasped, turning a bit pale, and was pushed back a couple steps. His bones groaned. Oh, ouch. The strange pair were from the Beast Farm, which was where Sunny purchased most of the fresh ingredients used in the brilliant emporium. They were making a livery. Of course, they were also Effie's husband and child. The huntress swore that she named her son Ling in honor of the leader of her first cohort, but Sunny had his doubts. In any case, little Ling was a unique existence. He had been born in the void at the heart of Ariel's tomb, and therefore treated as a challenger when the nightmare was conquered. So little Ling had become a transcendent as an infant. The child saint was now a darling of humanity, famous across both worlds. The good-looking young man, meanwhile, was the nameless awakened Sonny had once welcomed back from the first nightmare. That guy was not exactly famous, but definitely infamous. Many people treated him with a peculiar mix of envy, admiration, and fearful sympathy. After all, being married to one saint and a father to another was not for the faint of heart, especially considering the fact that his wife was none other than raised by wolves, and that it had taken little Ling a while to start learning how to control his transcendent strength. Depending on one's point of view, that guy could either be called the luckiest or the unluckiest person in the world. Poor bastard. Little Ling was indeed getting better at controlling his strength, but that did not mean that he was good at it. Suppressing a groan of pain, Sonny struggled to inhale and cautiously patted the adorable boy on the head. Little Ling, dear uncle can't breathe. Chapter 1600 Beast Farm. 1600 Beast Farm. Sonny had experienced a lot of bizarre things in his life, but the nameless guy really took the cake. It must have been one hell of a conversation when Effie came back from a routine mission as a saint, with a baby in tow despite only being in the 3rd month of her pregnancy, saying that the baby was somehow also a saint. Sonny did not even want to imagine. In any case, Effie and the nameless guy seemed to have worked things out in the end. In fact, their relationship was strangely picturesque and idyllic. Their son was growing up happily, too, bathed in endless care and affection. His mom was now one of the 5 transcendent powerhouses of the government, as well as one of the most well-known and beloved protectors of humanity. His dad, meanwhile, had gone into the dream realm on the winter solstice, a month after the cohort returned from the tomb of Ariel, and became an awakened. He possessed a utility aspect having to do with mending, restoration, and cultivation, as well as golden hands. Now, the nameless guy was managing a large farm that he and Effie had established on the beautiful meadow contained within her supreme memory. That farm was the source of many ingredients Sonny used in the brilliant emporium, so he received visits from the nameless farmer often. Which was why the marvelous mimic was afraid of little Ling. The cure boy possessed an endless amount of enthusiasm, like all children did, and the power of a transcendent being. Therefore, he was nothing short of a walking disaster for furniture, appliances, and even buildings. Sonny did not know how Effie's house was still standing, but the mimic had suffered greatly despite being a powerful demon. Sonny had suffered greatly, too. As he extricated himself from little Ling's embrace, thanking Bone Weave for keeping his ribs intact, Sonny shook his head in dejection. Well, it's my own fault. He just couldn't resist the adorable brat, so every time they visited, Sonny treated him to something tasty, like hot chocolate, waffles, or ice cream. Who knew that a child's fondness could be bought that easily? Therefore, Sonny didn't have anyone but himself to blame for being the target of little Ling's affection. As soon as the little boy let go, he looked at Sonny with huge eyes and smiled bashfully. Auntie Aiko. Sorry, Aiko. Sonny smiled and pointed behind himself. Oh, she's in the kitchen. His only saving grace was that Aiko seemed to be the energetic puppy's favorite. So, he heartlessly hid behind the petite girl every time the dew arrived. Yay! Little Ling disappeared behind the door. A moment later, the marvelous mimic seemed to shake a little. The nameless guy had brought his large cart over by that point. Sonny looked at him and nodded politely. Nice to see you, Ling's dad. How is it today? Ling's dad panted for a few moments, then grinned. Great, we were finally able to cultivate a strip of raspberries, in addition to what we already grow in the garden. The fields are taking well to the new fertilizer, too. Oh, and we are thinking of procuring more cattle, considering how high the demand for fresh milk has been lately. He pointed to the cart. Plus, with all the enchanted items you made for us, my life has become much easier. So this time I was able to bring everything on the list. Milk, eggs, tomatoes, flour. He listed all the things in the cart, leaving Sonny to contemplate for a few moments. That's good, I won't have to search for many substitutes in the waking world. Still, Bastion is still far away from being self-sufficient, so there is no choice but to go. Indeed, although humanity's presence in the dream realm had expanded dramatically, they were still dependent on the waking world for countless things. As far as Sonny was concerned, Things like coffee beans, chocolate, salt, and a bunch of other commodities could only be procured on the other side, which was a bit of a pain, considering that he had to act as a master. So every time Sonny wanted to go to the waking world, he had to enter the castle and pretend to use the gateway there. At least he didn't need to come back through the dream gate. That would force him to interact with people from Valor way more often and way more closely than he wished to. He nodded at Ling's dad and offered him a hand. "Let me help you unload everything." As they were unloading the cart, he asked nonchalantly, "Oh, how is your wife doing, by the way?" Ling dad smiled, a glint appearing in his eyes. "Effie, she is doing great. Soul Reaper and she have just returned from suppressing a minor gate crisis in the Eastern Quadrant. The casualties were minimal, so everyone is celebrating." Sonny sighed. As much as the situation in the dream realm had improved for humans, the situation in the waking world was slowly getting worse. There were more gates, and those gates were more powerful. Even with resource shortages being greatly relieved by the mass migration to the other world, the infrastructure was still reeling from losing Antarctica. So the government was busier than ever. Not only were they working to establish a firmer foothold in the rapidly changing dream realm, but they were also working hard to contain the growing menace of the nightmare spell. Luckily, it was not only the legacy clans that had become much stronger after the chain of nightmares. Although the government did not have many saints, their awakened forces had grown tremendously in recent years, mostly due to many veterans of the evacuation army choosing to remain in service. And the few saints the government did have were up there with the mightiest champions of the great clans. Soul Reaper Jet, raised by Wolves and Nightingale. The three of them were worth a dozen less powerful Transcendent, if not more. Ling's dad straightened, wiped his brow, then almost blinded Sonny with a smile. "Ah, sorry, I forgot to mention. She'll be coming by in a short while." Sonny blinked a couple times. "She Transcendent Athena, she'll be coming by." The nameless guy nodded happily. "Yes, she had a meeting to attend in the castle, so I just told her to meet us here." Sonny froze.